A young man, who has never watched Ultraman but has heard of it, finds himself in the boundless Ultraverse. He gradually transforms from a traveler named Lucifer into the Dark Lucifer from the original story. What changes will he bring to these worlds? Lucifer. When I arrived here, there were no more tragedies, for I am the Dark Lucifer who can alter the past. Lucifer. Greetings, esteemed friends. My surname is Lu, and my given name is Shifa. The friends of the underworld, Heian Jiaji, Jiatan Jie, Sophia, Ganyuan Pomi Zhaolaiti, Heian Da Huang Dian Beila, Heian Lujer, Heian Beilia, kindly refer to me as Dark Lucifer or the Dark Devourer. Today, it is my turn to preside over this meeting. Everyone present is a talent from the Dark Realm, so starting today, all of your dark powers shall be increased by 30%. I have spoken. Who is in favor? Who is against? Baitexingren, I am in favor. Yabran, I am in favor. Mifilasiren, I am in favor. Babaurin, I am against. Other dark beings. Chapter 1. Hello, my name is Lucifer. The vision first appeared chaotic, like muddied ink, then was abruptly torn apart by blinding light. Pain. Not the pain of flesh and blood, but something deeper, as if his soul were being ruthlessly extracted from a languid cocoon and cast into a rapidly spinning centrifuge, every inch of consciousness screaming, tearing, and reorganizing. Confused blocks of color and incomprehensible noise bombarded his remaining senses, ultimately collapsing into an intense, burning brightness. He gasped for air, or rather, he had lost the very concept of breathing. Only endless light washed over him, seeking to assimilate or annihilate him. Time passed unmeasured. The violent flow of light seemed to soften slightly, yet he remained like a sponge cast into the desert, helplessly and greedily absorbing every bit of energy flowing around him. Warmth, brightness, imbued with a sense of vast order, seeped into his nearly parched and fragmented soul, barely gluing the pieces together. In this forced absorption, some fragmented perceptions gradually reassembled. He sensed that he was enveloped in a warm space that was difficult to describe, neither tangible nor void. Occasionally, a vast and gentle will would sweep over him, carrying a hint of exploration. That very will itself contained light as immense as the starry sea. With every sweep of that will, his speed of absorbing the luminous flow uncontrollably quickened, as if a hungry instinct encountered the most exquisite delicacy. He attempted to think, to recall. I am. The name. Yes, Lucifer. My name is Lucifer. I rushed to save a child about to be hit by a car, pushing him away. Other memories. A blank. Only this name, and the intense contradiction of being burned by light while relying on it to survive. Where's this place? As soon as the thought arose, the warm flow of light enveloping him suddenly fluctuated. That vast will descended once more, this time not merely sweeping over him, but lingering with more explicit attention upon him. Lucifer felt an unprecedented gaze. Not the gaze of fleshly eyes, but a sensation of being comprehensively scrutinized by a higher dimensional existence. His fragmented soul had nowhere to hide under this gaze, including his instinct to madly absorb light energy. A subtle fluctuation detached from that vast will, no longer merely probing, but seemingly carrying an ineffable meaning, as if something extraordinarily intriguing had been discovered. Lucifer felt a primal fear, wishing to cease his absorption, yet found himself utterly unable to do so. He could only passively endure this gaze, sensing that thread of interest becoming increasingly distinct. Then he fainted again, and upon awakening, he found himself floating in a vast, luminous space. Before him, a silver giant adorned with a Y-shaped emblem slowly materialized. Nikasazi. How do I know this giant's name? This giant must be the Ultraman from the Tokusatsu series, right? Have I crossed over? Lucifer pondered within his mind. He had only heard of Ultraman, but had never seen it. Gazing at the giant that was scrutinizing him, Lucifer nervously greeted, Hello, my surname is Lu, and my name is Shifa. Yet Nikasazi did not respond, merely observing him, its two large bulbous eyes seemingly conveying a scrutinizing gaze, causing Lucifer to freeze in place. Perhaps tired of staring, the Y-shaped silver giant gradually faded away. As the giant vanished, information flooded into his mind, revealing that he was in a space called Jinhua Zenlace. Furthermore, he was currently in a soul state, unable to go anywhere but here. Jinhua Zenlace space. Soul state. Nowhere to go. So am I being kept like a pet? Or treated as some peculiar collectible? Lucifer murmured, his voice echoing faintly in this strange space, only to be absorbed by the gentle light. Nikasazi's last scrutinizing gaze unsettled him. It was not merely curiosity, but akin to a scientist discovering an unseen microorganism, filled with scrutiny, exploration, and a hint of anticipation. He attempted to move, but this so-called soul state felt more like a self-aware mass of energy. He could not breach the boundaries of light. The only thing he could do was continue to passively absorb the warm light energy surrounding him. Yet this energy transformed into a pitch-black essence, the antithesis of light. This absorption ceased to be the initial torment and frenzy, becoming slow and natural, as if it had become a part of his very existence. As the light energy continued to seep in, he felt his shattered soul not only mending, but also gradually nourishing and strengthening. Memories that had once been blank began to reveal more fragments, not just the moment of saving the child from the accident, but more scenes from his past life. The glow of a computer screen, the aroma of coffee, the laughter of friends, the fatigue and occasional joy of being an ordinary wage slave. Lucifer's life began to crystallize. Time lost its meaning in this place. Unbeknownst to him, as he was about to grow accustomed to this solitude, a man with brown hair and black eyes, defined features, and a healthy complexion, exuding an aura of coldness and determination, appeared. The man, upon seeing Lucifer, appeared puzzled as to why a person was present here. Just as the two stared at each other, the silver giant reappeared. After the giant's arrival, the man turned his gaze toward it, saying, "Are you the one calling me? What do you wish for me to do?" The silver giant remained silent, merely observing him, and then a technologically advanced object resembling a short blade materialized before him within the space of Jinhua. Zinlays. Then a mirror appeared in this space, revealing a three-headed monster slowly approaching a relic, intent on destroying it. "Do you want me to go into battle? If this can atone for my sins." With that, the man grasped the object before him and pulled it out with force. In the astonished gaze of Lucifer, the man before him drew forth the evolutionary trust, as if he had unleashed a blinding flash, nearly dazzling Lucifer's eyes. Once his vision adjusted, the man had vanished, and he found himself not in the realm he once inhabited, but rather confronting a three-headed beast. To his bewilderment, Lucifer discovered that he was ensconced within the body of the silver giant. Yet, he possessed only the privilege of observation, devoid of any authority over the situation. "Oh, Ultraman." It turns out to be a transformation of a human. Lucifer, though perplexed, was nonetheless profoundly shaken. Chapter 2. The initial battle of Jia Zhuan with the emergence of Nai Kusei, Jia Lu Bei Luo unleashed a thunderous roar. Its colossal form quaking violently as dark energy surged around it like a turbulent sea of ink. Its eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty red light, fixating on the silver-glowing Nai Kusei as if intending to rend the very fabric of its being with its gaze. Nai Kusei transformed into a crimson, youthful form and subsequently activated the Meta realm, drawing Jia Lu Bei Luo into this mystical domain. Inside Nai Kusei's physique, Lu Shifa felt as though he were watching a grand 3D movie, experiencing the raw intensity of battle firsthand. Within the Meta realm, the very essence of space seemed distorted by an enigmatic force, a soft silver luminescence enveloping the surroundings, clashing fiercely against the oppressive darkness emanating from Jia Lu Bei Luo, creating a vivid tableau of stark contrasts. Nai Kusei, agile and swift as a silver lightning bolt, launched the first attack against Jia Lu Bei Luo. Unfazed, Jia Lu Bei Luo opened its maw, filled with razor-sharp fangs, and unleashed a black fireball forged from dark energy, colliding head-on with Nai Kusei. In an instant, light and darkness intertwined. Powerful energy waves rippling outward like ripples in water, causing the space around them to resonate ominously. Lu Shifa, nestled within Nai Kusei, acutely sensed the impact of this force, as if he were at the very center of the conflict. He could clearly perceive the strength and determination behind each of Nai Kusei's movements, and the thrill of being on the battlefield stirred his blood. Following the dispersal of flames, Jia Lu Bei Luo let out a furious roar, its massive form vaulting into the air like a dark meteor aimed at Nai Kusei. Calm and composed, Nai Kusei deftly sidestepped, extending an arm to strike Jia Lu Bei Luo's flank with a powerful elbow. This blow, infused with formidable energy, sent Jia Lu Bei Luo careening off course, crashing heavily to the ground, the impact causing the very earth of the realm to tremble and crack like spiderwebs. Yet, Jia Lu Bei Luo did not relent. It scrambled back to its feet, the bloodthirsty gleam in its eyes intensifying, with dark energy surging anew. Nai Kusei, caught off guard, was struck down by a fireball from Jia Lu Bei Luo. Seizing this opportunity, Jia Lu Bei Luo charged at the fallen Nai Kusei, extending its claws to grasp him and send him hurtling away. After being launched into the air, Nai Kusei crashed heavily against the ground, his red-silver form flickering as if dimmed. However, he exhibited no fear or hesitation. Rather, he seized the moment as Jie Lu Bei Luosi approached, grabbing its foot and pushing it away. Jie Lu Bei Luosi staggered back a few steps, and Nai Kusei-si used the opportunity to propel himself forward once more like an arrow aimed at Jie Lu Bei Luosi. The two entities clashed again, and Lu Shifa found himself growing weary of the spectacle. Why not simply unleash your most powerful attack and send it soaring into the heavens? Or do you intend to beat it into submission with your fists? It seemed that Nai Kusei-si heard Lu Shifa's unspoken thoughts. After sending Jie Lu Bei Luosi flying once more, he retreated a few paces and placed his hands over his core energy, extracting power from the energy core. As the V-shape on his chest flickered with brilliance, Nai Kusei-si spread his arms wide, releasing a core pulse that struck Jie Lu Bei Luosi directly, instantly sending it hurtling away, crashing to the ground with a resounding explosion that scattered it into molecules. Once Jie Lu Bei Luosi was defeated, Nai Kusei-si knelt upon the earth, the Meta realm dissipating until nothing remained. Only a solitary man remained kneeling in the dense thicket, clutching the evolution trust. Panting, "Is this the punishment you bestow upon me?" At that moment, Lu Shifa observed that the dark energy from Jie Lu Bei Luosi had been absorbed by him, pondering whether he was merely a garbage processor. Although perplexed, he felt his soul becoming more substantial after absorbing the dark energy. The man slowly rose, his gaze complex as he regarded the evolution trust in his hand. He understood that from this day forth, every transformation into Nai Kusei-si and battle against the alien beasts would be a dual trial for both his soul and body. Within the evolution trust, Lu Shifa marveled at the solidification of the soul, filled with both delight and confusion. He attempted to harness this newly acquired power, discovering a faint connection to the external world. "Pray tell, what is your name?" The man paused, momentarily taken aback by Lu Shifa's sudden inquiry. After a moment of silence, he responded, "I am Jie Zhuan, once a journalist, now a vagabond." "Are you darkness?" "Darkness? What darkness? I am but a man, flung here after saving a child and being struck by a vehicle." Lu Shifa explained with a sense of resignation, unable to comprehend why Jie Zhuan associated him with darkness. Jie Zhuan furrowed his brow, a glimmer of doubt flashing in his eyes. However, after experiencing so many peculiar events, he was not overly astonished by Lu Shifa's strange words. He replied slowly, "Yet you just absorbed the dark energy of Jie Lu Bei Luosi, which compels me to question your nature." Lu Shifa scoffed. "I had no desire to absorb it. Who knew it would simply infiltrate my soul? Yet, it seems there are no ill effects. Rather, it has rendered my soul more substantial." Jie Zhuan nodded thoughtfully, stowing away the evolution trust, aware that lingering in this battleground was unwise, as it might attract other alien beasts. "Let us depart from here. We can converse as we walk." With that, he began to move towards the thicket's edge. Lu Shifa, curious about Jie Zhuan's past, inquired, "As a former journalist, you must possess a wealth of celebrity gossip. Do share a few tales." Jie Zhuan's steps faltered imperceptibly, seemingly caught off guard by Lu Shifa's unexpected question after such a harrowing battle and peculiar energy absorption. He remained silent, parting the bushes before him as he continued onward. "None." His voice carried a hint of fatigue and detachment, suggesting a reluctance to delve into the past. "I reported on war zones, not entertainment gossip." "War correspondent?" Lu Shifa's voice resonated in Jie Zhuan's mind, tinged with surprise and subtle intrigue. "Oh, that must have been exhilarating. Surely you've witnessed numerous grand spectacles? Real gunfire? Was it more perilous than battling those three beasts just now?" Jie Zhuan's brow furrowed deeper, as memories of artillery fire, cries, and the scent of gunpowder surged forth in response to Lu Shifa's words, bringing a sharp pang of pain. Instinctively, he grasped the evolution trust in his pocket, his tone stiffening as he interrupted, "That is different. Combat is intended to eliminate threats. War," he paused, his voice lowering, "is an entirely separate matter." Lu Shifa keenly sensed the shift in Jie Zhuan's emotions. Although curious, he tactfully refrained from further probing. Instead, he redirected his attention to the peculiar, slightly cold dark energy now residing within his soul. It resembled ink dropped into clear water, yet rather than spreading and tainting, it was intriguingly confined, digested, and transformed into a purer form of power that nourished his essence. "How peculiar this sensation is," Lu Shifa mused, seemingly addressing both himself and Jie Zhuan. "That dark substance, upon entering, felt frigid, yet now it seems to have become my nourishment. Am I to consider myself fortunate, having transformed into a dark energy processor?" Jie Zhuan did not respond immediately. He emerged from the dense thicket, and found himself on a secluded dirt road. In the distance, the outlines of the city flickered in the night. He paused, glancing back at the site of the recent battle, now shrouded in the stillness of the night. As if nothing had ever transpired, the Yi Shengso feasted on human fear and negative emotions, their energy cores filled with darkness and despair. Ji Yinjuan slowly began to speak, as if analyzing, yet also warning, that the ability to absorb and transform such energy was indeed unusual. Whether this power was truly harmless remained uncertain. His gaze once again fell upon the hand tightly gripping the Shinjura, as if he could penetrate the exterior and glimpse the true nature of Lucifer within. You claim to be human, yet bear the name Lucifer, while also consuming dark energy. Such contradictions inevitably arouse suspicion regarding your essence. You say you died to save a child. Is that genuine? Absolutely. Lucifer's voice resonated with discontent and a hint of grievance. Why would I deceive you? I pushed that child away and, before I knew it, found myself in your Shinlaijia. As for my name, I am surnamed Lu, with the given name Xie. As my parents named me, what could I do about that? Throughout my childhood, I was ridiculed for this name, with peers asking when I would fall from grace. Chapter 3. Communication. Ji Yinjuan listened to the plaintive and dissatisfied defense echoing in his mind, and fell silent for a moment. The night breeze tousled his slightly disheveled hair, carrying the unique dampness of the forest, mingled with a faint, almost imperceptible burnt scent, a remnant of the recent energy explosion. Lucifer. He softly repeated the name, as if attempting to discern truth from illusion. A being bearing such a name, who claims to have perished for a noble cause while also absorbing dark energy, presents an enigma steeped in contradiction. However, he sensed no pure malice or seduction from the other's voice. Rather, there was a peculiar bluntness and recklessness, even a hint of absurdity. I shall tentatively place my trust in you, Ji Yinjuan finally declared, his tone remaining calm, yet a trace of vigilance seemed to soften imperceptibly. Nonetheless, the ability you possess must be approached with caution. Dark energy is by no means benevolent. It can erode the mind and amplify desires. Even if you feel well now, there is no guarantee that unforeseen changes won't emerge in the future. Rest assured, I am aware of that. Lucifer appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, quickly reverting to a teasing tone. After all, now that we are bonded, if I truly transform into a dark overlord, who would be the first to suffer? You are my earthly vessel, after all. Ji Yinjuan found the term earthly vessel somewhat perplexing, but grasped its general meaning. He chose not to pursue the topic further and continued along the dirt road. His body still bore the fatigue and subtle aches of battle. Yet a heavier burden loomed within his heart. Now, it seemed, this burden included an enigmatic and uninvited guest that required supervision. Where are we going now? Lucifer inquired curiously. Back to your home? Might the abode of the war correspondent harbor formidable weapons or secret intelligence? Just a temporary refuge, Ji Yinjuan replied succinctly, unwilling to divulge personal matters. His past loomed like a heavy shackle, one he was reluctant to reveal to outsiders, particularly to such a mysterious entity. Undeterred by his evasiveness, Lucifer began to observe the surroundings. Through Ji Yinjuan's senses, he could vaguely perceive the dimly lit road, hear the distant chirping of insects, and feel the coolness of the night breeze. This experience was both novel and awkward, akin to viewing the world through frosted glass. By the way, old Ji, can I call you Brother Juan? Lucifer resumed the conversation. You fought quite impressively just now. However, those three-headed dogs were indeed tough to handle. Will you be battling such creatures daily? That sounds rather arduous, doesn't it? Is there any salary or reward involved? Perhaps some light points after defeating monsters, which could be exchanged for a powerful skill. Ji Yinjuan, there are no points. That is quite unfortunate. Purely unpaid labor. And you still have to endure beatings. Lucifer lamented on his behalf. So what is your motivation? To maintain world peace? A lofty ideal. What is it for? Ji Yinjuan's footsteps faltered momentarily. Before him, the smile of Syra resurfaced, alongside the ruins that had ultimately been consumed by war. The lives he had failed to save. The deeply buried sense of atonement. How could he ever articulate this to an outsider? It is merely something I must do, he ultimately provided a vague yet weighty response. Lucifer seemed to perceive the sudden pallor of his emotion and fell silent. It was as if he finally recognized that this man, capable of transforming into a giant of light, bore a far heavier burden than the battles themselves. The silence persisted, with only Ji Yinjuan's steady footsteps echoing along the quiet night road. After walking some distance, a faint sound of an engine emerged in the distance. Ji Yinjuan instantly became alert, swiftly concealing himself in the shadows of a nearby tree, his gaze sharp as he focused on the source of the sound. What is happening? Lucifer immediately grew anxious. Is it another monster? Or someone trying to capture you? Uncertain, Ji Yinjuan replied quietly, his muscles taut and alert, aware that any vehicle appearing in such a location warranted caution. He held his breath, concentrating intently. The vehicle's headlights drew closer, revealing it to be an ordinary civilian truck, moving at a leisurely pace along the secluded road. However, just as the truck was about to pass where Ji Yinjuan was hiding, the Shinjura emitted a flickering light. Wait a moment, Brother Zhuan. I think I sensed a faint trace of the same aroma from that three-headed dog inside that truck. Very subtle, yet unmistakable. Ji Yinjuan's pupils dilated suddenly. The scent of Yi Shengso? Inside a human vehicle? Could it be that Yi Shengso can also exist in a miniature form, aside from their colossal physical manifestations? This unexpected revelation cast a new and more unsettling haze over the dimly lit road. Lucifer's extraordinary sensitivity to dark energy further deepened Ji Yinjuan's unease. Thus, Ji Yinjuan pursued the vehicle. Yet how could a human compete with an automobile? In no time, the truck sped past him. Ji Yinjuan's breath momentarily stalled in the night air. The seemingly ordinary truck's taillights rapidly shrank into the distance, merging into the encroaching darkness, leaving behind only a faint trace of dust and a more profound sense of doubt. The Shinjura continued to pulse weakly in his grasp, akin to an anxious heartbeat. Lucifer's voice carried a tinge of tension. Although the scent was faint, it was undoubtedly accurate. It possessed that sweet, fragrant quality, and it was indeed in that truck. Let us follow it. Ji Yinjuan's voice was low yet resolute, devoid of hesitation. He burst forth from the shadows, his agile form merging with the night like a hunting leopard, sprinting down the dirt road with all his might. His speed surpassed that of an ordinary person, the night wind howling past his ears. Yet, human legs could ultimately not contend with mechanical power. Within mere breaths, the truck's taillights vanished around a bend, the roar of the engine swiftly swallowed by the wilderness's silence. Ji Yinjuan was compelled to halt, his chest heaving from exertion. He clutched the Shinjura tightly, feeling the pulsing gradually subside, indicating that the source of the scent was rapidly receding. We've lost it. Lucifer's voice was tinged with frustration and a barely perceptible anxiety. What should we do? If that thing reaches a populated area? Ji Yinjuan did not respond. His keen gaze swept the surroundings, swiftly locking onto a direction. This way. Approximately 10 kilometers ahead on this dirt road lies a small gas station, the only place in this region likely to harbor humanity. If his aim was to convey a message, though his words remained unfinished, the meaning was unmistakable. He resumed his run, not in mindless pursuit, but with determined strides directed towards a preordained target. Sweat drenched his brow, and every step tugged at his wounds, yet his speed showed no sign of faltering. A somewhat dilapidated white van rolled into the brightly lit gas station. The driver, a middle-aged man, bore a hint of fatigue on his face as he parked beside the pump and honked the horn. The young attendant, grumbling as he approached, exclaimed, "It's so noisy." "I know. What are you mumbling about?" A menacing-looking man leaned out from the driver's seat and inquired. Instantly, a smile illuminated the attendant's face as he welcomed the driver. The refueling process, however, was anything but smooth. The nozzle was inserted into the tank, and the numbers on the pump flickered incessantly, refusing to stabilize. The driver, growing impatient, said, "Hey, kid, can we wrap this up?" "Huh." The attendant, wiping the windshield, looked bewildered. "What do you mean? How long will this take?" "It's already over the limit," the driver remarked, somewhat irked. "That can't be right," the attendant replied as he moved closer to inspect. Gazing at the incessantly changing numbers, he let out a gasp. Meanwhile, in a room filled with computer screens, a young boy typed furiously, and as the vibrations emanated from the monitor, he spoke. "Vibration wave, confirmed." Back at the gas station, the disgruntled driver returned to his vehicle, leaving the young attendant to investigate the issue. "How odd. It should have overflowed, yet no fuel is leaking," he muttered. Suddenly, he heard a dripping sound and knelt down to look, only to see liquid continuously dripping from beneath the vehicle. Before long, the liquid began to morph into a monstrous creature, which devoured him amidst his screams. Inside the vehicle, the driver felt a jolt and then heard the attendant's horrified cries and sounds of chewing. He hurriedly exited to investigate, only to be met by the terrifying sight of the beast. As it pursued him, he dashed around the vehicle, but a tentacle ensnared his leg, causing him to fall. Just as the creature's gaping maw, filled with sharp teeth, loomed over him, an explosion erupted from the monster, forcing it to release the driver and flee. Laser beams rained down behind it, igniting the ground as it scurried into a tunnel. Deep within the tunnel, emergency lights struggled against the oppressive darkness, casting a sickly green glow that elongated the twisted shadows. The creature, Piedlong, A horrific being transformed by alcohol and dark forces slithered along the cold concrete wall, secreting a flammable slime that emitted a nauseatingly sweet, decayed odor. Its damaged portions slowly regenerated, producing a faint, grating buzz. The silence, however, did not endure for long. A sharp, piercing sound approached, shattering the night's tranquility. Two sleek, futuristic black warplanes from the Chester series zoomed in at astonishing speed, landing precisely at the tunnel's entrance. Personnel clad in sci-fi attire swiftly emerged, assembling their weapons into a team before advancing into the tunnel. The group finally spotted their target at the apex of the tunnel, which dropped down before them, its terrifying maw wide open. Target confirmed, codename Piedlong, Night Raid Team, commence attack, commanded Captain Hakong Ingfu with resolute authority. Upon receiving the order, the team's large separation guns, Daiwei Te, erupted with sparks, striking the diminutive Piedlong and creating a flurry of white light points. In no time, the creature exploded before their eyes. Mission accomplished, Hakong Ingfu declared, removing his helmet. Confirmation complete, the handling team will arrive in 37 seconds. Reported the young man in white from the computer room. What about the damage caused by the alien beast? No need to worry, MP will handle the aftermath. Hakong Ingfu remarked while observing the scene. He then instructed, retreat. Chapter 4. Behold, what is professionalism? This is professionalism. Upon arriving at the gas station, Ji Yazun witnessed Piedlong attempting to devour the driver and readied his evolution trustworthy for action. Wait, there are planes coming, Lucifer cautioned. Instantly, Ji Yazun halted and concealed himself nearby. Lucifer chided, what are you hiding for? The light has already obscured you. Unless you wield the power of light and are seen by the naked eye, they won't detect you. How do you know that? Ji Yazun inquired. Oh right, how do I know? I honestly don't know, Lucifer replied, equally perplexed, leaving Ji Yazun with a furrowed brow. They then witnessed the aircraft relentlessly attacking Piedlong with laser cannons, driving it into the tunnel. Subsequently, two futuristic warplanes gradually descended before the tunnel, from which emerged four personnel clad in advanced combat suits, wielding exaggerated weaponry. And advancing in formation into the tunnel, Ji Yazun observed from outside as the team efficiently dispatched Piedlong, only to be followed by another vehicle from which numerous individuals in protective gear emerged, utilizing specialized equipment to meticulously collect and package the creature's remains. Even Lucifer, within the confines of the evolution trustworthy, couldn't help but exclaim, professional, absolutely professional. Brother Zhuan, could these be your future comrades in arms? Ji Yazun gazed at the tactical team swiftly clearing the scene, their movements precise and coordinated, as if honed through countless trials. The remnants of Piedlong were rapidly collected and sealed, even the traces of battle meticulously diminished by specialized instruments. They don't seem like comrades, Ji Yazun murmured. His brow furrowed. They appear more like evidence removers. At that moment, two individuals exited, one of whom, a woman, seemed to catch sight of Ji Yazun. But by the time she looked again, he had vanished. I told you, this light only obscures electronic devices. Standing openly at the tunnel entrance only reveals my presence. Lucifer scoffed. Apologies, I was a bit curious, Ji Yazun replied. But that female team member probably just thought she saw something. He added. Perhaps, Lucifer mused. Withholding a detail, as Ji Yazun peered into the tunnel, a male team member had also discreetly glanced in their direction, though less conspicuously. And Lucifer dismissed it as mere coincidence. Ji Yazun returned to his quarters. By the way, weren't you a journalist? Why do you live in such modest circumstances? Lucifer's voice echoed in the evolution trustworthy with unabashed disdain. Ji Yazun surveyed his six-ping-sized room, a folding bed, a second-hand desk, and several rows of simple bookshelves filled with photography works and documentation. A half-height cardboard box stood in the corner, and on the windowsill, a faded shirt dried. It suffices, Ji Yazun replied, turning on the desk lamp. Being a journalist isn't a high-paying profession, especially one that constantly chases the truth, Lucifer remarked meaningfully. Ji Yazun paused, the light casting shadows across his sharply defined features. Rest early, he said, lying down on the bed, while Lucifer, in the evolution trustworthy, observed the dark energy in his hands, a meager contribution from Piedlong's demise. Though small, even the tiniest morsel was welcome. The morning sun filtered through the mist, cloaking the city in a gentle, pale golden hue. Jiazhu wrapped himself in a somewhat worn brown trench coat, his hands buried deep in the pockets as he meandered aimlessly along the streets that had yet to fully awaken. The air was infused with the enticing aromas of breakfast stalls mingling with the faint scent of automobile exhaust. So, are you truly planning to just get by like this? The voice of Lucifer resonated directly in Jiyaju's mind, laced with a languid tone akin to one just roused from slumber, yet retaining its characteristic fastidiousness. The bed was so hard that I could feel it, even while lying in the evolution trust. I wanted to mention it when you tossed and turned for the 12th time last night. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of Jiyaju's mouth as his gaze drifted over to a display of gleaming new cameras in a shop window. What else could I do? My press credentials have been gathering dust for far too long. His voice remained calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Why? I see photographs and materials scattered everywhere. It doesn't seem like you dislike it. Lucifer's tone carried a hint of newfound discovery, as if he were somewhat surprised to find himself appreciating something. That photo of the little girl you took is delightful. Her smile is quite warm. This time, Jiyaju paused, his steps slowing slightly. You've looked at my things? The space felt a bit stifling. I had to find something to occupy myself. Those cardboard boxes were hard to miss. Lucifer replied matter-of-factly. So why is that? Because you failed to capture the true essence of reality? Jiyaju fell silent for a moment as they passed a breakfast stall exuding steam from freshly made buns. Because the truths captured sometimes do not offer hope. Rather, they bring harm. His voice lowered, and he added, some truths seem to elude capture by a mere camera. Memories of last night's professional yet chilling squad flooded his mind. I don't understand, Lucifer responded succinctly. I only know that one must look forward. Dwelling solely in the past changes nothing. Nevertheless, could you buy a few more buns? Lucifer asked with a hint of embarrassment. Jiyaju halted, turning his gaze toward the steaming buns. Can you even eat? I can smell the aroma. Lucifer's voice held an unusual urgency. Even if I can't eat them, I can still enjoy the scent. Your body requires sustenance as well, right? Buy a few more. Let it be for my enjoyment. A flicker of amusement crossed Jiyaju's eyes. He approached the stall and purchased 4 meat buns, placing them in a paper bag. And then what? How do you want me to let you smell them? Simple. Just take out the evolution trust and bring it closer. Jiyaju complied, retrieving the evolution trust from his pocket and seemingly casually positioning it near the paper bag. The silver device glimmered subtly in the morning light. Ah, delightful. While it may not compare to the allure of dark energy, this earthly essence is quite pleasant. Lucifer sighed contentedly. That one on the left, slightly charred, seems particularly fragrant. Jiyaju picked up the slightly burnt bun and took a bite. Are you satisfied now? It's acceptable. Look ahead. Do you see that dog at the right alley? It's eyeing your buns. Lucifer directed, share one with it. Are you here to smell buns, or instruct me to feed a dog? Both can be accomplished simultaneously. A warrior of light must learn to share. It cultivates virtue. Lucifer asserted with utmost seriousness. Moreover, that dog looks pitifully thin, akin to the state of your room. Jiyaju shook his head, but genuinely approached the scruffy dog huddled at the alley's entrance, cautiously placing a bun on the ground nearby. The dog eyed him warily, sniffed the air, then slowly approached to snatch the bun, darting away with impressive speed. See, you've done a good deed. Hasn't tea that brightened your mood? Lucifer inquired triumphantly. Where did you learn all this? Jiyaju continued walking, savoring his second bun. I don't know. It just came to mind naturally. Perhaps I am inherently a kind-hearted being of darkness? Lucifer appeared perplexed by his own statement. Speaking of which, what are your plans regarding that tactical squad? Jiyaju's expression grew serious. Observation. If they are indeed here to deal with the Yi Sung Sog, Yishingshu, perhaps they are not enemies? Lucifer interjected. But you sense it is not that simple, correct? Their level of professionalism and equipment does not resemble that of first-timers facing such incidents. Jiyaju nodded, then realized Lucifer could not see his gesture, so he quietly added, moreover, they appear to be concealing evidence. Astute. Therefore, I suggest you refrain from revealing your identity too hastily. Observe the situation first. Chapter 5. The Pungent Aroma of Love. Where is the FFF group? Upon arriving at the zoo, Lucifer gazed at the animals with palpable excitement, for he had never visited a zoo before his transmigration. To his surprise, he found himself here, albeit brought by a relay baton. Juinga, since this world harbors Yi Sung Sog, Yishingshu, why hasn't there been any news coverage? It's as though these matters do not exist at all. If it were my world, the headlines would be sensationalized. Such as shocking. A man plays hide and seek with a monster at midnight. Or a man's midnight date with a monster results in 1 dead and 1 injured. Or is it moral decay or societal distortion? A man's passionate scream with a monster. Jiyaju listened to Lucifer's imagined headlines with a face full of exasperation. Your hometown is truly teeming with talent, isn't it? Of course. Who doesn't know that to succeed in journalism, one must be quick on their feet to obtain first-hand information? Lucifer replied with enthusiasm. Jiyaju smiled wryly. I cannot fathom why there is no news coverage. Perhaps it's to avoid causing public panic, or perhaps to prevent alarming the Yi Sheng Sog, Yixingxiu, thereby prompting them to take more dangerous actions. Lucifer nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense, but is it truly wise to hide everything? What if one day the Yi Sheng Sog, Yixingxiu, suddenly appears in large numbers, leaving the public unprepared? That would be terrifying. Jiyaju approached the monkey enclosure, where a swarm of monkeys leapt about, chattering and attracting numerous visitors. After a while, feeling fatigued, he settled onto a nearby bench, at which point Lucifer's voice echoed in his mind once more. Juanga, look at that handsome guy across from us, chatting sweetly with his girlfriend. Should we burn them to demonstrate the power of our FFF group? Jiyaju rolled his eyes in irritation. Stop stirring up trouble. Their romance has nothing to do with you. Don't act like a childish fool. Lucifer chuckled. I'm just joking. Speaking of which, why aren't you dating? A man like you is obviously a catch, yet you remain single. Jiyaju paused, his gaze shifting from the couple to the nearby children playing, his expression revealing a hint of complexity. Love is not something I am inclined to consider. Lucifer pressed with curiosity. Why not? With your qualities. Is there someone special in your heart? Or perhaps a secret you cannot share? Jiyaju gently shook his head, taking a deep breath before speaking slowly. I have witnessed too much darkness, the crises lurking beneath the calm surface of life. The existence of the Yi Sheng So, Yixingxiu, has made me acutely aware of the responsibilities I bear. Until I can ensure the safety of those around me, I do not wish to venture into matters of the heart. Lucifer nodded, seeming to grasp his sentiment. That sounds rather tragic, but can't protection and love coexist? Like when you are weary from battle? Having someone to offer you a warm embrace and encouragement is quite wonderful. I assent it. A faint smile graced Jiyaju's lips. While that may be true, do you not think that someone like me might bring danger to those close to me? Once a close relationship is established, they may become targets of the Yi Sheng So attacks. I do not wish for innocent individuals to be placed in peril due to my presence. After a moment of silence, Lucifer seriously remarked, Juanga, while your thoughts are noble, they are also excessively cautious. Perhaps there exists a formidable young woman who not only comprehends your plight, but also stands behind you in the battle against the Yi Sheng So. Ji Yazhen gazed skyward, sunlight filtering through the branches, casting dappled shadows. Perhaps, he mused, but before that, I must first atone for my transgressions. Atonement? Lucifer inquired curiously. What exactly are you atoning for? Ji Yazhen remained silent, his attention drawn to the scene before him. Lucifer refrained from pressing further, recognizing Ji Yazhen's reluctance to divulge the matter. Excuse me, sir, could you take a photograph of my girlfriend and me? Gyuman Ihue approached Ji Yazhen with a request. Upon seeing the handsome youth alongside the blissful girl, Ji Yazhen hesitated momentarily before responding, certainly. Thank you, Gyuman said, handing the camera to Ji Yazhen before rushing back to Lizzie. Observing Ji Yazhen's professional photography skills, Lucifer couldn't help but smile within the confines of the Evolution Trust. My goodness, Jia, your photography is exquisite. Are you a professional photographer? Gyuman Ihue asked excitedly, glancing at the camera in his hands. Indeed, Jia. Your work is remarkable, Lizzie chimed in with admiration. Feeling slightly embarrassed by their compliments, Ji Yazhen returned to his seat, prompting Lucifer to quip, Ah, the sweet scent of romance. I wonder if my Juangu remains a solitary soul. Ji Yazhen chuckled helplessly, choosing not to engage further. His gaze wandered back to the diverse crowd within the zoo, observing families brimming with happiness and couples enveloped in sweetness, stirring a complex whirlwind of emotions within him. At that moment, Gyuman Ihue seemed to receive an urgent notification, turning to Lizzie and saying, Lizzie, someone has fallen into a valley, and the rescue team must depart immediately. I must go. Gyuman-kun, please be safe on your way. Good luck. Lizzie encouraged him. To think that this handsome young man was a member of the rescue team. One truly cannot judge a book by its cover. Lucifer remarked as he noticed Lizzie preparing to leave. Ji Yazhen nodded slightly, watching the hurried figures of Gyuman Ihue and Lizzie, reflecting inwardly. Juangu, what do you think would be the reaction of those ordinary yet blissful people if they were to learn of the Yi Sheng So? Lucifer pondered curiously. Ji Yazhen contemplated for a moment before responding. Perhaps they would feel fear and panic. However, maintaining such secrecy is not a sustainable solution. Currently, this is the only course of action. To disclose it recklessly may incite greater chaos, Ji Yazhen asserted with unwavering resolve. Until we possess the capability to eliminate the Yi Sheng So threat entirely, preserving the facade of tranquility serves as a form of protection. Upon returning home, Ji Yazhen left the zoo. Meanwhile, Gyuman Ihue found himself suspended beneath a helicopter, en route to rescue the victim. However, as he neared the destination, the fog thickened, causing him to feel increasingly anxious and disoriented, reminiscent of a childhood incident when he fell into the water. Observing Gyumin Ihue's distress, the team leader swiftly substituted him, successfully rescuing the victim. When Gyumin Ihue returned, he remained sullen, comforted only when the team leader presented him with a letter, staring at the notice for regular health checkups. Gyumin Ihue fell into silence. Chapter 6. That day, I seemed to have seen a deity before the official Matsunaga, who had taken him for a series of meticulous examinations and then casually returned him. Gyumin Ihue stood in the wilderness, confusion etched across his face. The official merely nodded, treating the matter with bureaucratic indifference, offering no explanations. What is the meaning of this? Gyumin muttered to himself, rubbing his throbbing temples. He had been taken to a mysterious facility for comprehensive testing, only to be returned as if nothing had transpired. Days later, when Gyumin was summoned again to an office at the police headquarters, Matsunaga pushed a silver-gray sealed box towards him. Gyumin, report to the designated coordinates immediately. This is a confidential mission, and details will be provided upon arrival. The official's tone brooked no argument, yet his eyes flickered with a meaning Gyumin could not decipher. Thus, cradling the weighty metal box, Gyumin embarked on a path that would gradually distance him from the mundane world. Zhuanggu, your evolution trust is glowing. Lucifer alerted him from within the confines of the evolution trust. Ji Yazhin swiftly seized the radiant transformation device and burst through the door. At that moment, Gyumin, driving towards the reporting location, noticed an abandoned passenger vehicle by the roadside, its engine still warm. Instinctively halting his car, he approached to investigate, opening the door and picking up a soda bottle, startled by the fizzing contents. Suddenly, a noise from behind sent a jolt of fear coursing through him. Guided by the light, Ji Yazhin swiftly arrived at the dense forest on the city outskirts. The evolution trust continued to pulsate in his palm, and he murmured, "What do you wish for me to do?" "Certainly to eliminate the Yi Sheng Sog," Lucifer replied with a hint of mockery. "Do you think it wishes to invite you to dinner?" The moment Gyumin laid eyes on the Yi Sheng Sog, he leaped from the vehicle, sprinting in the opposite direction. However, as he stumbled and was ensnared by the tendrils of Pedron, a chilling dread gripped his heart. The creature's viscous appendages dragged him toward his demise, and he clutched a metal pole by the roadside desperately. Just as he closed his eyes in despair, a blinding radiance descended. Upon Ji Yazhin's arrival at the scene, he witnessed Gyumin ensnared by Pedron's tentacles, being pulled toward the monster's gaping maw. Gyumin clung desperately to the roadside pole, his knuckles whitening from exertion. That Gyumin is on the verge of becoming a snack, Lucifer reported in real time. Without hesitation, Ji Yazhin drew forth the evolution trust. As Lucifer discreetly shielded his eyes, a dazzling brilliance tore through the night. A silver giant descended from the heavens, obliterating the small Pedron with a single punch. Regaining his freedom, Gyumin struggled to extricate himself from the tendrils. Lifting his gaze to the towering silver figure, his pupils reflecting the miraculous glow. Is this a dream? Gyumin's worldview began to violently reconstruct. Is it possible that our perceived reality is merely a facade? Subsequently, before Gyumin's incredulous eyes, the giant vanished as silently as moonlight merging with water. After a while, footsteps approached from behind, and the members of the night raid team arrived at the scene. Vice Captain Seijo Nagi issued a stern admonition to the disheveled Gyumin, the new recruit of the future. How does it feel to be gazed upon by mere mortals with the awe reserved for deities? Does your heart swell with emotion? Lucifer teased within the sea of consciousness. I am no deity, Ji Yazhin replied calmly, though his gaze followed the departing Gyumin. That fellow, who was once as obstinate as you, is now seated upon a golden throne, managing an endless stream of affairs, Ji Yazhin mused with a frown. What is this tale of the golden throne? It refers to a man who, revered as a god by his son, adamantly denied divinity while deriding his offspring's faith. Ultimately, he was betrayed by his most beloved child and is now confined to the golden throne, sustaining the Empire's operations. The tone of Lucifer was laced with profound sarcasm. Thus one should not hastily dismiss the light perceived by others. Jiazu walked silently through the night, yet the absurd fable of Lucifer unexpectedly resonated within his heart. The metaphors concerning faith and responsibility weighed heavily upon his steps. At this moment, Gyumin Ihue, filled with tumultuous emotions, followed the administrator Sanaga into the subterranean TLT base. As they traversed layers of rigorously guarded gates, the futuristic technological apparatus made him acutely aware that he was stepping into humanity's frontline against the unknown. Harsh training commenced immediately, ranging from the ecology of otherworldly beasts to armored adaptability training, and then to the operation of heavy energy weapons. Each course transcended the realm of knowledge possessed by the rescue team. The training instructor, Hiraki Shirori of the Night Raid team, appeared youthful yet demonstrated a fierce demeanor on the training grounds. Too slow. The assault from the otherworldly beast will not afford you time for contemplation. Tactical maneuvers, reshape. Repeat 20 times. Do you wish to endanger the entire team on the battlefield? Human, stay focused. You are facing a creature that devours life. However, Human's performance remained unsatisfactory. He could not help but recall that terrifying otherworldly beast from that night, along with the silver light that rent the darkness. The glimmer of hope brought by the giant contrasted sharply with the Night Raid team's cold technological approach to eliminating targets, creating a subtle confrontation within his heart. Meanwhile, in the highest security conference room of TLT, an assessment meeting regarding Nake's size was underway. Administrator Sanaga stood before a holographic projection. The image frozen at the moment of the silver giant's brilliance. Codename Nake's size, first confirmed appearance on the evening of the 7th of this month, accompanied by gamma-level unknown energy reactions. It had instantaneously eradicated the otherworldly beast Pidlong using methods that surpassed current technological levels, thereby saving the reserve team member Gimini Hue. The high-ranking officials in attendance gazed at the blurred energy spectrum, and an elder adorned with stars on his epaulets intoned gravely. What analysis can be made regarding its motives and stance? The current lack of sufficient data hampers judgment. Sanaga's response was cautious and restrained, yet inferred from the behavioral patterns, it indeed appeared to combat otherworldly beasts. Its act of rescuing our personnel could be perceived as a gesture of goodwill. However, he shifted his tone, asserting that the exhibited level of technology vastly exceeded comprehension, signifying an uncontrollable variable. The head of the security department promptly added, an uncontrollable force is a threat. We cannot ascertain whether its motives in eliminating otherworldly beasts align with human interests. If viewed as a predatory competitor, the possibility of conflict cannot be dismissed in the future. More gravely, the Minister of Intelligence supplemented, its spatial mobility completely evades existing monitoring systems, implying that all our defensive facilities are effectively rendered futile. Following a brief silence, the highest authority ultimately decreed, provisionally categorized as a yellow observation target. The Night Raid team will remain vigilant, prioritizing the execution of the predetermined operational tasks and refraining from unnecessary contact. However, comprehensive data on this target must be collected, particularly concerning energy characteristics and behavioral patterns. Sanaga, you are fully responsible for this matter. Once the others departed, Sanaga remained alone in the conference room. The silver giant stood quietly between light and shadow in the holographic projection, his gaze profoundly fixated on this being that shattered human understanding, as his fingertips gently tapped out a complex rhythm on the control console. Chapter 7. She is quite brave. Should we give her a punch? Having completed his training tasks and officially become a member of the Night Raid team, Human Ihue had scarcely begun to relax when a mission was assigned to him. The exterior of the factory was vast and dim, the air thick with a pungent, alcohol-like odor. Metallic pipes coiled like serpents across the factory's ceiling and walls, while the rusted equipment cast ominous shadows, adding to the oppressive atmosphere. New Night Raid member Gyumin Ihue gripped his Daiwei special large gun tightly, his knuckles widening from the effort. This marked his first real combat mission since joining, and the sound of his heartbeat thundered within his sealed helmet. Target confirmed. It is the otherworldly beast Pidlong. The calm voices of Captain Higura and Zhang Yingfu resonated through the communication devices of each team member. Ahead, the creature known as Pidlong emerged from the shadows, revealing a terrifying form. Its surface was slick and viscous, exhibiting an unhealthy gray-white hue. Its massive body, reminiscent of a slug, twisted grotesquely, with several pale tentacles covered in suckers flailing menacingly in the air, producing a nauseating squelching sound. And it now loomed over 50 meters tall. My goodness, how did it grow so large? Hiraki Shirori exclaimed in disbelief. Engage freely. We must not allow it to escape. Captain Higura commanded. Understood. The veteran members reacted swiftly, raising their weapons to aim with efficient precision. Ishihori Mitsuhiko, Hiraki Shirori, and Vice Captain Shijiao Naga simultaneously placed their fingers on the triggers. Gyumin inhaled deeply, striving to mimic his teammates' movements as he aimed at the writhing mass before him. The energy core of the Daiwei special gun began to hum ominously, heralding the imminent discharge of high-energy rays. However, in that critical moment, a piercing, human scream abruptly shattered the factory's silence. A thick tentacle from Pidlong shot forth with blinding speed, ensnaring a metal support beam in the factory's corner. There, a factory night worker, paralyzed by terror, had barely time for a second cry for help before the slick tentacle constricted around his waist, effortlessly lifting him into the air. The worker's face, awash with sheer horror, turned toward the night raid team, limbs thrashing in futile struggle as desperate whimpers escaped his throat. "What?" Captain Higura exclaimed in a mix of shock and fury. All actions from the night raid team froze instantly. The target in their sights was no longer merely the otherworldly beast, but the helpless hostage ensnared by its tentacle. "No, we cannot hit the hostage," Human shouted, his voice trembling under pressure. This was his first encounter with the harsh decisions inherent in their mission. How despicable. Hiraki Shirori spat, her weapon slightly lowering, unwilling to take the risk. Vice Captain Shijianaga's gaze became sharp and icy through her mask, fixating on Paidlong, yet she too refrained from pulling the trigger. An attack could inadvertently injure the hostage, or worse, provoke the beast into tearing the hostage apart. Paidlong's featureless head turned slightly, as if assessing the night raid team. Now immobilized by its actions, it emitted a low, victorious gurgle, using the hostage as a living shield, slowly moving toward another exit of the factory. Each groan from the suspended worker struck like a hammer against the hearts of the night raid members. The situation had dramatically reversed. "Captain, what should we do?" Gyuman anxiously looked to Higura, as the newcomer faced the most challenging predicament on his first deployment. CIC, requesting tactical instructions. Higura hastily reported to his superiors. Outside the factory, the sticky sounds of movement mingled with the muffled sobs of the hostage, creating a suffocating backdrop. After a brief silence, the calm, almost detached voice of Jili Zio, the CIC forecaster, resonated through the communication device. Directive confirmed. Target Paidlong is utilizing biological reactions for movement and proliferation. According to calculations, the probability of it successfully escaping with the hostage stands at 67. Should it enter a densely populated area, the consequences would be uncontrollable. His voice bore no fluctuation, as if reciting a predetermined physical formula. The night raid team must prioritize the extermination of the otherworldly beast. You are permitted, indeed required, to abandon the hostage and open fire immediately. What? Gyuman could scarcely believe his ears, exclaiming in disbelief, "This cannot be. That is a life." The forecaster's indifferent response echoed in his ear. "This is the optimal solution. To achieve maximum safety with minimal sacrifice is our duty, Kongmin team members." However, Komen's attempts to argue were abruptly interrupted by the cold voice of Vice Captain Seijo Nagi. "Execute the order, Kongmin." Her weapon was already raised again, firmly locking onto the massive form of Pedron, despite the creature's tentacles still flailing in the air, ensnaring an helpless worker. Acting on emotion would only result in greater casualties. And this is the reality we face. Seijo spoke the truth. Captain Wakura's voice was heavy yet resolute, leaving no room for dissent. "All personnel, re-aim. Target Pedron's main body. Free fire. Ensure its annihilation before it escapes." The veteran team members displayed no hesitation. Ishihori Mitsuhiko and Hiraki Shirori swiftly re-aimed almost instantaneously upon receiving the command. Their movements precise and ruthless, as if the anguished cries ahead did not exist. No, absolutely not. Komen's heart raced, blood rushing to his head. He gazed at the figure struggling in the air, as if he could see every ordinary and fragile life. Protecting the populace, wasn't that the very essence of their existence? How could he bear to? Thus, he charged forward, placing himself in front of Vice Captain Seijo Nagi's gun. Seijo, startled by his action, quickly shoved him aside and resumed her aim. At that moment, she spotted a man standing atop a building, a figure she recognized from previous encounters. Just as Seijo Nagi's finger was about to pull the trigger, a dazzling silver light descended from the heavens like a sword. As the light receded, a colossal silver form stood majestically amidst the factory buildings. Covered in sleek silver armor, its Y-shaped energy core pulsated with a cerulean glow, and its milk-white eyes were sharp and steadfast. It was the giant of light, Nexus. It was that giant, Ishihori Mitsuhiko exclaimed. The light exploded, accompanied by Pedron's agonized howl. As the slippery tentacle was severed, viscous liquid splattered, while the worker caught in midair was enveloped in a gentle halo, safely lowered to the ground. He saved the hostage. Hiraki Shiori's voice trembled with disbelief. Kongmin collapsed to the ground, staring at the silver giant, a surge of indescribable excitement and hope swelling within him. After gently placing the shaken but unharmed worker on the ground, Nexus immediately turned, adopting a standard combat stance, facing its true adversary, the gigantic Pedron. It lowered its center of gravity, the energy core shimmering, preparing to engage. However, at that moment, bang! A blinding blue high-energy beam tore through the air, striking Nexus's left shoulder armor with ferocity. Sparks erupted. Nexus staggered forward, its massive form jolted by the sudden attack from behind. It turned to face the source of the assault, Vice Captain Seijo Nagi. The muzzle of her D-weight gun still emitted a faint glow of dissipating energy. Her gaze beneath the mask was as cold as iron, harboring a deep, incomprehensible hatred. "Vice Captain, what are you doing?" Kongmin shouted in disbelief, rushing to stand before Seijo Nagi, unable to comprehend what he was witnessing. The giant had just saved the hostage. Captain Wakura was equally shocked. "Seijo?" Seijo Nagi's voice was chilling and resolute, showing no signs of wavering. "He is also an aberrant beast, a greater threat. We cannot let him go." Her words echoed clearly and cruelly above the factory ruins, more chilling than Pedron's roars. "Hey, June, she's quite bold, actually shooting at you. Should we give her a punch?" Lucifer said incredulously. "Maybe not. It wouldn't hurt anyway." Himiya June replied with a slight headache, then focused on the imminent threat posed by Pedron. Chapter 08. The battle with Pedron. Pedron emitted a low, bubbling roar, brandishing its slippery and elastic tentacles, confronting its opponent, the youthful form of Nexus, clad in silver gray. Nexus's milk-white compound eyes locked onto the target. Humph. Nexus initiated the attack first, moving swiftly to evade a hefty strike from one of Pedron's thick tentacles, which created a shallow pit upon impact with the ground. It closed in on Pedron's seemingly bulky body, delivering a powerful elbow strike to its midsection. Resonating with a dull thud, Pedron cried out in pain, retaliating with another tentacle that lashed out like a whip, but Nexus quickly ducked and slid aside, swiftly executing a leg sweep aimed at Pedron's supporting appendage. Nexus's combat skills remained exceptional. Utilizing its physique and agility, it danced around Pedron, transforming fists, feet, knees, and elbows into lethal weapons, each blow precisely targeting the softer joints or tissues of Pedron's exoskeleton, sparking with each impact. Although Pedron's tentacle strikes were powerful, their speed was slightly lacking, often missing and leaving only a haunting whistle in the air and cracks in the ground. Clearly, in the realm of close combat, Nexus was gradually gaining the upper hand. Pedron's movements began to slow, its sounds becoming increasingly agitated. At that moment, in a sudden twist, Pedron, now at a disadvantage, executed a strange maneuver. It ceased its assault and abruptly recoiled, its organ resembling a fermentation tank's outlet suddenly opening wide. A dense, almost tangible pale gas, reeking of potent alcohol, violently spewed forth like a high-pressure water gun. This was not an attack. It seemed more like a defensive or escape tactic. The force of the gas was beyond expectation, creating a formidable wall of airflow. Nexus, poised to attack, was completely engulfed by this flammable gas torrent, rendering it unconscious as it fell to its knees, struggling to rise. Taking advantage of this moment, Pedron's massive body emitted peculiar undulating sounds, its structure rapidly shifting, tentacles retracting, transforming into a more aerodynamically suitable form in an attempt to flee the battlefield. Vice Captain Seijo Nagi's expression turned grim as she instantly locked onto the ascending Pedron. Without hesitation, her finger rested on the weapon control stick, the crosshairs firmly set on the target. "Target locked. Take it down." Her voice was icy and decisive, her finger beginning to apply pressure. "Wait, Vice Captain, do not fire." An urgent shout came from Ishihori Mitsuhiko, nearly breaking as he warned. The detectors indicated a high concentration of flammable alcohol gas, extremely combustible. Firing now would ignite it. Seijo Nagi's movements froze instantly. Through the high-precision observation equipment, she could clearly see the gas surrounding Pedron and the still lingering fog it expelled. If she pulled the trigger, it would instantly trigger a catastrophic explosion. Not only would they fail to eliminate the aberrant beast, but they would also endanger Nexus, who was just struggling to rise, and even themselves. This moment of deadly hesitation irrevocably severed their chance to attack. Seijo Nagi's fist clenched tightly, knuckles widening, her face a mask of unwillingness and fury. Watching helplessly as Pedron trailed a faint tail, swiftly ascending while Nexus rose to pursue. Everyone immediately board the Chromium Chester fighter to chase after it. Captain Wakura commanded. The engines roared, and two Chromium Chesters sliced through the sky, closely following the two massive figures engaged in a frantic chase. Inside the cockpit, the night attack team wore grave expressions, their gazes fixed on the rapidly moving light points on the screen. Pedron was incredibly swift, Ping Mushitsi swiftly reported, with Nai Keisai following closely behind. "We must not allow it to enter densely populated areas." The directives from Captain Song Yingfu were clear. All units maintain combat formation and seek opportunities. Just as the words left his mouth, an unexpected anomaly arose ahead. The silver-gray juvenile Nai Keisai, relentlessly pursuing, waved its left hand before its chest, and suddenly erupted into a resplendent red glow. The brilliance, akin to flames, instantaneously dispelled the surrounding mist. Its streamlined form, reshaped in the radiance, was adorned with more pronounced red stripes over the silver lines, while the energy core at its chest radiated a more dazzling blue light, rendering its figure even more robust and formidable. The red youth form, with crossed arms, immense energy began to converge, resonating with the core and the Nai Keisai armament, emitting a powerful wave. In the next moment, Nai Keisai thrust its right hand forward, unleashing a blue ray that surpassed the flying Pedron ahead, subsequently expanding into a vast, intricate halo of golden light that rapidly enveloped the airborne Pedron, pulling it in, after which Nai Keisai followed suit. The beast and the AO vanished into the air. The two pursuing aircraft received no information whatsoever, as if the preceding events had merely been an illusion. Within the Mito realm, the light was soft and serene. The entire space displayed a profound shade of blue, resembling an endless cosmic abyss, with specks of starlight twinkling, akin to a frozen Milky Way. The ground, composed of translucent mysterious crystals, emitted a faint milky glow, revealing intricate and ancient patterns that flowed like living entities, flickering and dimming. The suddenly intruding Pedron appeared exceedingly uncomfortable. It emitted a painful and suppressed shriek, as the peculiar light seemed to continually erode its vitality, rendering its once slippery and elastic tentacles somewhat sluggish, its movements noticeably slowed. The special energy fluctuations permeating the air exerted an all-encompassing suppression upon it. In stark contrast, Nai Keisai, now transformed into a more powerful red youth form, stood resolutely. Its red and silver body appeared even more majestic under the realm's brilliance, with the core timer on its chest pulsing with a stable and potent blue light. Its milky white compound eyes sharply focused on the agitated alien beast as its arms slowly spread apart, adopting a classic combat stance. Combat erupted once more. Discomfort drove Pedron into a frenzy, as multiple tentacles rose simultaneously, accompanied by a sound that tore through the air, frantically striking at Nai Keisai. However, within the enhancement of the Mito realm, Nai Keisai's speed and strength seemed to have improved. No longer merely evading, it seized the moment, its powerful arms precisely deflecting two heavy strikes, producing a series of dull thuds. Nai Keisai lunged forward, using the momentum to deliver a heavy hand strike that forcefully smashed another approaching tentacle aside. With a short battle cry, Nai Keisai unleashed a relentless onslaught. It deftly sidestepped the spraying anesthetic mist, its steps swift as lightning, instantly maneuvering to the flank of Pedron. The iron fist, adorned with red stripes, struck like a hammer against Pedron's seemingly bulky torso, each collision igniting brilliant sparks, forcing Pedron to retreat, emitting agonizing howls. Pedron attempted to spew high-pressure gas to create obstacles once more, but Nai Keisai had already anticipated this, swiftly leaping back to create distance while crossing its arms before itself. At that moment, Lucifer's voice resonated deep within Nai Keisai's consciousness. Zhu Gu, Pedron's physiological structure is unique, containing high concentrations of alcohol and other organic combustibles, making it extremely flammable. This is both its source of power and its fatal weakness. Nai Keisai's movements paused slightly, the light in its compound eyes flickering momentarily before becoming resolute. It understood. Pedron seemed to sense the imminent danger, gathering all its tentacles defensively before itself, its body writhing violently in a final defensive posture. Nai Keisai hesitated no longer. It crossed its arms fiercely before itself, as the core timer on its chest and the Nai Keisai armament simultaneously erupted with an incredibly brilliant blue light. Massive energy began to gather, causing the surrounding photon crystal ground to resonate with tremors. In the next moment, it formed its arms into a classic L shape, with the right hand forward and the left hand stretched straight below. Layered Storm, a magnificent gold-blue hyperthermal light ray, surpassing the intensity of all its previous abilities, erupted from its right arm's Nai Keisai armament. As the light traversed, the very fabric of space appeared to warp slightly, embodying not merely destructive power, but also an essence of purification and decomposition. Pedron's tentacle defenses proved utterly futile against this sacred and devastating light flow, vaporizing and penetrating instantly. The ray struck true at its core torso. Contrary to expectations, there was no violent explosion. Under the onslaught of the layered storm's light flow, Pedron's body began to decompose rapidly from the point of impact into countless minute particles, shimmering with rainbow hues, as if scattered by a fierce wind or purified by sunlight. It could not even emit a mournful cry as its massive form completely vanished within the endless light particles, obliterated without leaving a trace. The deadly flammability, at that moment, became the finest catalyst ensuring its thorough purification. As the brilliance dimmed, Naikasei gradually lowered its arms, the timer on its chest continuing to pulse steadily with blue light. It stood quietly within the restored tranquility of the Mida realm, gazing at the spot where Pedron had disappeared. In the profound space, only specks of starlight and the flowing patterns on the ground remained, as if the fearsome alien beast had never existed. Chapter 9. I, Lucifer, must pull this man back from the abyss. Within the internal space of the Evolution Trust, light flowed as if imbued with the pulse of life. Lucifer floated within, recently absorbed dark energy from Pedron swirling around him like a tide of ink, emitting a low, pleasurable hum. With closed eyes and an expression of near ecstasy, he emitted vague, satisfied sighs and murmurs, the power solidifying his soul once more. Ah, truly delightful. Standing beside him, Ji Yixuan furrowed his brows. Observing Lucifer's absurd sounds created from the absorbed dark power, he could not help but feel a bit embarrassed. Finally, unable to tolerate the odd noises any longer, he spoke in a serious tone, unmistakably stern. Be serious. You are a human. Do not make such bizarre sounds. Zhuan Gu, can I even pretend a little? Look at how I just looked. Didn't I resemble a behind-the-scenes boss? Lucifer feigned an air of a cinematic antagonist within the Evolution Trust space. Ji Yixuan's face darkened suddenly. Truthfully, he found it difficult to keep pace with Lucifer's train of thought. He took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse to roll his eyes, and retorted, then don't speak in my mind. But who else can I talk to besides you? Lucifer spread his hands helplessly, his demeanor appearing rather comical within the luminous, flowing, internal space. Ji Yixuan rubbed his temples. Can't you stay quiet for a moment and properly consolidate the power you just absorbed? Stop with all this nonsense. Lucifer chuckled. Consolidating power is nowhere near as interesting as chatting with you, Zhuan Gu. Just think, without my company, how dull your days would be, only fighting those alien beasts. Ji Yixuan huffed. Without you buzzing in my ear, it would be much quieter. I do not engage in battle merely to alleviate boredom. Rather, I fight to atone for my sins. Ji Yixuan gazed despondently at the evolutionary confidant. Noticing Ji Yixuan's forlorn expression, he reined in his playful demeanor. Brother Zhuan, I understand the weight of your burdens, and that is precisely why I wish to accompany you to lighten your spirits. Ji Yixuan gently shook his head. I do not require such distractions. If you genuinely wish to assist, contemplate how to restore your soul rather than perpetually engaging in frivolity. But isn't the restoration reliant on the dark powers of the alien beasts? To obtain that dark power, does it not necessitate your participation in battle? Brother Zhuan, you are my benefactor. Therefore, it is my duty to ensure your daily happiness. Lucifer said with a grin, though a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes. Moreover, perhaps the power you acquire is intended to save more lives, thereby absolving you of your so-called sins. So, you must continue to live well. Recalling the loss of Sarah due to his actions, Ji Yixuan found himself unable to find solace. This sin can only be absolved by my death, he declared with unwavering resolve. Observing Ji Yixuan entrenched in his thoughts, Lucifer inwardly lamented the difficulty of extricating him from his despair. Ji Yixuan regarded Lucifer in silence and finally inquired, what about your past? You have never shared it with me, aside from your name. Lucifer's eyes brightened at the prospect of sharing his story. Let me tell you, I was once a university student. If it weren't for my attempt to save that child, I wouldn't have ended up here. As Lucifer recounted his past, the furrowed brows of Ji Yixuan began to relax as he listened intently. In this space filled with light and strange energies, Lucifer's narrative opened a window into a different reality. Lucifer animatedly described his involvement in various university clubs, his excitement palpable as the dark energy swirled in tandem with his movements. I was a key member of the astronomy club, often going to the mountains to stargaze. His eyes sparkled with memories as if those moments were vividly alive before him. Ji Yixuan nodded slightly, envisioning Lucifer as an ordinary student, his current whimsical yet reliant soul form gradually merging with that image. He couldn't help but ask, what led you to save that child? Lucifer's expression turned solemn as he recounted, that day, I was walking home when I saw the child dash into the street, and before I could think, I rushed to save him. The next thing I knew, I awoke in this strange place, becoming a soul that only you can see. He offered a rueful smile, spreading his hands wide. A complex emotion stirred within Ji Yixuan. He had not anticipated Lucifer's brave past. Perhaps it was this courage that bestowed upon him an enduring optimism, even as a soul. It seems your character has remained unchanged, Ji Yixuan remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. Seeing Ji Zhuan's smile invigorated Lucifer further. Of course, Brother Zhuan. So, you shouldn't always wear a frown. Look at me. Even in this state, I remain cheerful. We must look forward. Perhaps one day, once my soul is restored, I can fight alongside you. Ji Zhuan gently shook his head, the smile fading, but his gaze softening. Let us hope that comes to pass. Yet, before that, focus on absorbing the dark energy and restoring your soul. Rest assured, Brother Zhuan, once my soul is restored, I will undoubtedly impress you. Together, we shall vanquish those alien beasts, he proclaimed, clenching his fist in a show of bravado. Ji Zhuan regarded Lucifer thoughtfully, pondering that perhaps this seemingly whimsical soul could indeed become an indispensable ally in future battles. Just as he provided a modicum of solace in Ji Zhuan's solitary journey of atonement, he resolved to attempt lightening his heavy burdens, if only for the sake of this earnest companion who sought to assist him. Meanwhile, an indistinct figure harbored discontent. The dark power of Pedron had not been reclaimed. Had it been eradicated alongside Naxos? The figure muttered a curse before fading into a shroud of black mist, which appeared to link to a mysterious and shadowy domain. In another part of the city, Ji Zhuan emerged from the internal space of the evolutionary confidant, returning to the realm of reality. Lucifer, having ceased his movements within that space, focused intently on consolidating the dark energy he had just absorbed. The inky tide no longer surged wildly, but began to integrate slowly into his soul, solidifying his once ethereal form. Chapter 10. The Illusion at this moment. Within the TLT's operational base, the Fortress of Freedom, a somber atmosphere pervaded. As the metallic door to the returning passage slid open, Captain Heetsong Yingfu had yet to speak when his subordinate, Gumin Yihui, surged forward, blocking the path of the two vice-captains heading to the analysis room. Vice-captains. Gumin's voice rang high with urgency and confusion, echoing in the vast corridor. Why? Why attack Naxos? He just fought the alien beasts to save the hostages. Saijunagi halted, turning to face Gumin, whose eyes brimmed with bewilderment and reproach. Yet her expression remained icy and composed, as if Gumin's inquiries were insignificant. What you see is not necessarily the truth, Gumin. Her voice was devoid of emotion, calm to the point of cruelty. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Naxos was in battle, protecting us. Gumin clenched his fists, striving to make her understand his perspective, his light. Alien beasts can disguise themselves, exploiting human fear and perception. Saijunagi interrupted sharply, her gaze penetrating as if it could pierce the very soul. That silver giant also has an unknown origin. Who can guarantee he is not a more advanced, dangerous unknown? Who can ensure that his protective demeanor is not another form of deception? Who knows if his battle against the alien beasts was not merely another act of predation? She took a step forward, exuding an air of pressure. Our duty at TLT is to eliminate all threats posed by alien beasts, safeguarding the future of humanity. In this process, we must not be deceived by superficial appearances. Trust comes at a cost, and that cost may be one we cannot afford. Despite Gumin's desire to argue, the image of Naxos battling and the warmth of his radiant light lingered in his mind. There is no but. Saijunagi's tone was resolute. Remember, Gumin, in this dark jungle where we combat the unknown, what the eyes see as reality is often the most lethal illusion. Until the truth is unveiled, remain vigilant against everything, especially seemingly formidable allies. This is the law of survival. With that, she turned away from Gumin, striding past them, her cold footsteps fading down the corridor. Captain Heetsong placed a hand on Gumin's shoulder, his expression complex. He ultimately sighed. Go rest for now, Gumin. Alone. Gumin Yihui stood in silence, the chilling words of Saijunagi and the blazing light of Naxos echoing in his mind. The once clear boundaries between reality and illusion, protection and threat, began to blur. He raised his gaze towards the cold metallic ceiling of the base, as if he could penetrate the layers of obstruction and behold the sky outside, which had just borne witness to the ravages of battle. What, indeed, are you, giant? He pondered. And what concealed past and truths lay hidden behind the delusions steadfastly believed by the vice-captain? The morning mist of the following day had yet to fully dissipate, leaving the air imbued with the characteristic chill and dampness of the mountains. Along a winding mountain road, an oppressive sadness that felt almost suffocating stood in stark contrast to the surrounding tranquility of nature. Kudogado, accompanied by Nishijo Nagi, arrived at this somber place, the vehicle coming to a silent halt by the roadside. She gestured for Kudo to disembark. Not far away, a small gathering had formed at a makeshift roadside barrier. Clad in somber attire, their faces bore the traces of tears yet to dry, rendered expressionless by overwhelming bewilderment and grief. The mourners arranged flowers, fruits, and photographs of the deceased upon the ground, weeping softly as they burned paper money, the curling smoke intertwining with the cold air, infusing it with the sense of incense and sorrow. At the edge of a steep hillside, remnants of a violent crash remained, scarred earth and small fragments of the vehicle that had not been completely cleared away. Just 3 days prior, it had transpired here. Nishijo Nagi's voice was as sharp as the crisp morning air as she stood beside Kudo, her gaze fixed upon the grieving crowd, her face devoid of emotion. As if recounting a fact unrelated to herself, a family of 5, spanning 3 generations, returning from a trip, met with an attack from the Pedron. Their vehicle destroyed and plummeting off a cliff. Not a single soul survived. Kudo's heart clenched. He watched the grieving relatives, gazing at the once vibrant faces now captured in photographs. A wave of profound empathy and sorrow washing over him. He could almost envision the horror of that moment, the victim's utmost fear. However, Nishijo Nagi's words shifted his focus back. In their perception, their loved ones had perished in an unfortunate traffic accident, the vehicle losing control and tumbling into the abyss. She slowly turned her head. Her eyes, always sharp and cold, locked onto Kudo's, as if seeking to pierce through his naivety. The news would report it thus, and the police would document it accordingly. Everyone would believe this narrative. The TLT's Information Control Department, MP, had managed all anomalous signals and eyewitness accounts, altering data to ensure the story's coherence. Why did Kudo feel his throat tighten, his voice rasping? Why not disclose the truth to them? Did they not have the right to know? Right? Nishijo's lips curled into a near-cruel smirk. And then what? Knowing the truth would merely incite greater panic, amplifying the resonance of the otherworldly beast signals, fueled by human fear. Would that serve any purpose other than to compound the anguish of these families, layering upon their grief the unending dread of the unknown? She gestured towards those in mourning. You see, for them, the accident is a tragic yet comprehensible reality, one that can be gradually accepted over time. However, being slain by an incomprehensible monster is an eternally festering wound, steeped in nightmares and despair. We erase the traces of reality and weave a false narrative of misfortune. Not to deceive, but to protect. To shield more individuals from succumbing to the same terror, while granting them a semblance of tranquil sorrow. Kudo stared blankly at the grieving faces, then turned to observe the vehicles passing along the road, oblivious to the tragedy that had unfolded here. Simply honking as they rushed by. A profound sense of absurdity and powerlessness engulfed him. What he fought to protect was a peace built upon countless meticulously woven lies. The valor he witnessed in the Nexus battles perhaps existed only in the public's perception. Nishijo Nagi's voice resonated once more, deeper than before, striking Kudo's heart with each word. So, Kudo, do you still believe that what your eyes see constitutes the entirety of the truth? We face not only the otherworldly beasts, but also the fabrications we must bear to maintain this fragile balance. That giant, Nexus, may engage in battle. Yet his very existence is a colossal, inexplicable anomaly to this world. Who can guarantee that the guise he currently presents is not yet another profound falsehood? What we can truly trust is the weapon in our hands and the unwavering will to eliminate any threats. For even the slightest negligence or misplaced trust could lead to further tragedies concealed in the shadows. The wind swept through the mountains, tousling Nishijo Nagi's hair as it dispersed the incense smoke from the memorial. To Kudo, her figure seemed to merge with the sorrowful and deceit-laden landscape, cold and resolute, yet burdened by unimaginable pressures. Kudo stood in place, rendered speechless for a long while. The questions of yesterday had not only remained unanswered, but had grown heavier and more complex. He gazed at the flowers and photographs, finally grasping what it meant to be a part of TLT. Behind the radiance lay an unspeakable darkness, and the truth often lay buried in obscured corners. Chapter 11. The second meeting. Hello Kudo. Suddenly, Nishijo Nagi's gaze, which had been fixed on Kudo, snapped towards the dense entrance of the forest beside the road. Her body tensed instantly, an unmistakable sensation of being watched emanating from the depths of the woods, starkly contrasting with the warm morning light. Something is monitoring us, she whispered, her tone resolute. Without waiting for Kudo's response, Nishijo Nagi dashed into the shaded forest, her movements swift as a striking arrow, leaving only a fleeting impression behind. Vice Captain, Kudo exclaimed, a flicker of fear coursing through him, yet the urgency of his teammates' safety overshadowed all else. He suppressed his hesitation and hurried after her. The trees grew denser, their tall canopies obscuring the gradually brightening sky, yet rays of light still filtered through, illuminating the swirling dust in the air. Thick layers of fallen leaves crunched beneath his feet, amplifying the eerie silence surrounding him. Kudo struggled to keep pace with Nishijo Nagi's agile figure, his heart racing in his chest. At last, in a small clearing deep within the forest, Nishijo Nagi halted. She held her weapon aloft, its barrel aimed directly at a silhouetted figure standing in the light shadows, who in turn aimed an energy disruption gun at her. Kudo arrived breathlessly at her side, and as he squinted through the dappled sunlight, he recognized the man Nishijo Nagi had trained her weapon upon. It was him, the photographer who had captured that precious moment of him and Sadariko. The enigmatic man, always imbued with an air of solitude and determination, was indeed Hijiya Jun. A few beams of sunlight pierced through the leaves, illuminating his chiseled profile and the tranquil yet weary gaze in his eyes. This was the second time Kudo had encountered this man, in such an unexpected location. "Don't move." Nishijo Nagi's voice was as frigid as ice, laden with undeniable hostility. "Who are you? You keep appearing at the scenes of the otherworldly beasts." Hijiya Jun seemed unfazed by the gun nearly pressed against him. His gaze briefly swept over Kudo, pausing momentarily as if to acknowledge their meeting once more, before returning to Nishijo Nagi, his brow furrowed in concern. "Now is not the time for this." His voice was low and urgent, filled with a palpable sense of alarm. "We need to escape. This place is dangerous." "Dangerous?" The muzzle of Shi Chao Nag's gun remained unwavering. "Are you referring to yourself?" At that moment, a faint, profoundly unsettling sound of viscous writhing emanated from the surrounding woods. The rustling and gurgling noises grew increasingly distinct, drawing nearer with each passing moment. Gyumin felt a chill race up his spine as he sharply surveyed his surroundings. In the shadows of the underbrush, where sunlight could not penetrate, grotesque, pallid creatures began to emerge from behind decaying tree trunks. They possessed bloated bodies reminiscent of larvae, yet their tops were split open, revealing toothy mandibles dripping with slime, reflecting a repugnant sheen in the dappled light. They were diminutive piedlong, and there were quite a few of them. Unbeknownst to the trio, they had stealthily encircled them, trapping them within this forest clearing. Ji Juan's gaze sharpened, and he quickly assumed a defensive posture, his eyes scanning the encroaching horde of alien beasts, growling once more at the two. "They have surrounded us." Shi Chao Nag's expression darkened considerably. She understood the true source of the threat, yet her gun remained pointed at Ji Juan, her hand not immediately lowering. However, her peripheral vision began to warily monitor the advancing monstrosities. Gyumin felt his heart racing as if it would leap from his throat. He swiftly raised his weapon, standing back to back with Shi Chao Nag, the barrel aimed at the terrifying creatures inching closer in the morning shadows. The specter of death swiftly dispelled the tranquility of the dawn, casting a pall over them. The battle commenced. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets from Shi Chao Nag's firearm accurately struck the approaching piedlong. However, to their astonishment, the projectiles merely sparked upon impact, inflicting no significant damage. Their exoskeletons appeared to possess a peculiar resilience, absorbing most of the force. In stark contrast, a more intense, concentrated blue beam shot forth from nearby, precisely hitting a piedlong attempting to flank Shi Chao Nag. The creature could not even let out a cry before being torn asunder by the immense energy, exploding into a small cloud of particles. It was Ji Juan. The uniquely designed, metallic glinting weapon in his hands wielded tremendous power. Another shot rang out, and yet another piedlong was dispatched. Gyumin could not help but stare in astonishment at the firearm in Ji Juan's grasp, exclaiming, "That gun is incredible." In that fleeting moment of distraction, a sudden change occurred. A slick, viscous appendage, resembling a pale tentacle, silently lunged from beneath the pile of fallen leaves at his feet, ensnaring his ankle with lightning speed. A tremendous force surged forth, and Gyumin cried out, being yanked down as the piedlong dragged him closer. Gyumin, hearing the commotion, Shi Chao Nag swiftly turned and fired, but the bullets had little effect on the tentacle. Gyumin was being pulled towards a piedlong with its massive jaws wide open. In the nick of time, a figure charged forth. Ji Juan fired his energy demolition gun at the tentacle, rescuing Gyumin. He swiftly hoisted the nearly asphyxiated Gyumin off the ground and pushed him towards Shi Chao Nag, his tone urgent. "Protect yourself." At that moment, the remaining piedlong, as if receiving a unified command, ceased their writhing and shrieking. Without hesitation, they retreated into the depths of the forest shadows like a receding tide, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving only disarray and a nauseatingly sweet odor hanging in the air. The battle had commenced abruptly and concluded just as suddenly. Only the three panting individuals remained in the clearing. Gyumin coughed, still shaken, while Shi Chao Nag cautiously scanned the area, confirming the threat had temporarily subsided, before directing her sharp gaze back at Ji Juan. Ji Juan, slightly out of breath and showing signs of exhaustion, maintained a vigilant demeanor. These alien beasts, he began, his voice low and serious, possess remarkable learning and mimicking abilities. Your methods of attack, even my own, will be observed, remembered, and absorbed by them. When they next appear, they will be stronger and more difficult to confront, he explained, his eyes sweeping over the two with a weighty warning. Upon finishing, he seemed to fulfill a certain obligation and turned to depart from this place of turmoil. Halt! Shi Qiaonag's cold voice rang out again. Her die-weight pistol was unwaveringly raised, once more aiming at the vulnerable spot on Ji Yezhuan's back. I have many questions for you. Who are you? Why do you possess such weaponry? What is your connection to the alien beasts? Come back with me to TLT and clarify. Ji Yezhuan's steps halted. He did not turn around, but merely turned his head, the morning light outlining his resolute yet weary silhouette. I refuse. His response was simple, clear, and left no room for negotiation. Shi Qiaonag's eyes narrowed, and she pulled the trigger. Click. The sound echoed. The bullets had already been expended during the earlier skirmish. Without a moment's hesitation, Shi Qiaonag discarded her pistol and lunged forward, intent on subduing Ji Yezhuan herself. Deputy Captain, please wait. Guman rushed forward to block her path. He had just been saved by Ji Yezhuan and instinctively felt that this man was not an enemy. Stand aside, Guman, Shi Qiaonag commanded sharply, attempting to push him away. In that brief struggle, when Shi Qiaonag turned her gaze back to Ji Yezhuan's previous position, she found it utterly vacant. Only a few leaves stirred by the gentle breeze remained, along with the silent beams of light filtering through the foliage. That enigmatic man had once again vanished, as if he had melded into the shadows. Chapter 12. Fishing requires a helmet. You know, Juanga. The setting sun cast a warm golden hue across the river's surface, the bobber gently swaying with the ripples, as if time itself had slowed. Yet, Ji Yezhuan understood that this tranquility was entirely illusory. So, that was such a splendid opportunity. You could have merely nodded in Guman Kuan's direction, you know? Do you understand the concept of mental communication? After all, you are a warrior of light. A voice, audible only to him, incessantly chattered in his mind with a tone of exasperation. Ji Yezhuan gripped his fishing rod, his expression stoic as he focused on the water's surface, attempting to block out the clamorous spirit. Lucifer, did I not greet Guman? Did I not nod at him? Furthermore, I have stated numerous times that Guman cannot hear your words or see you. To him, my every action appears as inexplicably bizarre. TSK, you lack any sense of romance. This is called rapport. It's how one greets comrades in arms. Lucifer, the soul bearing the name of a fallen angel, yet proving to be a loquaciously good-hearted presence, fumed in the realm of consciousness. I truly admire that pure-eyed young man. Then you should step out next time and greet him yourself. Ji Yezhuan replied nonchalantly. If I could step out, would I even need you? Lucifer was precisely struck at his sore spot, instantly flaring up in indignation. It's infuriating. Go fish. Now. Immediately. Go sit by the water and calm down. That's an order. Thus, after being thoroughly exasperated by this sole companion, Ji Yezhuan truly packed up his fishing gear and made his way to the tranquil riverside. He claimed to be following orders, but in truth, he merely sought solitude. However, tranquility was entirely absent. Shortly after casting his line, Lucifer seemed to grow bored of his own chatter, and the conversation began to leap wildly. Hey, Juanga. His tone curious. By the way, why does your Naki's cease form of the Giant of Light have such a head? What kind of head? Ji Yezhuan momentarily failed to comprehend. Indeed, that line and shape resembles a helmet. Lucifer gestured earnestly, though Ji Yezhuan could not see. It is silver and has protrusions on either side that resemble wings. The design is quite striking, but what is the purpose of such a shape? Does it provide any special protection, or is it merely a trend among the warriors of light? Ji Yezhuan paused momentarily. As a Shinner, he bore the light, but was not its creator. He shook his head. I do not know. You were present when I gained this power, were you not? It simply is as it is. Ah, you are unaware? Lucifer's curiosity intensified, as if he were stroking his chin in the realm of consciousness. This is fascinating. Allow me to consider the helmet's protective qualities. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, his voice rising dramatically, startling Ji Yezhuan, who was deeply focused on the fishing float. I figured it out. Brother Zhuan, I believe I have grasped the reason. What reason? Ji Yezhuan inquired, following his lead. Although he sensed it might not yield a serious answer. I once watched a film called Underworld. Lucifer's tone took on an air of mystery, tinged with suspense reminiscent of a ghost story. It features two gang leaders, one named Lu and the other Didi, to vie for dominance. They feign reconciliation and agree to fish together to discuss important matters. Ji Yezhuan furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. And then, while they were fishing, taking advantage of Didi's unguarded moment, Elu picked up a large stone from behind. Lucifer's voice rose in cadence, bang. He struck Didi's head with it. My goodness, it was a gruesome sight. Therefore, fishing is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Ji Yazhuan's frown deepened. He could not comprehend how this related to the design of Nai Kusisi. Yet, Lucifer, growing more convinced of his revelation, asserted, thus, I seriously suspect. Nai Kusisi, or rather, the predecessor who designed this form, must have also been ambushed while fishing. He must have suffered a blow to the head from a stone or something similar. Such a grave loss must have left an impression, leading to the evolution or design that reinforced the head to resemble a helmet. Does that not make perfect sense? Fishing requires a helmet. Do you understand, Brother Zhuan? These are lessons steeped in blood. Ji Yazhuan's grip on the fishing rod froze midair. He listened impassively to Lucifer's unwavering reasoning, tinged with an almost patronizing admiration for his intelligence, as if invisible black lines were cascading down his temples. A gentle breeze swept across the river's surface. The fishing float remained undisturbed, and the world was enveloped in tranquility. Only within Ji Yazhuan's mind echoed the astonishing hypothesis regarding Nai Kusisi's helmet, accompanied by his endless, silent exasperation. For the first time, he experienced a peculiar, almost physical headache towards the activity of fishing. The wind by the river seemed incapable of dispelling the absurdity of Lucifer's theory regarding helmeted fishing ambushes. He inhaled deeply, resolving to disregard Lucifer's incessant safety warnings and concentrate entirely on the still fishing float, seeking a moment of genuine peace. However, this tranquility was worlds apart from the tense atmosphere that had just concluded in a briefing room at the distant night raid team's base. The door to the briefing room closed behind them, sealing off the scrutinizing gazes of Captain He Song and Officer Song Yong. Gu Min Yihui trailed behind Vice Captain Xiang Jiaona, walking through the base's polished corridor, yet his mood was anything but smooth. The inquiry scene replayed in his mind. When faced with Officer Song Yong's question about whether any other suspicious individuals or signs were detected at the scene, Vice Captain Xiang Jiaona had responded without a moment's hesitation, calmly stating, no, only the alien beasts and us were present. At the time, Gu Min had cast a surprised glance at her, but his solid training and trust in the vice captain compelled him to maintain silence and echo her assertion. Now, alone with her, Gu Min could no longer contain himself. He quickened his pace to match hers, lowering his voice to ask, Vice Captain, why did you not report anything regarding Mr. Jia? Xiang Jiaona's steps did not falter as she gazed ahead, her profile sharp and resolute. She did not respond immediately, and just as Gu Min thought she would remain silent, her cold and determined voice broke the stillness. That individual shall be dealt with by me. Gu Min was taken aback. Dealt with? Xiang Jiaona finally cast a sidelong glance at Gu Min, her gaze imbued with complex emotions that felt unfamiliar to him. Intense vigilance, profound suspicion, and an unwavering resolve. That man, she continued, her voice chilling further, harbors too many enigmas. How is he capable of slaying alien beasts? What is the source of his power? Why does he repeatedly appear at the scenes of alien beast sightings? She turned her face forward again, continuing her stride, yet her words resonated clearly in Gu Min's ears. I must personally apprehend him and uncover the truth. The finality in her tone rendered Gu Min momentarily speechless. He envisioned Ji Yazhuan's silent yet steadfast visage, recalling the warm photograph he had taken with Li Zi. Gu Min opened his mouth to voice something in defense of Ji Yazhuan, but the unspoken authority emanating from Xiang Jiaona stifled his words. He merely followed silently, his heart teeming with contradictions and confusion. Chapter 13. Gu Min, is this domestic? What brings me here? Dense shadows of trees swayed under the moonlight, and ominous rustling sounds emanated from the depths of the forest in the Japanese countryside. Inside the chromium chester, Captain Heatsong scrutinized the moving light points on the satellite map, his brow furrowed. The targets are all moving toward the tunnel, as predicted. The calm voice of Shi Peguang Yin echoed through the communicator. Xiang Jiaona tightened her grip on the control stick, the chromium chester slicing through the night like a silver streak. Captain, I am in position. Gu Min, as the last line of defense, exercise utmost caution, Heatsong instructed. Gu Min Yihui inhaled deeply. The chromium chester steadied under his command, hovering in the air. Understood. Deep within the tunnel, swarms of small pedrins surged in like a tide, their slimy bodies leaving glistening residue on the concrete walls, emitting nauseating gurgles. These extraterrestrial beings instinctively pursued the bait signals set by the night raid team, wholly unaware that they were walking into a trap. Attack! Heatsong commanded. In an instant, Deafening roars erupted from both ends of the tunnel. The chromium Chester and its allies unleashed a barrage of firepower into the tunnel, flames erupting from either end as the aircraft hastily maneuvered to evade the shockwave. Have all targets been neutralized? Xiang Jiao Na inquired, the aircraft's instruments beeping with scanning sounds. Sherpo's voice suddenly turned tense. Energy readings are increasing. They have not vanished. Rather, they have merged into a single entity. The antennae atop the pedron in the tunnel gathered a searing fireball, launching it toward the tunnel's exit. Dodge! Heatsong shouted, but it was too late. The chromium Chester was struck directly by the fireball, the alarm blaring piercingly. Captain! Xiang Jiao Na exclaimed, skillfully maneuvering the aircraft to evade another attack. Heatsong's aircraft plummeted to the ground, enveloped in black smoke. The tunnel trembled violently, debris raining down like hail. A colossal shadow emerged slowly from the smoke, transforming into flight mode and soaring toward the residential area. Xiang Jiao Na gritted her teeth, pursuing the ascending giant pedron. Under her assault, the pedron crashed back to the ground, but police officers were still executing their lockdown duties below. She refrained from launching an attack, lest stray bullets harm the innocent. Be careful, Guman exclaimed, but the warning came too late. Shi Tiao Nagi's fighter jet was already predicted by Pedron's anticipated trajectory, and another fireball struck her wing, forcing her to make an emergency landing. Now, Guman stood alone against the colossal beast. Chromium Chester maneuvered in the air, engaging with Pedron, while Guman fired with all his might, yet each projectile was deftly evaded by the creature. This can't be happening, Guman thought, cold sweat beading on his forehead as Pedron drew ever closer, its writhing tentacles and dripping mucus clear before his eyes. The ammunition counter hit 0. Pedron let out a victorious roar, charging forward. Guman shut his eyes, bracing for the impact. However, the collision never came. A flash of silver suddenly appeared before the fighter, intercepting Pedron's lethal strike. In the radiant light stood a giant of silver and red, striking down upon the beast's head, sending it plummeting from the sky. Nikesis! Guman murmured in disbelief, gazing at the unfolding scene. The giant of light descended from above, shifting from silver to red, arms outstretched. The golden Mida domain rapidly expanded around him, enveloping the entire battlefield, including the Ark's fighter jets. Guman Ihua's consciousness floated within the golden glow, time seeming to stretch endlessly yet also pass in an instant. When he refocused his gaze, the spectacle before him left him breathless. Observing this strange space, Guman was engulfed in profound shock. Was his last disappearance a passage to here? Everything within the Mida domain basked in supernatural radiance. The ground exhibited a crystalline structure, and tiny particles of light danced through the air. In this otherworldly realm, the silver-red giant engaged Pedron in fierce combat. Guman saw Chong Wei delivering a powerful strike. It was Nikesis pummeling Pedron. Is this the true battlefield of the Ultraman? Guman whispered, unconsciously tightening his grip on the controls. Nikesis moved with even greater precision and agility than before. He sidestepped Pedron's fiery projectiles, rolling in close to the monster, delivering a precise knife-hand strike to the base of Pedron's most vulnerable tentacle. Pedron emitted a pained screech, staggering back. Guman noted a distinct shift in Nikesis's fighting style. He no longer hesitated but attacked with calculated ferocity. Clearly, the experience from their last encounter had allowed the Giant of Light to fully grasp Pedron's attack patterns and weaknesses. In a fit of rage, Pedron swung its tentacles, attempting to ensnare Nikesis, who nimbly performed a backflip to evade, simultaneously gathering light from his core energy point. A precise beam of particle energy shot forth, severing several of Pedron's flailing tentacles instantaneously. Incredible! Guman marveled at Nikesis's fluid combat movements, nearly forgetting to breathe. Each dodge and counterattack was impeccably timed, devoid of any superfluous motion. Realizing the dire circumstances, Pedron began to gather energy for a final assault. Its swollen body radiated a dark red glow, and its head tentacles coalesced into a massive fireball, larger than any previously launched outside the tunnel. Danger! Guman instinctively cried out, aware that Nikesis could not hear his warning. Yet, Nikesis did not retreat. He stood firm, arms crossed over his chest. The V-shaped energy core on his chest erupted in dazzling brilliance, growing ever more intense until it enveloped his entire form. Finally, Pedron's fireball was fully charged, hurtling forth with destructive energy. In that fleeting moment, Nikesis thrust his arms forward. Layered Storm. A magnificent golden-blue beam erupted from Nikesis's arms, colliding head-on with the fireball. But rather than an explosion, Pedron's fireball was astonishingly decomposed into fundamental particles, dissipating into the air. The beam continued onward, striking Pedron directly in the chest. A shocking scene unfolded. Pedron's body began to disintegrate from the point of impact, not through explosion or combustion, but transforming into countless flickering light points, gradually vanishing like a disassembled digital image. The monster emitted one final, defiant roar before dissolving entirely into a stream of particles, absorbed by the mighty domain. Guman's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this the true power of the Giant of Light? Nikesis slowly turned, the energy core on his chest glowing softly. He gazed at Guman in the cockpit of Chromium Chester, nodding slightly as if to confirm the pilot's safety, or perhaps conveying an ineffable message. Guman felt a strange resonance, a fleeting sensation that quickened his heartbeat. As Pedron was vanquished, the mighty domain began to fluctuate, the golden light gradually fading, and the scenes of the real world re-emerged. Nikesis's figure blurred in the light, ultimately transforming into a silver streak that soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. Guman found himself back beneath the normal sky, his fighter hovering steadily in the air, as if everything that had transpired was merely a dream. Yet, his instruments and memories unequivocally confirmed that it was no illusion. Suddenly, static crackled through the communicator, followed by Ishihira's urgent voice. Guman, please respond. We detected an unusual energy reaction dissipating. Are you all right? Guman took a deep breath. Pressing the communication button. This is Guman. Pedron has been eliminated. What is the condition of the captain and deputy captain Shitiao? The rescue team has arrived. Both pilots sustained minor injuries, but are not in life-threatening condition. Ishihira paused, a hint of confusion in his tone. However, we cannot comprehend the energy readings from before. Something inexplicable seems to have occurred. Guman gazed towards the direction where Nikesis had vanished, softly replying, indeed, something beyond explanation. On the journey back to base, Guman repeatedly reflected on the battle within the mighty domain and Nikesis's final gaze. He vaguely sensed that a connection was forming between himself and the Giant of Light. And this was merely the beginning. Far away at the TLT command center, the seer observed the gradually calming energy readings on the screen, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Progress was surpassing expectations. The power of light was on the rise. Chapter 14. I meant for you to greet him, not to nod like an Ultraman. The golden light of the mighty domain receded like the tide, the contours of the real world gradually becoming clearer in the night. Jia Zhuan stood amidst the forest, the light surrounding him slowly dissipating as his black coat enveloped his form once more. The battle against Pedron had been surprisingly effortless. Jia Zhuan even contemplated whether he could engage in yet another fight. The night breeze ruffled his tousled black hair, and his eyes, often burdened by a heavy past, now displayed a rare sense of relaxation. Zhuanggu. A voice shattered the silence. Lucifer, holding a sphere of black energy, dashed around the space like an anxious pup. I meant for you to greet him, not to nod like an Ultraman. Lucifer's tone brimmed with exasperation. Does that iconic slight nod of yours make any sense to Guman? Will he think you were provoking him? Jia Zhuan cast a weary glance at Lucifer. Why don't you just say something? You always nod and then turn to leave. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were aloof. Lucifer pressed on. A necessary gesture suffices. Jia Zhuan finally spoke, his voice low yet steady. Gesture. Lucifer waved his hand dramatically. This is a severe case of social anxiety. You must understand that communication between people requires interaction, not your telepathic nodding. Jia Zhuan gazed at the distant city, where scattered lights twinkled like stars. His fingertips unconsciously traced the patterns of the evolution believer. Those glimmers resembled candle flames flickering amidst the chaos of war, evoking memories of Sai La and those who would never return. People like me, his voice was carried away by the night wind, requiring no deep entanglements. Suddenly, Lu Shifa fell silent, the dark energy in his hand trembling slightly. He observed Jia Zhuan's silhouette elongating under the moonlight, the black coat resembling an unyielding shroud of mourning. Zhuanggu, Lu Shifa's tone softened unusually, do you know? You always live as if you were a tombstone. Jia Zhuan's back tightened imperceptibly. But tombstones are meant to commemorate the deceased, Lu Shifa gently remarked, not to bury the living. Jia Zhuan fell silent. The night breeze rustled through the trees, whispering as if countless departed souls were murmuring. He gripped the evolution believer tightly, the cold touch reminding him of the mission he bore and all that he had lost. Just as the silence threatened to engulf everything, Lu Shifa suddenly broke the stillness. I'm hungry, his voice reverted to its usual exuberance. I suddenly crave barbecue. That starlit barbecue place in the city center. I've heard their secret sauce is extraordinary. Jia Zhuan paused, clearly unable to keep up with this sudden leap of thought. Hurry and buy it for me. Lu Shifa bounced in the ether. I want 10 skewers of lamb, 5 skewers of chicken wings, 3 skewers of grilled mushrooms, and that signature grilled eggplant. Don't forget extra spicy. Ji Yejun sighed in resignation. He knew Lu Shifa was telling him to eat. You know I avoid crowded places. That's exactly why you should go. Lu Shifa asserted. It's part of your healing. Besides, after such a big battle, aren't you hungry? As if in response to Lu Shifa's words, Ji Yejun's stomach twitched slightly. He was indeed hungry, and the aroma of barbecue seemed to waft through his imagination. Let us go, Lu Shifa urged. Consider it a new way to protect this city, starting with enjoying its delicacies. Ji Yejun gazed at the city lights once more. This time, the brilliance no longer merely reminded him of war, but also of the warmth of human life. He nodded gently and stepped towards the edge of the forest. Remember to make it mildly spicy. Lu Shifa nagged in his mind. And get me extra sauce. In the night, a nearly imperceptible smile graced the corners of Ji Yejun's lips. Perhaps for the first time in his long battle career, someone, perhaps this dark existence, had prompted him to move forward for something so commonplace. Meanwhile, the night raid team understood the battle between Nika CC and paid along through videos captured by Gujin Chester in the Meta domain. Within the command room, a massive screen replayed the footage from the recent battle. The golden-red Meta domain resembled a different dimension, enveloping the conflict between Pada Long and Nika CC. The energy composition of this unique space was quite peculiar. The precognizant Ji Liang Zayu's holographic image appeared in the center of the command room, his voice calm and clear. We have named it the Meta domain. The image paused, displaying a flowchart of energy movement within the domain. According to data analysis, this space can isolate the alien beasts from the outside world. The precognizant continued. Most importantly, it significantly weakens the activity and attack strength of the alien beasts. Captain Heatsong placed his hands crossed on the control panel. In other words, Nika CC deployed this domain to minimize the battle's impact on the real world. Suddenly, Gumin Yihui spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. His gaze was focused and serious. I believe Nika CC is intentionally creating this domain to protect us, to safeguard this city. Otherwise, with Pada Long's destructive power, the casualties and damages would be incalculable. Sherpa Guang Yin brought up a comparison of data before and after the battle. Indeed, according to calculations, if a battle were to occur in the real world, the energy shock would be sufficient to obliterate all structures within a 500-meter radius. Yet, within the Meta domain, the actual damage is nearly zero. Shiji covered her mouth in surprise. So that nod was a signal to us? Indicating that everything is under control? Deputy Commander Xiang Xiaofeng stared intently at the screen, furrowing his brows. I still can't believe he isn't an alien beast. It's possible that being in this domain provides him with an advantage. The precognizant nodded slightly. Gumin's analysis is quite reasonable. The Meta domain is likely a barrier that Nika CC has created to protect humanity. This also explains why, after each battle, there are almost no traces of large-scale destruction in the real world. Gumin gazed at the silver giant on the screen, a surge of indescribable resonance swelling within him. He recalled the slight nod of the man in black in the forest. Perhaps it was not an end, but rather a promise, a vow of protection. We need to reassess our relationship with Nika CC, Captain Heatsong stated solemnly. If he is an ally rather than an enemy, our tactical strategies will need to be adjusted accordingly. Just as the night raid team engaged in deep discussion, Ji Yejun had emerged from the forest. Arriving at the city's edge, the neon lights replaced the natural starlight, and the bustling voices supplanted the tranquility of the woods. Yes, that's the one. Lu Shifa excitedly directed in his mind. I can smell the aroma. Hurry inside, Jungo. Ji Yejun stood at the entrance of the starlit barbecue house. Hesitating for a moment, the interior buzzed with voices, warm light, and the scent of food flowing through the glass door. Years of solitude in the darkness had almost made him forget the feeling of blending into a crowd. Ultimately, he pushed open the door, greeted by the enthusiastic welcome of the staff and the lively atmosphere. In that moment, he was not just a warrior of light, but also an ordinary person who could feel hunger and fatigue. And far away in the command room, Gumin could not have imagined that the guardian they were discussing was, at that very moment, integrating into the warmth of human life for the sake of a barbecue. Chapter 15. Ji Yejun's nightmare dreams should be a fleeting refuge stolen from the ruins, however brief, however steeped in the lingering taste of past battles. But this time was different. The air was thick, as if congealed blood. He stood before a familiar ruin, surrounded by towering structures leaning at unnatural angles, shattered like toys maliciously mangled by a child. The sky was no longer a sky but an ugly gash torn open by an invisible force, dark and unfathomable. swirling with a malevolence that did not belong to this world. Then, they came. First one, then two, followed by an endless swarm, pouring forth from that fissure like locusts from hell. Small alien beasts screeched, their wings vibrating at a high frequency, merging into a piercing wail that could rend the soul, blocking out the remnants of the broken sky. Sunlight vanished entirely, leaving only the shifting shadows cast by their twisted, grotesque forms as they brushed past his face. They surged towards the streets, lunging at the silent, fleeing figures whose faces were obscured. It was not consumption, but obliteration. The towering buildings they covered crumbled in an instant, rotting as if weathered for centuries, collapsing into dust. The fleeing silhouettes disintegrated into wisps of smoke upon contact with the swarm, unable to leave even a scream behind. Death was not an instantaneous end but a slow, dense, suffocating erasure. He wanted to move, to summon that light. Yet his body felt as if it were nailed in amber, unable to twitch even a fingertip. He could only watch helplessly as the black tide spread, listening to the hum of destruction seep into his bones, drowning everything. Despair, a cold, slippery despair, coiled up from his ankles, tightening around his throat. A monstrous creature abruptly detached from the swarm and dove straight towards him, its compound eyes reflecting his suddenly constricting pupils. Ji Shizhuan jolted upright, his heart pounding violently within his chest, as if it might shatter his ribs. Cold sweat instantly soaked his forehead and back, the icy fabric clinging to his skin. His heavy breaths echoed painfully in the silent room, a stark contrast to the familiar darkness that enveloped him, quiet yet suffocating. It was merely a dream, just a dream. He raised his hand, vigorously wiping his face in an attempt to erase the sticky cold sweat and the bone-deep tremors brought forth by the phantasm. The skin beneath his fingertips felt frigid, still trembling from the remnants of the nightmare. How could he be haunted by such a nightmare? What kind of nightmare could frighten a titan of light like him? The voice of Lucifer, sounding as if just awakened, resonated in Ji Shizhuan's mind. It's nothing. Merely a recollection of the past, Ji Shizhuan replied, unwilling to divulge the dark nature of his dream to Lucifer. Outside, after breakfast, Ji Shizhuan sat on a chair, his fingers unconsciously tightening around the coarse edge of the newspaper, producing a faint crackling sound. He did not respond to the voice in his mind, instead burying his gaze deeper into the vague official reports regarding the tunnel collapse. Light filtered through the window panes, casting harsh shadows across his chiseled features. Boring. Lucifer seemed to yawn, his voice laced with habitual languor. But this charade of concealing the truth, as you said, is indeed the standard practice of that organization. Dull and utterly uninspired. Just then, a figure ambled over, blocking the light before him. A can of still cool coffee was thrust into his hands. Ji Shizhuan glanced up to see Zhen Leixinzong, an old friend from his days as a journalist. His face perpetually inscribed with stubbornness and curiosity, now adorned with a familiar grin. Seeing Ji Shizhuan decline the coffee, Zhen Leixinzong was not disheartened. Instead, he took a seat across from him. Ji Shizhuan, it has been a while. Just by looking at you, I can tell you haven't forgotten your old trade. Zhen Leixinzong lowered his voice, leaning forward to point unceremoniously at the newspaper article about the tunnel collapse. Do you believe this? I certainly don't. There have been too many accidents lately, too coincidental. They must be hiding something significant. He passionately recounted his discoveries and speculations, growing increasingly animated, culminating in an invitation. How about it? Join me. Just like before, let us uncover the truth. Ji Shizhuan interjected, his voice steady yet tinged with an undeniable sense of detachment. I am no longer a journalist, Mr. Zhen Lai. Zhen Leixinzong's enthusiasm was doused by this cold water, and after a brief pause, he urgently implored, don't say that. You must know something, right? I know you. You can't just ignore this. I know nothing, Ji Shizhuan replied, closing the newspaper with deliberate slowness, yet resolute finality. And I advise you to cease your investigation as well. Why? Because it's a tad dangerous? Zhen Leixinzong dismissed. Pursuing the truth never comes without risk. This is not ordinary danger. Ji Shizhuan's gaze sharpened, penetrating Zhen Lai. Deep within his eyes lay something that instinctively caused Zhen Leixinzong to hold his breath, a near-warning weight far exceeding his comprehension of peril. Stop. For your own good. With that, Ji Shizhuan stood before Zhen Leixinzong could utter another word. A red balloon rolled lazily to his feet. He bent down to retrieve it, his gaze drifting past the bustling street to two timid little girls staring in his direction. The harsh lines of his face softened momentarily as he gently returned the balloon to the approaching child. Thereafter, he did not cast another glance at Zhen Leixinzong, instead blending into the throng of the street, his figure swiftly vanishing from sight. Zhen Leixinzong remained frozen, his face alternating between shades of pale and flush. The abrupt rejection and warning from his former companion did not deter him. Rather, it ignited an even fiercer flame within his chest. He clenched his fists tightly, nails nearly digging into his palms. Fixated on the direction Ji Shizhuan had vanished, he muttered through gritted teeth, as if swearing an oath to himself, "You bastard. Don't underestimate me. Do you think this will frighten me? The more you conceal, the greater the danger, which only indicates the truth behind it is more shocking. Just wait and see, Ji Shizhuan. I, Jin Lai Shinzong, swear to uncover everything and shred the government's veil of shame to pieces." His voice was swallowed by the street's cacophony, yet his fervent determination lingered heavily in the air. Back in his dormitory, Ji Shizhuan retrieved an old photograph of Sarah. He gazed at her bright smile, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the now faded contours. The din outside gradually faded, yet the echoes of gunfire and the scent of gunpowder seemed to transcend time and space, abruptly yanking him back to that blood-soaked battleground. "Ji Gu, are you reminiscing about your days as a journalist again?" Lucifer's voice broke the silence. A barely perceptible tension gripped Ji Shizhuan's spine for an instant. He remained silent, his gaze fixed on Sarah's smile, a final warm hue left for him by another battlefield long past. Observing Ji Shizhuan's reluctance to respond, Lucifer fell silent as well. Chapter 16. No more fighting. Retreat. The mountain scenery lay hazy. The lake mirrored the distant mountains and nearby trees, resembling an ink-wash painting. Ji Shizhuan sat by the lake, his fishing rod motionless in his hands, yet his gaze drifted far away. For reasons unknown, he donned a silver helmet today, its cold sheen clashing with the tranquil landscape. Noticing Ji Shizhuan lost in the past within his dormitory, Lucifer suggested he visit a picturesque primeval forest for fishing, claiming it would help him unwind. Thus, Ji Shizhuan took up fishing once more, hoping to find solace as he awaited a bite. However, the vivid images of battlefield carnage and Sarah's worried expression lingered obstinately in his mind. "Ji Gu, why are you wearing a helmet while fishing this time? Did what I said scare you?" Lucifer teased with a laugh in the Evolution Trust space. Seeing Lucifer's cheeky grin, a flicker of calm washed over Ji Shizhuan. Yet he chose not to address the helmet matter. Suddenly, the Evolution Trust in his arms vibrated, emitting a rapid and intense glow. Ji Shizhuan sprang to his feet, the fishing rod clattering to the ground and sending ripples across the water. He pulled out the Evolution Trust, its flickering light signaling the presence of a monstrous creature. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted into the depths of the forest. Beneath the silver helmet, his expression tightened, each step heavy and swift. In mere moments, he reached a clearing. The sight before him sent his blood racing. The colossal form of beige bazoon stood in the clearing, its shell glimmering with a sickening sheen amidst the shadows of the trees. Most appalling of all, the creature was incessantly regurgitating the twisted remnants of cars, crushed doors, mangled seats, shattered windshields strewn about. Tires rolled aside, stained with dark liquid. Needless to say, the occupants within had perished long ago. Ji Shizhuan's fists clenched, cracking ominously as fury surged within him. How could these innocent lives be so ruthlessly extinguished? Unforgivable, he roared, drawing out the Evolution Trust. The light surged, akin to a sword unsheathed. A searing beam of light pierced the sky, striking beige bazoon with precision. The monster emitted a harrowing roar, its massive form toppling backward and crushing a swath of trees beneath it. In the radiant beam of light, the silver giant, Nai Kusisi, majestically descended. With a powerful thud, Nai Kusisi's feet struck the ground, sending a cloud of dust spiraling into the air, its milky white eyes, sharp as swords, fixated on the foe before it. As Bai Gubazun rose to its feet, it charged towards Nai Kusisi. The latter deftly deflected the erratic slashes of Bai Gubazun's claws with its formidable arms, delivering a heavy elbow strike to the monster's jaw. Following that, a seamless flurry of punches rained down upon its glossy, armored chest, producing a series of dull thuds. Bai Gubazun howled in agony, staggering backward before crashing heavily onto the ground, uprooting yet another cluster of trees. The giant advanced with an aura of dominance, poised to deliver the final blow to this life-destroying creature. At that moment, Lucifer, observing the battle from within his consciousness, noticed that Bai Gubazun's tail pincers were preparing to attack Nai Kusisi's feet. A sense of urgency compelled him to send a warning directly into the depths of Nai Kusisi's mind. "Be careful, brother. Watch your feet. Its tail is set to ambush you." Upon hearing this, Nai Kusisi instinctively glanced down, only to see Bai Gubazun's tail, seemingly weakened by pain, silently slithering towards him. The enormous, menacing pincers at its tip were wide open, aiming at his ankle, ready to snap shut with ferocity. In a split second, Nai Kasisi swiftly leaped to the side, executing a clean and precise maneuver. Almost simultaneously, the deadly pincers clamped shut, emitting a painful crunching sound. Yet they merely crushed a pocket of air and a few blades of grass. With its plot foiled, Bai Gubazun let out an enraged shriek. Struggling to rise from the ground, and once again lunging at Nai Kasisi. Its claws flailed wildly, the assault appearing fierce. Yet it was fraught with impatience and chaos due to its failed scheme. Nai Kasisi remained composed, weaving through the gaps in its attacks, either blocking with his arms or nimbly sidestepping. Spotting an opening, he crouched and delivered a sweeping kick to Bai Gubazun's lower body. The colossal beast instantly lost its balance, emitting a defiant howl before crashing to the ground again, causing the earth to tremble. This time, Nai Kasisi did not pause for breath. He strode forward, energy surging within him, bestowing extraordinary strength. He bent down, his powerful arms plunging beneath Bai Gubazun, gripping the crevices of its shell. With a deep, thunderous battle cry, Nai Kasisi summoned his might, lifting the gargantuan creature effortlessly above his head. Bai Gubazun writhed in vain within his grasp, its limbs thrashing wildly, yet it could not escape the iron grip. In the next instant, Nai Kasisi flexed his muscular arms and hurled Bai Gubazun violently towards the relatively clear ground. A colossal crash reverberated through the forest, akin to the sound of mountains collapsing. Bai Gubazun was forcefully driven into the earth, its shell cracking under the immense weight, as dirt, broken trees, and shards of vehicles flew in all directions. It lay incapacitated in the shallow crater it had created, emitting pained groans. At that moment, 3 Chester fighter jets from the night raid team finally arrived. As they beheld Nai Kasisi's triumph over Bai Gubazun, astonishment gripped them. Target confirmed. Bai Gubazun is engaged in combat with the Ultra Warrior Nai Kasisi, Captain Song reported steadily, swiftly relaying the situation to Ji Liang Zheyu back at the Free Fortress, CIC, requesting tactical instructions. Ji Liang Zheyu's cold voice echoed almost instantaneously through the encrypted channel, embodying a calmness that seemed to perceive everything. Analyze the battlefield situation. Nai Kasisi has established absolute dominance. Bai Gubazun's mobility has significantly declined. Revise the combat plan. Beta and Gamma will engage the alien creature, while Alpha targets Nai Kasisi. Gongmin, incredulous, exclaimed, "What did you just say?" Received. Commencing attack on Nai Kasisi now, replied Xiang Tiao Na with a detached tone. Consequently, as Nai Kasisi approached Bai Gubazun, he was targeted by the laser fire from Xiang Tiao Na and Gongmin piloting Alpha. High-energy lasers erupted against Nai Kasisi, showering sparks upon impact, eliciting sounds of anguish from him that struck Gongmin's already fragile heart. As Lucifer observed the assault on Nai Kasisi from his vantage point in the void, his eyes widened in disbelief. He watched helplessly as the beams of light collided with the silver giant's back, igniting blinding sparks. The muffled groans of Nai Kasisi piercing through dimensions and resonating in the depths of his consciousness. What in the hell are you doing? A blaze of fury erupted from within Lucifer, nearly propelling him to leap forth in Nai Kasisi's mind. His handsome visage contorted with rage, his black eyes aflame with incredulity. Ungrateful. A bunch of complete fools. Backstabbers. He roared, his voice echoing in the silent void, laden with wrath and disappointment. Who was I fighting to protect? Whose city and lives were I risking everything for? And you turn your cannons on him. Is your commander's mind muddled with the slime of alien beasts? His fists clenched tightly, nails nearly piercing his palms. If Nai Kasisi's body were not under the control of Jia Zhuan, but rather his own, he might have charged out, silencing those aircraft in the most direct manner. He observed as Nai Kasisi staggered a step, caught off guard by the sudden betrayal. The sight of him struggling to maintain his footing while enduring pain ignited a firestorm of rage within him. Brother, retreat. Don't worry about it. Leave the alien beast to them, Lucifer urged urgently within Nai Kasisi's consciousness. No. If I retreat. The alien beast. Jia Zhuan's words were abruptly cut off by Lucifer. If you don't withdraw now, you won't defeat this alien creature. With these idiots interfering, can you still fight? If the alien beast isn't slain, you'll end up injured instead. Trust me, retreat for now. Fine. Jia Zhuan acquiesced to Lucifer's counsel, preparing to withdraw. Wait, Lucifer's voice resonated once more. What is it? Jia Zhuan inquired. Let us give the alien beast a final blow before we leave, Lucifer suggested mischievously. Thus, Nai Kasisi formed his hands into a cross shape, intertwining his weaponry to unleash the energy within. creating a dazzling stream of golden sparks at an extremely high temperature. The cross-storm beam struck by Gobazun's back, severing its wings. After releasing the beam, Nai Kusisi transformed into particles of light and vanished. Upon witnessing Nai Kusisi's disappearance, Jiliang Zheyu at the base momentarily paused, struggling to comprehend why the alien beast remained unfinished yet departed. Was this truly Nai Kusisi? With no target to engage, Xiang Tiao Na swiftly joined by Gobazun's actions, but alas, Bai Gobazun ultimately excavated a pit to escape. Observing the alien beast's departure, a pall of discontent settled over the onlookers. Chapter 17. Wings of Stone. The midday sun blazed fiercely, piercing through the dense foliage, casting scorching, mottled shadows upon the forest clearing. Ji Yazhuan leaned against a sturdy fir tree, breathing heavily, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him after reverting from transformation. He glanced at his left hand, which bore only a minor wound from the high-energy laser cannon of the Night Raid Team's Alpha. Though not severe, the stinging sensation remained sharp and vivid. In the distance, the roar of engines shattered the tranquility of the forest. The chrome-plated Chester fighter jets of the Night Raid Team soared like steel eagles, circling as they unleashed a torrent of firepower upon the colossal insectoid alien creature. By Gobazun, missiles and laser beams erupted in fiery explosions and thick smoke upon the formidable exterior of Beige Bazoon, the resounding noise reverberating through the air. Ji Yazhan pressed his lips together tightly, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. Foolishness. Did they truly believe this would vanquish the alien beasts? A clear, wrathful voice resonated directly in his mind, within the unique consciousness space of the Evolver's trust. It was Lucifer, who, despite his generally placid nature, was seething with anger at the scene before him. If it weren't for their interference, attacking you and disrupting your actions, that creature would have been dealt with long ago. Lucifer's voice was laced with unabashed indignation. Ji Yazhan remained silent, his brow furrowing deeper. He observed Beige Bazoon emit a sharp shriek under the relentless fire, suddenly ceasing its assault and frantically digging into the ground with its massive forelimbs. Dirt and rocks were hurled into the air like a fountain, a colossal pit forming at an astonishing pace. It was attempting to escape. A sense of urgency gripped Ji Yazhan's heart, and he instinctively reached to raise the Evolver's trust once more, but he realized it was too late. The Night Raid Squad's aircraft seemed equally unprepared for this turn of events, their attacks hesitating momentarily. In that fleeting moment, Beige Bazoon's enormous form agilely burrowed underground, disappearing swiftly, leaving behind only a vast, bottomless pit. The aircraft circled the pit a few times, launching several missiles that detonated within, seemingly confirming the target's escape, before reluctantly turning away. Engines roaring into the distance. The forest fell silent again, littered with debris and that unsightly pit, remnants of the recent battle. It was over. Beige Bazoon had successfully fled. Wounded as it was, it would soon reappear in another corner of the city, bringing new destruction and terror. Cursed be them. Those wretches are not allies at all. I was foolish to trust that lone gate brother. I didn't expect him to be of the same ilk. Lucifer's voice echoed again, anger still simmering. They do not trust you at all. If not for them, enough. Ji Yazhan interjected quietly, his voice hoarse. Yet frustration and helplessness coiled around his heart like tendrils of a vine. Why was the battle so arduous? Not only did he have to confront the ferocious alien beasts, but he also had to contend with the misunderstandings and obstacles from humanity. This pent-up resentment had no outlet. He suddenly raised his right fist and struck it against the rough tree trunk. Bang! A dull thud resounded. The pain in his fist paled in comparison to the turmoil within. I apologize. After a moment, Lucifer's tone softened, as if realizing his words had added to Ji Yazhan's burden. I simply cannot endure such senseless betrayal. Ji Yazhan did not respond, merely retracting his hand and gazing at the faint marks on the trunk. The knuckles of his hand were slightly reddened, the mild pain sharpening his awareness. In the distance, the sirens of TLT ground forces echoed, racing towards the scene for cleanup and investigation. Ji Yazhan inhaled the air, rich with the scents of gunpowder and verdant foliage. Standing tall, no matter the obstacles, the fight must continue. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating his resolute yet weary profile. He cast one last glance at the pit where Beige Bazoon had vanished and silently ventured deeper into the forest. The Evolver's trust in his hand flickered softly, while within the depths of his consciousness, a non-giant soul silently accompanied him, ready to face the arduous path ahead together. Ji Yazhan's figure darted swiftly between the trees, intent on leaving the area before TLT ground forces could encircle him. The fatigue in his body and the sting in his left hand compelled him to concentrate. However, Just as he approached the edge of the forest, hurried footsteps and the rustling of bushes reached his ears. He halted immediately, slipping behind a tree. But it was evidently too late. "Do not move." A cold, guarded female voice rang out. A sense of dread filled Ji Yazen's heart as he slowly stepped out from behind the tree. There stood Vice Captain Shijiao, her D-weight pistol unwaveringly aimed at him. Her gaze sharp as an eagle's. Moments later, Lone Gate Ikki hurried in from behind her. The air became thick with tension. Shijiao animosity felt almost palpable. Her eyes fixated on Ji Yazen as though he were a dangerously perilous alien beast. "You are indeed here. What were you doing hiding nearby during the recent battle? What connection do you have with that giant and the appearance of the alien beasts?" Her fingers steadied on the trigger guard, ready to fire. Ji Yazen remained silent, his gaze sweeping over the two, finally resting on Lone Gate. Lone Gate was also looking at him, his expression complex, as if scrutinizing him. "Answer me." Shijiao stepped forward, the gun inching closer, an overwhelming pressure emanating from her. "You frequently appear at the scene. This cannot be mere coincidence. Who are you really?" Ji Yazen still remained mute. His silence only intensified Shijiao fury. Amidst this tense standoff, Lone Gate Ikki's keen eyes caught a detail. Due to Shijiao advance and the threat of the firearm, Ji Yazen's body tensed subtly, his left hand, which had previously hung naturally, instinctively twitched. It was this minute action that revealed a clear burn mark on Ji Yazen's left sleeve. Beneath the damaged area, the skin displayed fresh, swollen bruising, distinctly contrasting with the surrounding coloration. The location of the wound made Lone Gate's heart race. Not long ago, the Chester Alpha had struck Nikesis' left arm with a high-energy laser cannon. That location corresponded perfectly with the wound on Ji Yazen's arm. An astonishing, nearly suffocating realization struck him. Nikesis, that silver giant. Ji Yazen's arm bore a fresh and unique scar. Ji Yazen always seemed to be near the battlefield. Whenever the giant was injured, Ji Yazen would also bear wounds. All these clues converged at this moment, pointing to a truth he had never dared to imagine. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Ji Yazen's weary, yet resolute face. There was no defense in that visage, only a profound silence, burdened with immense responsibility. Could it be that he is Nikesis? This thought thundered through Lone Gate's mind. He recalled the previous interactions with the giant, those moments when they were attacked. The giant's protective gestures towards humanity. If this were true, then what had they been doing all along? They had been attacking those who protected them? Shijiao, losing patience with Ji Yazen's continued silence, pressed. "This is your final warning. Deputy Captain." "Wait." Lone Gate suddenly interrupted, his voice tinged with urgency due to his inner turmoil. Lone Gate stepped forward quickly, positioning himself between Shijiao firearm and Ji Yazen, but was promptly shoved back a few steps by Shijiao forceful push. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Yazen summoned the stone wings with his energy burst gun. Shijiao, witnessing Ji Yazen not only refusing to answer, but also raising an oddly shaped weapon to shoot into the sky, felt her pupils constrict, a surge of crisis enveloping her. "What are you trying to do?" she barked, almost instinctively squeezing the trigger of her D-weight pistol. Bang! The bullet shot forth, aimed directly at Ji Yazen. Yet, just as the beam was about to hit its target, a soft yet immensely sturdy barrier of light materialized before Ji Yazen, precisely blocking Shijiao assault. The bullet struck the barrier, shattering upon impact like an egg against a stone, dispersing into countless tiny particles of light, vanishing into the air. Nagi Shijiao and the recently grounded Kamen Ichihiro were both astonished by this unimaginable scene. Following that, a peculiar, resonant humming sound, as if echoing the heartbeat, approached rapidly from the distance. In the next moment, a colossal, conical object known as the Shurji descended upon the forest with unparalleled sanctity, seemingly traversing space itself. The intense tremor brought by the Shurji rendered both Nagi and Ichihiro incapable of maintaining their footing, as though an invisible giant hand pressed them to the ground, forcing them to collapse helplessly, their breaths becoming labored. They could barely lift their heads to witness the spectacle before them. Subsequently, Hijiya Jun's form transformed into a gentle beam of light, drawn into the Shurji. Only when Hijiya Jun fully merged with the Shurji did the terrifying pressure slightly alleviate. The Shurji began to emit an even more dazzling radiance, preparing to depart. "Do not attempt to flee." Nagi struggled to rise, her intense anger and suspicion overwhelming her fear of this unknown creation. She quickly stood, unhesitatingly aiming her Daxing gun at the ascending Shurji and pulled the trigger once more. "Vice Captain." "No." Ichihiro shouted in a desperate attempt to intervene. But it was too late. A more robust energy force collided violently with the surface of the Shirji-E. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, engulfing the Shirji-E in flames and thick smoke. Nagi stared at the epicenter of the explosion, panting heavily. Ichihiro's heart raced, equally worried about the destruction of the Shirji-E and the implications if Hijiya-jun were indeed Naxus. The smoke was swiftly dispersed by the radiant glow emitted from the Shirji-E. To their astonishment, despite enduring such a powerful direct attack, the Shirji-Yi's smooth surface remained utterly unscathed, not even a scratch, still radiating a mysterious and tranquil brilliance. What? Nagi gazed incredulously at this scene that exceeded her understanding. Ichihiro's astounding conjecture was nearly confirmed. He involuntarily stepped closer, a mix of reverence, guilt, and a desire for confirmation compelling him to cautiously extend his hand towards the Shirji-Yi's cold, smooth exterior. Just as his fingertips made contact, a powerful energy current surged into his body, causing Ichihiro to scream as he was violently thrown back, crashing to the ground. In that fleeting moment, countless images flooded his mind like a burst dam, a battlefield shrouded in smoke. Hijiya-jun perilously documenting the traces of disaster with his camera. A small girl with a warm smile waving at him under the sunset. The overwhelming influx of information and energy overload rendered Ichihiro's mind incapable of bearing it. Darkness engulfed his vision, and he lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Nagi stared in shock at her suddenly unconscious teammate, then turned to the undamaged Shirji-E, which began to ascend slowly. She raised her gun but found herself unable to fire another shot. Everything unfolding before her had completely surpassed her comprehension. The Shirji-E lingered momentarily in the air before transforming into a silver streak, accelerating instantaneously and vanishing into the horizon, leaving Nagi standing bewildered in the clearing and Ichihiro unconscious on the ground. The sun remained scorching, yet the air was thick with an indescribable silence and mystery. Chapter 18. Lucifer, how did you end up here? Within the Shirji-E, the concepts of time and space blurred. Hijiya-jun floated amidst warm, pure energy. The wound on his left arm, scorched by the Alpha's laser cannon, healing visibly before the eye, the redness subsiding. Damaged tissue rapidly regenerating until it returned to its original state, leaving no trace behind. While his physical wounds were effortlessly mended, the exhaustion of his spirit overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. The healing function of the Shirji-E operated at its peak, lulling him into a profound slumber. However, this was not a peaceful rest. Dreams, like parasites, dragged him back to that inferno he wished to forget. The scorching air was filled with the stench of gunpowder and blood, the thunderous sounds of explosions relentless. He crouched behind the ruins, the camera in his hand cold and heavy. His field of vision was filled with bursting flames, dismembered bodies tossed by shockwaves, and faces frozen in fear and agony. He shed no tears, nor did he feel overt sorrow. A numbing instinct of his profession compelled him to mechanically document this human tragedy through the viewfinder. The shutter clicks were nearly inaudible amidst the cacophony of gunfire. Each press felt like a heavy stone weighing upon his soul. Is recording the truth my sole purpose for existence? A vague thought circled in his mind. At that moment, a small, familiar figure intruded upon his frame. It was Sela, the girl who awakened him from his numbness, offering warmth akin to family. Her face was etched with urgency and concern as she recklessly ran through the battlefield, glancing around, clearly searching for him. No, Sela, don't come here. Go back. Hijiya-jun's heart tightened abruptly. He wished to shout, yet found his throat constricted, only managing to emit a hoarse sound. A profound fear gripped him, and he desperately attempted to rush forward. But his body felt as though it were nailed to the spot, forced to watch the tragedy unfold once more. The piercing whistle of artillery shells descended from above, landing right in front of Sela. No. Hijiya-jun silently screamed in his mind, despairingly closing his eyes, bracing himself for the heart-wrenching pain and the endless cycle of torment. However, an unexpected occurrence transpired. June, you truly cannot forget your former identity as a journalist, dreaming even of the battlefield. A voice, tinged with mockery and resignation, abruptly resonated amidst the bloody battlefield, clearly overpowering the sounds of cannon fire. Hijiya-jun's eyes flew open. There stood a man, Lucifer, whose attire and demeanor clashed starkly with the surrounding chaos, wearing an expression of disdain. Beneath his arm, he firmly held a small girl, who was struggling and panicking. It was none other than Sela. Lucifer, how did you end up here? Hijiya-jun asked incredulously. The shell exploded, yet Sela was unharmed. Moreover, who was this girl named Sela that you know? Lucifer tilted his head, looking at Hijiya-jun with genuine confusion. He seemed to have merely sensed the intense fluctuations of Hijia-jun's spirit and entered his dream, resulting in this peculiar scene. Hijia-jun was utterly astonished, his mind blank, unable to comprehend what was transpiring before him. Had the dream been interfered with? Did Lucifer save Sela? Lucifer appeared unfazed, stepping towards the rigid Hijia-jun and, as if handing over a toy he had unwittingly found, placed the still slightly struggling, tearful Sela into Hijia-jun's embrace. Here, take this. Your dream's energy fluctuations are too loud for me to rest. The tangible weight and warmth settled into his arms, prompting Hijia-jun to instinctively hold her tighter. Sela seemed to have found her anchor, gripping his clothing tightly, her voice trembling as she called out, "Jun?" This one utterance shattered all of Hijia-jun's rational defenses like thunder. Impossible. This is undoubtedly a dream. A deeper illusion. How could Sela possibly be here? A tremendous impact and an overwhelming flood of surreal emotions crashed through his consciousness. His lips trembled as he repeatedly murmured, "Impossible, absolutely impossible," until darkness enveloped his vision. Consciousness severed, along with Sela in his arms and Lucifer beside him, vanishing from this bizarre dreamscape. Ji Yazhen abruptly opened his eyes, gasping violently, his heart racing uncontrollably. Before him lay the soft and constant flow of light within the Shiji, serene and tranquil. His left arm, once injured, had long since healed, devoid of any discomfort. Yet, an unprecedented sense of weakness permeated his entire being. It was not the pain of an injury, but rather a sensation akin to having one's internal energy siphoned away, a profound exhaustion and emptiness rooted in the essence of life itself, rendering even the mere act of raising a finger laborious. He lay there, dazed in the light, fragments of his dream flashing through his mind, the perplexed face of Lu Shifa and the strikingly real sensation of Sela's touch and call. Lu Shifa? He attempted to summon the name within his consciousness, his voice tinged with a rasp and a tremor he was unaware of. The luminous flow within the Shiji seemed to momentarily falter. Ji Yazhen's call echoed in his mind, but did not receive the anticipated, customary teasing response. Instead, there was only a hollow silence, as if his voice had been cast into an unfathomable abyss. Just when he thought everything was merely a nonsensical illusion born of dreams, a faint voice, almost ethereal in its quality, began to resonate deep within his mind. "What do you wish of me?" It was Lu Shifa's voice, yet entirely different from before. The languor and playfulness had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming fatigue and frailty. As if every word were painstakingly extracted from the remnants of his spirit, Ji Yazhen could discern an almost tangible distortion within it, as though the speaker's very soul had been brutally wrung by an invisible hand. Lu Shifa's voice faltered, interspersed with an indescribable confusion and pain emerging from your cursed dream. The voice paused, as if even the act of structuring thoughts had become an insurmountable challenge. The essence of his soul seemed to have been twisted and contorted repeatedly, with a tremor of lingering dread escaping that frail voice. "There is nothing left. I am nearly shattered." The final syllable was barely audible, laden with utter exhaustion, and then silence enveloped him entirely. No matter how Ji Yazhen sought to inquire within his consciousness, there was no further response. The Shiji returned to its absolute tranquility, with only the warm glow of energy flowing gently. Ji Yazhen remained frozen, even his heavy breathing instinctively stilled. His mind struggled to process this unfathomable information. It seemed that Lu Shifa had truly intruded upon his dream, and in doing so, had suffered a grave toll, possibly due to some intervention from that dream. The description of being drained and twisted gripped him. He suddenly lowered his gaze to his hands. The tangible weight and warmth he embraced lingered, as Sela's tearful voice echoed clearly in his ears. This was not merely a dream. Lu Shifa had somehow momentarily brought forth Sela's existence, touching the very core of the dream's deepest essence. The backlash or the astonishing expense required to maintain such interference had nearly overwhelmed Lu Shifa. Chapter 19. Night Raid Team. From this day forth, you shall be my closest kin, Lu Shifa. Ji Yazhen was engulfed in a profound ecstasy and hope that nearly threatened to overwhelm him. Lu Shifa's current frailty did not incite worry. Rather, it felt like a beacon piercing through endless darkness. This validated that the intervention within the dream was indeed real, affirming the existence of that incredible power. If Lu Shifa's weakness now stemmed from his soul's damage, then conversely, once his soul was restored, perhaps even strengthened, could he not intervene in the past more stably and thoroughly? Was it conceivable that he could truly bring Sela back from that desolate battlefield? Not merely a phantom in a dream, but the real, living Sela. This thought ignited within him like the wildest of weeds, spreading rapidly across his weary heart, igniting a roaring flame. Long-suppressed sorrow, despair, and numbness shattered in the face of this unfathomable possibility. He nearly blurted out, his voice trembling with excitement, infused with a fervent, almost reverent zeal, addressing the quiet space in his mind. Lucifer, are you the divine sent to redeem me? Within the Shurji, the faint soul that was on the verge of dissipating momentarily froze. Lucifer, having just recovered a sliver of breath from the excruciating torment of his spirit being wrung like a rag, was desperately absorbing the radiant energy diffusing in the evolution believer's space, trying to survive. His thoughts still cursing the night raid team and pondering what sin he had committed to endure such suffering. Ji Yazhan's seemingly nonsensical, fervent outburst struck him like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly bewildered. Lucifer. He struggled to gather his senses and gazed at the fervent adept within the flowing light. Ji Yazhan's face radiated an unrestrained, almost frenzied joy, and the rekindled fire of hope in his eyes was nearly blinding, plunging Lucifer into deeper confusion. What was happening? Just moments ago, they had been nearly tormented to death in a nightmare. How had he suddenly transformed into someone who seemed to have won a fortune? And what was this talk of divine redemption? What redemption? Who had he redeemed? Just moments ago, his own nightmare had nearly unraveled him. Who had he redeemed? After a brief moment of astonishment, a more reasonable conjecture surfaced in Lucifer's mind. This is it. Ji Yazhan must have been rendered foolish by that bunch of ruffians from the night raid team. Look at how unhinged he has become. He must have suffered a blow to the head during the earlier battle with the Alpha, leading to this state of confusion and rambling. A wave of intense sorrow washed over Lucifer. His dimming soul reflected his overwhelming sadness, filled with endless bitterness and indignation. This is outrageous. They have gone too far. Night raid team. TLT. This is all you're doing. You have turned a perfectly capable Ji Yazhan into a fool. He raged inwardly, vowing that if the opportunity arose, he would ensure those tin cans and the masterminds behind them paid a heavy price. This grievance would not go unpunished, though he was not human at the moment. Thus, within the tranquil confines of the Shurji, an exceedingly bizarre tableau unfolded. Ji Yazhan was immersed in overwhelming joy, possibly envisioning the salvation of Sela with fervent hope. Meanwhile, Lucifer lingered in profound sorrow over Ji Yazhan's potential foolishness and his burning wrath against the night raid team, his soul flickering with indignation. One basked in elation, the other steeped in despair. Their emotions, linked by some peculiar connection, subtly transmitted between them, yet were completely misunderstood, forming a perfect cycle of miscommunication. It can only be said, as the unchanging truth asserts, the joys and sorrows of individuals do not resonate with one another. Emerging from the Shurji, Ji Yazhan felt a lingering weakness in his body, yet his face bore a nearly radiant glow. The eyes that had once been dulled by heavy burdens and sorrow now shone with remarkable brightness, aflame with a hope that was almost scorching. He even instinctively inhaled deeply, as if the very air had transformed, brimming with new possibilities. However, before this exuberant emotion could endure, an exceedingly untimely, resounding growl emanated from his abdomen, shattering the sanctity of the moment. Ji Yazhan was momentarily taken aback, only to soon realize the truth. Indeed, the restoration of his body by the Shurji required an immense expenditure of energy. The weakness he had previously felt was not merely a manifestation of mental fatigue, but rather a genuine reaction from his body, drained of vitality. All the nutrients had been prioritized for healing wounds and regenerating tissues. How could he not feel hunger? Coming to this understanding, instead of feeling embarrassed, he found the sensation of hunger to be profoundly real and vibrant with life. It served as proof that he was still alive and had acquired a new objective, the necessity to survive and to grow stronger. At that moment, a stream of consciousness, laced with hesitation and profound confusion, cautiously invaded his mind once more. Is that you, Zhuangge? Lucifer's voice, still weak yet filled with bewilderment, inquired. Your stomach just growled loudly enough for the Shurji outside to hear. Are you hungry? Under normal circumstances, Ji Yazhan would have either responded coolly with a nonchalant or simply ignored the inquiry, lost in his own world. However, today was entirely different. Upon hearing Lucifer's question, instead of feeling disturbed, the corners of Ji Yazhan's mouth involuntarily curled upwards, forming a clear and genuine smile. This smile dispelled the long-accumulated gloom that shrouded his brow, radiating an infectious warmth. In his mind, he replied with a tone that could only be described as gentle, even slightly buoyant. Yes, I am hungry. Within the space of the evolution trust, Lucifer's feeble soul quivered violently, nearly dissipating from sheer shock. He smiled. Ji Yizhuan actually smiled at me and admitted he was hungry with such an almost joyous tone. The previous image of Ji Yizhuan, a figure shrouded in sorrow, sealed off like a stone, emanating an aura of despair and avoidance, was utterly transformed. Lucifer's thoughts spiraled into a more chaotic storm of confusion. The overwhelming perplexity temporarily quelled his righteous indignation towards the night raid team, leading him to contemplate an unfathomable possibility. Could it be that he wasn't simply stunned? Could it be that the attack from the night raid's alpha had inadvertently cured his depression? Had they obliterated the reclusive version of Zhuan Ge and returned him as a more cheerful individual? Was such an operation even feasible? This was not merely an attack. It was a revelation, a medical miracle. In an instant, Lucifer's perception of the night raid team, particularly Gu Min, underwent a complete 180-degree turn. The previous seething rage transformed into an indescribable sense of gratitude and kinship. So it turns out you are the hidden benefactors, he murmured within the depths of his consciousness, as his soul flickered with the dim light of shifting emotions. I, Lucifer, have misjudged you all. From this day forth, you shall be my brothers. Though we share neither mother nor father, this bond I shall remember. Thus, amidst the tranquil woods, the recently healed Nexus-capable individual found himself uplifted by the fervent hope of redemption, feeling a long-lost sense of hunger and vitality. Meanwhile, the otherworldly soul residing within him, driven by an utterly absurd and outrageous speculation, was internally forming a brotherly bond with the enemies he had previously wished to dismantle. This extraordinary misunderstanding seemed to be racing towards even more bizarre revelations. As the night deepened, a modest izakaya in a corner of the city remained aglow with warm light. The sliding door swung open, the wind chimes tinkled softly, and Ji Yizhuan entered, accompanied by a cool evening breeze. He made his way directly to the innermost booth, scarcely glancing at the menu before promptly ordering a series of dishes from the approaching proprietress. Please, a large serving of tonkatsu, miso soup, 2 portions of pan-fried dumplings, grilled mackerel, and another bowl of white rice. His tone was steady, albeit slightly quicker than usual, imbued with a clear sense of purpose. The proprietress, slightly taken aback, observed this man who appeared somewhat fatigued yet possessed an exceptionally bright gaze, before nodding and moving to prepare his order. Within the space of the Evolution Trust, Lucifer's curiosity piqued. An izakaya? Zhuan Ge would actually come to such a place? In his limited understanding, Ji Yizhuan was either in his room reproaching himself while gazing at a photo of Sarah or battling amidst the ruins of the city, at most purchasing some instant food from a vending machine. This vibrant establishment seemed utterly incongruous with his essence. Soon, the dishes began to arrive in succession. The steaming tonkatsu was golden and crispy, the miso soup exuded a rich aroma, the pan-fried dumplings sizzled enticingly, and the grilled fish was irresistibly fragrant. Then, Lucifer witnessed a scene that sent tremors through his very soul. Ji Yizhuan did not savor his meal like an ordinary patron. Instead, he picked up his chopsticks with a reverent yet swift demeanor, launching into a culinary battle. A large piece of tonkatsu was swiftly lifted and disappeared into his mouth in mere bites, chewed with a seriousness and efficiency that was striking. Next, his chopsticks turned to the pan-fried dumplings, devouring them one by one, his cheeks rapidly puffing up. Though his manner was not crude, and he still retained a certain ingrained sense of etiquette, the speed and focus with which he consumed his food clearly indicated that he was on a vital mission to replenish his energy. A hearty gulp of miso soup provided a momentary reprieve from his frantic pace. Then, he lifted the bowl of perfectly mounded white rice, deftly maneuvering his chopsticks, pairing it with the grilled fish, and devouring the carbohydrates at an astonishing rate. Wait. Lucifer watched in sheer astonishment, his feeble soul trembling in rhythm with Ji Yizhuan swallowing. How long had he been hungry? 3 days? 3 months? He understood the great consumption of the capable individuals. But this was beyond alarming. The thickness of the tonkatsu, the quantity of rice. Was this even within the realm of human stomach capacity? Dishes were cleared at an astonishing pace, one after another. Beads of sweat began to form on Ji Yizhuan's forehead, yet his hands did not falter, his gaze remained focused, as if each morsel transformed into energy that brought him one step closer to the faint hope of saving Sarah. When the proprietress brought out an additional plate of stir-fried vegetables, she couldn't help but express her surprise at the nearly empty plates. Lucifer was utterly dumbfounded. He had momentarily forgotten his gratitude towards the night raid team, as his entire consciousness was consumed by the wild spectacle of Ji Yizhuan's voracious eating. Was this truly the sustenance method of the warrior of light? He trembled at the thought. The efficiency of energy conversion was simply terrifying. No. The real question was why he could consume so much while remaining so lean. Was all the energy diverted to shining? He watched Ji Yazhuan, unfazed, begin to tackle the plate of vibrant green vegetables as if the meat and rice he had just devoured were merely appetizers. Lucifer could not help but entertain an absurd notion. If Ji Yazhuan were to transform at this moment, would he emit a beam of tonkatsu light or a slicing beam of pan-fried dumpling energy? This thought caused his already fragile soul to quiver violently, nearly losing its form. Enough, enough, Zhuangge. Please stop eating. Lucifer silently pleaded within his mind. Is your stomach connected to another dimension? Just watching you makes me feel stuffed. Yet, Ji Yazhuan remained oblivious to his internal outcry, diligently, efficiently, and with a whirlwind-like ferocity, devouring the food before him. For him, this was no longer mere sustenance. It was a necessary step towards healing his body, accumulating strength, and moving towards hope. Under the warm lights of the izakaya sat the quietly ravenous, capable individual, while the otherworldly soul within him trembled at the astonishing appetite of this human, beginning to seriously ponder a new subject regarding the energy dynamics of the giant of light. Ji Yazhuan was poised to lift the final piece of pan-fried dumpling, ready to send it into his mouth. His movements were fluid and focused, completely immersed in the task of replenishing his energy. At that moment, a voice, trembling and cautious, yet filled with incredulity, gently intruded into his mind like a startled creature. The voice of Dark Lucifer sounded strikingly hollow. You cannot possibly be the reincarnation of a starving ghost, can you? Coughing suddenly, Jiazu nearly choked on a fried dumpling. He coughed twice and quickly took a large sip of miso soup to ease the discomfort, his cheeks slightly flushing from the unexpected interruption. Reincarnation of a starving ghost? What kind of nonsense is that? He set down his chopsticks, furrowing his brow, a look of bemusement flashing across his face. He could distinctly sense the intense emotional fluctuations emanating from the space of the Evolution Trust, a mixture of shock, fear, and profound confusion. It seemed Lucifer was genuinely startled by his voracious appetite. How could you think that? Jiazu responded in his mind, his tone laced with a hint of exasperation, yet more gentle than before. I merely require energy. The restoration of my body through Shitsiai consumes a great deal. But that is truly terrifying. Lucifer's thoughts continued to tremble. I have never seen a human consume so much, and with such vigor. The way you looked at that pork chop was as if it were a rare treasure, about to mutate at any moment. Upon hearing this, Jiazu instinctively glanced at his now empty plate. Reflecting on it, he realized he had indeed been rather engrossed in his meal. Yet it was not out of hunger. It was the rekindled flame within him, driving him to become stronger as swiftly as possible. This is not the essence of a starving ghost, he patiently explained, even though he found it somewhat odd to clarify this to a spiritual entity. It is simply a necessity to survive and to grow stronger. His voice lowered within his consciousness, imbued with undeniable strength and a rare warmth. Lucifer's soul quivered again, this time not from fear, but from sensing something entirely different in Jiazu's words and emotions. Hope. A resolute hope. This was vastly different from the despair and nearly self-destructive fighting spirit he had previously encountered. A reason? Lucifer echoed in confusion. Is it merely because I am weak? He still could not grasp the logic behind this connection. How could his own near destruction become a reason for Jiazu to be filled with hope and appetite? The thought process of this adapted one was confoundingly perplexing. Jiazu did not provide a direct reply, but instead gave a soft HM, acknowledging the sentiment. He picked up his chopsticks once more, finishing the last bit of soup in his bowl, his movements regaining their earlier steadiness. Though the intensity of his presence had notably diminished, he called for the owner to settle the bill, and upon observing the stack of empty plates, even the owner's gaze reflected a hint of astonishment. After paying, Jiazu stood up, feeling a renewed vigor within him, not the feeble kind, but a palpable energy that could sustain him in battle. He pushed open the door of the izakaya and stepped back into the night. The evening breeze brushed against him, bringing a chill, yet it could not extinguish the fervent flame in his eyes. Within the Evolution Trust space, Lucifer continued to ponder the relationship between the concept of a starving ghost's reincarnation and the necessity to grow stronger, increasingly convinced that humans, particularly the light-adapted ones, were among the most incomprehensible beings in the universe. However, he could ascertain one thing. The Jiazu before him was indeed different from the brooding, adapted one he had previously encountered. This peculiar transformation seemed to stem from the miraculous attacks of the night raid squad. The solitary brother Lucifer sincerely mused within. The medical technology of your TLT is truly unfathomable. Chapter 21. Jiazu passed the cold coffee can in his hand dispelled some of the lethargy that followed his meal. Jiazu sat alone on a park bench, the night sky dotted with a few stars barely piercing the city's neon glow. The surroundings were tranquil, accompanied only by the distant sounds of traffic. He tilted his head back and took a sip of coffee, the bitter liquid sliding down his throat, bringing a touch of clarity. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly spoke, his voice resonating distinctly in the stillness of the night, laced with an almost imperceptible rasp. Lucifer. He paused, seemingly weighing his words. Do you wish to understand my past? Within the Evolution Trust space, Lucifer, bored and observing the blurred scenes outside, suddenly jolted, his soul brightening slightly. Oh, he nearly exclaimed in delight, a light bulb moment. This man has finally awakened. Indeed, a full stomach makes a difference. What is the saying again? To understand a person, one must first comprehend their past. Although their relationship was far from that of conquest, this was undeniably a significant advancement. He no longer needed to flounder like a headless fly. Guessing why this adapted one always appeared as though the world owed him a debt he was unwilling to collect. Of course I want to. Lucifer promptly responded, striving to infuse his thoughts with encouragement and professional curiosity. Juanga, reveal all your secrets. Do not worry. I am professionally trained. No matter how humorous. No matter how heavy, I will not laugh. Unless I cannot help it. No, I absolutely will not laugh. Listening to Lucifer's overly exuberant, somewhat incoherent assurances echoing in his mind, Jiazu felt a few beads of sweat form on his forehead. Professionally trained? Not laugh. What was there in his past that warranted laughter? What was this fellow's thought process? With a resigned sigh, he set the coffee can aside, leaning slightly back against the bench, his gaze drifting toward the sparse stars above, as if through them, he could glimpse the sealed, blood-soaked memories of days gone by. His voice deepened and steadied as he began to narrate, as if recounting a tale that was both alien and hauntingly familiar. I used to be a journalist. He began slowly, fixated on the so-called truth. I believed that exposing hidden realities to the light could change something. So, I ventured where danger lurked, unveiling corruption and scandals with reckless abandon. Eventually, feeling that the truths within the country were insufficient, he cast his gaze further afield, becoming a war correspondent. A hint of mockery laced his tone, whether directed at his past self or the unchangeable brutality of it all. With a camera, I documented the horrors of war in their raw form, disseminating them widely. Bombs, ruins, cries, death. I thought that revealing these images would halt the violence. In the battlefield, injury was commonplace. Once, a girl named Silas saved me when I was gravely wounded. His voice softened involuntarily at the mention of her name. Yet beneath that softness lay deeper pain. She was an orphan, having lost her parents to that cursed land long ago. Despite her own hardships, she extended a helping hand to a stranger, caring for me, finding me food, utilizing her scant knowledge to tend to my wounds. In her, I could hardly discern the shadows of war. Only a pure warmth and kindness radiated. I regarded her as my most vital anchor in that desolate place, the most significant person in my life. His voice faltered momentarily, pausing to collect himself before continuing, his tone chilling and rigid, as if only in this manner could he suppress the tumultuous emotions within. Later, during an exceptionally fierce exchange of fire, in my pursuit of capturing the most authentic and impactful images, I rushed too far forward. I believed everyone had evacuated. Sila believed that I had not yet emerged and rushed out to find me. Ji Yazhuan's breath grew somewhat labored, his hands gripping his knees instinctively tightening, knuckles turning white. She was engulfed by the explosion right before my eyes. I could not even find a complete trace of her. He could speak no further, taking a deep breath to forcibly suppress the agonizing pain that threatened to burst from his chest. After a prolonged silence, he emitted a faint, cold laugh, imbued with endless self-mockery and despair. Ironically, that photograph capturing the moment she was consumed by the flames of the explosion unexpectedly garnered an international award. Would you not agree that this is one of the most absurd and ironic occurrences in the world? Within the Evolution Trust space, a profound silence prevailed. Lucifer, whose spirit had previously stirred with the revelation of secrets, now fell utterly still, flickering slightly, as if it too sensed the suffocating heaviness of the atmosphere. All his previous jests and outrageous speculations dissipated in an instant. He listened to Ji Yazhuan recount the bloody past in the calmest tone he could muster, perceiving the pain, guilt, and despair that lay just beneath the surface of his tranquility. Lucifer fell silent. He began to comprehend why Ji Yazhuan's battles were often laced with a near self-destructive madness, why his gaze was perpetually burdened, why he had been chosen by the light, and why his earlier remark about a starving ghost reincarnating and a trained individual not laughing had seemed so out of place. Even foolish. This was not amusing. Not in the slightest. It was merely the most tragic monologue of a soul scorched by truth, crushed by reality, and devoured by endless guilt. At that moment, Lucifer's optimistic heart felt a twinge of sorrow and lament. So, you would say this is atonement? Using your life to atone for your past deeds? Lucifer spoke with a hint of sympathy. The heavy silence brought about by Ji Yazhuan's narration was shattered by Lucifer's brutally direct inquiry. His voice resonated within the Evolution Trust space. Devoid of the previous mockery or exaggeration, now imbued with a rare calmness, even carrying a sharpness that penetrated the very core of Ji Yazhuan's being. Ji Yazhuan's body stiffened suddenly, as if struck by an invisible arrow. His fingers tightened around the coffee can, producing a faint creaking sound from the aluminum body. He did not respond immediately, lowering his head further, the stray hair falling over his forehead obscuring his eyes, rendering his expression indecipherable. The cool night breeze swept through, yet it could not disperse the abruptly condensed atmosphere of pain and self-isolation surrounding him. Lucifer's question, like a cold scalpel, sliced through the shell of battle and suffering that he had woven around himself, exposing the bloodied, unhealed core within. Atonement. Yes, it was indeed atonement. He traversed the battlefield of the abyssal beasts, transforming time and again, pushing his body to its limits, not merely to protect others, but driven by a deeper, darker impulse to seek an end that could match the tragic demise of Psylaw. He believed he did not deserve peace, did not deserve redemption, not even the right to live like an ordinary person. Only in the flames of battle, only through dying to protect others, could he perhaps alleviate the heavy guilt within. He remained silent for a long while, long enough for Lucifer to almost believe he would not answer. At last, a voice, extremely low and hoarse, as if squeezed from the depths of his chest, emerged, tinged with a resignation like weariness and pain. What else could it be? He lifted his gaze towards the sparse and indifferent night sky, his eyes reflecting unfathomable sorrow and self-mockery. What could a person like me offer in exchange for this life? Protecting others is merely incidental. He forced out a smile more grotesque than tears, revealing a deeper truth. He found no other reason to continue living, fighting, getting hurt, until one day he could no longer stand. That perhaps was the most fitting conclusion for him. It felt as though he were addressing Lucifer, yet more like he was subjecting himself to yet another trial. Within the Evolution Trust space, Lucifer's spirit flickered quietly. He sensed the profound despair and self-destructive tendencies embedded in Ji Yazhuan's words. At that moment, all of Lucifer's previous misconceptions, such as believing Ji Yazhuan had been driven mad by the night raid team, or that his depression had been miraculously cured, vanished entirely. What he beheld was a soul burdened by an immense cross, staggering alone through the darkness, simply seeking death. Chapter 22. Ji Yazhuan, help me, Lucifer. Then why do you now evoke hope to fight? Lucifer inquired softly, his stream of consciousness carrying an unprecedented seriousness. Ji Yazhuan's gaze flickered slightly, as if caught off guard by the question. After a moment of silence, he slowly replied, because of you. Me? In that dream. You entered my dreamscape and saved Psylaw. Ji Yazhuan's voice was soft, as if afraid of disturbing something. Though it was merely a dream, and he knew the past could not be altered, at that moment. He paused, seemingly searching for the right words. I saw another possibility. And you, your spirit so weak, nearly drained, attempted to alter the past, did you not? You interfered in that event within the dream, and it rebounded upon you. Lucifer's spirit jolted, the light flickering uncertainly. So that's how it is. He nearly leapt up, exclaiming, I thought merely entering a dream and saving a girl would be like being tossed into a dehydrator for 3 days and nights. Turns out I touched a timeline I shouldn't have. He recalled the sensation of being in Ji Yazhuan's dream, as if the weight of the entire world pressed upon his spirit, each second draining his energy. It was not merely a mental drain. It was the cost of attempting to reverse the past. In other words, Lucifer's stream of consciousness quickened. I almost wrung myself dry trying to change your past. And the reason you now speak of hope to fight is because you glimpsed the possibility of saving Psylaw in the dream, even if it is just a conjecture? Ji Yazhuan did not respond directly, yet his silence served as an answer. He tightened his grip on the coffee can, his fingertips turning slightly white. The night wind swept through the park, carrying whispers from the distant city. The man on the bench and the spirit within the Evolution Trust space, at that moment, were tightly bound by an unchangeable past and a fleeting dream. So, help me, Lucifer. Ji Yazhuan's voice resonated in Lucifer's ears. Lucifer suddenly fell silent, his spirit radiating a soft, yet resolute glow. Jungu, if this is true, then I shall accompany you in this madness, to alter the past. What a magnificent endeavor this is. Just thinking about it fills me with excitement. Lucifer flitted about the Evolution Trust space. Ji Yizhuan drew a deep breath, the flames of determination igniting in his eyes, and upon hearing Lucifer's words, an ocean of courage surged within him. Indeed, from this day forth, he would defeat the abyssal beasts, seize their dark powers for Lucifer, mend Lucifer's spirit, and together seek to alter the predetermined history. Lucifer, having made this decision, we shall give our all. Ji Yizhuan's tone was resolute as he stood, gazing toward the city's direction amidst the night, as if he could already envision the impending battle. Lucifer, exhilarated, leapt about in the Evolution Trust space. Jungu, I can hardly contain my excitement. Our ensemble is undoubtedly capable of creating miracles. However, unbeknownst to both individuals, the hopeful soul of Ji Yizhuan is subtly influencing the light of Nai Kusi in a wondrous manner. The radiance begins to evolve and intensify incessantly, with beams of brighter light swirling within Nai Kusi's glow, as if accumulating an unprecedented power. Lucifer jovially remarked, Zhuanggu, after all this fuss, I must return and get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, we shall officially embark on the grand endeavor of altering the past. Ji Yizhuan nodded slightly, concluding the conversation with Lucifer before turning towards the dormitory. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to discover an unexpected visitor, Mr. Jin Laishanzong, whom he had encountered by the river that very morning. At this moment, Jin Laishanzong sat on Ji Yizhuan's bed, perusing through his old photographs. Ji Yizhuan furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of displeasure in his voice as he inquired, Have you taken up thievery now? Hearing this, Jin Laishanzong hastily set the photographs aside and stood up, his face filled with contrition as he replied, I sincerely apologize, Jia. I waited for you outside for quite some time, and, seeing you hadn't returned, and with the cold outside, I thought it best to come up and wait in your dorm. Then, Jin Laishanzong's expression darkened, suspicion evident in his eyes as he pressed on, Jia, I shall ask you once more, what did you truly witness at those crime scenes? Do not attempt to evade my inquiries. Ji Yizhuan maintained a calm demeanor, his tone resolute as he replied, I saw nothing, Mr. Jin Lai. He was acutely aware that revealing the truth to Jin Laishanzong would only plunge him into peril, hence he remained steadfast in his silence. Jin Laishanzong's face flushed with anger, veins bulging on his forehead as he bellowed, Every time those bizarre incidents occur, I rush to the scene. And you are always already there. You claim to know nothing. Who would believe you? Ji Yizhuan remained unperturbed, offering a terse response. No comment. He had resolved not to waver under Jin Laishanzong's persistent questioning. With that, Ji Yizhuan gestured for him to leave, coldly stating, Mr. Jin Lai, I am quite fatigued today and need to rest. Please take your leave. Jin Laishanzong shot him a fierce glare, storming out while muttering, Fine, Jia. I will unveil the truth, and then we shall see how you feign ignorance. As Jin Laishanzong angrily exited the dormitory building, he clenched his fists, gazing up at the window of Ji Yizhuan's room, determination gleaming in his eyes as he declared loudly, I will uncover everything. No matter how you try to conceal it, the truth will ultimately prevail. At this moment, Ji Yizhuan stood by the window, watching Jin Laishanzong's retreating figure, a sense of unease settling in his heart. He understood Jin Laishanzong's tenacity and feared that it would soon pose significant complications for himself and Lucifer's plans. Nevertheless, he could not allow Jin Laishanzong to become embroiled in this perilous conflict. Returning to his bed, Ji Yizhuan gazed at the scattered photographs, lost in thought. These images encapsulated fragments of his past, yet now, his life had been turned upside down by the alien beasts. However, with Lucifer by his side and a glimmer of hope to alter the past, he could not falter. Taking a deep breath, Ji Yizhuan organized the photographs, lay down on his bed, closed his eyes, and began to envision the actions he would undertake with Lucifer the following day. Simultaneously, in the Evolution Trust space, Lucifer was not truly asleep either. He floated within the space, contemplating how to assist Ji Yizhuan in vanquishing the alien beasts and how to acquire dark powers to mend his soul, thereby changing the predetermined course of history. He understood that this would be an exceptionally arduous battle, yet his and Ji Yizhuan's resolve shone like the brightest stars in the night sky, illuminating the path ahead. Chapter 23. The disciplined Ji Yizhuan. The following morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Ji Yizhuan's face. He abruptly opened his eyes, filled with determination and resolve. From this day forth, he would dedicate himself wholeheartedly to the goal of altering the past. Ji Yizhuan swiftly rose, completed his morning routine, and made his way to an open area beneath the dormitory. He began by stretching his muscles, then launched into a rigorous physical training regimen. Push-ups, sit-ups, squats, one after another. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, soaking his clothes, yet he showed no sign of stopping. Each movement seemed a declaration of his indomitable spirit against fate. After completing his physical training, Jia Zhuan proceeded to a nearby restaurant, ordering a sumptuous breakfast. He recognized that adequate nutrition was fundamental to enhancing his physical condition. Bread, eggs, milk. He devoured the food, transforming it into the energy his body required. Following breakfast, Jia Zhuan headed straight to a boxing gym. Inside, punching bags were neatly arranged, and several boxers were training vigorously. Without hesitation, Jia Zhuan rented a pair of boxing gloves and approached a punching bag. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a powerful right punch, the bag shaking violently with a resounding thud. Following that, his left fist, right hook, and jabs rained down upon the bag like a tempest, each strike infused with his yearning to reshape the future. During breaks in his training, Jia Zhuan did not forget to seek guidance from the coaches on boxing techniques. The coaches, moved by his dedication and seriousness, patiently explained the nuances of power generation and footwork. Jia Zhuan listened intently, his mind racing with thoughts on how to apply these techniques in real combat. After several hours of training at the boxing gym, Jia Zhuan hurried off to learn other combat techniques. He traversed various training venues, seizing every opportunity to enhance himself. As evening approached, Jia Zhuan returned to the dormitory, his body weary yet brimming with strength. Though he felt sore all over, his eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. The efforts of the day had brought him a step closer to his ambitions. Back in his dorm, he had a light dinner before re-entering the Evolution Trust space. Upon seeing Jia Zhuan arrive, Lucifer floated over excitedly. "Zhuan-gu, you truly pushed yourself today? I can feel your fervor from here." Jia Zhuan smiled faintly, replying, "We have no time to waste." He inquired, "Lucifer, have you devised any new strategies?" Lucifer's soul glimmered with light as he responded, "I've been contemplating that the dark powers of the alien beasts will be difficult to obtain, so we must devise a detailed plan. Moreover, while you enhance your own strength, we must find ways to uncover the weaknesses of the alien beasts." Jia Zhuan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, knowing both ourselves and our adversaries ensures victory in countless battles. We cannot act blindly." The two engaged in fervent discussion within the trust space, deliberating on the habits of the alien beasts, potential weaknesses, battle tactics, and methods of acquiring dark powers, sparing no detail. They were acutely aware that the journey ahead would be fraught with challenges, yet their determination was as steadfast as steel, vowing to shatter the predetermined history and create their own miracles. In the ensuing days, Jia Zhuan maintained this rigorous and fulfilling pace. Each dawn, he rose like a finely tuned machine, commencing his training precisely with the morning light. During physical training, he no longer settled for the ordinary. He continuously increased his workload, gradually intensifying the weights for his endurance runs and multiplying the number of push-ups at an astonishing rate. His body felt as if it were encased in a resilient armor. Though every muscle protested, it also transformed quietly, growing increasingly robust. In the boxing gym, he had become a remarkable sight. Other boxers watched this indefatigable figure, filled with both admiration and awe. Jia Zhuan has meticulously studied every punch, its angle and force, reaching an unparalleled level of mastery. He often practices in front of a mirror, continuously refining his movements to ensure that each strike delivers maximum impact. His consultations with coaches have become increasingly frequent, and they generously impart their years of practical experience to this dedicated young man. Beyond boxing, Jia Zhuan has also made significant strides in learning other combat techniques. On the judo mat, he skillfully employs his opponent's strength, repeatedly throwing simulated adversaries to the ground. In the taekwondo training area, his kicks are fierce and swift, slicing through the air towards their targets. He diligently strives to integrate various combat skills, aiming to navigate diverse fighting scenarios with poise. For Jia Zhuan, dining has become merely a means to fuel his body. He no longer savors the flavors of food, but mechanically consumes nutritious meals, calculating the calories and nutritional content of each meal to meet the demands of his rigorous training. At night, after a day of training, he returns to his dormitory and falls into slumber the moment he touches his bed. In his dreams, he frequently finds himself battling alien beasts. Sometimes he successfully identifies their weaknesses and defeats them. Other times, he is overwhelmed by the formidable dark powers of these creatures, finding himself in dire straits. Yet, each time he awakens from a nightmare, his fighting spirit is not extinguished but instead burns even more fervently. Within the space of the Evolution Trust, Jia Zhuan and Lucifer engage in increasingly profound discussions. By analyzing the collected information about the alien beasts, they gradually sketch out a rough outline of these creatures. Lucifer, with his unique perspective, presents many novel ideas. For instance, although the alien beasts draw strength from dark powers, it appears that these powers can be suppressed under certain environmental conditions, such as bright light or high temperatures. Ji Yuzun combines the combat techniques he has gleaned from his training, pondering how to effectively leverage his advantages against the alien beasts and deliver decisive blows by exploiting their weaknesses. As time progresses, Ji Yuzun's physical and mental states reach unprecedented heights. His body, sculpted through rigorous training and enhanced by light, exhibits pronounced muscles, with hints of abdominal definition. His overall demeanor has transformed dramatically. The once slightly slender frame now stands tall and exudes strength, radiating a rugged masculinity and resilience. His gaze has sharpened, seemingly capable of piercing through all obstacles, with a profound fire burning in his deep-set eyes, an unwavering belief in his ability to change his destiny. His skin, darkened and glossy from prolonged outdoor training and intense workouts, resembles polished bronze, exuding a unique charm that reflects years of toil. Standing before the dressing mirror in his dormitory, Ji Yuzun scrutinizes his reflection. The mirror reveals a young man with broader shoulders, a robust chest, and the faint outline of muscles on his arms. As he slightly turns, the light traces the contours of his physique, accentuating his newfound strength. A smile unconsciously forms on his lips, beginning as a mere flicker before blossoming into a radiant expression that fills his eyes with light. He recalls the early mornings of the past few days, rising before dawn to run through the streets, inhaling the crisp air, the afternoons spent hanging from a pull-up bar, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead and staining the ground, and the nights, just before sleep, performing push-ups on the floor, his muscles aching to the point of near exhaustion. Change has occurred quietly. Initially, it was merely a tighter collar on his shirt, soon followed by the realization that his once loose t-shirts now cling to his chest. Lucifer occasionally pokes fun at him in their shared space, expressing concern that Ji Yuzun might literally beat the alien beasts to death. Ji Yuzun merely smiles in response, refraining from answering. Yet, the shadow in the mirror does not lie. It grows stronger and more upright day by day, as if something within him is burgeoning, expanding his originally slender frame. At times, he feels that the reflection might even be more real than his physical self, mirroring his unspoken determination. Finally, Ji Yuzun nods at his reflection, intending to turn away. Suddenly, a news report breaks through, announcing that the factory floor has cracked, allegedly due to a toxic gas leak. Skeptical, Ji Yuzun notes that even Lucifer in their shared space scoffs, questioning why it isn't a gas leak instead. Ji Yuzun's expression sharpens, the smile vanishing in an instant. The shadow in the mirror seems to sense the urgency, its muscle lines tightening slightly. Grasping the evolution trust on his desk, he feels the cool metal resonate with his palm, as if alive. He bursts out of the dormitory, the morning breeze rushing at him, failing to cool the fire within. He swiftly surveys the area to confirm there are no onlookers and uses the space provided by the evolution trust to reach the factory perimeter. The area is deserted, the factory enveloped in silence. Ji Yuzun raises the evolution trust before his eyes, its metallic surface pulsating with a rapid, urgent glow, each flicker akin to a heartbeat against his palm. The light directs his gaze to the ground beneath him. The enemy lies deep below. Brother Zhuan. Lucifer's voice resonates in his consciousness, heavy with uncharacteristic gravity. I've detected that dark power. It's beneath. It's that beige bazoon from the last encounter, hiding here to recover and causing this ruckus. Understood. Ji Yuzun responds succinctly, his eyes scanning the empty factory grounds with keen intensity. At that moment, he spots 3 night raid aircraft gracefully descending onto the factory's outskirts. His steps instinctively pause, his body tensing, eyes shifting to a complex and wary expression. The sleek lines of the Chromium Chester series fighters gleam coldly in the dim light, their hatch doors swinging open as members of the night raid team, clad in standardized combat uniforms, swiftly and orderly disembark, beginning to organize combat tasks under the directives of the CIC. Ji Yuzun's fingers unconsciously tighten, the hard edge of the evolution trust pressing into his palm, offering a sharp reminder of clarity. His mind involuntarily flashes back to the last fierce battle with Beige Bazoon, the deafening roars, the flying debris, his transformed silver giant clashing with the ferocious alien beast, followed by the night raid aircraft indiscriminately firing beams at Nexus. Those precise, cold attacks did not originate from enemies, but rather from fellow guardians, humans. A tumult of disappointment, vigilance, and an indescribable bitterness spreads within him. He dares not easily trust these well-equipped comrades. Their aggressiveness and distrust chill him more profoundly than the claws of the alien beasts. Look at them. Lucifer's voice erupts in his mind, filled with indignation. Their equipment looks decent, but their brains are lacking. If it weren't for their treachery last time, that pesky bug would have been eliminated. Why must you endure such suffering? Now they come back to obstruct us. Merely a bunch of incompetent fools. Ji Yizun can distinctly feel the anger emanating from Lucifer, that emotion almost igniting into tangible sparks. He understands that Lucifer feels injustice and fury on his behalf. Had it not been for the Night Raid's interference during their last encounter, Beige Bazoon would have likely been vanquished, and he would not have left the battle bearing the agony of light-inflicted wounds and deeper mental fatigue. Ji Yizun, through the illumination, sensed a young girl in the factory cradling a small dog, while beneath the ground, tendrils of darkness stealthily advanced towards her. He intended to wield the evolution trust and transform into Nikesis to rescue her. Just then, Lucifer's urgent voice exploded in his mind. Be careful, Zhuan. Someone is attacking. No sooner had the warning echoed than a chilling sense of danger pierced Jia Zhuan's spine. The instincts honed through years of combat propelled him to retreat abruptly to the side, lowering his body into a defensive stance. A resounding explosion coincided with his movement. As the earth beneath him erupted in a wide crater, the acrid scent of smoke mingling with the earthy aroma enveloping the air. The shockwave caused the ground to tremble slightly. Light projectiles relentlessly assaulted Jia Zhuan, who deftly evaded them. Suddenly, laughter resonated as a diminutive figure emerged from the billowing smoke, a dark giant. Jia Zhuan was taken aback, as was Lucifer in the spatial realm. This giant was draped in an aura of dark power. Jia Zhuan's pupils constricted, fixating on the figure stepping forth from the haze. The giant stood approximately 2 meters tall, its form primarily adorned in black, red, and silver, each color distributed evenly across its body. Golden accents adorned its chest and hands, creating an overall appearance that exuded malevolence and intimidation. 3 sharp horns crowned its head, with a V-shaped mark on its forehead, and silver and golden patterns traced down from the horns to its face. Its visage bore red tear streaks, and its black eyes radiated a chilling, sinister aura. The timer on its chest mirrored the color of its eyes, flanked by golden protrusions and stripes on its shoulders and arms. Its fingers were 5-pronged, while its feet ended in curved, claw-like appendages. What are you? Jia Zhuan's voice was low, gripping the evolution trust tightly, its glow intensifying in tandem with his taut nerves. The dark giant chuckled, a series of deep, distorted laughs that resembled the wails of countless despairing souls intertwined. I am your shadow, Jia Zhuan, born from your light. I am the deepest darkness. You may call me Faust. Dark Faust. You're talking nonsense. Before Jia Zhuan could respond, Lucifer erupted in the consciousness space, his roar nearly shattering Jia Zhuan's mind. What a pathetic creature crawling out of the sewers. Cloaked in dark energy, it looks like a twisted fruit, and it dares to claim to be the shadow of light? Huh. Even a counterfeit is more respectable than you. You're merely a moldy, inferior replica. Jia Zhuan had no time to heed Lucifer's jibes or Faust's taunts. In the brief moment Faust revealed himself, he sensed the dark power belonging to Beige Bazoon stirring restlessly beneath the ground, the icy tendrils accelerating towards the trapped girl. The girl's faint sobs and terror seemed to resonate within his very soul. Immediate action was imperative. Chapter 25. Faust's Dark Domain. I have no time to waste on you, Jia Zhuan declared sharply, swiftly moving to the side in an attempt to bypass Faust and rush deeper into the factory. However, a series of dark purple projectiles, akin to venomous serpents, precisely blocked all his paths forward, detonating violently and raising a cloud of dust and shockwaves. Jia Zhuan was forced to retreat repeatedly, crossing his arms in front of him to shield against the searing gusts. You must contend with me, inheritor of light. Faust's voice dripped with mockery, or perhaps, before I utterly obliterate you, you would like to witness that fragile life devoured by the otherworldly beast? The taste of despair is always the sweetest appetizer. You seek death. Fury ignited in Jia Zhuan's eyes. He understood that without neutralizing this sudden dark giant, he could not proceed with the rescue. Resolute, he raised the evolution trust high. Brilliant light surged forth, instantly dispelling the surrounding smoke and darkness. The silver giant Nikesis stood tall amidst the radiance, its flowing silver patterns and the luminous core contrasting starkly against the ominous aura of Dark Faust. Oh, finally willing to reveal yourself? Faust growled excitedly, colliding his fists to unleash dark red lightning. Come now, let me extinguish your light once and for all. Nikesis swung his left hand across his chest, initiating a remarkable transformation. As the core crystal emitted an even more intense brilliance, the flowing patterns across his body ignited into a fiery red, his form evolving into the robust red youth form of Nikesis. He effortlessly unleashed the metadomain. Futile. Embrace the darkness. Dark Faust roared, thrusting his arms forward as a torrent of dark energy surged forth, not directly attacking Nikesis, but crashing violently against the boundary of the expanding metadomain. What once shimmered like golden auroras began to succumb to the encroaching dark purple energy, tainting the battlefield. The sacred golden patterns were violently torn and replaced by twisted, grotesque dark veins. The sky swiftly dimmed to an ominous purple-black, and the earth lost its luster, fissures oozing dark energy, saturating the space with a stifling sense of oppression and frigid malice. The metadomain was forcibly transformed into a dark domain. Welcome to my stage, Light. The enlarged Dark Faust spread his arms, reveling in the power surge bestowed by the dark domain, his voice deep and resounding. Here, your light shall be suppressed, continually dimming, while my darkness remains boundless. All you can do is despair. Nikesis remained silent, swiftly assuming a combat stance. His pearly eyes scanned the unfamiliar and perilous environment, ultimately locking onto the colossal adversary. He understood that battling on Faust's home turf would be unprecedentedly challenging. But the life within the factory that awaited rescue left him with no option for retreat. By the heavens, this domain feels like home, Lucifer exclaimed joyfully within Nikesis. What is it, Lucifer? Jia Zhuan inquired. Zhuan, I discovered I can continuously absorb dark power from this dark domain, Lucifer exclaimed with excitement. Only then did Jia Zhuan comprehend that while the dark domain sought to suppress Nikesis' light, he felt no discomfort. Rather, it was akin to when the domain had not been unleashed. Observing the ceaseless flow of black energy surrounding Lucifer, Jia Zhuan realized that the dark power intended to subdue Nikesis was being devoured by Lucifer. With this revelation, Nikesis couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Dark Faust. Subsequently, Nikesis and Dark Faust engaged in a fierce battle. After several days of training, Jia Zhuan discerned that Dark Faust seemed to be no match for him. Yet, in earnest effort to rescue the girl from the factory, he exchanged blows with Dark Faust. Focusing on acceleration, Nikesis steadily blocked a heavy punch from Faust, ensnared in dark red lightning, sliding back several meters. His silver-red form tracing a fluid arc beneath the dark purple sky. His milky eyes calmly gazed at his opponent, yet internally, he was engaged in a rapid exchange with Lucifer. The realm she had opened was akin to a buffet for you, was it not? Indeed, a bounteous feast. Lucifer was nearly jubilant within the sea of consciousness, greedily absorbing the dense energy of the dark fog that flowed around him, converting it into his own power. This towering fool was practically recharging us. However, Junzi, we must hasten to rescue the girl trapped in the factory. Ji Shijun understood this implicitly. Consequently, he gradually relinquished his own power and began to confront Fushide. What is it, heir of light? Is your power limited to this? Fushide roared, intensifying his onslaught as dark energy projectiles rained down like a violent storm, tearing apart the earth, yet each was narrowly evaded or blocked by Nikesis. With the residual explosive energy quietly absorbed into his being, nourishing Lucifer, Nikesis executed a side kick, which Fushide intercepted, their arms entangled in a brief struggle. Fushide could distinctly sense the immense strength emanating from his opponent's arm, unyielding and even seemingly increasing. This is impossible. In the realm of darkness, the power of light should be consumed as if mired in quicksand. Why? Fushide was furious and bewildered, forcefully pushing Nikesis away, his voice betraying a subtle tremor. Why are you unaffected? Nikesis remained silent, merely assuming a combat stance once more, his core crystal radiating a stable brilliance, even brighter than when he first transformed. He beckoned with his fingers, brimming with provocation. Fushide was utterly incensed by this silent humiliation. You're courting death. He combined his arms, gathering dense dark energy, preparing to unleash a more potent lethal beam. However, Nikesis denied him this opportunity. He activated Mach movement, his form becoming a red blur. Not retreating, but charging forth at great speed, delivering a precise hand strike to Fushide's arm joint, interrupting his spellcasting. Damn it! Fushide recoiled in pain, staggering back, his astonishment magnifying. The opponent's speed, strength, and energy level were entirely unrestrained. Even the timing of his interruption was eerily precise. This did not feel like a battle in his home ground. Clearly, it was the opponent toying with him. She desperately urged the energy of the dark realm, attempting to intensify the suppression, and the entire domain's purplish-black hue deepened, amplifying the oppressive sensation. Yet, in despair, she discovered that the light emanating from Naki's not only did not dim, but the silver-red patterns upon him appeared even more vibrant. The adversary even seemed to comfortably roll his shoulders. Wow, the concentration has increased. Delightful. Lucifer joyfully absorbed the surging dark energy. Naki's felt the light energy within him swell due to Lucifer's feast, observing Fushide, who was panting slightly from the continuous output of dark energy to maintain the realm and suppress him. A flicker of sympathy arose once more. This fellow, toiling to create a domain and applying a suppression buff, had inadvertently turned into a power bank and stimulant for his ally. How unjust. However, the lives in the factory could not afford further delay. It was time to conclude the battle. Naki's steadied himself, abandoning the defensive stance. He crossed his arms before the core crystal, and a brilliant golden light began to explosively converge. What? Fushide was astonished to see his opponent so smoothly gathering energy for a major attack within his dark domain, unimpeded. That light was pure and powerful, even dispelling the darkness in his immediate vicinity. Impossible. This cannot be. Fushide struggled to comprehend, unable to accept it. Her confidence and superiority were utterly shattered in this moment. She futilely attempted to gather dark energy for defense once more, only to find herself significantly drained from maintaining and strengthening the realm, her movements now sluggish. Naki's unleashed the ultimate light beam storm in his youthful red form. A torrent of scorching white light surged forth, instantly engulfing the hastily erected dark barrier of Fushide, shattering it completely, and then striking solidly against her chest. Ugh! Fushide emitted a piercing and unwilling scream, her body trembling violently under the impact of pure light energy. Dark energy splintering from her like shattered glass. The dark realm began to oscillate violently, soon fracturing like broken glass, dissipating into the air. The surrounding scene reverted to the courtyard of the abandoned factory, with the moonlight sparsely filtering down. The core crystal in Naki's chest pulsed with a brilliant blue glow, not flickering as it usually did. He even felt invigorated, in excellent condition. In the sea of consciousness, Lucifer sighed contentedly. What a magnificent feast. If such an opportunity arises again, do remember to summon me. Naki's, Ji Shijun, shook his head helplessly, not pausing for a moment. As his massive form dissipated into light, the next instant, Ji Shijun's figure appeared at the rusted entrance of the factory, the evolution believer firmly in hand. And without hesitation, he plunged into the dark depths of the factory. Chapter 26. I, Ji Shijun, shall engage in consecutive battles today. The factory's interior was permeated with the decaying scent of dust and rust. Dim light struggled to penetrate through the broken windows and ceiling cracks. As Ji Shijun burst into the spacious factory area, hurried footsteps and a beam of light emerged from the shadows deeper within. Quickly, do not fear. We will soon be free. A tense yet resolutely calm young voice rang out. Immediately following, a figure clad in a night raid team uniform, albeit somewhat disheveled, rushed forward, cradling a small girl in his arms. It was Gyumin Ihue. His face was smeared with dirt, a slight abrasion on his forehead. Yet his arms held the girl securely and powerfully. The little girl clung tightly to his neck, burying her small face in his shoulder, her body slightly trembling but appearing unharmed. Gyumin Ihue looked up, and as the light swept over, he spotted Ji Shijun rushing toward him. Initially startled, his expression swiftly transformed into overwhelming joy and relief. Ji Shijun, Gyumin exclaimed, his voice echoing in the vast factory, filled with the exhilaration of finding a steadfast anchor. He hurriedly approached Ji Shijun, panting yet with eyes shining brightly. Wonderful. You are safe. Ji Shijun gazed at the smiling young man before him, unable to fathom that just last time, he and his deputy had piloted a fighter jet to attack Naki's. How could this fellow dare to appear before him, having saved him multiple times? Yet Lucifer's words were abruptly interrupted by Ji Shijun. Enough. Lucifer, Gyumin did not act with intent last time. Ji Shijun reassured. Gyumin Ihue looked at Ji Shijun. Fragments of memories belonging to this man flashed before him, memories of battle-torn fields, the pain of losing comrades, the solitude of transforming to combat a colossal monster, and the unfathomable guilt, alongside the complex emotions of sadness and admiration expressed by the gentle and beautiful Miss Sakura Megumi not long ago when she mentioned Ji Shijun. Is your injury healed? Last time It's nothing, Gyumin, the injury healed long ago. Ji Shijun replied. I explained to the team, but they did not believe me. Gyumin said sadly. Upon hearing that Gyumin had defended Naki's, Lucifer refrained from further comment. By the way, we must escape quickly. The Yi Sheng So has behaved unexpectedly. According to the plan, We were supposed to freeze it with cryo grenades and then eliminate it with incendiary grenades, but for some reason, it has failed and everyone is retreating from the factory. Gumin quickly explained to Ji Shijun, hurry and leave with him, Ji Yizhuan urged. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than the entire factory trembled violently. A tendril suddenly erupted from the depths of the earth, lunging directly towards Gumin. Without hesitation, Ji Yizhuan swiftly fired his energy disruptor, severing the tendril with a single shot. The shattered remnants writhed upon the ground, dissipating into molecules. Quickly take her away, Ji Yizhuan commanded resolutely, positioning himself between Gumin and the ground fissure that began to writhe ominously again. His energy disruptor unwaveringly aimed at the source of danger. Leave this place now? Gumin Yihue understood that this was not a moment for hesitation. The life in his arms was far more precious than his doubts. He nodded firmly yes. Without delay, he tightened his hold on the little girl and sprinted towards the factory's exit. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the vast space, accompanied by the unsettling noises of digging and writhing from below. Just as Gumin had covered several meters, he suddenly turned back, shouting with all his might, his voice piercing through the dimness with profound concern and trust. Mr. Jia, please be careful. No sooner had his words left his mouth than more robust tendrils violently broke through the concrete floor, writhing like a frenzied serpent, emanating an air of annihilation as they lunged towards Ji Yizhuan. Meanwhile, Gumin's silhouette vanished into the shadows of the doorway, leaving behind only the lingering echoes of his respectful warning. Ji Yizhuan's expression hardened. Facing the onslaught, he unhesitatingly raised his trust in evolution. Gumin Yihue burst forth from the factory, the blinding sunlight causing him to squint slightly. He swiftly regrouped with his teammates stationed outside. Gumin, are you all right? Captain Heatsong Yingfu rushed forward, scanning for assurance of their safety. Yes, Captain. I'm fine, and the child is unharmed. Gumin gasped, carefully handing the little girl over to the awaiting medical personnel. Just then, the ground shook violently, accompanied by the jarring sounds of twisted steel, as a brilliant light shot skyward from the factory behind them. Within that radiance stood the silver-gray juvenile form of the Nexus, towering and formidable. Almost simultaneously, the factory floor erupted with a deafening roar, dirt and concrete flying, as a colossal, terrifying insectoid aberration, Beige Bazoon, emerged, brandishing its fearsome mandibles and massive pincers, unleashing a piercing shriek at the Nexus. The appearance of these two titanic entities heightened the tension to an unbearable level. It's an aberration. And that Ultraman, Pingmu Shiji exclaimed. Captain Heatsong reacted with remarkable swiftness, immediately commanding, evacuate the child to a secure zone. All personnel, prepare for combat. Understood. The Night Raid team members wasted no time, rushing towards the Chester series fighters parked nearby. As they dashed, the Nexus swung its left arm towards its core, and its entire form erupted in a dazzling display, transforming into a more powerful red and silver adolescent state. Its arms crossed. Powerful energy began to converge. What is it planning to do? Pingmu Shiji pondered as she ran. The Nexus raised its crossed arms high towards the sky, a brilliant wave of white light shooting into the heavens. A resonant hum echoed in the air as a massive, semi-transparent golden barrier rapidly expanded from the Nexus, enveloping both it and the aberration, Beige Bazoon. In the next instant, the light abruptly contracted, and both colossal figures vanished from sight, leaving only the wreckage of the factory behind. They disappeared. Gumin stared at the desolate battlefield, feeling a profound shock despite having seen it on the Alpha Fighter's surveillance footage. Witnessing it firsthand was still overwhelming. Meta Domain. Captain Heatsong had already leapt into the cockpit of the Chester Beta, his tone serious. That Ultraman has created a special phase space, dragging the aberration away from our reality. To minimize damage, everyone stay alert and prepare to breach the Meta Domain. Understood. The three Chester fighters roared to life, racing towards the void where the golden barrier had vanished, ready to plunge into that otherworldly battlefield imperceptible to ordinary humans. In the Meta Domain, a golden sky and vast earth formed a unique other-dimensional battlefield. The Nexus, with its sharp, milky white eyes, fixated on the insectoid aberration, Beige Bazoon. He quickly noticed that the pair of wings, once completely destroyed by his cross storm, had now miraculously regenerated, appearing even more resilient, glimmering with an ominous sheen. Roar! Beige Bazoon issued a provocative cry, both sides poised for battle, tension palpable. In that moment of intense standoff, an unexpected anomaly occurred. The space beside the Nexus suddenly erupted with violent distortions and fluctuations, accompanied by the jarring sound of metal scraping as a sleek, all-black Chester fighter forcefully squeezed its way in, as if repelled by an invisible force, the aircraft violently jolting until it finally stabilized in midair. The light of the domain illuminated the cockpit glass of the fighter. What? The heart of Ji Yizhuan, within the Nexus, jolted. He understood better than anyone that the meta-domain was a unique phase space integrated with him, impenetrable by conventional means. Lucifer, within the Nexus, exclaimed incredulously, "Wait, wait. This must be a joke. How did this guy get in here? Has this human organization's technological prowess gone awry? They can even forcibly breach a phase space." Ji Yizhuan felt equally astonished, yet his concern deepened. TLT's technological capabilities far exceeded expectations. He had to reassess the energy possessed by this organization that had continuously concealed the truth and even attacked him. Inside the successfully infiltrated fighter, the pilot, likely Captain Heatsong or Gu Min Ihui, gazed at the entirely unfamiliar golden landscape and the two massive figures ahead. Their voice undoubtedly filled with shock and determination, successfully infiltrated the unknown phase space. Confirm the Ultraman and the aberration. Prepare for combat. Beige Bazoon seemed momentarily distracted by the sudden intruder, and the Nexus seized the opportunity, immediately adopting a battle stance. The situation in the meta-domain became infinitely more complex due to the unexpected intervention of human technology. After a brief moment of astonishment, the instinct to fight quickly took precedence. The Nexus and Beige Bazoon roared in unison, their massive forms exploding into astonishing speed, colliding with each other like two meteors. The sound of their heavy clash resonated throughout the meta-domain. The Nexus skillfully blocked Beige Bazoon's colossal pincers, remaining rooted like a pillar. In the next moment, he executed a sharp side strike at the aberration's joint, compelling it to emit a cry of pain. Beige Bazoon's other claw swept towards him, generating a chilling wind. The Nexus reacted swiftly, performing a backflip to evade, landing deftly with his right leg snapping out like a whip, delivering a powerful kick to Beige Bazoon's side, causing it to stumble. The battle escalated rapidly. Beige Bazoon, leveraging its armored strength, attacked ferociously, its mandibles gnashing, pincers flailing, and tail piercing, a chaotic onslaught. However, the Nexus moved with exceptional fluidity and precision. Each action of blocking, dodging, and counterattacking was succinct and effective, devoid of any unnecessary motion. In his consciousness, Lucifer remarked with a hint of admiration, "Oh, not bad. That was a beautiful dodge. This punch has some power. It seems that your training in recent days has indeed borne fruit. The blows you have endured were not in vain." Ji Yizhuan was fully concentrated on controlling the movements of Nai Kasisi, acutely aware that through his rigorous and brutal training, his mastery over this giant of light, his timing in battle, and his efficiency in utilizing his own strength had significantly improved. Although Bai Gubazun's attacks were fierce, they appeared riddled with flaws in his eyes, far less cunning and lethal than the assaults he had faced during training sessions with his coach. Even amidst the intense combat, he could spare a moment to keep an eye on the hovering aircraft, remaining vigilant for any potential interference. With a swift elbow strike, Nai Kasisi shattered the mandibles aiming for his head, seized one of Bai Gubazun's pincers, and with a powerful thrust of his waist, executed a flawless shoulder throw, slamming the colossal creature down onto the ground. The earth trembled as Bai Gubazun was left dazed by the impact. Nai Kasisi landed steadily, his energy core still radiating brilliance, slightly bending forward to assume an attacking stance, his milky white eyes locking onto his opponent, exuding an overwhelming sense of dominance. The effects of the arduous training over these past few days were evident. Within the cockpit of the Changshi Chester, the members of the night raid team observed the fierce battle between the giant and the monster from the main control cabin. The fluidity, precision, and ferocity of Nai Kasisi's combat skills, along with his overwhelming presence against Bai Gubazun, left everyone inside the aircraft astounded. "Incredible!" exclaimed Ping Mu Shiji from the rear control seat, unable to contain his admiration. It seemed that in such a short time, he had become even stronger than before. Every movement was devoid of excess, each attack landing on the most vulnerable points of the otherworldly beast. Captain Heatsong's tone was grave, his eyes filled with awe. This pure and efficient combat style was unlike anything they had recorded before. Ko Min Ihui, seated at the co-pilot's position, gripped the controls tightly, feeling both joy for Ji Yizhuan and a deeper understanding of the burdens he bore and the trials he had endured. "Captain, what should we do?" came the voice of Shi Peguang Yan from the rear control seat, inquiring about their strategy. The current situation left them somewhat perplexed. Captain Heatsong promptly contacted the CIC stationed at the Free Fortress, CIC, This is the Night Raid team. The Changshi Chester has successfully infiltrated the special space created by the Ultraman, and currently, the Ultraman is engaged in combat with by Gobazun, holding a clear advantage, requesting tactical guidance. After a brief silence on the other end, the calm and clear voice of Ji Liang Zheyu responded, CIC acknowledges. Tactical adjustment. Night Raid team. The mission has been revised to support Naiku CC Ultraman, with priority on eliminating the otherworldly beast by Gobazun. Repeat. Assist the Ultraman and refrain from any hostile actions towards him. This command brought a silent sigh of relief among the crew inside the aircraft. Understood. Support the Ultraman and eliminate the otherworldly beast. Captain Heatsong immediately responded, then commanded, everyone, coordinate with the Ultraman's movements, using small laser cannons to distract the otherworldly beast and create opportunities for his attacks. Understood. The small cannon ports on the Changshi Chester swiftly opened, unleashing precise laser fire at by Gobazun from various angles. Though these attacks could not inflict fatal damage on its tough exoskeleton, they effectively disrupted its movements, continuously drawing its attention. By Gobazun became increasingly agitated by the aerial disturbances, its rhythm of attack thrown into disarray, revealing a significant opening. Now, Naiku CC seized the moment, stepping back to create distance from by Gobazun, crossing his arms in front of him as powerful luminous energy rapidly coalesced onto his weaponry. He formed an L shape with his arms, and a magnificent cascade of white light surged forth, creating a swirling storm. This time, there was no interference, no hesitation. The white beam struck with unerring accuracy at the delayed by Gobazun, whose desperate wail echoed as its body began to disintegrate at the molecular level, ultimately exploding into countless scintillating light particles, vanishing from sight. Within the Mida realm, only the towering silhouette of Naiku CC remained, accompanied by the hovering Changshi Chester above him. Chapter 28. Where did the dark energy go? Was it embezzled? As the battle concluded, the golden radiance of the Mida realm gradually dimmed. The Changshi Chester hovered in midair, its engines emitting a low hum. The members of the Night Raid team gazed at the formidable silver-red giant standing below, their hearts swelling with an indescribable excitement. It was not merely the shock of witnessing such immense power. It was also intertwined with a sense of camaraderie forged through battle. Naiku CC slightly lifted his head, his milky white gaze directed at the human aircraft, their brief exchange seeming to convey a silent understanding and acknowledgement. Soon, his colossal form began to dissolve into countless gentle light particles, dissipating within the disintegrating Mida realm. As the phase space completely vanished, the surroundings rippled like water. Reverting to the ruins of an abandoned factory, now restored to his human form, Ji Yizhuan discreetly departed the scene, utilizing the rubble for cover as he returned to his temporary quarters, feeling a blend of fatigue and determination. Meanwhile, the Night Raid team piloted the Changshi Chester back to the Free Fortress concealed beneath the dam. Inside the base, at the Operations Information Center, the team reviewed and replayed the footage captured by the Changshi Chester of the battle between Naiku CC and by Gobazun. The footage showcased Naiku CC's clean and efficient combat techniques, culminating in the decisive swirling storm, which once again left a profound impact on everyone. Indeed, Ping Mu Shiji affirmed, crossing her arms, the Ultraman has certainly grown stronger. Compared to previous battle records, his movements were more fluid and his control over power more precise. Yes, Captain Heatsong nodded in agreement. His combat style has become more efficient, with virtually no wasted energy. It appears he is continually learning and evolving. Sherpa Guang Yin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Moreover, he seems to have shown no aversion to our support this time, although still silent. Vice Captain Xiang Chao Na's gaze softened as she observed Naiku CC's figure in battle on the screen, her scrutiny less piercing than before. Ko Min Ihui listened to his teammates' discussions, feeling pleased for Ji Yizhuan, yet a question lingered in his mind. He turned to Ji Liang Zheyu, who had been quietly observing the screen, and inquired, Seer, may I ask why the order to support the Ultraman was given directly this time? Previously, we were always advised to remain vigilant and test the waters. Ji Liang Zheyu slowly turned, calmly meeting Ko Min's gaze before addressing the other team members, because it has become sufficiently clear, through multiple observations of recent incidents, particularly the intelligence regarding Wang Chuan and the analysis of the anomalies posed by the otherworldly beasts, we can now temporarily affirm Naiku CC Ultraman's stance. He is indeed a giant of light fighting against the otherworldly beasts. Continuing with futile tests and attacks not only wastes our combat power, but could also push him towards opposition, potentially missing the optimal opportunity to eliminate the otherworldly beasts. He paused, delivering new directives. Therefore, the operational guidelines will be adjusted. As long as the Ultraman does not initiate an attack against you during battles with the otherworldly beasts, the Night Raid team may assess the battlefield conditions and provide the necessary support to the Ultraman, prioritizing the extermination of the otherworldly beasts and ensuring the safety of the populace. Upon hearing this clear and trust-laden new directive, a joyous smile broke across Ko-Min Hui's face. This undoubtedly marks a significant advancement, signifying that Mr. Ji Yixuan no longer bears the burden alone. At least on their side, the possibility of recognition and support has finally emerged. Understood, responded Gu Min loudly, his voice brimming with vigor. The other team members nodded in agreement, as the new operational strategy illuminated a clearer and more reassuring path for their future endeavors. After the meeting, in the profound darkness of a realm untouched by reality, viscous and frigid dark energy slithered like a swamp, the very nexus of all negative energy and despair. Suddenly, a deep voice, laden with malice and authority, echoed in the endless void, infused with evident dissatisfaction and wrath. Damn you, worthless Dark Faust. The voice's owner seemed to reprimand a failed creation, lamenting the abysmal execution of even the most rudimentary exploratory task, which not only failed to inflict significant damage upon that light, but instead left him on the brink of demise, a complete squandering of the dark power I bestowed. The voice paused momentarily, as if sensing something, then a subtle trace of confusion emerged. Odd. Why has the dark power accumulated within the domain diminished so significantly? Far beyond what is required to restore that wretch, a chilling intent to kill has begun to permeate. Could it be that clever little fellow has pocketed it for himself? A cold snort reverberated through the surrounding darkness. It had better not be as I suspect. Otherwise, I shall make him aware of the price of betrayal and greed. However, this fury was swiftly supplanted by another emotion, a blend of anticipation and cruel delight. Yet, the light of Nai Kusei Si is strengthening at an unexpectedly rapid pace. What a delightful growth, ha 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 ha. The maniacal laughter resonated within the dark domain, imbued with the essence of a successful conspiracy. Indeed, just like that, grow stronger more swiftly, burn even more brilliantly. My dear light, the more formidable you become. The purer the darkness you can transmute. The fiercer your struggles, the more abundant the nourishment you yield for me. As the laughter gradually subsided, only the cold and greedy whisper remained. The day of my complete resurrection and descent into this world is drawing near. Ha 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 ha. The malicious laughter ultimately faded into the boundless darkness, leaving behind an unsettling echo and a colossal plot quietly brewing. In Ji Yixuan's modest dormitory, the light was gentle. He gazed at Lu Shifa, whose form was no longer frail and emaciated but had returned to a more substantial state, even exuding a stronger luster. A genuine smile involuntarily graced his fatigued face. He could distinctly sense that Lu Shifa's condition had improved remarkably, no longer resembling a candle flickering in the wind. Xiao Lu, Ji Yixuan said with a hint of teasing in his tone, his voice imbued with ease. It appears you've profited quite a bit today. Lu Shifa floated in the space, his previously indistinct features now clearer, even revealing a trace of contentment. Responding cheerfully, the fluctuations of his soul radiated delight. Indeed, I never expected the other side to be so generous. This pure dark energy has not only allowed me to completely recover from my depletion and replenish my essence, but has also left me with a considerable surplus to absorb and digest. He briefly showcased his now more cohesive soul form, the edges no longer dissipating, his tone filled with satisfaction. This state is far superior to the previous one, which was on the verge of disintegration. Finally, I need not feel so stifled. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting joy in the other's eyes. Although the battle had been arduous, the rewards were plentiful, especially crucial for Lu Shifa's recovery. Just then, Ji Yixuan's stomach audibly protested. The intense battle and the exertion of maintaining the Meta realm had taken a toll on his physical strength. He patted his belly and chuckled wryly. Though energy has been replenished, my stomach remains empty. Let us go, Xiao Lu. Lu Shifa nodded in understanding, his voice resonating in Ji Yixuan's mind. Agreed. I urgently need to replenish high-quality energy. Only when I am well-fed can I muster the strength for further training. His tone even carried a hint of anticipation for the training, as he could now better support Ji Yixuan. Ji Yixuan smiled, donned his jacket and wallet, and stepped out of the dormitory. The night was deepening, yet he knew several small shops nearby remained open. He needed to quickly satiate his hunger, restore his energy, and prepare for the next round of rigorous training. Their steps were light, imbued with a sense of fatigue and satisfaction from a hard-won victory. as well as a resolute outlook towards the future. Chapter 29. The call from the hospital. It was yet another rare day of respite. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air, creating perfect weather for an outing. Gu Min Yihui, filled with anticipation, returned to the familiar zoo once more. He navigated effortlessly towards the corner where they often met, a resting area bench that afforded views of both the fawns and distant waterfowl. A smile unconsciously adorned his face, and he even carried a drink he thought Li Zi might enjoy. However, the bench was empty. Gu Min was somewhat taken aback, glancing at the time. Li Zi should have already been here sketching. He patiently waited for a while, scanning the throngs of visitors and the distant animal exhibits for that familiar figure. As seconds trickled by, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, yet the girl with the gentle smile, engrossed in her drawing, never appeared. A faint sense of loss and confusion began to swell within Gu Min. Has something come up today? He murmured, pulling out his phone to dial Li Zi's number. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable, a mechanical female voice relayed, causing Gu Min to furrow his brow slightly. He attempted again, but the result remained unchanged. This is rather unusual. Though they do not always make prior arrangements, based on their previous understanding, Li Zi rarely becomes completely unreachable during my holidays. Especially not in this place where she frequents. Gu Min wandered around the zoo once more, deliberately visiting the animal exhibits Li Zi adored, yet still found nothing. After inquiring with several staff members, none had seen the long-haired girl who often came to sketch. His growing unease was now tinged with a hint of worry. Could Li Zi be ill? Or perhaps there is an urgent matter at home. Just as Gu Min Yihui stepped out of the zoo gate, filled with uncertainty and concern, his phone suddenly rang. It was from an unfamiliar number. Hello? Gu Min answered the call. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Gu Min Yihui? A clear and professional female voice came from the other end. Yes, this is he. May I ask who is calling? This is XX General Hospital. Do you know a Miss Zhaitian Li Zi? Li Zi? I know her. What happened to her? Gu Min's heart instantly raced, an ominous premonition enveloping him. Please do not panic. This morning, for some unknown reason, Miss Zhaitian fainted outdoors and was brought to our hospital by kind-hearted individuals who called an ambulance. We attempted to contact her family, but the registered numbers were all unreachable. Upon regaining consciousness, she appeared somewhat disoriented. And it was only through our repeated inquiries and prompts that she provided your phone number, allowing us to reach out to you. Fainted? In the hospital? Gu Min felt his mind whirl. The subsequent words from the nurse about her condition being stable and needing observation blurred into the background. As he only grasped the most crucial information, Li Zi was in the hospital. I understand. Which ward is she in? I will come right away. The voice of Gu Min trembled with urgency. After noting the hospital room number, he dashed towards the hospital at breakneck speed, his mind a whirlwind of anxiety and dreadful speculations. Upon arriving breathlessly at the door of the ward and gently pushing it open, the sight that greeted him caused the heavy burden on his heart to ease significantly. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the pristine glass window, casting a gentle glow within the room. Zhaitian Li Zi, clad in a blue and white striped hospital gown, sat quietly on the bed, gazing out at the scenery beyond the window. Her complexion appeared somewhat pale, hinting at fragility, yet her demeanor was remarkably serene. Upon hearing the door creak open, Li Zi turned her head. The moment she laid eyes on Gu Min, standing at the doorway with an anxious expression, a familiar and tender smile blossomed on her pale face, her eyes sparkling with surprise and a hint of subtle dependence. Gu Min-kun, you've come. Seeing Li Zi smile at him so warmly and recognize him clearly, the tension that had gripped Gu Min finally dissipated, and he exhaled a long sigh of relief. He hurried to her bedside, his voice brimming with concern and trepidation. Li Zi, I'm so relieved to see you safe. The call from the hospital terrified me. What on earth happened? How could you have fainted so suddenly? Li Zi's smile faded slightly, replaced by a touch of apology and confusion as she detected the depth of Gu Min's worry. Tilting her head slightly, she struggled to recall the events, her brow furrowing in contemplation, her gaze revealing her disorientation. To be honest, I'm not quite sure either. Her voice was soft and frail. I only remember wanting to go out for some sketching in the morning, and then her fingers unconsciously tugged at the bed covers, as though trying to grasp fleeting thoughts from her blank mind. When I woke up again, I was already lying in this hospital bed. The nurse informed me that I was found collapsed on the road and brought here. She lifted her gaze to meet Gu Min's. Her eyes clear yet filled with utter bewilderment. She had no recollection of how she had fainted or what had transpired prior to that moment. As though that segment of memory had been inexplicably erased, this profound sense of emptiness left her feeling somewhat uneasy, and she instinctively clasped Gu Min's hand. as if seeking a sliver of reality and safety. What did the doctor say? Gumin pressed, the worry that had just subsided creeping back into his heart. A fainting spell of unknown origin coupled with memory loss was far from trivial. The doctor conducted some preliminary tests, Lizzie replied, and mentioned that my bodily indicators didn't reveal any particularly conspicuous abnormalities. They suggested I stay for further observation and undergo more detailed examinations, such as a brain CT scan, to ascertain the cause of my fainting. As for the memory loss, they stated that transient loss of consciousness can sometimes accompany fragmented memory lapses, but further investigation is necessary. Listening intently, Gumin furrowed his brow. The absence of obvious physical anomalies, yet sudden fainting accompanied by memory loss, was inherently suspicious. He grasped Lizzie's hand firmly, his voice resolute. It's all right, Lizzie. Don't worry. Now that you're in the hospital, just cooperate with the doctors for the examinations. We will surely uncover the cause. I will stay here with you. Hearing Gumin's steadfast and warm words, Lizzie's eyes shimmered with a touch of emotion. A gentle smile returned to her pale face, as if the sunlight had dispelled some of the gloom. Yes, she nodded softly, her voice light, yet filled with trust. Thank you, Gumin-kun. With you here, I feel much more at ease. She squeezed his hand back, the warmth and strength transmitting through their clasped hands, alleviating the unease and confusion that had arisen from her memory gap and inexplicable fainting. In this unfamiliar hospital room, Gumin's presence and his promise became her most steadfast support. Despite her lingering weakness and the missing fragment of her memory, Gumin's companionship banished her loneliness and fear. At that moment, the Belej communication device, carried by Gumin, suddenly blared to life, shattering the brief tranquility of the ward. Captain Heatsong's serious voice echoed, "Emergency situation. An otherworldly beast has appeared in K District. Night raid team, assemble and mobilize immediately. Repeat, mobilize at once." Understood. Gumin responded instinctively, but as soon as he had answered, a look of hesitation and conflict crossed his face. He glanced at Lizzie, who still bore a pale complexion, his eyes filled with reluctance and concern. He had only just arrived, and Lizzie still needed companionship and care. Sensitive to Gumin's inner turmoil, Lizzie revealed no signs of dissatisfaction or disappointment. Instead, she bestowed upon him an even gentler and encouraging smile, softly saying, "It's all right, Gumin-kun. Go ahead. This is very important work, saving others, I assent it." She endeavored to make her voice sound light and resolute. "I will rest well here and wait for the doctor's examination. Don't worry about me. You must do your best." Seeing Lizzie's understanding nature, even as she faced discomfort, comforting and supporting him instead, a wave of warmth and gratitude surged within Gumin. He took a deep breath, dispelling his hesitation, and nodded firmly. "Yes. Thank you, Lizzie. I will return to see you as soon as I finish my task. You must take care, and if anything arises, use Belej to contact me." With that, he gazed deeply at Lizzie, as if imprinting her smile into his heart, then resolutely turned and hurried out of the ward, his figure swiftly disappearing down the corridor, racing towards his battlefield. Lizzie watched him depart, her smile gradually fading, leaving behind only a faint blessing and a subtle sense of loneliness that lingered softly in the sunlit hospital room. Chapter 30. Lucifer Faust, did you not perish? The night was thick, and the secluded path outside was nearly devoid of streetlights, illuminated only by sparse starlight and a cold moon casting a feeble glow. The air was frigid, imbued with the scent of earth and foliage. Ji Yizhuan stood alone in the center of the path, his sharp gaze surveying the surroundings. An unscathed-looking car was parked at the roadside, its door ajar, as though the owner had merely stepped out momentarily and had yet to return. His gaze finally settled on the ground near the vehicle, where an irregular patch of charred ash lay, faintly revealing remnants that seemed to be the aftermath of burnt clothing, emanating an exceedingly weak and unnatural energy fluctuation, imperceptible to the average person. Lucifer's voice broke the silence, tinged with curiosity. "Zhuanji, are you certain the otherworldly beast was here? I can only sense an exceedingly faint residual presence. It appears the main entity has long since departed. This seems more like a site that has been processed." Ji Yizhuan's focus remained on the pile of ashes, his brow slightly furrowed as he mentally responded. "Indeed, the power of light led me here. Although faint, the residual anomalous energy fluctuations here are indeed traces of the otherworldly beast's activity, and they are quite recent." He slowly crouched down, his fingers refraining from contact, instead sensing the almost dissipated dark energy within the ashes from a distance. His tone grave. "This does not resemble damage caused by a direct attack. Rather, It appears to be remnants of something that has been consumed and absorbed. Leaving behind carbonized debris, a gust of night wind swept by, stirring the charred ashes and adding an eerie and sinister atmosphere. Just as Ji Yijun was intensely focused on the peculiar ashes, Lucifer's warning voice suddenly rang out. Urgent. Ji. Behind you. Almost simultaneously with Lucifer's call, Ji Yijun's combat instincts were instantaneously ignited. Without hesitation, he swiftly turned around, firing his energy blast gun towards the direction he sensed danger, without a glance back. Whoosh! A blue beam of energy shot forth. However, the anticipated sound of an explosion upon striking an enemy did not follow. A colossal, ebony hand, adorned with dark stripes, materialized silently in midair before Ji Yijun, perfectly obstructing the trajectory of the energy beam. When the energy projectile struck the palm, it merely stirred a trifling ripple of energy before being effortlessly crushed and obliterated, as if one were to crush a mere ember. Following this, a vast and distorted silhouette emerged from the shadows, gradually manifesting under the moonlight with an overwhelming sense of oppression. It bore a resemblance to Nai Kasisi, yet possessed a more grotesque outline, predominantly cloaked in hues of black, silver, and red, with a lifeless, pallid visage and a pair of eerie eyes emitting a ghostly glow. It was none other than the dark giant, Heian Fu Sida, who should have been annihilated by Nai Kasisi's cascading storm. In the air, Lu Shifa's astonished voice echoed, filled with incredulity. Jungu, look, it's that so-called good being, Heian Fu Sida? He is not dead. How is this possible? He withstood your full-powered cascading storm and still has the audacity to appear and frighten us. Ji Yijun's pupils constricted sharply. Gripping the energy explosive gun tightly, his body taut, as if facing a formidable foe, fixated on the re-emergence of the dark giant that ought to have been vanquished. He steadied his aim at the suddenly appeared Heian Fu Sida, his eyes brimming with shock and vigilance, and intoned gravely, "You're still alive?" Having endured Nai Kasisi's Red Youth Form's ultimate technique, the cascading storm, you should have been eradicated at a molecular level, with no chance of survival. This scene defies all comprehension. The pallid visage of Heian Fu Sida revealed no discernible emotion, only those ghostly eyes gazing down upon the diminutive human below. A deep, derisive voice reverberated within Ji Yijun's mind. Humph, insignificant inheritor of light, do you truly believe such an attack could annihilate me? Its immense form leaned slightly forward, the oppressive aura nearly suffocating, its mockery palpable. Or do you wish to engage me with this frail human body of yours? The disdain and provocation in its words were unmistakable. In its view, an untransformed adept was no different from an ant. Lu Shifa, infuriated, exclaimed, this is infuriating. Jungu, can you tolerate this? Absolutely not. Transform. Use your mighty foot to deliver a crushing blow to that contemptible face. Make him understand who the true master is. Ignoring the taunts of Fu Sida, Ji Yijun posed the question burning in his mind, his gaze sharp as a blade. Why are you so intent on battling me? What is your ultimate objective? Heian Fu Sida's pallid countenance remained unchanged, opting for the most direct response, an assault. With a casual flick of its massive hand, a dark red, ominous energy sphere coalesced with alarming speed, hurtling toward Ji Yijun on the ground with a piercing shriek. Beware! Lu Shifa shouted in alarm. Ji Yijun reacted in an instant, rolling swiftly to the side just as the energy projectile struck the spot where he had stood moments before, erupting in a violent explosion, scattering earth and debris and leaving a charred crater in its wake. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji Yijun knelt, drawing forth his evolution trust, Nai Kusisi. With a resolute shout, radiant light surged forth from the evolution trust, ascending like a torrent of light, instantly dispelling the surrounding darkness. Amidst the dazzling brilliance, the silver-gray giant descended majestically, the ground trembling beneath its heavy landing. Nai Kusisi, childhood form, reporting for duty. As the light dimmed, Nai Kusisi assumed a standard combat stance, its milky eyes intensely fixating on the dark giant. Heian Fu Sida slightly lowered its stance, its dark red fists shimmering with black energy. Light and darkness clashed in this serene nocturnal setting, two titans poised for an imminent confrontation. Nai Kusisi launched the first strike, delivering a swift hand chop toward Heian Fu Sida. The latter responded with remarkable speed, raising its armored arm to deflect the blow. Following this, Nai Kusisi unleashed a flurry of punches. Fu Sida either blocked or dodged, retaliating with its massive fists enveloped in dark red energy. The titan's fists and feet collided with thunderous force, unleashing a cacophony of sound and scattered energy sparks. Their movements were as swift as lightning, their power astonishing, causing the earth to tremble with each exchange. For a brief moment, they fought to a stalemate, neither gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, the roar of engines pierced the sky. 3 Chester fighter jets sliced through the night air, arriving just in time. It was the night raid team, responding to reports of abnormal energy fluctuations. Target confirmed. It's Ultraman and another giant. Kong Min Ihui, aboard the Alpha, gazed at the titanic duel below, unable to contain his astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief. He had never anticipated the existence of 2 giants. Wait, this isn't right. Sitting in the rear seat of the Beta, Sherpa Guang Yin swiftly operated the control panel for an urgent analysis. Speaking rapidly, based on seismic wave analysis, the energy characteristics of that black giant aligned closely with the unknown seismic waves we encountered during our battle with Bai Gobazun, which interfered with Mei Ta's domain formation. His tone turned grave. Moreover, its energy vibration frequency is entirely distinct from that of Nai Cc Ultraman, even oppositional. It is filled with negative and destructive waves. Sherpo's analysis rang like an alarm, instantly clarifying to all team members that this newly emerged black giant could potentially be an enemy, a dark entity akin to the alien beasts. The battlefield dynamics became clear, yet more complex. The night raid team faced a critical decision. Should they assist Nai Cc in combating this dark giant, or cautiously observe? Chapter 31. The Alien Beast. Lai Fu Lia. Just as the night raid team members fixated on the fierce clash between the 2 giants, grappling with whether to intervene in this battle beyond their comprehension, the situation took a sudden turn. Heian Fusida, after absorbing a heavy blow from Nai Cc, did not immediately retaliate. Instead, it leaped backward, creating distance from Nai Cc. A peculiar smile seemed to flicker across its pallid face, and its massive form swiftly merged into the shadows, becoming indistinct, transparent, and ultimately vanishing from sight, leaving Nai Cc poised for battle and the aircraft suspended in uncertainty. Disappeared? Ping Mu Shiji exclaimed in astonishment. However, before anyone could ponder why Fu Sida had retreated, the ground trembled violently once more ferociously than before. The earth before Nai Cc erupted, as a colossal creature resembling a grotesque fusion of a flower and plant burst forth from the soil. It boasted a sturdy, root-like body and numerous writhing vine-like tendrils. Topped with a massive, tightly closed bud, it was the flower-shaped alien beast, Lai Fu Lia. It's an alien beast. Captain Song ordered. All units, attention. Target shifted. Engage the alien beast. The 3 Chester fighter jets immediately recalibrated their trajectory, locking their cannons onto the newly emerged Lai Fu Lia. Target acquired. Fire. Several beams of laser energy accurately struck toward Lai Fu Lia. Yet, just as the lasers were about to hit their mark, an astonishing event unfolded. Nai Cc suddenly stepped forward, swiftly raising its left arm, using its silver gauntlet to precisely block the lasers aimed at Lai Fu Lia. The laser struck the arm of Nakesize, sparking a few scattered sparks, yet it failed to inflict any harm upon the Yi Sung So. Why? Guman Ihue exclaimed in astonishment, unable to comprehend why Nakesize would choose to protect the Yi Sung So. Almost simultaneously, in the rear seat of the Beta, Shirhue Mitsuhiko gazed at the rapidly fluctuating analysis data on the control panel, his expression shifting dramatically as he shouted, "Wait! Cease the attack! Quickly cease the attack!" His voice, laced with unprecedented urgency, echoed through the communication channel to all team members. The analysis indicates that a substantial concentration of highly flammable gas envelopes this Yi Sung Sok. It is continuously emitted from the bud-like organ atop its head. Any spark, no matter how minute, even the slight heat and energy from our laser attacks, could instantaneously ignite these gases, resulting in an unimaginable explosion. Upon hearing Shirhue's analysis, Guman was struck with sudden realization, a chill of dread coursing down his spine. He looked at Nakesize, who remained in a defensive stance, shielding them from their own attack, filled with gratitude and guilt. So this is why Nakesize intervened. He aimed to prevent us from triggering a catastrophic explosion. I had doubted him. Nakesize's actions were not to protect the Yi Sung Sog, but rather to safeguard them, to shield this area from the impending devastation. The plant-like Yi Sung Sog, Leofulia, seemed utterly indifferent to the poised Nakesize and the circling warplanes above. It emitted a low, throaty sound akin to the rustling of foliage, taking strides composed of its thick roots, advancing steadily in a specific direction, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Upon hearing Shirhue Mitsuhiko's urgent report, Captain Hugong's heart sank. The inability to attack meant they could not effectively halt this moving calamity. He immediately initiated an emergency communication with the CIC of the Free Fortress, CIC. This is the night raid team. The Yi Sug-So Leophilia is on the move, releasing highly flammable gas. Conventional attack methods are ineffective. Requesting instructions. After a brief silence on the communicator, the composed yet urgent voice of the seer, Jiliangzio, resounded. Information confirmed. Based on Leophilio's trajectory, approximately 3 kilometers ahead lies a large residential area. Should it reach there and release its gas, the consequences would be dire. This revelation caused all team members to draw in a sharp breath. Just then, Leophilia, in motion, abruptly halted. The massive butt atop it, which had been tightly closed, began to tremble violently before unfolding like a deadly blossom. With a hiss, an abundance of visibly eerie, dense gas gushed forth from the blossoming bud, rapidly diffusing into the surroundings. The concentration of flammable gas in the air surged alarmingly, the danger index skyrocketing to its peak. This is bad. It's starting to release gas, Koki Shirori exclaimed. At that critical moment, Nake's eyes sprang into action. He swung his left arm across the core timer on his chest, a brilliant light enveloping him in an instant. Within that dazzling brilliance, his form appeared more imposing, his coloration transforming into a powerful red and silver combination of a youthful figure. Without a moment's pause, the now red youth crossed his arms, channeling potent energy that began to converge, then raised his arms skyward. A wave-like, resplendent golden beam shot towards the heavens. A vast golden light shield rapidly expanded around Nake's eyes, enveloping both Leophilia, which was continuously emitting lethal gas, and himself, resembling an inverted bowl. In the next moment, the radiance contracted sharply, and both colossal figures vanished from the tangible world. Only the night raid team's aircraft remained suspended in the air, amidst the temporarily purified, yet still foreboding atmosphere. In the Mida realm, Gyuman gazed upon the desolate battlefield, murmuring to himself. Mr. Jia has once again drawn this deadly peril away from the human realm, confronting it alone. As they watched Nake's eyes vanish alongside the Yi Sung-So Leophilia within the golden aura of the Mida realm, the hearts of the night raid team tightened. They understood that this alternate space was Nake's eyes' domain, his sole means of isolating calamity from reality. Within the communication channel, the voice of the seer, Jiliangzio, resonated again. Imbued with an unprecedented gravity and decisiveness. Night raid team, the situation is critical. The threat posed by Leophilia far exceeds that of ordinary Yi Sung-So. Should the flammable gas it releases detonate in the real world, the ramifications would be unfathomable. Our only option now is to breach the Mida realm and annihilate the Yi Sung-So within. He paused briefly, emphasizing his words. The directives are as follows. Assault Chester, immediately merge. Upon entering the phase space, the primary objective is to eliminate the Yi Sung-So Leophilia at any cost. Concentrate all firepower. Do not concern yourselves with anything else. This command was crystal clear, placing the eradication of this moving disaster as the highest and sole priority. Understood. Prioritize the annihilation of the Yi Sung-So Leophilia. Captain Hugong responded gravely, swiftly issuing orders. All personnel, prepare to merge. Gyuman, here. Gyuman Ihue replied without hesitation. You will control the merge operation. Captain Hugong decisively entrusted this crucial merging task to the youngest member of the team. Upon hearing this, Gyuman felt a wave of pressure crash upon his shoulders. The merging procedure of Assault Chester was intricate and complex, demanding an exceptional level of focus and operational precision, especially under such urgent combat conditions, where even the slightest error could lead to catastrophic failure. He recognized this as the captain's trust and opportunity for growth. Yet thoughts of the extremely perilous Yi Sung-So they would face after merging, and of Nake's eyes battling alone within the realm, made his palms sweat slightly. Yes, Captain. Gyuman inhaled deeply, striving to suppress his anxiety, firmly grasping the control stick, his gaze sharpening with determination. He could not betray this trust. He must succeed, to avert disaster, and to support the valiant warrior who had been fighting alone. Chester merge. Commence. Gyuman's voice, tinged with tension, nevertheless executed the operation with remarkable precision. The 3 aircraft began a series of intricate and spectacular transformation and docking procedures under his command. Chapter 32. Lucifer. This is my dearest kin. In the Mida realm, the golden sky and vast earth remained unchanged, yet the air was rife with an exceedingly dangerous, almost visible gaseous ripple. The enormous bud atop Leophilia had closed once more, ceasing its active emission, yet its colossal plant-like body continued to exude high concentrations of flammable gas, resembling a moving explosive hazard. Nakesize and Leophilia engaged in fierce close-quarters combat. His fists and kicks rained down upon Leophilia's resilient root-like body with a dull thud, each strike containing the force capable of shattering mountains. However, Nakesize's attacks felt constrained. He meticulously avoided any techniques that could produce intense sparks or high heat, even controlling the force and landing points of his punches. Fearful of inadvertently igniting the surrounding lethal gas, Lucifer called out anxiously, "Hey, June brother, this is too stifling. This wretched flower is nothing but a massive gas canister. I can't touch it without worry. I can't hit it hard." June remained fully concentrated, maneuvering Nakesize to evade the flailing tendrils of Leophilia. His heart equally heavy. "I know, but we absolutely cannot trigger an explosion here." He could sense that although the Mida domain was isolated from reality, the explosive shockwaves within could potentially rebound upon the domain itself, and even upon him, let alone the dire consequences should the domain rupture. It was precisely due to this omnipresent threat of explosion that Nakesize, despite possessing formidable power, found it arduous to unleash his abilities to their fullest. Otherwise, with his current strength, this relatively slow-moving plant-like alien beast would have been utterly annihilated by him. The battle had devolved into a grueling stalemate. Nakesize relied on his agility to maneuver continuously, seeking the perfect moment to eradicate the enemy while avoiding the explosions, which undoubtedly drained both his mental and physical stamina significantly. Leveraging her protective shield, Leophilia advanced with relentless determination, attempting to ensnare Nakesize with her vines and to strike him with her massive form. Just as Nakesize was wholly focused on countering Leophilia, the ground to his side suddenly erupted with viscous dark energy, resembling a fountain of black oil, accompanied by a low, chilling laughter. The imposing figure of Dark Faust gradually emerged from the inky wellspring, seemingly descending from the abyss, and materialized within this space that should have been pure light. Its pallid visage bore an unmasked, sinister grin, while its deep-set eyes gazed mockingly at Nakesize. The consciousness of Lucifer within him nearly leapt in disbelief, exclaiming incredulously, "Hey, no way. Is this Mida domain a public restroom? How can just anyone waltz in here? The security measures are utterly trivial." June, controlling Nakesize, swiftly retreated, distancing himself from both adversaries, equally perplexed and grave. "I do not know either. This should not be possible. The Mida domain is intrinsically linked to him. Theoretically, only with his permission or through special phase technology could one enter. Dark Faust's intrusion blatantly defies logic." Upon appearing, Faust did not immediately attack Nakesize, but instead spread its arms wide, unleashing an even more concentrated dark energy from within, which rapidly tainted the surrounding golden space like ink dispersing in water. The pure light of the Mida domain dimmed at a visible rate, being engulfed in darkness, as the warm energy fluctuations were replaced by the chilling, lifeless blackness. Within mere seconds, the entire space transformed into a suffocating, ominous dark domain. Sensing the familiar dark energy around him, June did not feel anxious. Rather, he felt a sense of exasperation. Internally muttering, "Has this guy forgotten that my power is not diminished in the dark domain?" Meanwhile, Lucifer, after a brief moment of shock, erupted with ecstatic cheers, as if he had stumbled upon a great fortune. "Wow, Faust, from this day forth, you shall be my closest kin. Your timing is impeccable. Just when I was worried about insufficient energy, you arrive bearing such a grand gift. Quick, release more. This dark energy, so pure and abundant." Slurp. His tone resembled that of someone witnessing a year-end sale, eager to absorb as much as possible. Dark Faust's sinister grin remained unchanged. It was evidently aware that the dark domain could not suppress Nakesize. Its purpose in opening the dark domain was not to weaken the opponent, but to bolster its own forces. The dense dark energy surged into Faust and Leophilia like a tidal wave. The dark patterns on Faust deepened, its aura surging dramatically, while its profound eyes gleamed with an even more dangerous light. Meanwhile, Leophilia's root-like body thickened and darkened, with the buds at its apex slightly unfurling, exuding a more potent, flammable gas, which, under the influence of dark energy, appeared to take on a foreboding yellow-black hue. With a guttural roar, Leophilia's writhing vines transformed into a frenzied assault. Faust let out a low growl and launched the first attack, its massive fist enveloped in dark red destructive energy, hurtling towards Nakesize's face. Almost simultaneously, several thick vines from Leophilia lashed out like poisonous whips toward Nakesize's legs, seeking to restrict his movement. It was a true 1 against 2. The battle instantly escalated to a fever pitch. Faced with the dual onslaught, Nai-Keisai remained composed. He sidestepped, expertly blocking Faust's heavy punch, while his right leg swiftly rose, delivering a precise and fierce kick that deftly swept aside the incoming vines. His movements were fluid and unencumbered. The sounds of intense collisions echoed throughout the dark domain. Nai-Keisai showcased his combat skills to their fullest, maneuvering through Faust's relentless barrage of fists and feet and Leifilia's incessant vine harassment. His actions remained succinct and effective. Each block, each dodge, and each counterattack was impeccably timed, often evading danger by mere inches while delivering effective reprisals. Within his consciousness, Lucifer eagerly absorbed the pervasive dark energy while providing commentary. Yes, yes. Just like that. To the left. Watch out for the poisonous gas from that flower. Beautiful. Kick it in the kidneys. You haven't been slacking off these past few days, have you? Holding your own against two opponents. Despite Faust's enhanced power and Leifilia's relentless disruptions, Nai-Keisai astonishingly managed to withstand their combined onslaught through his exceptional combat techniques and vast experience. Occasionally, he seized opportunities to land a heavy punch that pushed Faust back several steps or delivered a palm energy arrow that severed multiple vines from Leifilia, appearing unfazed. He danced like a silver deity on the edge of a blade, standing resolute amidst the encroaching darkness and peril. In this arduous battle of 1 against 2, he showed no signs of faltering. Outside, the 3 Chester fighter jets of the Night Raid team, under the precise control of Kongmin Ihui, successfully completed a complex merging procedure. The massive Assault Chester combined fighter hovering in the air, engines roaring and poised for action. Assault Chester, merger complete, Kongmin reported, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yet his gaze remained resolute. Excellent. Prepare to breach the phase space. Captain Heatsong immediately commanded. However, as the Assault Chester surged towards the void where Nai-Keisai and the alien beasts had vanished, the aircraft jolted violently. As if colliding with an invisible yet exceedingly resilient wall, the breach procedure forcibly interrupted, and alarms began to sound. What is happening? Captain Heatsong furrowed his brow and inquired, why can we not breach? Report, Captain. Shiori Mitsuhiko, seated in the rear seat responsible for system monitoring and data analysis, immediately began operating the controls, his voice tinged with evident confusion and gravity. An anomaly has been detected in the phase space ahead. Its energy attributes have undergone a fundamental transformation. He quickly pulled up the data panel. Pointing at the fluctuating parameters, the phase fluctuations of the Mida domain previously unleashed by Nai-Keisai were stable and positive light energy frequencies. But now, the phase fluctuations in this area have completely reversed, transforming into an extremely unstable negative dark energy frequency. It's as if the entire space has been thoroughly polluted and upended. Negative phase? Hiraki Shiori exclaimed in surprise. What does that mean? It means that our previously established breaching parameters have become entirely ineffective. Shiori explained, his fingers flying across the control panel. The Assault Chester's breaching system was set based on the recorded positive Mida domain data. Now that the nature of the domain has mutated, it's as if the lock has changed. Our key no longer fits. Forcing a breach not only cannot succeed, but could also result in spatial turmoil, leading to unpredictable consequences. What shall we do? Kongmin asked urgently, worried for Ji Yejun, who was battling alone within the domain. We need time to recalibrate the negative phase fluctuation frequency and modify the fighter jet's breaching data. Shiori Mitsuhiko responded with a grave expression, acknowledging that this would require time. And the situation within was likely far from optimistic. The sudden turn of events had once again placed the Night Raid team in a passive position. They could only watch helplessly as the seemingly tranquil airspace concealed perilous battles within, unable to intervene in a timely manner. A sense of urgency permeated the cockpit of the Assault Chester. Chapter 33. This woman carries the scent of my closest kin. In the Dark Realm, the battle raged on fiercely. Naxus keenly detected a slight opening after Faust's attack, and in an instant, his body sank low, executing a swift sweeping kick that struck precisely at Faust's supporting ankle. Faust stumbled, leaving his defenses wide open. Without hesitation, Naxus spun around, delivering a powerful roundhouse kick imbued with concentrated light energy directly to Faust's chest. The impact resonated with a dull thud, accompanied by Faust's pained grunt as his massive form was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily onto the distant ground and sending up a plume of dark energy dust. Roar. Leifria, witnessing this, seemed to act on instinct or command, as the top bud suddenly unfurled, unleashing a torrent of thick yellow combustible gas towards Naxus in an attempt to thwart his pursuit of Faust. Naxos had anticipated this, nimbly leaping backward to evade the gas's direct spray. At that moment, the injured Faust struggled to rise, charging furiously at Naxos once more. However, its wounded body clearly hindered its movements, and its steps appeared unsteady. Seizing this moment, Naxos swiftly maneuvered his right hand across his left arm, activating his Naxos armament. A crescent-shaped blade of light energy shot forth, striking Faust's right thigh with pinpoint accuracy. "Ah!" Faust cried out in agony, collapsing onto one knee, unable to rise. Leifria immediately writhed her massive form, positioning herself protectively between the kneeling Faust and Naxos as countless vines danced wildly, assuming a defensive posture to prevent Naxos from continuing his assault. Observing this, Naxos refrained from immediate pursuit, instead adopting a cautious defensive stance, wary of potential counterattacks. However, Leifria did not retaliate, she merely shielded Faust. In the next moment, a surging tide of dense dark energy erupted from beneath them, swiftly enveloping the two dark entities. Their forms became blurred, translucent, and ultimately vanished entirely from Naxos' sight, evidently utilizing the power of the Dark Realm to escape. With the formidable foe retreating, the Dark Realm began to dissipate slowly, and the surrounding environment gradually returned to its normal nocturnal scenery. The Night Raid team's aircraft detected Naxos but failed to locate the aberrant beast Leifria, mistakenly believing it had been eliminated. However, the CIC relayed information indicating that Leifria's vibrational waves still persisted, implying that Naxos had not vanquished the aberrant beast. What had transpired within the metaverse? Naxos' energy core continued to pulsate with a brilliant blue luminescence. He stood momentarily, confirming that the threat had been temporarily neutralized before his vast form gradually transformed into countless gentle light particles, dissipating into the night air. Ji Yanjun's silhouette emerged onto the open grassland, breathing heavily as he gazed in the direction where Faust and Leifria had vanished, his brow furrowed. This battle was far from over. The members of the Night Raid team landed the assault Chester in a nearby clearing, armed with the Duvet large-caliber rifles, tactically spreading out to cautiously scour the forest that had just experienced a titanic clash, searching for any signs of anomaly or remnants. Gongmin Ihue was tasked with searching the western sector. He pushed through dense underbrush, advancing with vigilance. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on a familiar silhouette lying beneath a large tree not far ahead. An ominous premonition seized his heart. He quickened his pace, and upon recognizing the pale face, Gongmin felt as if struck by lightning, freezing in shock. Riko, lying unconscious beneath the tree, was none other than his girlfriend, Saida Riko, whom he had just bid farewell to at the hospital earlier that afternoon, and who was supposed to be resting in her ward. Riko, how could you be here? Wake up. Gongmin knelt hurriedly, gently tapping Riko's cheek, his voice trembling with fear. Yet, Saida Riko remained unresponsive, her eyes tightly shut, her breathing faint. What horrified Gongmin further was the large stain of blood soaking the right pant leg of her hospital gown, evidently indicating a severe injury to her thigh. How could this happen? Riko. Gongmin's heart tightened instantly, and without time to ponder how she ended up here or why she was injured, he pressed the communicator. His voice strained with urgency. Captain, this is Gongmin. I've found a severely injured person. It's Saida Riko. She is unconscious with a thigh injury. Requesting immediate medical support. Location is in my current area. What? Saida Riko? Understood. Hold on, Gongmin. The medical team will be there soon. Captain Waka's voice carried a note of shock as he promptly responded. Gongmin removed his outer coat, carefully placing it beneath Riko's head, and clumsily yet determinately applied his emergency tourniquet to stem the bleeding from her thigh. He lifted the unconscious Riko into his arms and sprinted toward the direction where the aircraft had landed, his heart consumed with panic and confusion. Not far away, in the shadows, Ji Yanjun stood silently, having witnessed the entire scene unfold, his expression heavy with gravity. In the space around them, Lucifer's voice resonated, imbued with unprecedented seriousness and certainty. June, I have discovered the girl, the one Gongmin is carrying. She bears the dark power of Faust. Lucifer's tone was resolute. Ji Yanjun's pupils constricted sharply, his heart skipping a beat. Are you certain, little Lu? How could this be? Absolutely certain, June. There is no mistake. The residual dark energy that draws me, though faint, is of the same origin as that dark giant from before. It bears the scent of Faust. Ji Yanjun's gaze shifted once more toward the direction where Gongmin had vanished, his expression becoming exceedingly complex. Gongmin Ihue's girlfriend was somehow connected to the dark giant Faust? What could this possibly mean? A vast enigma and deeper unease washed over him like a chilling tide. Within Ji Yinjun's dormitory, the atmosphere was oppressively heavy. He sat at the edge of his bed, brow furrowed, his fingertips unconsciously pressing against his temples. Lucifer no longer floated restlessly as usual, but remained quietly suspended in a corner of the conscious space, the glow of his spectral form appearing unusually dim. This headache. Lucifer finally broke the silence, his voice devoid of its usual exuberance and excitement, now tinged with rare agitation and gravity. If Gongmin's girlfriend is indeed intertwined with the Dark Faust, what shall we do? This question loomed over them like a colossal boulder. The recent absorption of vast dark energy, which should have elated Lucifer, left him utterly unmoved, as though the energy carried a disquieting bitterness. Ji Yinjun inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly in an attempt to dispel the heaviness in his chest, but to little avail. His brow furrowed even deeper. Should we directly inform Gongmin? Ji Yinjun instinctively considered this option, only to immediately dismiss it. No, he thought, even if he might believe such an absurdity, it would be too cruel for him. He could not fathom the blow Gongmin would suffer upon realizing that his beloved girlfriend could be linked to the dark giant that harms humanity. Should we secretly monitor Sidoriko? Lucifer proposed another idea, but swiftly refuted it himself, deeming the risk too great and easily discoverable. Moreover, should she truly be Faust, the repercussions of startling the snake would be even more dire. Alternatively, if she were to transform again, one could intervene on the spot. As Ji Yinjun's gaze flickered with a hint of sharpness, only to soon become complex. Setting aside the likelihood of success, how would he face the solitary gate if he proceeded? This would equate to the deliberate destruction of the most significant aspect of the solitary gate. Various thoughts swirled and collided in his mind, yet he found no feasible solution that could satisfy both sides. The identity of the opponent was exceedingly unique, and the entangled emotions rendered any straightforward combat decision immensely challenging. Lucifer clicked his tongue in frustration, exclaiming it to be an immense hassle, more troublesome than dealing with 10 beige bazoon. Ji Yinjun remained silent, merely nodding in agreement with Lucifer's assertion. For the first time, one person and one soul found themselves ensnared in this impasse, heavy with unspoken thoughts, leaving only the distant sounds of the city and their labored breaths echoing in the room. Chapter 34. The news of Go Lu Mu Zhenyi in the hospital corridor. The lights were a ghastly white, permeated by the scent of disinfectant. Zhai Tianlizi was urgently wheeled into the emergency room by medical personnel, while Gu Min Yihui anxiously awaited outside, his hands tightly clenched, worry and unease etched across his face. Vice Captain Shi Zhaona also arrived at the hospital, leaning against the cold wall at a distance, her complexion paler than the wall itself. Her right hand was clenched tightly, with her knuckles turning white from excessive tension. Just moments ago, in the chaos, as Gu Min carried the unconscious Lizzie from the car, an object slipped from Lizzie's hospital gown pocket and fell to the ground. Shi Zhaona instinctively bent down to pick it up, intending to hand it to Gu Min, but as her fingers brushed against the item, her body abruptly stiffened. It was a slightly worn metal nameplate, its edges frayed, clearly stamped with the TLT insignia, the emblem of the night raid, and her name, Shi Zhaona. The cold metallic touch seared her palm like a branding iron. She was all too familiar with this nameplate. It was not merely her identification. It was something she had personally gifted to him before he had betrayed her. Go Lu Mu Zhenyi, former vice captain of the night raid, her most trusted comrade, mentor, and the bearer of a certain indescribable sentiment. He was also the one who later coldly betrayed the night raid, aligning with darkness and bringing her endless anguish and hatred. She had long believed this nameplate lost with Go Lu Mu's betrayal or discarded by him. It should not be here, nor should it have fallen from the pocket of an apparently ordinary girl. Why was her nameplate on Zhai Tianlizi? What connection did Go Lu Mu have with this girl? Could the recent attack and Zhai Tianlizi's severe injuries be linked to that man? Countless questions and long-suppressed fury engulfed Shi Zhaona. She clutched the nameplate tightly, the cold metal nearly embedding itself in her flesh. Breathing became somewhat labored, her chest heaving as her gaze towards the tightly shut emergency room door grew sharp and complex, swirling with shock, doubt, and an unfathomable, icy hatred directed at Go Lu Mu Zhenyi. Gu Min was completely absorbed in his concern for Lizzie, oblivious to Vice Captain Shi Zhao's abnormal expression and the nameplate nearly deformed by her grip. A new storm seemed to be brewing, silently gathering strength with the unexpected appearance of this nameplate. Within the Operations Information Center of the Free Fortress, the atmosphere was tense. Captain He Song, Shi Zhaona, Ping Mu Shiji, and Shi Peguang Yin gathered before the tactical platform, while Gu Min Yihui was absent, attending to the severely injured Zhai Tianlizi in the hospital. Vice Captain Shi Zhao Na's expression was icy as she slowly placed the slightly worn metal nameplate on the platform. Her fingertips trembled slightly, not from fear, but from suppressing immense shock and the resurgence of old grievances. Heatsong's gaze sharpened as he recognized the distinctive design. My nameplate. Shi Zhao Na's voice was as cold as ice. I gave it to someone many years ago. She paused, almost forcing out the name through gritted teeth. Go Lu Muzhenyi. Go Lu Muzhenyi. The former vice captain. Ping Mu Shiji gasped, instinctively covering her mouth, disbelief filling her eyes. Shi Guangyan halted at the control console, his gaze sharpening with intensity. This, Shi Zhao Na pointed at the nameplate, her tone frigid, fell from the unconscious Zhai Tianlizi. The moment those words left her lips, the air in the command room seemed to freeze entirely. Go Lu Mu's belongings on that girl? Shi Guangyan pondered, his voice unusually grave. This is no coincidence. It implies that the traitor may be active once more and is likely connected to the current events. The face of Captain Heatsong was filled with anger and solemnity. Had he finally ceased hiding? Was Zhai Tianlizi's injuries somehow orchestrated by him? Shi Zhao Na closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and upon reopening them, only cold resolve remained. Captain, I request immediate implementation of the highest level of surveillance and a thorough background investigation on Zhai Tianlizi. This could very well be our only clue to finding Go Lu Muzhenyi. The three present were acutely aware of the trauma and chaos wrought by Go Lu Muzhenyi's betrayal. The emergence of any trace of him heralded a grave crisis. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Gumin Yihui remained devotedly at Lizi's bedside, holding her hand and praying for her swift recovery. He was entirely unaware of the storm brewing in the operations room regarding the former vice captain and the nameplate. Nor could he fathom that his beloved girlfriend was entangled in a vast mystery with a heavy past connected to his organization. The situation facing the night raid had escalated suddenly, with shadows of the past intertwining with present threats, becoming ever more enigmatic and fraught with peril. The afternoon sun streamed through the windows of the hospital corridor, casting bright, yet pallid patches of light. The bustling corridor was somewhat noisy, yet this only provided better cover for concealed movements. Ji Yejun, donned in inconspicuous casual clothing, lowered the brim of his hat, blending seamlessly into the crowd as an ordinary visitor, his gaze swiftly scanning the area surrounding Zhai Tianlizi's room. His assessment was correct. In the waiting area diagonally across from the patient room sat two men, seemingly engrossed in their phones, yet their eyes continuously surveyed their surroundings, with miniature communicators hidden in their ears. Further away, at the nurse's station, one nurse appeared overly attentive to the movements of that particular room. The TLT surveillance network had been deployed. Ji Yejun discreetly retreated to a quieter corner at the end of the corridor, feigning interest in the view outside. Yet his heart was heavy with concern. He gazed towards the patient room, his brow furrowed, the sunlight illuminating his face but failing to dispel the gloom. Xiao Lu. Should we really reveal the truth to Gumin? Is it too cruel to tell him that Lizi might be Faust? He could almost envision the shattered expression that would mar Gumin's normally sunny and trusting face. Lucifer's voice emerged, imbued with a rare gravity and candor. Jun Gu. I understand your reluctance, but have you considered another possibility? He paused, his tone weighty. If we choose silence now out of compassion, when darkness Faust reemerges on the battlefield, forcing us to confront it with all our might, what will Gumin think? He would witness us killing his girlfriend. The impact and pain he would endure then would be 1,000-fold greater than what he faces now. Do you think he would not resent us? Do you think we have deceived him, deliberately causing the demise of Lizi? At that moment, Lucifer's voice was nearly frigid, having lost all reason and trust. What actions would he undertake? Would he succumb to darkness or turn against us? Which outcome would be more favorable? Ji Yejun fell into a profound silence. The hospital corridor, bathed in warm sunlight, felt cold to him, as a chill surged from within. Lucifer's words had torn away the facade of tenderness, revealing a potentially bloody truth lurking in the future. Concealment might offer temporary protection for Gumin, yet in the long run, it could be propelling him deeper into an abyss. Under the afternoon sun, one person and one soul found themselves enveloped in an arduous and heavy silence. Honesty and deceit appeared as two thorn-strewn paths. Whichever one was chosen could leave the earnest young man bloodied. Chapter 35. Gumin, my girlfriend is the dark giant. Ji Yejun stealthily approached the door of Zhai Tianlizi's hospital room. Through the small window on the door, he spotted Gumin Yihui, seated beside the bed, gazing intently and anxiously at the unconscious Lizi, his profile appearing somewhat haggard in the afternoon light. There could be no further hesitation. Ji Yejun resolved firmly. He gently tapped twice on the wall beside the door, The sound was not loud, yet clear enough in the relatively quiet corridor. Gyumin, fully focused on Lizzie, was immediately drawn to the sudden noise, instinctively turning to look toward the entrance. When his gaze met the familiar figure, adorned with a hat, peering through the small window, a wave of immense surprise and disbelief washed over his face. His eyes lighting up, Ji Yizhuan almost blurted out in excitement, his voice slightly elevated. He quickly made a shushing gesture, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings to signal for silence. Subsequently, he discreetly pointed toward the end of the corridor and then gestured for Gyumin to come over, his lips forming the silent words, "Come find me." After completing this series of signals, Ji Yizhuan lowered the brim of his hat and turned to walk nonchalantly toward the staircase at the corridor's end, swiftly disappearing around the corner. Gyumin Ihue paused for a moment, then quickly comprehended Ji Yizhuan's intention. He did not want to be discovered by TLT. Though he was filled with curiosity regarding why Ji Yizhuan had suddenly appeared and why he was being so secretive, Gyumin held an unwavering trust in Ji Yizhuan. He cast a glance at the still unconscious Lizzie, confirming her condition was stable for the time being, then took a deep breath, striving to appear natural. Before rising and following the direction toward the end of the corridor, his heart racing with anxiety and anticipation. Gyumin Ihue hastily exited the hospital building, his gaze urgently searching. Indeed, beneath a large tree not far from the hospital's side entrance, he spotted the familiar figure of Ji Yizhuan, seemingly awaiting him. Their eyes met, and Ji Yizhuan gave a slight nod of acknowledgement before turning and leisurely walking along the sidewalk. Gyumin immediately grasped the situation, suppressing the multitude of questions in his mind, maintaining a distance that would not arouse suspicion, silently trailing behind. Evidently, Ji Yizhuan was well acquainted with the area. He led Gyumin through several streets, avoiding crowds, until they finally entered a relatively quiet, tree-shaded small park. The afternoon sun filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the cobblestone path. A few elderly individuals were seen leisurely walking or playing chess, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and peace. Ji Yizhuan approached a bench concealed in the shade of the trees, paused, and sat down. Gyumin followed suit, sitting beside him somewhat awkwardly. Only then, having left the confines of the hospital and confirmed there were no prying eyes, did they find a moment of genuine privacy to converse. Yet, the atmosphere on the bench did not lighten. Rather, it was permeated with an indescribable heaviness and tension. Gyumin observed Ji Yizhuan's solemn profile, and his sense of unease intensified. He understood that whatever Ji Yizhuan sought to divulge, it would not be a light-hearted matter. On the park bench, where shadows danced, the atmosphere grew increasingly stagnant. Ji Yizhuan took a deep breath, his gaze heavy as it fell upon the anxious yet expectant Gyumin, and spoke slowly. "Gyumin, what I am about to share is exceedingly difficult to believe, and may even be terrifying. But please, do not be afraid. You must remain calm." Gyumin Ihue straightened, striving to project composure. "Ji Yizhuan, do not worry. I am a member of the Night Raid. I have encountered many Shang Sug, and I can accept even the strangest of things. I will not be afraid." He attempted to reassure himself with professional fortitude against the inexplicable quickening of his heartbeat. Ji Yizhuan gazed into his eyes, which still held a hint of innocence and trust, feeling as though a heavy stone lay upon his heart. Yet he knew he must proceed. He struggled to articulate his thoughts, his voice low and clear. "Your girlfriend, Zaitian Lizzie, she is very likely the dark giant Heian Fusher that appeared last night." The air seemed to freeze in an instant. Gyumin's expression stiffened, his eyes blinking as if his mind struggled to process the information just received. He stood frozen for several seconds, leaning forward instinctively, his tone filled with confusion and uncertainty. Ji Yizhuan, could you repeat that? I think I didn't quite catch it." Ji Yizhuan's heart tightened, yet he did not shy away. His gaze remained steadfast upon Gyumin, enunciating each word with clarity. "I said, your girlfriend, Zaitian Lizzie. She is very likely the dark giant Heian Fusher from last night." This time, the information struck Gyumin's mind with unerring accuracy. Lizzie was the dark giant? His expression turned utterly bewildered, as if he had heard the most absurd joke in the world. He instinctively shook his head, forcing a strained, even twisted smile. No. Ji Yizhuan, how could that be? Lizzie is just an ordinary college student. She loves to paint. Her personality is so gentle. How could she possibly be that terrifying black giant? You must be joking. This is not a funny joke at all. His voice began to tremble, words tumbling forth in a frantic attempt to deny and question the dreadful truth that could shatter his world. He looked into Ji Yizhuan's eyes, filled with a desperate plea, begging for reassurance that this was merely a cruel jest. In the space around them, Lucifer observed Guman's nearly shattered reaction and sighed in resignation. As I suspected, he simply cannot accept this. On the park bench, Guman Ihue grasped at what felt like a last lifeline, suddenly reaching out to tightly clutch Ji Yizhuan's arm, his fingers trembling with exertion. His eyes brimmed with panic, desperation, and the last flicker of hope, his voice quavering. Ji Yizhuan, please tell me you were lying. You were just joking, right? How could Lizzie possibly be that kind of creature? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. He fervently shook Ji Yizhuan's arm, as if doing so could shake away the horrific assertion and elicit a denial in return. Yet, Ji Yizhuan merely sat there quietly, allowing him to cling on. He did not break free nor repeat the harsh words. He simply gazed back at Guman with profound, heavy eyes, devoid of jest, filled instead with endless complexity, compassion, and undeniable seriousness. Silence, at times, possesses a potency that surpasses any spoken language. Ji Yizhuan's silence, coupled with the weighty conviction reflected in his gaze, struck like a bucket of ice-cold water, extinguishing the last flicker of hope within Guman's heart. The grip on Ji Yizhuan's arm gradually loosened, and the plea in Guman's eyes transformed into a desolate bewilderment. Slowly, he released his hold, his body collapsing back against the bench, as if all strength had been siphoned away, murmuring as though his very soul had been extracted. How could this be, Rico? Chapter 36. Can Guman be saved? Guman slumped against the bench, dazed, the immense shock rendering his mind a blank slate. After a considerable pause, he seemed to regain a semblance of thought, and, with a voice parched and hoarse, inquired, Mr. Ji Yin, how did you find out? Was it merely a guess? Ji Yizhuan gazed at his tortured expression, feeling a pang of sympathy yet resolved to present the evidence. He spoke with a deep, clear voice. I saw the injury on her right leg. Injury? Guman froze for a moment, instinctively defending Rico. Indeed, her right leg bore a wound, bleeding profusely, but what could that possibly signify? Perhaps it was mere coincidence, or she had inadvertently scraped it on a branch in the forest. It is not a coincidence, Ji Yizhuan interjected, his gaze sharpening. Last night in the realm of darkness, I battled the Dark Faust. I seized the opportunity and struck him with a crescent-shaped blade of light, the particle feather, precisely on his right thigh. As he spoke, he gestured to indicate the location and manner of attack. After being hit, he could hardly stand, collapsing to the ground. Then, the aberrant beast, Furia, came to his aid, and they both retreated into the darkness. As Ji Yizhuan recounted the details of the previous night's battle, each word struck Guman's heart like a hammer. Today, Ji Yizhuan's expression grew heavy again. Your girlfriend, Saitu Rico, was discovered in that very forest where the battle had recently unfolded, unconscious, and on her right thigh. There is a fresh, severe wound. He observed Guman's face turn ashen, casting the final, most crucial question. Furthermore, Guman, tell me, why would your girlfriend, who should be recuperating in a hospital, suddenly appear in that desolate forest, recently inhabited by aberrant beasts and dark giants? Is this truly mere coincidence? A cascade of evidence and logically sound inquiries ensnared Guman's heart like cold chains, rendering his desperate attempts to justify Rico's actions utterly futile. He opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words, collapsing helplessly against the bench as overwhelming pain and disbelief threatened to engulf him. Guman Ichihui sat motionless, as if his very soul had vacated, grappling with this harsh reality. After a few moments of utter silence, he suddenly turned, as if seizing a final lifeline. Gripping Ji Yizhuan's arm tightly once more, his eyes ablaze with hope, his voice trembling with urgency. Mr. Ji Yizhuan. Yes, Mr. Ji, you are Ultraman. You possess such formidable power of light. Surely you must have a way, right? Please, save Rico. Rescue her from the darkness. You must have a means to purify her, or do something, right? His gaze brimmed with the last flicker of hope. Nearly all his expectations resting upon this man he regarded as a hero and mentor. Ji Yizhuan, witnessing Guman's near collapse, felt a surge of helplessness and sorrow. He gently patted Guman's hand, which clung to him, his voice low and tinged with resignation. Guman, please remain calm. He sighed, shaking his head. I am not the Ultraman you envision. More accurately, I am a capable individual, a temporary vessel of light, a human capable of transforming into Nexus to combat evil. He endeavored to clarify his explanation, albeit with a cruel edge. This power is primarily for battle, to confront darkness and aberrant beasts. I do not know how to sever the connection between a person and the dark giant, nor how to rescue someone who may have been entirely consumed or controlled by darkness. Ji Yizhuan's eyes were filled with regret and profound helplessness. I am sorry, Guman. I truly do not know how to assist you. This is beyond my ability and understanding. These words fell like a final judgment, shattering the last remnants of hope within Gyumin's heart. The grip on Ji Yinjuan's hand slackened, the light in his eyes extinguished, leaving only boundless despair and confusion. If even Mr. Ji, even Ultraman, was powerless, what could he possibly do? Just as Ji Yinjuan felt the weight of his inability to aid Gyumin, Lucifer's voice suddenly broke the silence within the consciousness space, carrying a rare, almost cold inquiry. Hey, June, don't just dwell on feeling sorry for that kid. Tell me, do you believe that girl named Saito Riko is alive or dead? Ji Yinjuan was taken aback by Lucifer's abrupt question, instinctively pondering, alive or dead? What difference does it make? Her current condition is clearly abnormal. It makes a significant difference. Lucifer's voice rose slightly. If she has long since passed, then the entity controlling her body and engaging in a romance with that foolish boy is merely an illusion or persona conjured by the Dark Faust. That would simplify matters, though it would be more brutal for him. At least the goal would be clear. He shifted his tone slightly. But what if she is still alive? Alive? Ji Yinjuan furrowed his brow. What of it? Her body has been overtaken by darkness, transformed into a dark giant. Fool, Lucifer interrupted. If her vital signs still exist, even if they are exceedingly faint, it indicates that her soul has likely not been completely extinguished. It may simply be suppressed, imprisoned, or sealed somewhere within her body. Ji Yinjuan seemed to grasp something. What does it matter if the soul still exists? Are we to exist in a state of pure spirit, as you do? What difference would that make from being dead? He could not fathom confronting a girlfriend who could only exist in a spiritual state. Who said it must be like me? Lucifer appeared somewhat exasperated. The presence of her soul means there is a possibility for awakening or reclaiming. Although I do not yet know how to proceed, it is certainly more hopeful than dealing with a creature entirely composed of darkness. At the very least, it provides that boy with a direction to strive for, rather than complete despair. Lucifer's words pierced through the heavy veil of hopelessness like a faint light. Though the path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty and difficulty, the mere notion that her soul might still exist represented a pivotal turning point. Ji Yinjuan's focus sharpened, his gaze shifting back to Gyumin, who was nearly bereft of spirit, as he rapidly contemplated this new possibility. Within the space, Lucifer abruptly changed the subject, asking, June, let me ask you, do you consider yourself a giant of light or a human? Ji Yinjuan was momentarily taken aback by this seemingly nonsensical question, instinctively replying, I am, of course, human. I merely have the ability to transform into a giant of light for battle. Exactly. Lucifer's tone was imbued with a sense of clarity. Since you, as a human, can become a vessel of light, if that girl's soul is still alive, why can we not devise a way for her to become a vessel of the Dark Faust, thereby controlling the Dark Faust? Chapter 37. Lucifer, I suspect an unseen hand is preparing to orchestrate events. Let her become a vessel of the Dark Giant. The astonishing notion of Lucy Fa struck Ji Yinjuan like a thunderbolt, leaving him both charred and tender, his mind momentarily incapacitated. This idea was utterly insane, a complete upheaval. Yet, after a brief shock, Ji Yinjuan pondered it carefully, and his eyes gradually sparkled with realization. Wait, this might not be entirely unfounded. If the soul of Jietian Lizi truly still exists, not devoured but merely suppressed, then theoretically, as long as her will remains robust. Or if we discover a way to assist her, could it indeed be possible to counteract and even control the dark power of Faust? This notion, though audacious to the brink of absurdity, resembled a path carved from desperation that no one had ever contemplated. The more Ji Yinjuan considered it, the more he felt it could be the sole direction that preserved Lizi's existence while addressing the problem of the Dark Giant. He could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Shall I share this idea with Gyumin immediately? At least it could offer him a glimmer of hope. Ji Yinjuan inquired eagerly. Yes, do share, Lucy Fa urged, for without imparting some semblance of hope, he feared the young man would soon crumble completely, leading to greater complications. In reality, Ji Yinjuan gathered his thoughts and cautiously relayed Lucy Fa's audacious proposal, transforming Jietian Lizi into a Dark Faust adept, thereby seizing control of the dark forces, to the nearly despondent Gyumin. Listening to this incredible and unheard-of plan, Gyumin Iki's expression shifted from bewilderment to shock, and then to skepticism. As if struck by lightning, he struggled to articulate. See, could this really be achievable? Whether it can be achieved is another matter, Ji Yinjuan interjected, his tone turning serious and pragmatic. However, at this moment, this is the only conceivable direction that might preserve the existence of Jietian Lizi. He fixed his gaze on Gyumin's eyes, enunciating each word with care. We must first ascertain whether your girlfriend Jaition Lizi's soul still exists. Otherwise, all discussions are moot. Gyumin was momentarily stunned, but within his despairing gaze, a faint yet crucial flicker of hope ignited. Although the goal seemed distant and nearly illusory, it at least provided a direction for effort and struggle. Gyumin Iki felt as though he had grasped a lifeline, abruptly rising from the bench and seizing Ji Yajun's wrist. Eager to rush him to the hospital? Yes. Let's check. We must go to the hospital now. Mr. Ji Yajun, you must have a way to ascertain whether Lizi's soul is still present, right? Let us go. Ji Yajun found Gyumin's sudden, almost childlike impulsiveness amusing yet exasperating. He exerted a gentle force on his wrist to stabilize himself and resist being pulled away. Gyumin, calm down, Ji Yajun said, his voice laced with a mix of resignation and gravity. First, consider how this could possibly work. Let us analyze. First, the TLT members are undoubtedly guarding your girlfriend's hospital room meticulously. How can we check without alerting them? Should I simply incapacitate the guards? Ji Yajun's tone intensified as he pointed out the most critical danger, the paramount issue. We currently have no certainty regarding Faust's condition. What if, just a hypothetical, our probing actions provoke it, or it suddenly awakens in such a crowded place as a hospital? Ji Yajun imagined that scenario, his expression turning grave. The casualties and destruction would be catastrophic. This is not a jest. Upon hearing this, Gyumin felt as though he had been doused with cold water, his heated thoughts cooling instantly. He realized how reckless and impractical his previous idea had been. Indeed, there were so many innocent patients and doctors in the hospital. He released Ji Yajun's wrist, the excitement draining from his face, replaced by trepidation and deeper anxiety, his voice subdued. Then what should we do now? Are we just to wait idly? Ji Yajun placed a steadying hand on Gyumin's shoulder, urging him back onto the bench with a calm yet assertive tone. What we need to do now is exercise patience. Gyumin, wait. Gyumin looked up urgently. Yes, wait. Ji Yajun affirmed, his gaze sweeping toward the hospital. We must wait for her discharge, for the TLT organization to inevitably lower their guard. Only then will we have a chance to discreetly confirm your girlfriend's true condition. Acting rashly now poses too great a risk. Just as Ji Yajun concluded his statement, within the realm of consciousness, Lucy Fa's voice resonated once more, imbued with a conspiratorial tone. Brother Jun, I have an even bolder suspicion. I can't shake the feeling that there's a hidden mastermind behind Jaition Lizi. A hidden mastermind? What do you mean? Ji Yajun inquired internally. Isn't it evident? Lucy Fa analyzed. Last time, the Dark Faust was thoroughly struck by your layered storm. That wasn't child's play. Logically, it should have been obliterated long ago. Yet, it has resurfaced alive and well. Clearly, there must be a hidden force revitalizing it. Otherwise, how could it have come back to life? Ji Yajun's expression darkened further upon hearing Lucy Fa's analysis. Indeed, Faust's reappearance was highly unusual, suggesting a deeper involvement. He inhaled deeply and conveyed this heavy suspicion to Gyumin. Gyumin, there is one more matter I must share regarding my concerns. Ji Yajun's voice lowered even more. I suspect your girlfriend may merely be a pawn in a larger game. A pawn? Gyumin's heart tightened once more. Yes, a pawn, Ji Yajun confirmed, presenting compelling evidence. The last time I battled Faust, I effectively annihilated it with the layered storm, yet it has returned. This is decidedly abnormal. Therefore, I strongly suspect that a more formidable dark presence is orchestrating these events, resurrecting Faust, and possibly linking Faust's powers to Lizi. This revelation was more harrowing than before. Gyumin felt a chilling sensation surge from his feet to the crown of his head. If Mr. G's suspicions were valid, then Lizi was not merely possessed by darkness, but had become a puppet and tool of some unknown, terrifying entity. The underlying conspiracy was far darker and more vast than imagined. Hope seemed to linger, yet the perils and complexities of the path ahead escalated dramatically. What they were about to confront might well transcend the mere existence of a dark giant. Chapter 38. Jaition Lizi without memory. Gyumin Iki returned to the hospital with a heavy and complicated heart. Upon reaching the floor where Jaition Lizi's room was located, his heart sank. At the entrance stood two individuals clad in distinctive uniforms, their expressions stern and their gazes sharp. They were the dreaded memory police, MP, of the TLT. They stood like sentinels at the door, barring anyone from approaching. Gyumin was startled and hurried forward. I am Gyumin Iki of the night raid team. My friend is inside. Let me in. One of the memory police, expressionless, extended an arm to block him, their voice cold and devoid of emotion. Sorry, Gyumin team member. Important inquiries are underway inside. No one is permitted to disturb. Inquiries? Who is inside? What are they inquiring about? Gyumin pressed urgently, a foreboding sense of dread rising within him. The memory police offered no response, merely regarding him with unfeeling eyes, their stance resolute. Guman found himself unable to contain his anxiety, pacing restlessly down the corridor, stealing glances at the firmly shut door. His heart heavy with concern for Lizzie and dread regarding the methods of the MP. The minutes stretched interminably, feeling like a century. At last, the door to the sick room creaked open. The figure that emerged took Guman by surprise. It was none other than Shido Saya, one of the heads of the TLT memory police. Her countenance was serene, revealing no hint of emotion. Upon seeing Guman waiting at the entrance, Shido seemed unperturbed. She approached him directly and spoke in a businesslike tone. "Dun, your timing is fortuitous. Regarding Miss Zaitian Lizzie's condition, should she recall any details about last night's incident or anything unusual, please ensure you report it to us at once." With that, she nodded slightly to him and departed with the two memory officers, leaving Guman standing in a state of bewilderment. Remember anything? Report? Guman was utterly confounded. What did Shido mean by that? Did it imply that Lizzie remembered nothing at all? Or had the MP he dared not contemplate further and immediately pushed through the sickroom door? Inside, he found Zaitian Lizzie sitting up in bed, propped against the pillow. The afternoon sunlight cascaded over her pale face as she gazed dreamily out the window. Upon hearing the door open, she slowly turned her head to see Guman. Her expression soft and warm, exuding a gentle yet slightly frail smile reminiscent of the previous day. "Guman Jin, you're back," she said, her eyes clear and her tone unaffected, as if the harrowing events of yesterday, her grievous injury in the forest, and the recent interrogation had never transpired. Observing this seemingly normal girlfriend before him, Guman recalled Shido's significant words and the appearance of the MP. An icy chill crept up his spine, more unsettling than before. He suppressed the tumult of emotions surging within him and carefully sat by her bedside, adopting a calm demeanor to probe gently. "Lizzie, do you remember why you were in that forest? The place where we found you?" Upon hearing this, a clear look of confusion crossed Zaitian Lizzie's face. She tilted her head slightly, attempting to recollect, but then shook her head in bewilderment. "Forest? Guman Jin, what are you talking about? I woke up right here in the hospital bed. Where else could I be?" Her gaze wandered around the room, innocent and pure, displaying no signs of deceit. She instinctively touched her injured right leg, her brow furrowing slightly, a mix of confusion and grievance evident in her expression as she looked at Guman. "By the way, Guman Jin, do you know how my leg got hurt? It's strange. It felt perfectly fine yesterday, and now I wake up in pain, all bandaged up." Hearing Lizzie's completely off-base response, devoid of crucial memories, Guman's heart felt as though it were being gripped by a frigid hand, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him, sorrow, anger, and helplessness intertwined. Indeed, she remembered nothing. The traumatic unconsciousness from yesterday, even the earlier episodes of her mysterious fainting and memory loss, had left her body vulnerable. Manipulated by that terrifying entity known as the Dark Faust, enduring the repercussions of battles without her awareness. This realization inflicted a piercing pain within Guman, overwhelming him with immense sorrow for all that Lizzie had suffered. Still, he inhaled deeply, forcing back the tears threatening to spill, and mustered a gentle smile as he reached out to lightly pat the back of her hand. "Don't dwell on it, Lizzie." He softened his voice, weaving a benevolent lie. "The doctor said you might have accidentally gotten scratched somewhere yesterday, and didn't he notice until later. It's nothing serious, just a surface wound. Rest well, and you'll be fine soon." He deftly sidestepped the details of the forest and the specific events, attributing her injury solely to an accident. Lizzie seemed to accept this explanation. Although still somewhat puzzled, she nodded at Guman's tender gaze. "I see. Thank you for being here with me, Guman Jin." "Yes. Just focus on resting and don't worry about anything," Guman encouraged, engaging her in light conversation to help her relax. It was only after he noticed the weariness creeping into Lizzie's expression that she slowly drifted off to sleep that he gently tucked her in and stood up. As he stepped out of the sick room, the gentle smile on his face vanished instantly, replaced by an overwhelming weight of resolve. Within the information center of Freedom Fortress, the atmosphere was grave. Ishibori Mitsuhiko stood before the control panel, projecting analytical data onto the large screen, with members of the Night Raid team, So Enshu, Nishijo Nagi, Hiraki Shirori, and the recently returned Gun Yi-hui, gathered closely, attentively listening. After conducting an in-depth analysis of the residual energy and material samples collected last night, Ishibori spoke gravely as he pointed to a structural diagram of the entity dubbed Lefuria. "It has been confirmed that the floral aberration known as Lefuria possesses a danger level far exceeding our initial estimations." He magnified a region continuously emitting fine particles. Its most lethal weapon is not physical attack, but rather the special pollen it incessantly releases and can expel in large quantities from its buds. Ishibori's expression grew increasingly serious. This pollen exhibits extraordinarily unusual and active chemical properties, with flammability that surpasses any conventional combustible dust. Upon encountering an open flame, or even merely a sufficiently intense spark or high temperature, it can instantaneously trigger a violent combustion or explosion of immense power. He switched the display to simulate the explosion's radius and consequences. Moreover, should we successfully eliminate the main body, the substantial amount of pollen accumulated within it will uncontrollably release at the moment of its demise. If there exists even a single spark nearby, it could ignite a widespread and ferocious blaze, transforming the surrounding area into an inferno. Finally, he presented a chilling animated simulation, a figure inhaling the pollen. Their body illuminated momentarily before it began to rapidly blacken from within, carbonizing until reduced to ash. And the most terrifying aspect, Ishibori's voice lowered significantly, is that if humans inadvertently inhale this pollen, it can cling to the respiratory tract and even the lungs. Upon encountering any spark or energetic stimulus, it ignites internally, leading to a swift and complete carbonization of the body. A collective gasp escaped the lips of everyone present, including the typically composed Captain Wakura and Vice Captain Nishijo, a chill running down their spines. Hiraki Shiori instinctively touched her throat, her complexion paling. Gungi's mind raced back to the moment when Nexus had unhesitatingly shielded them from an attack the previous night, his heart racing. Captain Wakura spoke gravely. What this means is that had Nexus not intervened last night to halt our assault, his words trailed off, but the implication was clear. They might not have been exterminating an aberration, but igniting a colossal bomb capable of engulfing themselves and everything around them. Their very presence here, unscathed, was entirely due to that giant of light's decisive action and protection. A blend of relief and dread permeated the information center. Their understanding of Nexus and how to combat such extraordinary aberrations required a thorough re-evaluation. Chapter 39. The plan to annihilate La Furia. It seems that in this battle, we must seek the assistance of Ultraman. A calm and clear voice emerged from behind the group. The members of the night raid team swiftly turned around, only to discover that the seer, Zhe, had quietly appeared in the information center, observing both them and the data displayed on the analysis screen. The seer. They nodded respectfully to Captain Hezhuang. Zhe approached, his gaze sweeping over the terrifying analysis results concerning La Furia, and continued. The risk of attacking La Furia in the real world is exceedingly high. Once its pollen spreads, the consequences would be unimaginable. The most ideal combat environment remains the metadomain created by Ultraman. It is an independent phase space that can completely isolate explosions and pollen within. He looked at the group and declared, therefore, we must coordinate with Ultraman to annihilate this aberrant beast within the domain after the strong assault on Chester breaches the metadomain. However, Hiranuma Shiori could not help but voice her concerns, a frown adorning her face. Will Ultraman be willing to assist us? After all, she did not finish her sentence. But everyone understood she was referring to the previous attacks on Nexus. He will. The seer's response was devoid of hesitation, his tone unusually assertive. As if stating an established fact, Ultraman would indeed open the metadomain once more and aid us. Upon hearing the seer's unequivocal assertion, Gyumin Ikki abruptly raised his head, a surge of complex emotions flooding his heart. A torrent of questions threatened to spill forth. UCIC issued the command to attack Ultraman. Yet now you are so certain he will help us? Is this not contradictory? Why would Ultraman continue to protect us and assist us after being attacked? Seer, how can you be so certain? What do you truly know? These thoughts swirled tumultuously in his mind, causing a subtle shift in his expression. At that moment, as if able to see through the depths of one's heart, the seer's gaze inadvertently brushed against Gyumin's face. That calm, unwavering look instilled in Gyumin an inexplicable pressure, compelling him to lower his head and forcibly suppress the tumultuous doubts and thoughts swirling in his mind. Refraining from revealing even the slightest hint of them, the seer chose not to say more, redirecting his attention back to the data on the aberrant beast. Leaving the night raid members behind, each lost in their own thoughts. Yet within Gyumin's heart, a deeper question began to take root. The seer's attitude toward Ultraman seemed to conceal a profound meaning that he could not comprehend. Just as the atmosphere grew subtly tense, Captain Hezhuang cleared his throat, breaking the silence to begin outlining the next combat mission. The upcoming engagement with La Furia would involve the combined operation of Strong Assault Chester, with his gaze sweeping over Saicho Nagi and Gyumin Ikki. designating Vice Captain Saicho to be in charge of the controls. This arrangement was not unexpected, as Saicho Nagi's piloting skills were consistently exceptional and dependable. However, Gyumin was momentarily taken aback by Captain Hezhuang's next words. Gyumin, you will serve as the gunner for Strong Assault Chester. The weapon's firing will be under your command. Huh, me? Gyumin Ikki pointed at himself in surprise. The role of gunner carried significant responsibility, necessitating calm judgment and precise operation, typically assigned to more experienced members. Captain Hezhuang regarded Gyumin and explained, indeed, among us, you are the only one who has actually entered and observed the internal environment of the metadomain. Your perception and adaptability to that space may be the swiftest. Entrusting you with controlling the firepower to deliver a decisive blow to the aberrant beast at a crucial moment is the most fitting choice. He paused, glancing at the seer, inquiring, Seer, is this arrangement acceptable? The seer, Zhe, wore a faint smile that seemed to possess an understanding of all things, responding effortlessly, it is perfectly fine. This arrangement is commendable. His affirmation came so easily, almost with an air of indulgence, rekindling the peculiar sentiments within Gyumin. The seer appeared to harbor an unusual trust and expectation toward him, particularly due to his experience within the metadomain. Yes, Captain, Seer, I will certainly complete the mission. Gyumin suppressed his inner doubts and resolutely accepted the order. Regardless of the seer's underlying intentions, fulfilling the mission, protecting the populace, and searching for a way to save Rico were of paramount importance. As night deepened, the lights in the hospital ward dimmed, leaving only the faint glow of the corridor and the nurse's station. Zaitian Rico lay in her hospital bed, wide awake, an inexplicable sense of unease and emptiness enveloping her. She attempted to recall joyful memories to dispel these feelings, and naturally, her thoughts turned to the precious memory of her first encounter with Gyumin Ikki, which should have been filled with sunshine and color. However, as she strained to remember, that memory became increasingly indistinct, shrouded in a thick fog, obscuring the vivid images and muffling the sounds. Even the fluttering feelings of their initial meeting felt ethereal and unreal. What is happening? Rico felt a surge of panic, intensifying her focus in an effort to grasp the fleeting fragments of memory. But at that moment, something far more terrifying transpired. She felt as if she were being drawn out of her own body. Her consciousness sharpened, yet she felt increasingly powerless, like a forced spectator retreating behind the scenes. She gazed in horror at her body, which was slowly being overtaken by a cold, alien, and irresistible will. No, stop, she screamed internally, struggling, yet unable to utter a sound or control even a single finger of her body. She could only watch helplessly as her form, like a delicate marionette, was manipulated by an unseen puppeteer, moving with a stiff but determined grace to toss aside the covers, swing her feet off the bed, and place them on the icy floor. Then, her body turned toward the door, step by step, soundlessly advancing out of the hospital room and into the deeper shadows of the night. Rico's consciousness was trapped within this shell that no longer obeyed her commands. Filled with boundless fear and despair, unable to muster even a hint of resistance, forced to follow her body into an unknown and foreboding destination. Meanwhile, at the edge of the quiet and dense forest on the outskirts of the city, the earth trembled violently without warning, startling a flock of birds. The soil at the forest's edge abruptly heaved upwards, tearing apart, as thick roots were effortlessly ripped from the ground, and a massive amount of humus, fallen leaves, and rubble was violently hurled into the air by a terrifying force, the dust quickly engulfing the clearing within the woods. Amidst the swaying branches and swirling dust, a colossal and twisted figure, the flower-shaped aberrant beast Laphulia, gradually emerged from the fissure in the earth. Its enormous bud writhed restlessly at the top, more agitated than before, emanating a dangerous aura that starkly contrasted with the tranquility of the forest. The alarm at the Freedom Fortress blared sharply. The aberrant beast Laphulia has reappeared. The night raid team, mobilize immediately. The seer's urgent command was relayed through the communicator. Understood. The members of the night raid team sprang into action. Gyumin, remember your duties as the gunner, Captain Hezhuang reiterated before boarding. Yes, Captain. Gyumin replied with determination, his gaze sharp. The significance of this battle weighed heavily on him. 3 Chester combat aircraft soared into the night like fierce raptors, launching from their concealed base with engines roaring, slicing through the night sky at the utmost speed, racing directly toward the distant forest. The final confrontation is set to unfold in this relatively secluded, yet perilous area, and this time, they must harness the power of Nikisi's Aotman. Chapter 40, The Arrival of Gyumin. Standing on a high slope at the forest's edge, Ji Yizhuan gazed down upon the massive creature, Lephilia, as it sluggishly moved towards the distant town. His eyes were sharp as he whispered to Lucifer within his consciousness. Xiaolu, do you think Faust will appear again this time? Zhuanggu, is there even a need to ask? Lucifer's voice resonated with confidence. Unless something unexpected occurs, that fellow will undoubtedly make an appearance. Have you forgotten what he used to claim? He called himself your shadow. How can a shadow remain hidden while its essence, you, is present for battle? I wager he is lurking in some dark corner. Indeed, Ji Yizhuan's expression intensified. So this time, our target is not merely Lephilia. We must also probe Faust Xiaolu. The task of getting close to him will be entrusted to you. No problem. Leave it to me. Lucifer's voice surged with excitement, brimming with eager anticipation. As long as he dares to show himself, and as long as you can approach him, I will immediately treat him as a substantial power bank. Determined to drain the dark energy from him. After establishing a preliminary plan, Ji Yizhuan no longer hesitated. With his gaze fixed on Lephilia, he resolutely drew forth the evolution trust. Nikesis. A brilliant light erupted from the forest, instantly dispelling the surrounding night. As the light receded, the silver-gray giant, Nikesis, majestically appeared to Lephilia's left. The sudden emergence of Nikesis provoked a fierce reaction from Lephilia. Its body, initially oriented toward the town, abruptly turned to face Nikesis. The buds atop its form opening and closing violently, emitting a harsh and ear-piercing screech that combined the sounds of plant friction and beastly roars, filled with warnings and hostility. The battle was imminent, and the lurking shadows seemed poised to emerge. At that moment, a familiar roar of engines resonated through the night sky. 3 Chester fighter jets, Alpha, Beta, and Gamma, swooped down like agile silver eagles, cutting through the night and swiftly occupying advantageous airspace above the battlefield. Target confirmed. The creature, Lephilia. The Aotman has also appeared. Captain Wakura's voice rang steady and composed over the communication channel. In the rear seat of Beta, Gyuman Iki peered through the window, immediately spotting the familiar silver-gray giant confronting the colossal creature below. Ji Sensei, Gyuman silently murmured, his gaze complex. He understood that standing there was not just the protector of humanity, the giant of light, but also a comrade burdened with a heavy mission. Perhaps even one who knew the means to save Li Zi. His eyes closely followed the silhouette of Nikesis, his hand resting on the weapon control panel, filled with determination. This time, he must flawlessly complete the bombardment mission, not only to eliminate the creature, but perhaps also to draw closer to that elusive hope. All units, pay attention. The calm voice of the seer, Kira Zawayu, clearly transmitted into the cockpits of the 3 jets. Combat directive. After Nikesis Aotman releases the meta-domain, immediately combine to form the assault Chester. Upon entering phase space, maintain the primary target and concentrate firepower to thoroughly eliminate the creature Lephilia. Alpha, received. Beta, understood. Gamma, received. The team members responded succinctly, their gazes fixed on the movements of the giant below. They witnessed Nikesis in its juvenile form suddenly swing its left arm across its energy core. A resounding hum echoed as brilliant red light enveloped its entire body. In the dazzling glow, its form grew taller, transforming into a more powerful red and silver hybrid youth form. Upon completing the transformation, Nikesis wasted no time. Its arms crossed in front, powerful energy swiftly gathering, then raising its right arm skyward. A wave of splendid golden light shot towards the heavens. A massive golden light curtain rapidly expanded from Nikesis, enveloping both Nikesis and the roaring Lephilia, resembling an inverted bowl. In the next moment, the light abruptly contracted, and both colossal figures vanished from the realm of reality. The once thunderous clash at the forest's edge fell into silence. With only the 3 Chester jets hovering in the suddenly vacant night sky, their engines emitting a low hum, as if all that had transpired was merely an illusion. Chester jets, commence merging. The calm voice of Vice Captain Saijunagi echoed through the communication channel as her hands swiftly and accurately operated the controls of Alpha. The 3 jets, suspended in the air, immediately responded to the command, initiating a complex and fluid transformation and docking sequence. Accompanied by the clanking of mechanical operations and the buzzing of energy connections, the 3 jets combined to form an even larger and more powerful assault Chester in the night sky. Combination complete. Vice Captain Saijunagi reported as the massive body of assault Chester stabilized. Adjust phase fluctuations to match the meta-domain frequency. Ishihori Mitsuhiko swiftly executed the operations. The surface of assault Chester shimmered with a unique energy ripple, its vibrating frequency beginning to synchronize with the faint residual fluctuations of the domain in front. Frequency match successful. Ishihori confirmed. Now charge in. Captain Wakura commanded. Saijunagi pushed the control stick, and Assault Chester's engines roared to life, propelling it towards the space where Nikesi's and the creature had just vanished. The moment the fighter jets touched that specific space, the area ahead shimmered with intense golden ripples, resembling the surface of water disturbed by a stone. Assault Chester pierced through an invisible, shimmering water wall, momentarily halting before completely submerging into it, disappearing from the night sky of the real world. In the next instant, the scene before them transformed abruptly, no longer the silent forest night, but instead a realm filled with a golden sky and bizarre luminous landscapes within the meta-domain. Despite having entered this extraordinary space constructed from light power for the second time, the members of the night raid team inside Assault Chester were momentarily awestruck and astonished by the magnificent and surreal sights before them. The golden sky flowed with aurora-like beams, and crystalline structures glimmered across the vast terrain, enveloping the entire space in a warm and potent energy aura, starkly different from the outside world. Is this the interior of the meta-domain? Hirakawa Shirori couldn't help but exclaim softly, marveling at the incredible sight even after having witnessed it once before. However, the urgency of battle quickly pulled their thoughts back to reality. Stay focused. Captain Wakura's voice snapped everyone out of their brief astonishment. Target Lephilia. Occupy advantageous attack positions. Understood. Assault Chester, under the precise control of pilot Saijunagi, swiftly and steadily soared above the confrontation between Nikesi's and Lephilia, positioning itself for the optimal aerial strike. Gunner Giminiki's finger hovered over the weapon's launch button, fully concentrated on locking onto the moving source of disaster below. Chapter 41. Who can't boast like Lucifer? Within the meta-domain, the battle had already commenced. Nikesi's and Lephilia were entangled, yet the situation appeared exceedingly dire for Nikesi's. Its attacks were restrained. His strikes, both fists and feet, carefully controlled their force as they landed upon the resilient trunk of Lephilia, fearful of causing a violent clash or compromising its structure, which might lead to a pollen leak. He relied more on his agile movements to evade and block, seizing occasional opportunities to interrupt Lephilia's advancing vines with precise knife-hand strikes or kicks, momentarily repelling its progress. In contrast, Lephilia appeared unrestrained, its flower buds pulsating open and closed, releasing a potent and perilous gas. Its robust vines lashed out like whips, while its massive form sought to collide directly with Nikesi. It was fully aware of its advantages, moving with a brazen audacity. Within his consciousness, Lucifer felt an overwhelming frustration. This was utterly stifling, he exclaimed, lamenting that this battle was less preferable than returning to endure punishment from the coach. Ji Yajuan, this situation is untenable. I know. Ji Yajuan was focused intently on maneuvering Nikesi to sidestep another collision, his tone grave, yet he understood the necessity of patience. Until he could ensure a decisive strike to obliterate it, or create an opportunity, he could not afford to take risks. Nikesi danced on the edge of a blade, weaving through the lethal pollen and frenzied assaults, its silver-red form constantly shifting, searching for that singular moment to alter the course of the battle without inciting catastrophic consequences. This conflict tested the limits of his patience, skill, and judgment. Just as Nikesi exerted all its efforts to evade and strike back, a low, malicious laughter echoed ominously throughout the domain. We meet again, Nikesi. I hope this battle will allow me to enjoy myself thoroughly. A collective gasp arose among the onlookers. A dense wave of dark energy surged forth from a corner of the domain like spilled ink, revealing the massive form of Heian Fuzi, its pale face adorned with a mocking and cruel smile, its deep-set eyes locking onto Nikesi. It's that dark giant, exclaimed Captain Hizo. It has truly appeared. The heart of Gimin raced. Upon its emergence, Fuzi wasted no time, abruptly spreading its arms wide, releasing an even more overwhelming dark energy that erupted from within, swiftly contaminating and corroding the surrounding golden space like a lethal virus. The pure, warm light of Mida Domain was engulfed, visibly darkening and consumed, as familiar energy fluctuations were supplanted by chilling, silent darkness. Within mere seconds, the entire space transformed into an oppressive and ominous dark domain. The domain has been tainted, Shihua Guangyin reported in haste. The abrupt environmental shift caused Nikesi's movements to falter momentarily. Seizing this opportunity, Fuzi, grinning malevolently, and Lephilia, flanking Nikesi, launched a simultaneous assault. The situation reversed in an instant, placing Nekiz at an absolute disadvantage, facing two opponents. Within his consciousness, Lucifer greedily absorbed the pervasive dark energy while furiously criticizing the arrogant Fusey. "Pa, after losing twice, you still dare to act so haughty? If it weren't for the fact that you're that boy's girlfriend, I'd love to rush out and give you a few slaps to remind you who's in charge." However, recalling that the consciousness beneath this dark giant's facade could belong to Zhaiqian Lizi, Lucifer reluctantly stifled that impulse, instead drawing in the energy as if converting his frustration into sustenance. In reality, Nekiz felt increasingly constrained. Faced with Fusey's relentless barrage, he dared not retaliate fully, meticulously blocking and dodging each attack, fearful of harming the potential essence of Lizi. Most of his focus was devoted to defense and evasion, leaving him at the mercy of the combined onslaught from Fusey and Leifulia, trapped in a passive stalemate. At that moment, the poised Xiangxi Chester seized the opportunity. While Nekiz distracted the two primary foes, the aircraft had already adjusted its position quietly, locking onto Leifulia, which continuously emitted pollen from below with its laser cannons and missile launchers. "Now is the time. Human, fire," Captain Hizo commanded decisively. "Understood. Laser cannon, firing." Human Ihue inhaled deeply and pressed the weapon launch button with force. Yet, the anticipated beam failed to fire. The weapon system showed no response. "What?" Human was taken aback, pressing the launch button repeatedly, still met with silence. Unable to fire. "What is going on?" Human exclaimed in disbelief, cold sweat breaking out. Almost simultaneously, the entire Xiangxi Chester began to tremble violently and erratically, warning lights flashing frantically. It felt as though an unseen force was interfering with, if not seizing, control of the aircraft, causing it to tilt uncontrollably. "This is bad. The control system is under severe interference. We are losing balance." Shiqiao Nagi struggled to steady the control stick, reporting loudly. The sudden upheaval sent everyone's hearts racing. "What is happening? Why can't we attack? What is wrong with the system?" Captain Hizo inquired urgently, striving to maintain composure amidst the violent tremors. In the back seat, Shihua Guanyin's hands flew across the control panel. His brow furrowed, reporting at a rapid pace. "Captain, it's due to the environmental mutation. The Mida domain has been contaminated and transformed into a dark domain, fundamentally altering the internal energy rules and phase parameters. Our current weapon fire control system is based on parameters set for the light domain, facing strong interference and rejection in the dark domain, rendering it completely inoperable. The engine and balance systems are also severely affected. I can only barely prioritize energy to maintain systems, ensuring the aircraft does not crash. The weapon system is completely inoperative." Captain Hizo's heart sank. This meant they had lost their greatest reliance. In this critical moment, Captain Hizo's gaze sharpened, making a bold decision: abandon all conventional weapon systems. "Shihua, immediately transfer all remaining energy from the aircraft, including backup engine energy, to the most powerful single-shot beam cannon. We have only one chance." "Understood. Energy transfer commencing." Shihua immediately executed the command. The unnecessary system lights on the Xiangxi Chester extinguished in an instant, with all energy converging desperately into the most potent single-shot heavy beam cannon beneath the nose, the barrel beginning to coalesce a wildly unstable, yet dazzling energy glow. Energy concentration complete. "But Captain, the system can only barely constrain it to one shot." Shihua's voice trembled with unprecedented tension. "One shot is sufficient." Captain Hizo's gaze was sharp as an eagle, locking onto Leifulia, which was slightly distracted due to the aircraft's unusual behavior. "Human, aim at the target. This strike must hit." Hearing Captain Hizo's almost desperate command, and the weight of the single shot that must not miss, Human Ihue felt an immense, almost tangible pressure descend upon his shoulders, constricting his breath. Chapter 42, Human's Girlfriend and Ultraman. I choose Ultraman. As the saying goes, prolonged defense inevitably leads to loss. Under the combined ferocious assault of Fusey and Leifulia, Nekiz, caught off guard, was directly hit by a large burst of highly concentrated gas expelled from Leifulia's flower bud. Ugh! Nekiz let out a muffled groan, the intense irritant gas causing him to feel dizzy and disoriented, collapsing onto one knee. Would Fusey let this opportunity slip? It approached with a sinister grin, delivering a powerful kick that landed squarely on Nekiz's chest. Bang! Nekiz was sent reeling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. This strike caused the energy core timer on his chest to flash red, sounding an urgent beeping alarm. Faust, in a fit of dominance, lunged forward. Seizing the shoulders and arms of Nekiz with his enormous hands, firmly restraining him. Simultaneously, he roared at Leifeulia. Now? Eliminate him. Leifeulia's colossal form writhed. Her immense flower bud unfurling once more, aimed directly at the immobilized Nikesis as deadly pollen began to converge. Within his consciousness, Junzi felt the impending danger. Lucifer, he exclaimed. No, Xiaolu. This is our chance. Junzi, however, remained remarkably composed. Faust is holding on to me. He's closest. Quickly, investigate if Shai Tian Lizi's soul still exists. Lucifer instantly grasped the situation. Right. Watch this. He deftly maneuvered the dark energy he controlled, extending it cautiously like tendrils towards Faust, who was grasping Junzi. This pure dark energy surged into Faust, misleading him to believe it was a surge of his own power or an enhancement from the dark realm, prompting him to erupt in a triumphant and arrogant laugh. Ha ha. Power. More power. However, Lucifer swiftly retracted his touch, causing the energy to flow back immediately. Faust was suddenly bewildered as the influx of power inexplicably vanished, leaving him in a state of confusion. In the real world, Guilliman and Captain Hazong observed the dire situation below and issued a serious command. Go assist the Ultraman you believe in. Guilliman Ichihiro fixed his gaze on Nikesis, who was captured and whose timer blared urgently. The face of Lizzie flashed through his mind. He had to save her and also assist Mr. Jia, who was fighting to protect them. Deputy Captain. Guilliman resolutely turned to Saiju Nagi. Please bring the aircraft close to Ultraman. Without hesitation, Saiju nodded, fully trusting her teammate. Understood. Her superb piloting skills shone brilliantly as the assault Chester, though still trembling, traced a precise arc under her guidance, skimming just above the ground, zipping past Nikesis and Faust. In the fleeting moment as the aircraft sped past Nikesis, Guilliman and Nikesis exchanged knowing glances, subtly nodding in unison, their understanding unspoken. The aircraft did not linger. Swiftly ascending to a height directly above Leifeulia, who was poised to unleash her pollen, then abruptly veered downward like a hunting osprey, diving towards the aberrant beast below. The heavy beam cannon at the nose of the aircraft concentrated its energy to a peak, radiating an aura of extreme danger. Just then, Leifeulia's flower bud aimed at Nikesis and released an abundant cloud of rich pollen. Yet, in the split second before the pollen burst forth, Nikesis summoned all his strength, executing a clever elbow strike that created a narrow gap in Faust's grip. He then twisted fiercely, flinging the astonished Faust directly into the path of the pollen. Now, Guilliman, fire! Captain Hazong bellowed. The beam cannon unleashed. Guilliman exerted all his strength to press the button. A colossal, radiant beam, infused with the total energy of the assault Chester, surged forth like a sword of divine retribution, piercing through the massive cloud of pollen released by Leifeulia and striking its core directly. The explosion that followed was cataclysmic. The tremendous energy and heat contained within the beam ignited the pollen, resulting in a violent detonation that engulfed Leifeulia and completely overwhelmed Faust, who had just been thrown into the pollen's trajectory. Nikesis, in that crucial moment, had already soared upwards, narrowly evading the heart of the explosion. The assault Chester, under Saiju Nagi's control, utilized the recoil from the blast and the momentum of its dive to ascend forcefully towards the unsealed exit of the Dark Realm, successfully breaking back into the reality. Behind them loomed the destructive energy storm that swept through the Dark Realm. The assault Chester burst forth from the distorted darkness, returning to the tranquil night sky of the forest in the real world. However, within the aircraft, silence reigned. The recent exertion of energy had nearly drained the assault Chester of all its power. The engine's roar abruptly ceased, indicator lights extinguished, and the control stick became unbearably heavy, with all systems succumbing to overload and failure. Devoid of power, the massive combined aircraft was immediately ensnared by gravity, plummeting like a kite severed from its string, descending rapidly with a despairing angle towards the pitch-black forest below. Ear-piercing alarms, if there was still power, and the sensation of weightlessness filled the cockpit. The engine is off. All systems have failed. We are falling. Saiju Nagi strained against the unresponsive control stick, her voice tinged with unmistakable despair. It's no use. The energy is completely depleted. Ishibori Mitsuhiko observed the darkened control panel, his tone heavy. Captain Hazong closed his eyes, inhaling deeply as he gazed at the rapidly approaching ground outside. They had done all they could, vanquished the exceedingly dangerous aberrant beast, and even severely wounded the dark giant. Unless a miracle occurred, they might succumb here, becoming unknown heroes in the service of humanity, their deeds forever unrecognized. Guilliman Ichihiro gripped the armrests tightly, watching the tree canopies grow nearer. Yet his heart was devoid of fear, replaced instead by a profound calm. He had done his utmost, for Lizzie and for all. Just as the night raid team braced for impact, a tremendous yet gentle force suddenly halted the plummeting assault Chester. The intense inertia pressed every occupant firmly into their seats, as if they were about to be ejected. The anticipated violent collision never came. The assault Chester came to an abrupt stop, inexplicably suspended in midair. Startled, the team members struggled to lift their heads, peering through the cockpit glass. What met their eyes was the immense, softly glowing, milky white gaze of Nikesis, who was gazing down at the aircraft cradled in his colossal hands. At the last moment, he had arrived, steadying the descending assault Chester with his gigantic palms. Witnessing the aircraft delicately held in the giant's grasp and those calm, profound eyes, a wave of indescribable shock and complex emotions surged within the hearts of all the team members. This was no longer mere data on a screen or a distant figure. It was a tangible connection that had saved their lives. Ultraman Gyuman Ichihiro instinctively whispered in gratitude and excitement. Nikesis seemed to hear his call, his massive head nodding slightly as he looked at the aircraft in his palm and then at the team within, acknowledging them with a clear and solemn nod. However, Deputy Captain Saijunagi suddenly turned her head away, lowering it as well, unwilling to meet Nikesis' gaze. For her, the power of Ultraman remained enigmatic and inscrutable, and his allegiances were not to be fully trusted. This close contact and rescue intensified her inner vigilance and conflict. Nikesis paid no heed to this, carefully bending down to gently place the assault Chester on a clear patch of forest ground, as if setting down a precious, fragile item, ensuring the aircraft's safe landing. He slowly rose to his full height. The timer on his chest flickered increasingly urgently. His massive frame began to emit a gentle red glow, gradually becoming more transparent, ultimately transforming into countless resplendent particles of light, akin to fading stars, slowly vanishing into the tranquil night, leaving behind the night raid team members who were still in shock yet profoundly awed, alongside the warplane that had exhausted its energy but miraculously survived. Chapter 43. It turns out that someone can indeed comprehend Aode's nod. Deep within the forest, beside a sturdy tree, Ji Yejun deactivated his transformation, his figure unsteadily materializing. One hand pressed firmly against his still aching chest, the spot where Faust had kicked him, while the other supported the tree trunk to barely maintain his balance. After a few violent coughs, the burning sensation and dizziness brought on by the pollen of the Laphelia flower had yet to completely recede. He gasped, disregarding his injuries, urgently inquiring in his heart, "How is it, Xiao Lu? Have you gathered the information? Is the soul of Miss Zhaitian Riko truly within Faust?" In the realm of consciousness, Lucifer's voice immediately resonated, carrying a hint of confirmation and affirmation. "Yes, Zhuangge, although it is deeply suppressed and nearly imperceptible. I will not be mistaken. Miss Riko's soul indeed remains, as though confined in a small dark room, slumbering deep within Faust's consciousness." He continued his analysis. "I suspect it is likely this. When Faust does not require external activity, or for some form of disguise, he temporarily releases the suppression, allowing Miss Riko's soul to dominate the body, which is why that brat Kong Min usually sees his normal girlfriend. However, once a battle is necessary or dark orders need to be executed, Faust's consciousness immediately takes over, forcibly locking Riko's soul back into confinement. Consequently, Riko herself has no recollection of anything Faust has done. This is why fragmented memories and inexplicable injuries occur. Upon hearing Lucifer's affirmative response and reasonable speculation, Ji Yejun let out a long sigh of relief, as if the fiery pain in his chest had notably alleviated. Though the situation remained precarious, at least the worst-case scenario had not transpired, and hope lingered. As long as the soul remains, that is sufficient. Leaning against the tree trunk, he gradually slid down to the ground, weary and closing his eyes, contemplating how to rescue her next. The intense exhaustion and injuries made even thinking a challenge. He understood that he could not linger in this place. He needed to heal and recover swiftly. Struggling to lift his slightly trembling hand, Ji Yejun retrieved the energy-explosive gun from his chest. He did not aim at any target, but pointed the gun at the starry night sky. Slowly pulling the trigger, whoosh, a blue beam of energy silently shot toward the heavens, akin to a voiceless signal flare, briefly illuminating the night sky before dissipating. Almost simultaneously as the energy beam vanished, a silver streak of light approached from the horizon at an incredible speed, silently hovering above Ji Yejun. It was the mysterious and ancient aircraft, Shiji-E. Shiji-E emitted a soft glow, enveloping the weakened light adept below. Ji Yazhuan's body gradually became transparent within this radiance, ultimately transforming into a warm stream of light, slowly absorbed by Shiji. Upon completing the transfer, Shiji, it did not linger for a moment, immediately altering its course, transforming into a silver meteor, silently disappearing into the profound night, as if it had never existed. Only the silent forest remained, alongside the remnants of the cataclysmic battle, recounting all that had just transpired. The interior of Shiji was tranquil and warm, filled with gentle light energy, gradually repairing Ji Yazhuan's bodily injuries. He closed his eyes in concentration, guiding the energy through the wounded areas. Within the space, Lucifer could no longer contain himself, finally voicing the question that had been simmering. Hey, Zhuangu. Speaking of which, I truly cannot fathom. How on earth did you interpret that brat Kong Min's nod? You two exchanged a nod without uttering a word. Yet you knew he wanted you to cooperate in tossing Faust toward Lephilia, followed by him blasting him to smithereens? This tacit understanding is simply absurd. I cannot comprehend it at all. Ji Yazhuan's consciousness fell silent for a moment, seemingly savoring the sensation from that moment, before responding slowly. His tone imbued with a certainty he could scarcely articulate. I cannot specify how to explain it, but when the aircraft flew past me and I glanced through the cockpit, I saw Kong Min's eyes, and I understood. His gaze conveyed to me that he trusted me, that he had a plan, and all I needed to do was create an opportunity. That feeling was remarkably clear. Listening to Ji Yazhuan's nearly metaphysical explanation, Lucifer couldn't help but roll his eyes in the realm of consciousness. Is that it? Just because of a look? Your answer is rather dismissive. What does this even mean? A telepathic connection between the warriors of light? Or the so-called camaraderie among men? Please, this is even harder to comprehend than my ability to absorb dark energy. Clearly, for Lucifer, who had traversed realms, this profound tacit understanding achieved without words, solely through trust and glances, was a supernatural phenomenon entirely beyond his comprehension. Ji Yazhuan refrained from further explanation, merely allowing a subtle smile to grace his lips, continuing to focus on healing. Some things perhaps can only be truly understood between comrades who have fought together and entrusted their lives to one another. Shiji quietly departed, having delivered Ji Yazhuan to a deserted corner on the outskirts of the city. As the light faded, Ji Yazhuan's figure re-emerged. His injuries had considerably improved under Shiji's care, but another more primal and intense feeling rushed over him like a tsunami: hunger. The severe energy depletion and bodily repairs had drained all his reserves. Ji Yazhuan suddenly bent over, clutching his growling stomach, which even sent waves of cramping pain through him, feeling a bit dizzy before his eyes. So hungry. He almost groaned as he uttered this phrase, his eyes uncontrollably scanning his surroundings, seemingly glowing with hunger. He felt he could devour an entire roast pig, perfectly cooked and oozing juices, not even leaving the bones behind. Within the space, Lucifer observed Ji Yazhuan's desperate, ravenous state, his eyes gleaming with an insatiable hunger, and felt an involuntary shudder run through his soul. A sense of inexplicable fear. What a terrifying aura. Lucifer muttered internally, this starving wolf-like gaze makes me think that if a strange beast were to appear before him now, Zhuangu would dare to pounce and gnaw at it. This is no longer a warrior of light. This is simply a reincarnation of a starving ghost. At this moment, Ji Yazhuan completely disregarded his image. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. Dragging his somewhat weak legs, he relied on his acute sense of food's aroma. Charging unstably yet purposefully toward the nearby night market food street, where the scent of food wafted. Nothing could halt his quest to satiate that bottomless hunger. That day, in a certain renowned night market food street within the city, an astonishing legend about a glutton began to quietly circulate. It was said that he was a young man who appeared somewhat fatigued, but whose gaze was exceptionally sharp. Starting from the first barbecue stall on the street, he devoured food with a speed and efficiency akin to a storm, reaching the end of the street in no time. Witnesses claimed he seemed to possess a bottomless stomach. The barbecue chef could scarcely keep up with his eating pace, with a freshly grilled skewer reduced to mere metal sticks in the blink of an eye. The noodle vendor had to fry 5 large portions consecutively, his arms tiring, while the customers simply consumed them quietly and swiftly, his eyes still yearning for more. The vendor of the jianbing guozi prepared an oversized version, adding 4 eggs and double the crispy layers, creating a super jianbing that the customer devoured in just a few bites. He even finished an entire basket of zilongbao, a bowl of beef noodles, along with several fried chicken fillets and milk tea. As he passed by, the vendors were both astonished and fearful. They were amazed by the unprecedented business boom, yet anxious about their dwindling stock and concerned that this customer might overindulge. Ultimately, after nearly clearing half the street, the man finally slowed down, exhaling a long and satisfied breath, and the terrifying green light in his eyes gradually faded. He paid his bill, and, under the gaze of countless astonished, curious, and admiring eyes, he disappeared into the night, his steps slightly heavy yet filled with an extraordinary sense of fulfillment. Thus, the legend of the mysterious glutton of the night market spread among the vendors and patrons, becoming a timeless tale of that snack street. Little did they know, this great eater had just saved the city and was merely replenishing the enormous energy he had expended. Chapter 44. The capable one exhausts his budget and unwittingly encounters a girl who likes him. Ji Yinjuan, dragging his slightly heavy steps after a hearty meal, finally returned to his modest dormitory. The feeling of fullness brought both satisfaction and a profound weariness. Habitually, he intended to place his wallet back in the drawer, but subconsciously opened it for a glance. This single glance plunged both him and the entity, Lucifer, in the space into a profound silence. The wallet was utterly empty, containing only a few scattered receipts and a cold coin, silently narrating the brutal aftermath of the night market frenzy. Within the space, Lucifer was the first to shatter the stifling silence, his tone betraying a clear guilt and an awkward attempt to change the subject. Ahem, you see, Brother June. We've worked hard and endured injuries, and we still need to find a way to help that lonely lad rescue his girlfriend. Surely that counts for something, right? Shouldn't he express his gratitude? Perhaps sponsor some activities or provide some nutrition funds? Ji Yinjuan did not respond. He merely raised his head slowly. Despite being aware of Lucifer's presence, he seemed to penetrate the barriers of space with an expression that conveyed profound sarcasm, a hint of coldness, and an unmistakable message. How dare you bring that up? In the space, Lucifer felt the weight of Ji Yinjuan's piercing gaze, nearly becoming flustered, and he forced a couple of awkward chuckles before hastily redirecting the topic. Today, the dark energy absorbed seems a bit mixed. I'll go refine it. With that, he curled up in a corner of the consciousness space, pretending to be an innocuous ball of dark energy diligently training. Too intimidated to mention activity funds again, Ji Yinjuan sighed and tossed the empty wallet back into the drawer. It seemed he would have to find some quick-paying odd jobs tomorrow. While saving the world, he also needed to fill his stomach. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, Ji Yinjuan got up. He donned a set of durable old clothes, not for his usual rigorous training, but because he had accepted a temporary day job online the previous night to assist in the transport of goods with a freight truck. Well, moving goods should count as a form of strength training, right? He muttered to himself as he stretched his wrists, attempting to imbue this purely survival-driven job with a sense of positivity. In the space, Lucifer's sarcastic commentary punctually chimed in, filled with a sense of exasperation. Training? The guardian of humanity, a capable one who makes beasts howl, reduced to hauling boxes for you? They must have accumulated a fortune in their past lives. Do they even know that the person moving their boxes just tore apart a monster towering dozens of meters high last night? TSK. Ji Yinjuan ignored him and found the meeting point, boarding a slightly dilapidated van. The vehicle started, bumping along the road. Lucifer, evidently bored, continued his incessant complaints in the consciousness space, filled with resentment. Look at me, Lucifer, traversing the anime realm, self-praise omitted. And then look at others who cross over. Who doesn't he start off invincible, commanding respect and adoration, with treasures piled high? Why did misfortune befall me? To become an invisible, untouchable soul is one thing, but to find a seemingly powerful long-term benefactor, the light giant capable one, I thought I would finally enjoy a life of luxury, but instead, here I am. This capable one is as broke as a church mouse. Every day is either getting beaten up or starving, and now, to earn that meager wage, I have to personally toil as a laborer. Truly, heroes are brought low by a mere penny. Lucifer sighed deeply, as if he bore a tremendous grievance. Ji Yinjuan maintained an expressionless demeanor, only silently telling Lucifer in his mind as he began to lift the first heavy box, "Shut up and work." Lucifer's complaints abruptly ceased, instantly becoming obediently silent. The afternoon sun was somewhat scorching as Ji Yinjuan finally finished unloading the last truckload of goods. He dragged his sore arms and slightly trembling legs to a shaded stone bench by the roadside, disregarding cleanliness, and plopped down. Sweat nearly soaked through his old t-shirt, and his hair clung damply to his forehead. He twisted open a bottle of cheap mineral water, tilting his head back and gulping down large swigs. Feeling his throat work vigorously, the icy water temporarily dispelled the heat and fatigue from his body. In the space, Lucifer observed Ji Yinjuan, who appeared weary and exhausted. Resting against the stone bench while drinking cool water, contrasting sharply with his imagined image of the glorious light giant. Overcome with sorrow, he could not help but wail in an exaggerated tone, tinged with a mock-crying pitch. What a fall from grace. Who understands? Truly, a tiger falling to the plains is bullied by dogs. A fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken. Once upon a time, omitted the imagined glorious past. Look at the present. We fight the fiercest battles, move the heaviest bricks, and drink the cheapest water. This life is unbearable. Woe is me. He seemed to be genuinely shedding tears in the consciousness space, though not a single drop fell. Nevertheless, his feelings of indignation and degradation were vividly conveyed. Ji Yinjuan finished the last sip of water, exhaled deeply, and had long been immune to Lucifer's daily theatrics. He crumpled the empty bottle and accurately tossed it into a trash bin a few meters away, then brushed off the dust from his pants and stood up. Let us go. He mentally communicated to the still-crying soul, time to collect wages and find something to eat. Just as Ji Yinjuan brushed off his pants and prepared to settle his pay and seek sustenance, a gentle yet uncertain female voice called from behind him. Ji Yinjuan? Is that you? Ji Yinjuan's body stiffened slightly at the familiar voice. He turned around to find a well-dressed, graceful woman standing not far away, her face lit with surprise and recognition. It was indeed his former colleague from the newspaper, Miss Sakuta Megumi. In the space, Lucifer instantly perked up, his gossiping spirit ignited. The previous lamentation evaporated. Oh, Brother June, look, it's a beautiful lady. She actually knows you, and she called you so affectionately. This is significant. Absolutely significant. Could it be your past romantic interest? Quickly tell me, did she like you back then? You sly dog. Upon hearing Lucifer's rapid-fire teasing, Ji Yinjuan's cheeks involuntarily twitched. A rush of mixed emotions, awkwardness, embarrassment, and an indescribable complexity flooded over him. He opened his mouth, wishing to scold Lucifer in his mind to be silent or to deny something, yet found himself unable to utter a single word. The embarrassment intensified as Zajishan Hui beheld him in his current state, dressed in tattered, dust-covered clothing. Drenched in sweat after exerting himself, seated on a roadside stone block while drinking cheap mineral water. This image starkly contrasted with the passionate, camera-wielding journalist from the past, who relentlessly pursued the truth. A profound sense of humiliation washed over him, compelling him to want to vanish into a crevice in the ground, his toes instinctively curling in discomfort. Chapter 45. Tears of Lucifer moisten my eyes, jealousy igniting a fierce blaze. Upon recognizing this somewhat disheveled man as Ji Yinjuan, Zujishan Hui approached him without hesitation, her strides brisk, as if she feared that if she slowed down, this man, who often appeared and vanished, would slip away from her sight once more. She stood before Ji Yinjuan, scrutinizing him closely. He wore cheap, sweat-stained work attire, his hair damp with perspiration, his face reflecting the fatigue of physical labor, a stark juxtaposition to the vibrant, determined young reporter she remembered, who was driven by an unwavering passion for truth. This disconnection evoked an indescribable sadness within Zajishan Hui. Suppressing her emotions, she managed a gentle smile and softly inquired, Jia, it has been so long. How have you been? Ji Yinjuan felt a wave of discomfort under her gaze, instinctively wanting to look away, yet ultimately met her eyes. He forced a semblance of ease onto his face and replied in a deliberately casual tone, I've been well. He gestured to his attire and surroundings, stating, it's just the same every day, work, eat, sleep. Quite simple, but satisfactory. He paused, a hint of self-deprecation and perhaps genuine relief coloring his tone. At least I no longer have to worry about being chased for reporting truths that ought not to be revealed. Observing the facade of ease that barely concealed his exhaustion, Zajishan Hui felt a pang of sorrow. After a moment of silence, as if resolute, she lifted her gaze, her soft yet determined eyes fixed on Ji Yinjuan, and gently yet clearly asked, Jia, may I treat you to a meal? Her eyes reflected sincere concern and a subtle hint of anticipation, causing the rejection poised on Ji Yinjuan's lips to falter. It was not that he did not wish to accept, but he felt he could not. He feared that the darkness and struggles he bore would magnetically attract danger to this innocent, kind-hearted woman, who had no involvement in his tumultuous life. In the space around them, Lucifer was nearly frantic, wishing he could speak for Ji Yinjuan, shouting, agree to her. Agree to her. Come on, Juanga. There's someone treating you to a meal. And she's a beautiful lady. This is a stroke of luck. We are in dire need. You must accept. Ji Yinjuan's lips moved, the words no, thank you just about to escape, but Zajishan Hui seemed to see through his hesitation. She stepped closer, her tone uncharacteristically resolute. even tinged with a playful command. You must not refuse. These 3 words cut through all of Jia Zhuan's thoughts and excuses. He looked at Zejishan Hui's earnest expression, recalling Luxifu's incessant pleas for food, and ultimately, all his reservations melted into a resigned sigh. Very well, he nodded, conceding. Yet, he silently vowed to finish quickly and distance himself from her, determined never to let her be drawn into his world. With Jia Zhuan's almost stubborn insistence. They did not dine in a fancy restaurant, but chose a bustling, affordable eatery. The noisy environment and slightly greasy tables seemed to help Jia Zhuan relax a bit more, distancing him from the dangers he envisioned. After ordering a few simple dishes, a brief silence enveloped them. Zejishan Hui cradled a warm teacup in her hands, hesitating slightly before softly asking the question that had lingered in her heart. Jia, where have you been all these years? It seems you have completely vanished. Jia Zhuan paused, his hand holding the chopsticks faltering as he lowered his gaze, avoiding her eyes, and responded with the most vague excuse he had long prepared. I haven't gone anywhere. I've just wandered around Japan. His tone was flat, as though discussing someone else's affairs. Noting his evident reluctance to elaborate, Zejishan Hui sighed softly and refrained from pressing further, instead stating, many people have been searching for you. Mr. Genlai has been inquiring about your whereabouts. He is quite worried. She paused, observing Jia Zhuan's reaction, and added another name. There is also a very young gentleman, Human Ihui, who has come to the newspaper several times looking for you, appearing extremely anxious, as if he has something of utmost importance to discuss. Hearing Human Ihui's name, Jia Zhuan's hand holding the cup trembled imperceptibly. He was well aware of why Human sought him, but had not anticipated that he would approach the newspaper. This revelation tightened his chest. Feeling both touched by Human's tenacity and more concerned about the potential repercussions of his past on these old acquaintances. Soon, steaming dishes were served at their table. Jia Zhuan, indeed famished, expressed his gratitude before taking up his chopsticks and began to eat quietly, yet with vigor. Zejishan Hui observed him devour his food with barely restrained etiquette, a flicker of compassion crossing her eyes. She picked up the serving chopsticks and naturally placed a generous portion of tender, flavorful meat into his bowl. Eat more. You see how thin you've become? She softly urged. Jia Zhuan paused, somewhat embarrassed, murmuring, thank you, but it's no trouble. I can manage on my own. However, Zejishan Hui seemed not to hear his refusal and continued to serve him vegetables and fried delicacies, gently insisting, it's no trouble. Seeing you eat, well, makes me happy. Her actions were both natural and persistent, infused with undeniable care. Gazing at the mound of food in his bowl, Jia Zhuan found himself unable to voice further objections. Simply murmuring, thank you, before returning to his meal, his ears slightly flushed. In the background, Luxifa watched the warm scene of a woman serving food to a man, consumed with jealousy to the point of spiritual distortion, shedding tears of envy and resentment. Oh heavens! Is there no justice left in the world? Before I crossed over, I watched others pair up and share sweet moments. Now, I witness a beautiful lady pursuing the light giant. This world is filled with malice towards me, Luxifa. He lamented bitterly, Juanga. We agreed to be single and suffer together, to toil and drink cold water. Why have you secretly driven off in a Land Rover? This is utterly unfair. Listening to Luxifa's theatrical lamentations echoing in his mind, Jia Zhuan felt so awkward that he nearly choked on his rice. He wished he could explain in his heart that things were not as they seemed, that they were merely friends, but the words caught in his throat. He understood that with Luxifa's penchant for chaos and vivid imagination, he would never believe it. Indeed, Luxifa immediately interrupted his unspoken defense with a sour tone. I believe you. Sure, you, the light giant, are quite the rascal. You say one thing, but your body is quite honest. Jia Zhuan decided to ignore the noisy spirit entirely. Focusing on his meal, eager to conclude this dinner that made him feel both uncomfortable and inexplicably warmed. Chapter 46. The Light User Supported by Luxifa. After finishing their meal, Zejishan Hui kindly poured Jia Zhuan a cup of warm water. After expressing his gratitude, Jia Zhuan took the drink, feeling somewhat parched, and downed it in one gulp. Lucifer, present in the space, watched Jia Zhuan accept the service with such ease, seething with resentment and exclaiming in anguish, corruption. This is blatant corruption. What happened to the proletarian comrades? Brother Zhuan, you have betrayed the revolutionary class. Where is your willpower? How can you be eroded by the soft embrace of comfort? At that moment, Sakada Hui set down the cup and retrieved a bank card from her handbag, gently sliding it across the table towards Jia Zhuan. Jia. Her voice remained soft yet conveyed an undeniable insistence. Please take this. I understand it may not be convenient for you right now, Consider it a small help between friends. Do not refuse. Lucifer's eyes nearly bulged out upon seeing the bank card, his previous bitterness transforming into shock and a peculiar excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, here it comes. The ultimate economic aid. It's over, Brother Juin. You are finished. You have become the pampered one." Just as the thought crossed his mind, Lucifer was suddenly jolted by an obscure but unmistakably clear awareness, reminiscent of the divine gaze he had felt upon entering this world. Terrified, Lucifer's words faltered, his tone shifting. "Is it the one with the abilities?" "Yes, the one with the abilities has been pampered. This has nothing to do with me, Lucifer." He immediately shrank back, trembling in the space, too frightened to speak further, fearing that the mysterious gaze might cast him aside if displeased. In reality, Jia Juan stared at the bank card, sensing the sudden silence and fear emanating from Lucifer in the conscious space. Though he was unclear about the cause, he knew he absolutely could not accept this money. Taking a deep breath, he gently pushed the card back, his tone firm yet as gentle as possible. "Miss Sakada, I appreciate your kindness. However, I truly cannot accept this money. I can manage on my own." Seeing Jia Juan resolutely return the bank card, Sakada Hui's face flashed with a mix of helplessness and understanding. She had anticipated that with Jia Juan's character, he would not easily accept such assistance. With a soft sigh, she refrained from pushing the card further and instead looked into Jia Juan's eyes, earnestly explaining, "Jia, please do not be so quick to refuse. The funds on this card are not my personal support. They were always meant for you." Jia Juan's eyes revealed confusion upon hearing this. Sakada Hui continued in a soothing tone, "Do you remember the last photograph you took before your disappearance? The one about the children in the refugee camp?" She cautiously avoided details that might evoke painful memories, noting that the photograph later received one of the highest awards in international news photography. She paused, observing Jia Juan's reaction. Because the prize amount was substantial and the organizers could not reach you, they had to transfer the funds to the newspaper. The newspaper, unable to locate you, has kept the money in custody. Eventually, seeing that you had not returned, the editor-in-chief entrusted me with this sum, instructing me to return it to you if I ever encountered you. Thus, Sakada Hui gently pushed the bank card toward Jia Juan once more, her tone sincere. "This is not charity or a gift. This is your rightful honor and reward. I am merely returning what belongs to you. Please accept it." Jia Juan was taken aback, utterly unprepared for this revelation about the money's origin. Memories intertwined with war, suffering, and the last vestiges of humanity surged forth within him. Spurred by this sudden information, he gazed at the bank card, emotions swirling within him, and the hand that had resolutely refused now hesitated in the air. After a moment of silence, Jia Juan's gaze fell once more upon the bank card that bore the weight of past honors and sacrifices. Ultimately, he inhaled deeply, slowly extending his hand to accept the card. "Thank you, and please convey my gratitude to the editor-in-chief." His voice was low, tinged with complex emotions. Seeing Jia Juan finally accept the card, Sakada Hui's face broke into a genuine, relieved smile, as if she had fulfilled an important obligation. Yet, she did not intend to conclude their reunion just yet. She quickly took out her phone, with a hint of anticipation and barely perceptible nervousness, looking at Jia Juan. "Jia, may we exchange contact information? It would be easier to stay in touch." Jia Juan instinctively wanted to refuse. He was accustomed to solitude, viewing connections with past acquaintances as a potential danger. In the space, Lucifer immediately chimed in. Hey, Brother Juan. She's inviting you to dinner and helping you recover a large sum. What is wrong with exchanging contact information? You're a grown man. Are you afraid she'll harass you every day? Add her. You must add her. Otherwise, I'll lose respect for you. That's like burning bridges." Lucifer's loud remarks, combined with Sakada Hui's sincere and earnest gaze, rendered Jia Juan unable to voice his refusal. With a resigned sigh, he ultimately retrieved his old phone from his pocket. "All right," he said, and after a few taps, they exchanged contact information. Upon finally acquiring the contact details, Sakada Hui exhaled a long, relieved sigh, her expression one of satisfaction and fulfillment, as if she had achieved a long-sought goal. The two engaged in light conversation about recent events, mostly Sakada Hui speaking while Jia Juan listened, and the atmosphere became considerably more relaxed than before. However, Jia Juan maintained a sense of distance. Eventually, noticing the time, they bid farewell at the entrance of the food stall and parted ways. Jia Juan held the suddenly heavy bank card in his pocket, watching Sakada Hui's retreating figure, his emotions complex and difficult to articulate. In the conscious space, Lucifer spiraled with excitement, his previous desolation and jealousy dissipated, his tone brimming with exuberance. "Brother Juan, We got money now. No more brick hauling. We can add chicken legs to every meal. Haha. He quickly returned to the matter at hand, urging, now that our financial issues are temporarily resolved, shouldn't we contact that guy, Kongmin? We should inform him about his girlfriend's situation to ease his mind and discuss the next steps. As Ji Yizhuan walked back to his dormitory, listening to Lucifer's words, he nodded. The bank card had indeed alleviated his immediate concerns, allowing him to focus on the more pressing issues at hand. Ji Yizhuan internally acknowledged, his tone turning serious. It was indeed time to inform him. Moreover, they needed his assistance to better understand Rico's usual state and the possible patterns of Faust's emergence. He took out his phone, locating the number that Kong Min had forcibly left him, a number he had scarcely dialed. After a moment of hesitation, he pressed the call button. The phone rang a few times before being swiftly answered, and on the other end, Kong Min Hui's voice came through, urgent yet tinged with anticipation. Hello? Mr. Jia? Is that you? Yes, it's me, Ji Yizhuan replied in his characteristically deep tone. Kongmin, are you available to talk? I have some discoveries regarding Miss Saitian Rico's situation that I need to share with you. Chapter 47. Ji Yizhuan and Kong Min collaborate on a major undertaking. Kong Min Hui nearly sprinted to the designated park, spotting the familiar figure sitting on a bench from a distance. He quickly approached and sat down beside Ji Yizhuan, slightly out of breath, his face etched with urgency and concern. Mr. Jia. Kong Min wasted no time catching his breath, immediately inquiring. You mentioned over the phone that it was inconvenient to discuss matters via messaging. What is it about? Is there a new discovery regarding Rico? Is it dangerous? Ji Yizhuan observed Gu Min's anxious demeanor and refrained from directly addressing the inquiry regarding Li Zi. Instead, he posed a counter-question, infused with a hint of resignation. Gu Min, please answer me first. How would you assess the technological prowess of your TLT organization? Technology? Gu Min was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected query, instinctively recalling the formidable technology capable of precisely erasing specific memories. The formidable DY superlarge gun sufficient to combat small Yisheng Sug, and even the Chester fighter jet that could merge and transcend space. As he contemplated these advanced technologies that far exceeded the common populace's comprehension, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Only then did he vaguely grasp Ji Yizhuan's concerns and responded, somewhat lacking in confidence. Well, it's quite impressive, certainly much more advanced than what ordinary people know. Is that all? Ji Yizhuan regarded him with a serious tone. Do you believe that, given your organization's technology, intercepting internal communications or even encrypted lines would pose a significant challenge? In an instant, Gu Min was rendered speechless, a chill creeping up his spine. He had never considered this aspect, but upon Ji Yizhuan's mention, he realized that the notion of secure communication might be utterly laughable in the face of TLT. Any discussions regarding Yitsung Sob, the Dark Jurun, or even Li Zi's unusual circumstances could lead to dire consequences if intercepted by higher-ups or the memory police, MP. Seeing the dawning realization and apprehension on Gu Min's face, Ji Yizhuan sighed. Now you understand why certain things cannot be discussed directly over the phone. Our current conversation is relatively safer. Upon hearing Ji Yizhuan's explanation, Gu Min nodded vigorously, his expression turning grave. Understood, Mr. Jia. I grasped the situation. He took a deep breath and posed the core question that had tormented him day and night, filled with both fear and longing for an answer. His voice trembled slightly with tension. Mr. Jia, is Li Zi's soul still present? As he uttered this question, his hands instinctively clenched into fists, his nails nearly embedding into his palms. He leaned slightly forward, every muscle in his body taut, as if awaiting an ultimate judgment. Terrified of hearing the answer he dreaded most from Ji Yizhuan, Ji Yizhuan regarded Gu Min's state of extreme tension and did not prolong the suspense, directly providing an affirmative response. Although his tone remained calm, it carried an undeniable certainty. Miss Li Zi's soul is still intact, Gu Min. With a sudden release, it felt as though something that had been stretched to its limit had finally snapped. Gu Min exhaled a long, deep breath, releasing the pent-up anxiety that had been constricting his chest. The breath was so prolonged that it seemed to expel all his fears and unease. His tightly clenched fists relaxed instantaneously, hanging limply by his sides, trembling slightly from the sudden release. That's wonderful, he murmured repeatedly, the weight he had been bearing finally collapsing his shoulders, his eyes brimming with uncontrollable tears. A profound, indescribable sense of relief and joy coursed through him, nearly overwhelming him. As long as the soul remains, hope endures. For him, this was the most splendid news. Observing Gu Min's profound relief, Ji Yezhuan recognized the necessity of clarifying the situation further. He paused briefly and continued in a steady tone. Although the soul is still present, at present, Miss Li Zi's soul is relatively weak. She is thoroughly suppressed in the depths of her body by the power of Dark Faust, trapped in slumber. Typically, she only awakens momentarily when Faust does not require control of her body, allowing her to govern daily activities. Gu Min's heart, which had just begun to settle, leapt once more, listening intently. However, Ji Yezhuan's tone shifted, introducing what could be perceived as a piece of good news. What good news? Gu Min immediately inquired, his eyes rekindling with hope. Ji Yezhuan carefully organized his words, striving to ensure they did not sound overly peculiar. The good news is that the girl you are dating, the one who makes your heart flutter, is indeed the consciousness and soul of Miss Zhaitian Li Zi herself, not an impersonation or disguise by Dark Faust. Yet, upon hearing this seemingly positive revelation, Gu Min's lips involuntarily twitched, his expression morphing into one of extreme complexity, a blend of laughter and tears. Mr. Jia, his voice tinged with resignation and despair. What kind of good news is this? What do you mean by saying my girlfriend is not Dark Faust? I never wanted that. Should I be grateful that it isn't that dark giant I'm dating? This bizarre good news only served to heighten his awareness of the fragmented and perilous condition of his girlfriend, leaving his mood even more convoluted. So, what should we do now? Gu Min Yihui shook off the absurdity of his emotions and urgently turned to Ji Yezhuan, his eyes filled with pleading. Mr. Jia, can we rescue Li Zi? Can we expel Dark Faust from her body? Ji Yezhuan shook his head, his expression grave. Not at this moment. Why? Gu Min instinctively probed, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he abruptly recalled something. His face fell, and in frustration, he smacked his forehead. I'm sorry, Mr. Jia, I forgot. The Memory Police, MP. They are still monitoring Li Zi. The surveillance of TLT loomed like an invisible net, not only constraining Li Zi's freedom, but also stifling any attempts to approach or take action before they could even begin. Under the watchful eyes of the MP, any unusual behavior could be construed as a threat, jeopardizing not only their chances of rescuing Li Zi, but potentially exacerbating her predicament, possibly prompting TLT to adopt even more extreme measures. Indeed, Ji Yezhuan nodded, affirming Gu Min's concerns. Until we can shake off the MP's surveillance, we must not act recklessly. Otherwise, we risk not only failing to save her, but potentially endangering her further. Hope was tantalizingly close, yet shackled by the chains of reality. And this sense of powerlessness tightened Gu Min's fists once more, but this time not from anxiety, rather from defiance and frustration. They had to wait, to bide their time for the opportune moment. Ji Yezhuan, observing the evident frustration and urgency on Gu Min's face, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and solemnly outlined the most critical task at this stage. Gu Min, listen. We need patience now, and we require information. He fixed his sharp gaze upon Gu Min. Your most vital duty is to leverage your status as her boyfriend to stay as close to her as possible, meticulously observing her every action. Pay attention to whether she exhibits signs of unusual fatigue, mental disorientation, or clear gaps in memory. Be vigilant for any peculiar reactions she may have to specific objects, locations, or even sounds. Most importantly, endeavor to discern any patterns that may indicate Faust's emergence or any signs of Li Zi's consciousness being suppressed or released. This information is crucial for our subsequent actions, Ji Yezhuan emphasized, as we await the moment when the MP's scrutiny eases, waiting for the most opportune moment to act undetected. Until then, gathering intelligence is your paramount task. Gu Min Yihui earnestly committed Ji Yezhuan's every word to memory. Although the inability to act immediately left him somewhat unsettled, at least he now possessed a clear direction and objective, rather than floundering aimlessly like a headless fly. He nodded resolutely, his gaze rekindling with determination. I understand, Mr. Jia. I will observe closely and find a way to notify you as soon as I discover anything. Excellent, Ji Yezhuan replied, nodding. Stay in touch, but exercise utmost caution. The two exchanged a few more whispers regarding details before departing the park, vanishing into the paths they each had to confront. Gu Min's heart was no longer shrouded in darkness. Though the road ahead remained arduous, at the very least, the flame of hope had been ignited. Chapter 48. The Solitary Gate. Am I truly in a romantic entanglement with the Dark Giant? Shortly after Solitary Gate parted ways with Ji Yezhuan, his communicator rang urgently, displaying the name Shadusaya. An ominous premonition seized him instantly. Solitary Gate team member. Miss Saito has gone missing. Shadusaya's voice carried an unprecedented seriousness and a hint of barely concealed urgency. Solitary Gate's heart sank heavily, and he promptly relayed the news to Ji Yizhuan, who had just separated from him. I understand. Ji Yizhuan's voice was unusually calm. Solitary, you should head to the hospital to ascertain the specifics and keep them steady. Provide me with Miss Riko's home address. I will check if she has returned there. Stay in contact. Understood. Solitary Gate replied immediately, and the two parted ways. Meanwhile, within the Night Raid Squad's information center, Ishibori Mitsuhiko was intently fixated on the screen, tracing a mysterious threat message that Solitary had previously forwarded. Deputy Captain Seijo Nagi entered, scanning the surroundings. Ishibori, where is Solitary? Not back yet, Ishibori replied without lifting his head, his fingers flying across the keyboard. He received a call and rushed out. Possibly related to this message. He gestured towards the screen. Seijo Nagi approached and glanced at the screen, which displayed a disconcerting line. You will lose the most important person. Seijo Nagi furrowed his brow. Can we trace the source of the message? Ishibori pressed the final key, the map on the screen swiftly pinpointing the location. And his expression turned grave. The signal source is near our free fortress base. What? Seijo Nagi exclaimed in alarm. A threat signal originating from within or around the base is no trivial matter. Solitary Gate hurried back to the hospital, where he encountered the grave-faced Shadu Saya. What on earth happened? How could Riko go missing? He inquired urgently. Surveillance showed she was in her hospital room, but during a routine check by the staff, she was found to be missing. It was as if she had evaporated into thin air. No one saw her leave. Shadu Saya's tone was laced with confusion and seriousness. We have sealed off the scene and are conducting an internal investigation. She paused, looking at Solitary Gate, her gaze becoming complex and heavy. Furthermore, Solitary Gate member. There is another piece of bad news we just confirmed regarding Miss Riko. Bad news. Solitary Gate's heart skipped a beat. According to the records, Shadu Saya's voice lowered. On the night she first met you and exchanged contact information, she experienced an exceptionally rare alien beast attack at her home in the suburbs. Her parents and younger brother tragically perished. Theoretically, Miss Riko should also be on that list of victims. Boom. This news struck Solitary Gate like a thunderclap. His eyes widening in shock, his complexion paling as his body involuntarily swayed. Her entire family perished on the very night I met her. A terrifying yet crystal clear thought flashed through his mind. The Riko he met and fell in love with, from that very first moment, had likely ceased to be human. She was probably chosen by dark forces on that fateful night, transformed into the Dark Faust. Overwhelming shock and sorrow nearly overwhelmed him, but he forced himself to maintain composure. Now is not the time to crumble. I will search for her. Solitary Gate managed to squeeze out these words, his voice hoarse, before turning to rush outside. Solitary Gate member, please notify us if you find any clues. Shadu Saya called after him, but Solitary Gate dashed out of the hospital without looking back. A singular thought consumed him. He must find Ji Yizhuan immediately. Ji Yizhuan silently infiltrated the vicinity around Saida Riko's home, eventually arriving near the entrance of a relatively secluded underground parking lot. An unsettling, barely perceptible aura of dark energy permeated the air. He suddenly halted, turning around without warning, the energy explosive gun firmly in hand, and without glancing back, he pulled the trigger towards the darkest corner of the shadows. Whoosh! A blue beam of energy shot forth. However, the anticipated sound of an explosion did not follow. A massive hand, cloaked in dark stripes, silently emerged from the shadows, accurately blocking the energy beam before it could reach its target. The light struck the palm, creating only a slight ripple of energy before being effortlessly crushed and extinguished. Hee hee. A deep, malicious laugh echoed through the empty parking garage. The Dark Faust's colossal form gradually emerged from the shadows, a pale face adorned with a mocking and expectant smile. Have you finally become alert, Ultraman? However, this little trick cannot harm me. Its massive fingers slightly contracted, crushing the remnants of energy left in its palm. The Dark Faust's gaze was sharp as a blade, and Ji Yizhuan kept his energy explosive gun firmly aimed at the foe. He understood that the adversary had deliberately lured him here. Enough with the chatter, Faust declared, adopting a battle stance, his deep-set eyes fixed on Ji Yizhuan. Let us engage in combat. I wish to see how much you have progressed while bearing the burden of such a foolish belief and protection. Ji Yizhuan was acutely aware that this battle was unavoidable and that he needed to swiftly control the battlefield, ensuring that the surrounding residents remained unharmed. He hesitated no longer and resolutely drew forth the evolution trust. Nexus. A brilliant light erupted from the entrance of the underground parking lot, instantly dispelling the surrounding darkness. The silver-gray juvenile form of Nexus stood tall. Without pausing, he immediately swung his left arm across his chest, activating the energy core. Red light blazed, transforming Nexus into his red youth form. Facing the formidable enemy, Nexus crossed his arms in front of him. Powerful energy began to coalesce. And then he raised his arms skyward. A wave-like, resplendent golden light shot towards the heavens. Buzz. The golden barrier of the meta realm rapidly unfolded, enveloping Nexus and the Dark Faust, swiftly relocating the battlefield to an independent phase space. As the golden light of the meta realm stabilized, Nexus assumed a battle stance. His keen gaze swiftly scanning the surroundings, only to find the area ahead utterly empty. The Dark Faust had not appeared before him as usual. A warning voice from Lucifer echoed within his consciousness. Zhuangji, above you. Nexus's heart raced as he looked up, only to see the Dark Faust hovering in the high skies of the meta realm, arms spread wide, palms facing downwards. Countless dark red destructive energy orbs fell upon him like a torrential downpour, targeting Nexus, who had just entered the realm and had yet to regain his footing. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Nexus reacted swiftly, rolling to the side to evade while crossing his arms defensively in front of him. Boom, 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 boom. Despite his quick reflexes, the sheer volume and density of the energy orbs overwhelmed him, and several struck his arms, shoulders, and legs, erupting into dazzling energy sparks. The violent impact sent him staggering, half kneeling on the ground. Lucifer's voice blared in frustration. Wow, that dark guy has gotten clever. He actually knows to play dirty with an aerial sneak attack. No sense of honor in battle. Trying to catch you off guard, right? Zhuangji, give him a beating. Nexus shook off the numbness in his arms, slowly rising to his feet, his pearlescent eyes locking onto the airborne figure of the dark giant, who was wearing a triumphant grin. Faust's tactical alterations indeed caused him a minor setback, yet they simultaneously ignited within him an indomitable spirit for battle. This confrontation, it appears, shall not be easily won. Chapter 49, Lucifer drains the life force. Guman Ihue hastened to the apartment building where Zhaitian Rico resided, swiftly ascending the stairs and employing the spare key Rico had provided him to unlock the door. However, the sight that greeted him upon entry made him gasp in shock, sending a chill coursing through his entire being. The room was far from the tidy, artistically vibrant sanctuary he had envisioned. The walls, the floor, and even the ceiling were densely covered and cluttered with paintings. Yet, these works depicted not the adorable animals or picturesque landscapes that Rico typically favored, but rather an array of ghastly and terrifying aberrations known as Norse Fell. Each piece, rendered from various angles and poses, was imbued with strokes of anguish and despair, as if the artist had gazed upon and portrayed this beast countless times in excruciating proximity. Guman's eyes roamed over the spine-chilling artworks, and a dreadful thought crystallized in his mind. This creature, Norsefell, was likely the very catalyst behind the tragedy that befell Rico's family, transforming her into the shadow of her former self. He fought to suppress the shock and sorrow swelling within him, beginning to search the room for any trace of Rico or Himaya Jun Rico. Mr. Himaya, are you here? Yet the room was utterly deserted. Hadn't Mr. Himaya mentioned coming here? Why was there no sign of him? A wave of intense unease surged within Guman, and he dared not ponder further. He hastily retrieved his communicator, urgently dialing Himaya Jun's number. Beep, beep, beep. The line was met only with a busy signal. Time and again he attempted to reach out, but the outcome remained unchanged. An ominous premonition engulfed Guman like a frigid tide. At the periphery of the Freehold base, Deputy Captain Saijanagi, armed with a die-weight special pistol, searched the dam area with a steely resolve. Based on the signal range provided by Ishibori, she was convinced that the source of the threatening messages lay concealed nearby. Her gaze swept across every conceivable corner with the precision of a hawk, determined to unearth the audacious foe who dared to provoke them in their own territory. Within the Mida domain, the battle between Nexus and Dark Faust had reached a stalemate. Initially hindered by an onslaught of concentrated light projectiles, Nexus found his movements sluggish and, knowing that the essence of his opponent was the girl beloved by Guman, he could not unleash his full might as he would against any other adversary. Instead, he adopted a defensive and evasive strategy, seeking an opportunity to subdue Faust or awaken the possibly dormant consciousness of Rico. However, his hesitance and injuries were precisely exploited by Dark Faust. In a fierce close-quarters conflict, Faust landed a cunningly powerful blow that breached Nexus's defenses, striking forcefully against his colorful timer. Bang! Ugh! Nexus emitted a muffled cry of anguish, the immense force driving him to one knee once more. Would Dark Faust allow such an opportunity to slip away? It stepped back, crossing its arms before it as dark energy rapidly coalesced, forming a massive, swirling orb of darkness. One of its signature moves, the Dark Ring. This ends now, Faust sneered, thrusting the burgeoning Dark Ring toward the kneeling Nexus, who was barely able to evade. Boom. Ugh. Caught off guard, Faust let out a pained grunt as sparks erupted from its left shoulder, the overwhelming impact sending it crashing to one knee. Immediately thereafter, Nexus's figure surged forth from the lingering smoke like a cannonball. His speed was astonishing. Completely contrary to someone who had just suffered grievous wounds, his silver-red form emanating an unstoppable momentum as he closed in on the kneeling Faust. With formidable strength, he seized Faust's arms and shoulders, locking it in place. How is this possible? Faust was both astonished and enraged, struggling desperately, yet finding it difficult to break free. It incredulously roared, "You were struck head-on by my dark ring. How can you appear unscathed? This is impossible." Hearing Faust's roar within his consciousness, Himaya felt a twinge of embarrassment. He responded silently, knowing Faust could not hear. "Actually, your dark ring is indeed powerful." Nexus tightened his grip. While within the realm of consciousness, Lucifer could no longer contain himself. With a tone dripping with satisfaction, he transmitted through Nexus's energy fluctuations a series of energy ripples akin to a hiccup, as if to say, "Hic. Thanks for the dark energy rocket, my friend. It tastes delightful. Do come again." Though unable to comprehend the words directly, Faust distinctly sensed the pure, absorbed dark energy that had once belonged to it, along with the unmistakable undertones of gratitude and mockery. In that instant, it dawned on Faust. It was not that its ultimate technique was weak, but rather that the infernal Nexus harbored an enigmatic entity within that could devour its most potent attacks as sustenance. "Scoundrel!" Faust seethed, its energy fluctuations becoming increasingly erratic. This feeling of helplessness was more unbearable than any physical injury. It struggled with renewed fervor. "Little Road, now is the time. Drain his energy. Quickly." Himaya June commanded decisively within the realm of consciousness. "All right, at last it's my turn. Watch this." Lucifer, having grown impatient, immediately commenced his full exertion. A powerful suction, specifically targeting dark energy, surged from Nexus's grasp on Faust's arms, resembling an invisible vortex that began voraciously extracting the dark energy from within Faust. Ugh! Dark Faust let out a pained wail as it felt its strength rapidly waning, its body growing increasingly frail, and its struggles diminishing in intensity. "No, stop. What manner of creature are you?" Faust bellowed in a mix of fury and fright, but its voice grew weaker and more feeble as its energy continued to diminish. A dense tide of dark energy was forcibly extracted from Faust, flowing unceasingly into Nexus, where Lucifer eagerly absorbed and transformed it within the realm of consciousness. Faust's massive form began to visibly shrink, becoming ethereal, its shell and ghastly features rapidly dissipating. Finally, as the last vestige of dark energy was siphoned away, the gargantuan dark figure could no longer maintain its shape, collapsing in a flicker of weak light. Nexus felt a lightness in his grasp as the colossal dark titan vanished, replaced by a young girl clad in a patient gown, her eyes tightly shut and her complexion as pale as a sheet, as if ensnared in a deep slumber. Jietian Riko lay quietly within the vast palm of Nexus, revealing the true form concealed beneath the guise of Dark Faust. Nai Kasi meticulously cradled the unconscious Li Zi, her milky white eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. The first step had finally succeeded. Yet, the greater challenge lay ahead: how to awaken her and ensure that the darkness would no longer encroach upon her. Chapter 50. The pursuer of couples at the periphery of the Freedom Fortress base, atop the dam. The night wind was biting. Deputy Captain Shi Tiao Na Ji carefully searched along the cold concrete structure. Her instinct and trained gaze eventually locked onto a figure standing with their back to her at the dam's edge, seemingly gazing down at the rushing waters below. Clad entirely in black, the figure blended almost seamlessly into the night, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down her spine. Shi Tiao Na Ji's heart raced. Her breath caught in her throat. Even from behind, she recognized him without a doubt. She swiftly raised her DYT pistol, the barrel firmly aimed at the shadowy figure, her voice slicing through the stillness of the night, infused with shock, anger, and affirmation. "You're not dead after all." The figure ahead did not seem surprised by her appearance, slowly turning around with an air of sardonic calm. The moonlight and the distant base lights faintly illuminated his familiar yet utterly alien face, a cold, playful smile gracing his lips, his gaze deep and dark, devoid of any warmth from days gone by. "Go Lu Mu Jinyi." Shi Tiao Na Ji nearly ground her teeth as she uttered the name, her finger tightening on the trigger, turning pale with tension. "I'm back," Na Ji, Go Lu Muzhen Yi replied to Shi Tiao Na Ji with an unsettling nonchalance. Gong Min Yi Hui, heavy-hearted, was sifting through the disturbing artworks in Li Zi's room, attempting to uncover more clues, when his portable beret good communicator suddenly chimed. He immediately answered, only to be met with a voice that sent a jolt through him. It was Ji Yejun. Mr. Jia, Gong Min exclaimed anxiously. Where have you been? I arrived at Li Zi's apartment, but she's not home. And you're not here either. On the other end. Ji Yejun's voice sounded somewhat fatigued yet steady. Gong Min, listen. I did arrive, but I encountered Miss Li Zi, who has transformed into a dark Faust. We fought, and I have temporarily subdued her. This news nearly made Gong Min's heart stop. A battle? Just as he suspected. Ji Yejun continued. We are now in the outskirts of the forest, near the area where we last met. You need to come immediately. There are matters that require your confirmation. Understood. I'll be there right away. Gong Min replied without a moment's hesitation. He cast one last glance at the room, filled with painful memories, then rushed downstairs, started the car, and sped towards the outskirts of the forest. Concern for Li Zi's condition mingled with a desperate need to understand what Ji Yejun meant by subdued and the circumstances surrounding it. The intertwining of hope and fear left his palms slick with sweat against the steering wheel. Gong Min Yi Hui arrived at the designated location in the outskirts of the forest with utmost urgency. From a distance, he spotted the familiar silhouette standing in the moonlight, alongside the motionless figure of Sai Tian Li Zi lying on the ground. Li Zi, Gong Min's heart leapt into his throat as he slammed on the brakes, barely turning off the engine before flinging open the car door and rushing over. He nearly collapsed beside Li Zi, trembling hands reaching for her breath and pulse. The faint yet undeniably present signs of life brought a measure of relief to his anxious heart. Yet, he quickly noticed the torn sleeve of her hospital gown, revealing a distinct area on her arm that had been crudely treated but was clearly a mark of energy burns. Gong Min looked up at Ji Yejun, his eyes questioning. Ji Yejun's face bore a hint of apology as he explained, to subdue the rampaging Faust. I had no choice but to strike and injure its left arm to weaken its mobility, which allowed me the opportunity to capture it and force it back into the form of Miss Li Zi. I'm sorry, Gong Min. Gong Min regarded Ji Yejun's sincere yet weary expression, then glanced at the injured yet alive Li Zi. He shook his head vigorously. No, Mr. Jia. You need not apologize. I understand. As long as Li Zi is alive, as long as her soul endures, a few injuries are inconsequential. This is the best outcome we could hope for. Thank you. His tone was filled with understanding and gratitude. In that moment, Ji Yejun's decision was undoubtedly the most prudent and restrained, for the consequences could have been dire otherwise. Now, Li Zi had returned. Though injured, hope still flickered. Just as Gong Min felt a flicker of relief that Li Zi was alive, Ji Yejun, too, felt a sense of relief at Gong Min's understanding. Suddenly, Lucifer, who had been languidly absorbing the dissipating dark energy around them, abruptly shifted his demeanor, his voice tinged with rare incredulity and caution. Wait. Jungu, something's off. What's wrong? Ji Yejun asked, his heart tightening. Gong Min has a trace of dark energy fluctuations on him, Lucifer stated emphatically, though faint. It seems to have been recently acquired, reminiscent of the essence of an aberrant being. What? Ji Yejun's heart sank, almost exclaiming, are you joking? How could Gong Min possess the power of an aberrant being? That is impossible. He instinctively glanced at Gong Min, who was carefully examining Li Zi's injuries. After all, he was merely an ordinary human team member, filled with light and courage. How could he have been tainted by darkness? He hadn't noticed a thing. As reality and consciousness rapidly exchanged, Lucifer would never jest about such matters. Ji Yejun forcefully suppressed his alarm, maintaining a facade of calm while his mind became acutely focused. Are you certain? When did this happen? How did he become tainted? It was just now as he approached. Lucifer quickly analyzed. It seems like some sort of marking or residual contact. No, it's more akin to a subtle injection of dark energy, though faint. It is exceedingly stubborn and vile. I was so focused on subduing the Faust that I didn't detect it immediately. This revelation caused Ji Yejun's heart to plummet once more. Gong Min had been marked by dark energy? When? By whom? What was the intent? He gazed at the oblivious Gong Min, who was wholly focused on Li Zi, and a profound unease enveloped him. The situation seemed far more complex and perilous than he had imagined. Had the tendrils of darkness silently reached out to his closest comrade? Ji Yejun's expression turned grave, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized Gong Min closely, asking in a low voice, Gong Min, think carefully. On your way here, or previously at the hospital, or at Li Zi's apartment, did you encounter any strange individuals or objects? Did you sense anything amiss? Gongmin, taken aback by Ji Yejun's sudden serious inquiry and scrutinizing gaze, instinctively felt a wave of anxiety. What's the matter, Mr. Jia? What is happening? There's something on you, Ji Yejun pointed out, his tone unwavering, a faint but undeniable trace of dark energy fluctuations. This is not a natural occurrence. It is likely that some entity has deliberately marked or injected you. Is there something, aside from Li Zi, that has set its sights on you? Upon hearing this, Gong Min felt a chill running from his spine to the crown of his head, a tingling sensation prickling his scalp. Someone is targeting me. What the hell? As if the assault on Li Zi wasn't enough, now they want to include me too? What kind of perversion is this? Do they specifically prey on couples? An utterly absurd, yet inexplicably logical thought surged uncontrollably within him, nearly prompting him to exclaim, could the mastermind behind this be a certain extremist anti-human FFF group, aberrant beast, specializing in punishing couples? He found himself both amused and horrified by this ludicrous notion, but more prominently, he was engulfed by a chilling fear and anger. If Mr. Jia's perception was accurate, it implied that both he and Li Zi had been ensnared within a perilous conspiracy from the very beginning. I haven't sensed anything particularly unusual, he recalled, his voice trembling with residual dread, having merely exited the hospital, driven to Li Zi's apartment, and then coming directly here without encountering anything strange along the way. The more he pondered, the more terrifying it became. If the adversary could orchestrate such machinations without his awareness, how formidable must their methods and concealment abilities be? In Chapter 51, titled The Enemy in the Night Raid Team, Within the Spatial Confines, Lucifer swiftly proposed a solution. It is likely that I inadvertently became subtly eroded by an aberrant beast or dark power. The issue is not grave. Have him come over, and let him hold the evolution trust for a moment. I shall assist in extracting that tainted essence. How do we proceed? Jia inquired inwardly. It's simple. Just hand him the evolution trust for him to hold. The light within will automatically repel the low-concentration darkness, allowing me to absorb the residuals for disposal, Lucifer elucidated. In reality, Jia promptly addressed the visibly anxious Gyuman. Gyuman, come here. Although Gyuman was bewildered, he complied without hesitation. Jia extended the evolution trust to him. Hold this. Gyuman hesitated, gazing at the softly glowing transformation device with a mix of trepidation and reverence. Yes, Jia affirmed. It will aid in dispelling the dark power of the aberrant beast that clings to you. Upon hearing this, Gyuman no longer hesitated and solemnly accepted the evolution trust with both hands. The moment he grasped it, a warm and potent torrent of light surged into his body, coursing through his limbs. He felt a slight jolt, as if something cold and viscous was forcibly stripped away from within, leaving him with an indescribable sense of relief and ease, while the lingering unease dissipated. The process concluded swiftly. Gyuman returned the evolution trust to Jia, exclaiming in astonishment, I truly feel much lighter. Within the space, Lucifer burped, seemingly savoring the moment, then adopted a serious tone. Brother June, I have absorbed it. This dark power is laced with intense emotions of anger and fear. I suspect the mastermind scheme is as follows. They have exploited Miss Li Zi's ordeal and mutation to continually provoke Gyuman, plunging him into extreme anger towards the aberrant beasts and darkness, fear of losing Li Zi, and despair. When these negative emotions peak, the dark seed previously sown within him would activate and amplify, consequently dragging him into darkness, transforming him into another puppet to be manipulated. What a wicked plan. Upon hearing Lucifer's analysis, Jia felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. This conspiracy targeting the human heart is far more terrifying than facing formidable aberrant beasts. He immediately relayed Lucifer's analysis to Gyuman. This is the situation. That dark power seems intent on exploiting your feelings for Li Zi to catalyze your anger and fear, ultimately pulling you into darkness as well. Gyuman, upon hearing this, felt a chill run from his head to his toes, shaken to the core. He had never anticipated that his bond with Li Zi would become a tool for the enemy's exploitation. The adversary aimed not only to destroy Li Zi, but also to drag him into the abyss. The sensation of being surveilled, manipulated, and having even the most cherished emotions twisted for use filled him with revulsion and dread, simultaneously igniting a fierce anger, but this time directed towards the unseen puppeteer. At that moment, lying on the ground, Zitian Li Zi emitted a faint groan, her eyelashes fluttering as if she were on the verge of awakening. Li Zi. Gyuman instantly cast aside all fears regarding the dark conspiracy, redirecting his complete attention to his girlfriend. He hurriedly crouched down, anxiously and expectantly watching her. Li Zi's eyes slowly opened, initially clouded and unfocused, gradually coming into clarity as she recognized Gyumin before her. Gyumin-kun? Her voice was faint, laced with the raspiness of awakening. It's me, Lizzie. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Gyumin responded promptly, unable to suppress a joyful smile. The sight of Lizzie awakening and seemingly recognizing him was paramount above all else. However, Lizzie did not reciprocate his concern. Her gaze dimmed rapidly, lacking the elation of survival, instead revealing a profound, ineffable sorrow and melancholy. She even averted her eyes from Gyumin's worried gaze, staring blankly at the sky, as if trapped in a painful memory. Lizzie's unusual demeanor tugged at Gyumin's heart, causing him great concern. Lizzie? What's wrong? Is there still pain? Meanwhile, Jia observed Lizzie's state, formulating a hypothesis. He stepped forward and inquired solemnly. Miss Saitian Lizzie, have you perhaps begun to faintly perceive or witness certain events transpiring within you? Lizzie trembled slightly at his words. She slowly turned her head, glancing at Jia, then at the worried Gyumin, her eyes brimming with confusion, fear, and a hint of disbelief. After a prolonged hesitation, she spoke in a barely audible, dreamlike whisper. I think I saw some fragments. She struggled to articulate her words, attempting to describe the harrowing experience. I was immobilized within a colossal, black body, merely watching as I battled a red giant. As she uttered this, her voice was steeped in terror and profound bewilderment, as if grappling with the incomprehensibility of witnessing such a sight, unable to connect that terrifying black giant with herself. In an instant, Gyumin comprehended that although Lizzie was suppressed, her consciousness was not entirely dormant. She might have witnessed, in some form, the deeds of the Dark Faust. This immense shock and cognitive dissonance were the true reasons for her current melancholy and her reluctance to face Gyumin. The cruel facet of the truth was striking Lizzie, freshly awakened, in the most direct manner. Lizzie's voice bore a heart-wrenching self-mockery and an unfathomable sorrow as she looked at Gyumin and slowly declared, Gyumin-kun, I have actually been killed by someone long ago. This declaration resonated like thunder in the ears of both Gyumin and Jia. They had always believed that Lizzie's family had fallen victim to an aberrant beast attack. Killed by someone. Gyumin gasped in disbelief, abruptly turning to Jia. Both their eyes filled with incredulity. Jia's brow furrowed tightly. The development of events exceeded all expectations. Who? Lizzie, tell me who killed you. Gyumin's voice trembled with extreme anger and shock. He could not fathom that Lizzie had been murdered by someone. Lizzie strained to recall, her face contorting with a blend of pain and fear, shaking her head. I don't know who he is. It was too dark, and I was very scared. But, she paused, seemingly grasping a crucial detail. He was wearing the same clothes you are wearing now. Boom. This statement struck Gyumin's heart like the heaviest hammer. The same clothes. That implies the murderer donned the uniform of the night raid team. Is he one of TLT's members? Perhaps even a member of the night raid team itself? This possibility plunged Gyumin into an icy abyss, as if his very blood was freezing. He could scarcely believe his ears. The faces of his comrades, Captain Song, Deputy Captain Zikio Nagi, Hiraki Shirori, and Ishihori Mitsuhiko, flashed through his mind. They had fought side by side, confronting the Yi Sung Sog together. He could not fathom that any of them would dare to unleash harm upon Riko's family, who were once mere humans, defenseless and innocent. The overwhelming sense of betrayal and absurdity assaulted Gyumin's understanding, rendering him momentarily speechless. He could only gaze blankly at Riko and then at Jia Jun, hoping for a denial from him. However, Jia Jun's grave expression revealed that Riko's words were likely true. The darkness seemed to emanate not only from the Yi Sung So and Faust, but also from those they had once considered allies. Chapter 52. Gyumin Jia, I have Riko restrained. You must act quickly. Just as Gyumin was still reeling from the shock of the internal traitor, an unforeseen transformation occurred. Riko Saida, lying on the ground, suddenly convulsed uncontrollably, and a low, cold, malicious voice, entirely different from Riko's own, erupted from her throat. I am the infinite darkness that devours light. This sudden proclamation put both Jia Jun and Gyumin on high alert, adopting defensive postures. In the space around them, Lucifer, upon hearing this audacious introduction, erupted in fury. Reacting even faster than Jia Jun, he unleashed an incredibly pure wave of darkness, directing it precisely at Riko, Faust, while simultaneously injecting a mocking message. Pa, the infinite darkness that devours light? What nonsense. Merely a pathetic puppet, created by others, devoid of autonomy. How dare you boast here, relying on powers bestowed by others? You disgrace the dark side. The wave, imbued with a higher level of dark pressure and piercing truths. evidently struck a nerve within the concealed consciousness of Faust residing in Rico. Rico's body trembled violently, and that frigid voice became frantic and incredulous, as if it sensed Lucifer's presence and message, roaring in anger. Is this the inheritor of light? How can such insatiable darkness, seeking to consume all, hide within your body? What are you? Do you even deserve to be called an inheritor of light? Faust's barrage of astonished and furious questions left Guillermin utterly bewildered. He stared blankly at the struggling Rico, then glanced at Jia Jun, who appeared somewhat awkward and helpless, as countless question marks seemed to materialize above his head. What on earth was being said? What hidden darkness? What consuming everything? Is there something else inside Jia? He couldn't comprehend a single word. Guillermin's expression perfectly illustrated a state of overwhelming information overload, as if his cognitive processor had burned out. He instinctively cast a pleading glance toward Jia Jun, hoping he could elucidate this sudden, cryptic dialogue. Jia Jun, observing Guillermin's utterly lost expression, could only whisper hastily, "I will explain later." He then swiftly redirected his focus to the struggling Rico, his gaze sharpening as he commanded, "Faust, leave this girl's body at once. Otherwise, I will." "What will you do?" Faust's voice interrupted Jia Jun's threat, laced with mocking arrogance. "Will you kill me? Do not forget, if you kill me, this human vessel, Rico Saida, will perish too. Can you bring yourself to do that, inheritor of light?" Faust's words struck like a cold dagger, piercing the most vulnerable points of both Jia Jun and Guillermin. It understood that the inheritor of light, who held the belief of protection, would never easily sacrifice an innocent life, especially one beloved by his comrade. Jia Jun's expression darkened, his fists clenched, yet he found himself unable to retort. Faust had seized their lifeline. Unless a means to safely separate the two could be found, any forceful attack would equate to directly murdering Rico. Guillermin, grasping Faust's threat, turned pale, anxiously glancing between Jia Jun and the suffering Rico, momentarily at a loss. Faust, sensing their hesitation and helplessness, erupted into a triumphant and arrogant laughter, as if he had secured an invincible position. Lucifer, furious, shouted, "Oh, how maddening! That despicable creature! Jun, can we find a way to force it out and then strike? Or let me see if I can draw it out." The situation fell into a stalemate. The fear of collateral damage rendered Jia Jun's formidable power nearly impotent. Quickly, Lucifer proposed, "Jun, try applying the evolution reliant again. Let me observe how Faust is entwined with this girl's soul. Perhaps we can discover a flaw." "All right." Jia Jun immediately acquiesced to this relatively prudent plan. He took the evolution reliant and moved toward Rico, who lay on the ground. The concealed Faust consciousness within Rico evidently harbored a deep apprehension toward the light power contained within the evolution reliant. Upon sensing Jia Jun's approach, it controlled Rico's body to thrash violently, its voice tinged with a barely perceptible panic. "What do you intend to do?" "Stay away from me." Jia Jun, witnessing Faust's intense reaction and fearing it might harm Rico in a desperate bid, shouted to Guillermin, "Guillermin, hold her down. Do not let her move." "Yes." Without a moment's hesitation, driven by unwavering trust in Jia Jun, Guillermin lunged forward, carefully but firmly restraining Rico's thrashing shoulders and arms. "Rico, I'm sorry. Just hang in there. Jia, I have her." Guillermin's words were sincere, a reflexive response to the urgency of battle. However, Lucifer, eavesdropping within the consciousness space, began to feel that the dialogue and scene seemed somewhat askew, given the juxtaposition of a male pressing down on a female while another male approached with a luminous object. Hey, Jun, what are these words Guillermin is shouting? This scene and dialogue seem a bit off, don't you think? Is this really the manner of a proper battle for the Light Warriors?" Jia Jun, momentarily halted by Lucifer's teasing, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. What should have been a serious and tense rescue scene suddenly transformed into an odd atmosphere under Lucifer's remark. "Be quiet. Focus on the task at hand." Jia Jun mentally chastised Lucifer, forcing himself to disregard the peculiar sensation and concentrate, as he gently brought the evolution reliant closer to Rico's forehead, allowing Lucifer to perceive the internal situation more clearly. As the softly glowing tip of the evolution reliant made contact with Rico's forehead, Jia Jun concentrated, guiding the pathway for Lucifer. Within the confines of space, Lucifer immediately sprang into action. However, rather than harnessing the power of light, he deftly manipulated an exquisitely pure strand of darkness energy, completely under his control. Like the most delicate probe, he cautiously navigated the contact point between the evolution believer and Rico, infiltrating the very core of Faust's power system. This dark energy, emanating from Lucifer, struck terror and submission into Faust's very essence, which barely dared to resist, allowing Lucifer to thoroughly explore its depths. As Lucifer assessed the situation, he discerned the identity of the puppet master behind it all, noting the brutal and crude methods employed. He swiftly relayed his findings to Jinya June. June, I figured it out. That fiend first forcibly trapped the girl's, Rico, soul within this lifeless body, maintaining a bizarre state of animated cadaver. Then, like stuffing cotton, he crudely forced Faust's dark power inside, making the two coexist in a forced balance, each exploiting the other. Lucifer's tone dripped with technical disdain. Tisk, impressive concept, quite sinister indeed. Yet, the execution is dreadfully crude. The interface between the soul and the dark energy is riddled with barbs, causing inefficient energy flow and constant conflict. It's sheer brute force. If it were me managing this, I would have optimized it into a method befitting a light adept like you. I would choose a living, resolute vessel, allowing the dark energy to gradually merge and infiltrate, ensuring smooth operation while maximizing the retention of the host's consciousness for deception and utilization, perfectly resolving the soul conflict issue. Unlike the current situation, where it frequently crashes, consciousness switching, and leaks energy unstable. Lucifer's analysis, though uniquely angled, incisively revealed the essence and vulnerabilities of Faust, Rico of forcibly created. Extremely unstable monstrosity. Jinya Jun furrowed his brow, understanding the critical point despite Lucifer's awkward metaphor. Rico's condition was artificial, coercive, and evidently flawed. Perhaps this was the very opening they could exploit. Chapter 53. Lucifer Miss Rico, you wouldn't want to encounter any mishaps, would you? Seizing the moment when the light of the evolution believer temporarily suppressed Faust's dark consciousness, Lucifer maneuvered the dark energy deeper into the recesses of the consciousness layer. At last, in a frigid corner isolated by dark power, he beheld a young girl's soul clad in a white dress, curled up like an infant, her eyes tightly shut, brow furrowed, seemingly immersed in an endless nightmare, emanating a faint yet desperate aura. This was the true core of Saito Rico's consciousness. Lucifer approached cautiously, striving to suppress any trace of fear-inducing energy from his own essence. He mimicked the sunny and caring tone he imagined belonged to Gyuman, gently attempting to call out, Miss Rico? Miss Rico? Wake up, it's Gyuman. Perhaps the name Gyuman held special significance and immense allure for her. As the curled-up soul trembled slightly, her tightly shut eyes beginning to flutter restlessly. Slowly, painfully, she managed to open her eyes a crack. Initially filled with confusion, fear, and discomfort from prolonged darkness, her gaze, upon recognizing the figure calling her, transformed into greater bewilderment. Wasn't it supposed to be Gyuman? Yet, who was this somewhat handsome, yet slightly sinister young man before me? Her mind was a swirl of questions, instinctively recoiling, wary of this unfamiliar intruder. Lucifer's attempt to imitate Gyuman's tone, tinged with his own characteristics, a cavalier dark aura, evidently had the opposite effect. Lucifer inwardly lamented, Oh, I've seemingly botched this. This is not how the script was meant to unfold. June, help. This girl isn't following the script. Observing the evident fright inside Rico's soul. Now more alert and terrified, Lucifer realized his blunder. Hastily attempting to salvage the situation, he donned what he believed to be a benevolent, albeit shrouded in dark energy, smile. Awkwardly explaining, my apologies, Miss Rico, I was just, having a bit of a moment there, please don't mind me. His explanation, rather than alleviating the tension, paired with his demeanor that was anything but benign, only exacerbated the catastrophe. Saito Rico's soul recoiled in fright, clutching herself tightly, her eyes brimming not only with confusion, but also with horror at this seemingly deranged individual. Lucifer's inner turmoil was a cacophony of desperation. No, I'm not a bad person. I really am a good person. June, this is nothing like I imagined. Why is she more frightened? What should I do? I'm panicking here. His original intention was to portray a reliable and gentle Gyuman to awaken her, yet instead, he had inadvertently embodied the role of a frightful stranger. The stark contrast leaving him wishing for a chasm to swallow him whole. In the real world, Jinya Jun, unable to fully perceive the nuance of their conscious dialogue, could sense Lucifer's sudden tumult of energy and Rico's intensified resistance, leading him to deduce that Lucifer had likely botched something again. With a heavy sigh, he concentrated his thoughts, attempting to send his consciousness through the evolution believer with a gentler demeanor, while quietly advising Gyuman. Gyuman, you should speak to her, try calling her. Your voice might be more effective than anything else. Though Gyuman was puzzled, he complied without hesitation, leaning closer to Rico's ear and gently calling out in the softest, most familiar tone, Rico? Rico, can you hear me? It's me, Gyumin. Deep within her consciousness, Saida Riko distinctly heard Gyumin's familiar and urgent voice, which instantly filled her with overwhelming joy and reassurance. Gyumin-kun, I'm here. Can you hear me? She immediately endeavored to respond loudly, striving to make Gyumin aware of her existence. Yet, all her efforts were in vain. Her cries fell silent, unable to reach the real world, heard only by the ever-near Lucifer. Observing her futile attempts to call out, Lucifer couldn't help but interject, tinged with frustration from his earlier blunder. Hey, don't waste your energy. This is the depths of your consciousness. Even if you shout until your throat is hoarse until the end of the world, that fool outside won't hear a word. His intention was merely to spare her effort and clarify the reality of her situation. However, to the already frightened Riko, still in an extremely sensitive and vulnerable state, his words took on a terrifying connotation. Why is he keeping me here? Why won't he let me contact Gyumin-kun? He says Gyumin-kun can't hear me. What does he intend? Is he lying about being sick and being a good person? Is he actually in league with the one who killed me and turned me into a monster? A cascade of horrific associations flooded Riko's mind. She gazed at Lucifer, whose expression was tinged with impatience, though it stemmed from awkwardness and chagrin. And her fear surged to unprecedented heights. She recoiled violently, her eyes wide with sheer terror and despair, as though confronted with the most dreadful demon in existence. Lucifer. Lucifer, what the? Lucifer was on the verge of collapse. He felt more wrong than anyone could imagine, merely uttering a harsh truth. Why has the impact intensified beyond expectation? This young lady's capacity for imagination is astonishing. He felt as though he could plunge into the yellow river and still remain uncleaned, wishing fervently to bury his head in the ground. Observing the expression of extreme terror on Jietian Lizi's face, as if he were the most dreadful being in existence, Lucifer initially felt profound frustration. However, a sudden, dark thought flickered in his mind, perhaps born out of a twisted sense of despair. He relinquished all pretense of benevolence, allowing the energy emanating from him to turn cold and oppressive. A terrifying smile, fit to frighten children, appeared on his face, though he considered himself quite handsome. Coupled with a deliberately cultivated, shadowy aura, his demeanor transformed from that of a questionable oddity to that of a formidable demon lord. In a low, threatening tone, he slowly remarked, Miss Lizi, you seem rather concerned about that lad named Gyumin. He deliberately paused, relishing the paleness that washed over Lizi's face, before continuing. You wouldn't want anything unfortunate to befall him, would you? This statement struck Lizi like a venomous curse, hitting her most vulnerable spot. She abruptly raised her head, her eyes brimming with despair and plea. Lucifer, with a self-satisfied smirk, declared, It's quite simple. As long as you obediently heed my words from this moment onward, I can assure you that your Gyumin will not be harmed in the slightest. What do you say? A most advantageous deal, wouldn't you agree? Indeed. This quintessential villainous rhetoric and threat allowed Lizi, whose mind was already in disarray and steeped in fear, to grasp the reality of her situation. The terror on her face receded slightly, replaced by a resigned stillness and gloom. She bowed her head, speaking in a barely audible, trembling voice. I don't ask you to spare Gyumin. Just as long as you don't harm him, I will comply with all your demands. Success. The threat bore fruit. The other party yielded. Yet, as Lucifer beheld Lizi's desolate expression, one of utter willingness to endure anything, even surrendering her resistance for the sake of her beloved, he felt an unexpected surge of emotion, an impulse to weep. Oh heavens! Oh earth! I am but 24 years old. Am I destined to bear the visage of a villain? Must I forever play the role of the antagonist? Why is it so difficult to be a good person? Every time I try to do something noble, I find myself ensnared in a villainous plot. What torment is this in the realm of mortals? Surely, it is my name that has brought this calamity upon me. Though his mind was in turmoil, on the surface, he maintained the facade of a cold-hearted villain. A feeling of immense frustration boiling within him. Chapter 54, Gulu Mu Jun. Is the doll I crafted truly this inept? The tendrils of darkness that had infiltrated Lucifer swiftly retreated, and in a voice tinged with complex emotions, he hastily announced, Jun Gu. It's done. The girl's soul has been temporarily pacified. We have her under control. But the darkness within this body is about to erupt. Quickly, lead Gyumin away. In the real world, Ji Yejun received the message and immediately called out to Gyumin, who was still restraining Lizi. Gyumin, release her. Step back. Lizi's soul is temporarily safe, but Faust is about to lose control. Although Gyumin was bewildered, he did not hesitate to obey Ji Yejun's command, quickly loosening his grip and retreating several steps, anxiously watching Lizi on the ground. The moment Gyumin released her, a violent tremor coursed through Jietian Lizi's body. An ominous black mist erupted around her. Her form flickered, distorted, and expanded within the dark fog, as if the signal were failing. I am the infinite darkness that devours light. That familiar, cold, malevolent voice roared once more, no longer emanating from Lizi's throat, but from a far greater entity. The black mist surged and burst forth. Where once stood Lizi's fragile figure, now loomed the towering, grotesque form of Dark Faust, radiating an overwhelming aura of resentment and darkness. Its ghastly white eyes fixed intently on Ji Yejun and Gu Min, who had released their hold. Without hesitation, Ji Yejun stepped forward, shielding Gu Min behind him. His gaze sharp as he addressed Faust, stating, "This darkness shall be shattered by me." He resolutely drew forth the evolution trust. Nikasis, a brilliant radiance soared skyward, instantly dispersing the surrounding darkness. The silver-gray giant Nikasis, in its juvenile form, stood majestically upon the earth, confronting Dark Faust in stark opposition. The newly transformed Dark Faust let out an enraged roar, its massive fists clenched, unleashing destructive force towards Nikasis. Meanwhile, Gu Min Yihui, witnessing the sudden clash of these titanic beings, felt an almost suffocating pressure and instinctively bolted away. He understood that such a monumental battle was beyond his human capacity to intervene. Remaining in place would only render him a burden. He needed to find a safe spot quickly and pray for Ji Yejun's victory. Nikasis stood resolutely before Dark Faust, undeterred by the formidable adversary. Without hesitation, it swung its left arm across its energy core. Waves of light shimmered, enveloping it in resplendent crimson brilliance. Amidst the dazzling glow, its form grew taller, transforming into a more powerful red-silver youth form. Upon completing its transformation, Nikasis wasted no time, crossing its arms in front of it as potent energy began to coalesce. Before raising its arms skyward, a wave-like, radiant golden beam shot towards the heavens. A tremendous golden barrier expanded rapidly, centering on Nikasis, swiftly engulfing both Dark Faust and Nikasis itself. However, just as the metadomain was on the brink of complete closure, wait, I'm not out yet. Gu Min Yihui, desperately fleeing, could only manage a cry of despair before the scene before him distorted violently, a powerful spatial pull enveloping him. In the next moment, the nocturnal forest vanished, replaced by the unique golden sky and vast earth of the metadomain. He, Gu Min Yihui of the Night Raid team, unfortunately found himself ensnared within this phasal space, along with the two giants. Gu Min, he gazed at the two towering giants, poised to clash once more, then glanced at the entirely unfamiliar surroundings, silently swallowing the unfinished cry for help, prudently scrambling behind the nearest massive rock, tears streaming down his face. "Mr. Jia, could you please check for any allies before unleashing the domain?" Lucifer, observing the audacious Dark Faust outside, spoke with confidence. "Jungu, Miss Lizi's soul is safe with me. This fellow has lost all leverage to threaten you. Do not hold back. Unleash your full power and defeat him." "All right." Ji Yejun, upon hearing this, cast aside the last vestiges of doubt. The brilliance in Nikasis's milky white eyes surged, and its battle spirit soared. In the next instant, Nikasis launched an offensive. It swiftly closed in on Dark Faust, delivering a powerful punch directly to Faust's chest. Faust hurriedly raised its arms to block. But having already sustained injuries from the earlier combined assault by Nikasis and Gu Min on its left shoulder and energy depletion, its movements were noticeably slower, and its strength considerably diminished. Bang, bang, bang. The onslaught of Nikasis surged forth like a tempest, transforming fists, feet, elbows, and knees into the most lethal of weapons. Each strike landed with precision in the gaps of Fushide's defenses and upon his prior wounds. The resounding thuds echoed ceaselessly within the Mida domain. Fushide was forced to retreat step by step, utterly powerless to counterattack, barely managing to protect his vital areas while emitting muffled groans of agony. He was completely bewildered, unable to comprehend why Nikasis had suddenly become so overwhelmingly powerful and aggressive in his combat style. With a resounding blow, Fushide endured a side kick from Nikasis, staggering backward while incredulously shouting, "How could your strength have increased so drastically? This is impossible." He sensed not only a disparity in power, but also a resolute transformation in Nikasis, who no longer hesitated, but rather bore an unwavering determination to annihilate him. On the dam, after a brief exchange filled with tension and past entanglements with Shikiao Nagi, Galomu Jinye's figure quietly vanished into the shadows. In the next moment, he appeared at the edge of the forest on the outskirts of the city, precisely outside the distorted golden halo of the Mida domain. He stood there quietly, seemingly merging with the surrounding darkness, his indifferent gaze penetrating the barriers of spatial dimensions, clearly witnessing the unfolding scene within the domain. The dark Fushide was being ruthlessly battered by Nike's S in his youthful red form, rendered utterly helpless and in a state of disarray. Observing Fushide's continuous retreat and relentless assaults, a flicker of evident irritation and impatience finally crossed Galimujin's otherwise expressionless face. His thin lips pressed into a cold straight line as he muttered under his breath, "What a useless waste." He seemed profoundly disappointed in Fushide's performance. After a brief contemplation, he raised his hand, and an invisible wave of darkness emanated from him. Addressing the void as if issuing an order, he coldly commanded, "Nuasi Fayer, go. Enter that domain and assist the dark Fushide." As his words fell, the shadows of the forest behind him writhed violently, and an even more ferocious, beastly aura of darkness surged forth. It was evident that he did not intend to idly watch Fushide be vanquished by Nike's S, opting to introduce a new piece to disrupt the battlefield. This creature, named Nuasi Fayer, appeared to be intricately linked to the initial tragedy surrounding Saitian Lizi's demise. The battle was about to become increasingly intricate. Within the realm of consciousness, in the space of Lucifer, Saitian Lizi's soul seemed to break free from the burdens of her heavy corporeal form, becoming remarkably light and inquisitive. She was no longer the despairing figure willing to endure anything for the sake of Guman. Instead, it seemed she had unlocked some form of shackles. Floating about with the relief of survival and the curiosity of youth in Lucifer's unique consciousness space, keenly observing her surroundings. Particularly, as she glimpsed through the connection between Lucifer and Nike's S, witnessing the latter delivering a thrashing to the dark Fushide who had imprisoned and tormented her. She could not help but emit small, excited exclamations of encouragement. "Wow. Hit him. Yes. Just like that. Kick him. Wonderful. That villain is being knocked down." Her exuberance was a stark contrast to her previous demeanor, leaving Lucifer, who had intended to quietly observe and recharge, feeling an inexplicable headache and helplessness. It seemed he had not rescued a tormented girl, but rather brought in a boisterous commentator. "Miss Lizzie," Lucifer finally spoke, his tone tinged with fatigue and exasperation. "Could you please pause for a moment and be a bit quieter? I'm feeling a bit of a headache." He hesitated to admit that it was her noise that bothered him. Hearing Lucifer's words, Saitian Lizzie immediately ceased her exuberance, a look of bashfulness crossing her face. She had come to understand that this seemingly sinister young man, emanating dark energy, was indeed here to assist her and Guman. "Ah, I am truly sorry." She quickly apologized, her hands clasped together in sincerity. "I was so overjoyed that I lost my composure. I apologize, kind sir. I will not disturb you any longer." She obediently floated to the side, striving to maintain silence, though her eyes could not resist curiously surveying this peculiar space and the titanic battle waged on her behalf outside. Just as Nike's S was about to deliver a decisive blow to the dark Fushide, a thunderous rumble shook the ground of the Mida domain violently, causing it to crack. A colossal, menacing creature, the beast Nuasi Fayer, erupted from the earth, emitting a deafening roar as it joined the fray. This sudden turn of events startled all within the domain. Hiding behind a rock, Guman Ihua's heart plummeted. Upon catching sight of the beast, an unprecedented wave of intense hatred flooded his heart. It was this very monster, or rather, creatures of its kind, that had slain Lizi's family, leading to all subsequent tragedies. His eyes blazed crimson, fists clenched tightly, yearning for a colossal Daiwei firearm to unleash a torrent of ammunition upon Nuasi Fayer. Within the realm of consciousness, Saitian Lizi's soul was seized by a profound terror upon the emergence of Nuasi Fayer, her prior curiosity and excitement evaporating in an instant. She let out a piercing scream, instinctively retreating behind Lucifer, trembling in sheer terror and agony. Fragments of horrifying memories, forcibly sealed, appeared to surge forth. Lucifer immediately sensed Lizi's near collapse of fear and understood that this newly appeared beast, Nuasi Fayer, was one of the culprits responsible for her death and the entrapment of her soul within her deceased body. His gaze hardened. In the center of the battlefield, Nike's S swiftly retreated a step, adopting a more cautious defensive posture, his pearlescent eyes warily scanning between the dark Fushide and Nuasi Fayer. While he could manage to suppress one Fushide, the prospect of facing both the notorious beast Nuasi Fayer and the dark Fushide in a 2-on-1 situation was perilous, fraught with the risk of disaster. The situation had suddenly turned dire. As soon as Nuasi Fayer emerged, its eyes, filled with ferocity and a desire for destruction. locked onto Nike's S. It let out a thunderous roar, charging forward with heavy steps like an uncontrollable war chariot. Simultaneously, the dark Fushide regained its composure and coordinated its attack, launching an assault on Nike's S from another direction. In an instant, Nike's S found himself besieged from both sides. He was compelled to divide his focus, simultaneously fending off the frenzied claws and bites of Lucifer while evading the treacherous strikes and dark energy assaults from Fushide. Outnumbered, he could only resort to defense, struggling to find an opportunity for an effective counterattack. Just as Nike's S narrowly dodged a fierce lunge from Lucifer, a dark red crescent-shaped blade of dark particles was sinisterly unleashed from Fushide's hand, seizing the fleeting moment when Nike's S was momentarily spent, striking him fiercely in the back. The force of the energy explosion caused Nike's S to stagger, his movements faltering. Lucifer would not squander such a prime opportunity. It let out an exhilarated roar, its massive, sharp claws imbued with the power to rend everything. Seizing the moment when Nike's S was unsteady and viciously raking across his chest, a piercing, teeth-grinding sound erupted, accompanied by a cascade of dazzling sparks. The chest plating of Nike's S was deeply gouged, and the immense agony compelled him to emit a muffled groan, causing his body to involuntarily kneel backward. Yet, the onslaught was far from over. Lucifer, emboldened by his advantage, raised his massive leg, akin to a stone pillar, and delivered a forceful kick to the kneeling Nike's S. The impact sent Nike's S soaring off the ground, and he tumbled helplessly for several rotations before finally halting, stirring up a cloud of dust. He struggled to rise, but the excruciating pain in his chest and the rapid depletion of energy rendered his movements agonizingly difficult. To make matters worse, the once azure energy timer on his chest flickered ominously with a rapid, blinding red light, accompanied by a relentless alarm. The situation was dire. Witnessing Nike's S's grievous plight, the anxious Guman Ihue, hiding behind the rocks, pounded his fist into the ground in frustration, longing for the control lever of his powerful assault chester to obliterate those two monstrous foes. In the realm of consciousness, Lucifer, perceiving the gravity of the situation, urgently called out to the timid Retian Lizzie behind him, "Miss Lizzie, quickly, move away from me." Although bewildered, Retian Lizzie obediently floated several meters back, nervously inquiring, "Is it all right now?" "It is," Lucifer replied, and without hesitation, he summoned his stored dark energy, originally intended for the restoration of his soul's essence. However, this time, he did not use it directly, but attempted an exceedingly perilous transformation. Just moments ago, while eroding the dark Fushide, he had keenly discerned a peculiar method within Fushide's power system that converted light into darkness. Lucifer, employing his exceptional talent for energy manipulation, reversed this process. He forcefully compressed and purified the pure dark energy, transmuting it into a somewhat peculiar but undeniably life-infused energy of light. "Juanga, catch this!" Lucifer shouted, channeling the reversed light energy through his soul connection with Jia Juan. In the external world, Nike's S, who was struggling to rise, suddenly felt a warm and powerful energy surge within him. This energy did not originate from himself, but resonated perfectly with him, swiftly alleviating his pain and replenishing his rapidly depleting light energy. The frequency of the flickering timer on his chest miraculously slowed. With renewed vigor, Nike's S pushed against the ground and swiftly stood up, regaining his powerful movements. In consciousness exchange, Xiao Lu, what is happening? This energy. Jia Juan was both astonished and elated, yet primarily concerned about Lucifer's potential irreplaceable sacrifice. "No worries. I just learned this from Fushide. The technique of converting darkness to light." Lucifer explained in a rapid-fire manner. "I transformed the dark power meant for soul restoration and sent it over." "What? Stop immediately. Your soul restoration is crucial to our future hope of saving Scylla. We cannot waste it like this," Jia Juan exclaimed in alarm. Yet, Lucifer remained remarkably calm and resolute. "Juanga, enough with the chatter. If you fall here today, do you think we have any hope of saving Scylla? The priority is to defeat these two scoundrels before us. The dark power I expend now can be reclaimed from them later. I will recuperate it doubly. It's a guaranteed profit. Trust me." Upon hearing this, Jia Juan instantly grasped the urgency of the situation. Lucifer was right. Survival and winning this battle were paramount. "All right," Jia Juan resolved, his gaze sharpening with determination. This power would not go to waste. In the external world, although Nike's S's timer continued to flicker, his aura surged remarkably. More ferocious than before, he let out a battle cry and launched a tempestuous counterattack against the dark Fushide and Lucifer. His assaults became exceedingly savage and reckless, a strategy of exchanging injury for injury, life for life. Fists, kicks, and luminous energy arrows poured forth as if they were of no cost, overwhelming the two formidable foes with sheer momentum, forcing them to retreat and barely defend themselves. This unexpected turn of events caused Gulyamuzin, who was spectating from outside the Mida realm, to furrow his brow in confusion. "What is happening?" he murmured. The energy timer clearly issued a warning. Yet why have his strength and ferocity intensified? This was illogical. The battlefield had deviated from his expectations. Chapter 56. Fushide and Neosephe. It's not that we are not trying hard. It's just that someone is cheating, hiding behind the rocks. Gumin Ihue saw Naxes not only rise again, but also overpower the two formidable adversaries with the prowess of a war deity, prompting him to excitedly pump his fist and exclaim, "Wonderful! I knew it. Mr. Jia would never fall so easily." On the battlefield, the aberrant beast Neosephe, relying on its rugged resilience, attempted to employ the same tactic again. Seizing the moment while Naxes and Fushide clashed head-on, it stealthily maneuvered to Naxes's flank, raising its claw capable of rending steel to strike at Naxes's back. However, Naxes, having learned from previous encounters, was already wary of this ambush. At the instant Neosephe's claw was about to make contact, Naxes swiftly pivoted, not only evading but cleverly locking the dark Fushide in his embrace, using Fushide's body as a shield before yanking back with force. The claw of Neosephe found its mark, striking Fushide's back with brutal intent, causing a spectacular eruption of energy sparks. Taken by surprise, Fushide bore the brunt of this heavy blow, letting out a piercing scream of agony, furiously bellowing at Neosephe. "Where the hell are you aiming, you fool?" Naxes seized this perfect opportunity, releasing his grip on Fushide and delivering a powerful side kick directly onto Fushide's injured back. With a resounding impact, Fushide was sent sprawling, crashing heavily to the ground. Without a moment's pause, Naxes spun like a whirlwind, his left arm gleaming with a cold light as he executed a precise, devastating chop at the junction of Neosephe's neck and shoulder. Sparks flew. Neosephe howled in excruciating pain as its hardened shell was cut deep. Following this, Naxes delivered a heavy kick to Neosephe's abdomen. The colossal creature was sent reeling backwards, following in Fushide's footsteps. In mere seconds, Naxes had exploited the enemy's miscommunication, utilizing his exceptional combat skills and fierce attacks to dramatically reverse the situation and severely injure both opponents. After neutralizing the two formidable foes, Naxes did not pause for breath. He swiftly crossed his arms before him, as brilliant white lightning surged like a dragon across his Naxes armor, gathering strength. Subsequently, he raised his right arm vertically, aligning his left arm horizontally to create a classic L-shaped stance, layered storm. A resplendent stream of white light, imbued with terrifying disintegration energy, erupted like a spear of judgment, striking with precision at the struggling and gravely injured Heian Fuesi. No. Fusit could only emit a desperate cry as its body began to disintegrate and collapse at the molecular level within the torrent of pure light, ultimately dissolving into countless drifting particles of light, vanishing without a trace. Almost simultaneously with the storm of energy being unleashed, the other creature, Nissa, was just beginning to regain its footing. Without a glance towards that direction, Nikoisiasai swiftly crossed its arms before its core timer, and then with a sudden flourish, extended its arms wide, channeling powerful light energy into the unique Y-shaped energy core at its chest. Corpuscles. A searing, concentrated blue beam of destructive energy shot forth, striking Nuasai Fayer, who was still attempting to comprehend the situation. Boom. Nuasai Fayer did not even have the chance to scream before its massive form was obliterated by the point-blank energy beam, disintegrating into fragments amidst the violent explosion, completely vanishing. Within the realm of consciousness, haha, a bountiful harvest, Lucifer exclaimed with excitement, immediately channeling all his energy, voraciously absorbing the vast and pure dark power that flowed forth from the demise of Heian Fuesi and Lucifer. As he felt the dark power rapidly replenish and even slightly augment, he contentedly ceased the perilous task of converting darkness into light. In the external world, deprived of Lucifer's continuous conversion of external light energy, the energy within Nikoisiasai, already on the brink of exhaustion, plummeted to zero. The timer on its chest flickered wildly before abruptly extinguishing, causing its colossal form to sway and finally collapse, kneeling heavily on the ground. The meta realm began to vibrate violently, swiftly dissipating like a bubble. The surrounding environment transformed back into a tranquil forest night. The massive body of Nikoisiasai rapidly shrank in the light, ultimately reverting to its human form, Jia Jun, who fell helplessly to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Mr. Jia. The ever-concerned Gomen Ihui, who had been anxiously monitoring the battle, rushed out from his hiding place, hastening to Jia Jun's side, carefully propping him against a large tree. Observing Jia Jun's pale and fatigued visage, Gomen was filled with gratitude and worry. At the edge of the forest, the indifferent observer Gulu Mu Jinyi witnessed Nikuasisai's miraculous turnaround in dire straits, annihilating both Heian Fuesaki and Lucifer with thunderous might. The cold expression that had always lingered on his face, as if everything were under his control, finally vanished, replaced by a profound anger and darkness. Bang! He slammed his fist against the nearby tree trunk, the immense force causing the rough bark to shatter and splinter, with chips flying. What a useless bunch of fools! He nearly growled, forcing the words through clenched teeth, filled with rage and disappointment. The carefully orchestrated pieces he had set up proved to be so easily vanquished. However, his fury did not linger for long. Slowly retracting his hand, his gaze returned to the distant unconscious Jia Jun and the anxious Gomen. The corner of his mouth curling into a cold, twisted smile, as if he had discovered a more entertaining game. But do not think this is the end, he murmured, his voice slithering like a venomous serpent. The game has only just begun. With that, his figure silently retreated into the dense shadows of the forest. As if merging with the darkness, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind the shattered tree trunk, silently narrating his rage and ominous foreboding. Meanwhile, within the free fortress, the atmosphere in the night raid team's information center was so heavy it could almost drip with tension. Captain Hezong and Vice Captain Shiqiao Najiai, along with Pying Mu Shizhi and Shihu Piguangyi, sat in their seats, their expressions growing increasingly grim. The air was thick with a strong sense of defeat and suppressed fury. They had just been thoroughly outmaneuvered right under their noses. The previous urgent deployment had been triggered by the monitoring system, detecting an extraordinarily realistic and intense wave signal highly congruent with that of the otherworldly beasts. However, when they hastily arrived at the source of the signal, they found only an ordinary person and a meticulously disguised, still operating signal transmitter, a counterfeit designed to simulate the waves of the otherworldly beasts. This was a deliberate and targeted diversion. The virtual image of Jiliang Zheyu, the seer, bore an even graver expression than usual. Tinged with a barely perceptible hint of anger, the enemy exploited our heightened sensitivity to specific otherworldly beast signals, creating a counterfeit signal that nearly passed for genuine, successfully disrupting the initial assessment of our monitoring system. This is my oversight. I failed to recognize this trap in time, leading you all on a wild goose chase and potentially missing the true opportunity for engagement. Despite the seer taking responsibility, the anger within the team members remained unresolved, for they all knew that only one individual could orchestrate such a scheme with such meticulous intent. Vice Captain Shiqiao Najiai's eyes turned icy, fists clenched, nearly grinding his teeth as he spoke. Gulu Mu Jinyi. The utterance of this name did not evoke surprise, but deepened the somber expressions on everyone's faces. They had long known that this former vice captain, now a traitor, had returned and was operating in the shadows. Yet this direct, almost mocking affront was undoubtedly a brazen provocation against the night raid team. This guy has come back with such a grand gift for us. Captain Hezong's voice was low, filled with suppressed rage. Pying Mu Shizhi and Shihu Piguangyi nodded gravely. Being schemed against by someone who had once been one of their closest comrades was a feeling far more suffocating and alarming than facing off against formidable otherworldly beasts. Chapter 57. Lucifer. I am the infinite darkness that devours light. False. Just as Gomen Ihui carefully settled the unconscious Jia Jun against a large tree and finally breathed a sigh of relief, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A pitch-black energy, alive like smoke, suddenly erupted from the evolution trust clasped tightly in Jia Jun's hand. This black mist swiftly coalesced before Gomen, taking shape and transforming in the blink of an eye into a menacing black giant. Heian Fuesit. Gomen was utterly petrified by this sudden change, leaping back in shock, exclaiming, "You were just defeated by Mr. Jia. How could you?" Humph. Heian Fuesit let out a familiar, cold, and malevolent huff, its colossal form radiating an overwhelming sense of oppression. I am Heian Fuesi, the infinite darkness that devours light. How could I be so easily vanquished? Since the capable one has already fainted, now is the perfect time to eliminate you two nuisances. As it spoke, its massive palm appeared to gather dark energy, preparing to strike. Gomen's eyes widened in horror. Despite the overwhelming fear, he did not hesitate to dash back, arms spread wide. resolutely blocking in front of the unconscious Jia Jun, his eyes filled with determination. You shall not harm Mr. Jia. He was prepared to fight to the death. However, the anticipated attack did not come. Instead, a voice that Gomin knew all too well, filled with a hint of helplessness and reproach, unexpectedly emanated from the enormous form of Heian Fusi. Lucifer-san, please do not frighten Gomin-kun anymore. That voice belonged to Rico. Gomin froze in place, his mind momentarily short-circuited. Immediately following, the chilling voice of the Dark Faust resounded once more, yet the tone had taken on an exceedingly playful quality, tinged with a hint of grievance and complaint. Alas, Miss Lizzie, you cannot blame me. This is my first opportunity to meet the esteemed Gumin Xiaoga in person. Previously, I could only observe from within Jun Gu's evolution trust space, which nearly suffocated me. Finally, I have the chance to greet him. I must express my sentiments and make up for lost time. The Dark Faust, or rather, some entity occupying Faust's form, even scratched its head with a pitch-black hand, tinged with dark red, in a rather aggrieved manner, if that could be considered a head. Gumin Ihue stared in astonishment at the figure before him, whose actions and words were starkly contradictory, oscillating between terror and whimsy. Hearing Lizzie's voice emanating from within only left him utterly bewildered, his CPU nearly overheating. He opened his mouth, struggling to articulate a sentence filled with confusion and despair. Can someone explain to me what on earth is happening here? After a cacophony of explanations from Lizzie, who was being occupied by the consciousness of Lucifer, interjecting with remarks from time to time, Gumin Ihue's almost fried CPU finally managed to piece together the bizarre circumstances. The previous malevolent Dark Faust had indeed been completely annihilated by the cascading storm of Nikesis. However, this current Faust was merely a hollow shell reconstructed by Lucifer, who had absorbed and digested the dissipated dark energy of the original Faust, simulating its essence through analysis and his own power. Lizzie's soul was being protected by Lucifer, but could not exist autonomously in the material world for an extended period. To allow Lizzie the freedom to act and exist, Lucifer had transformed this reconstructed, ownerless Faust shell into a vessel for Lizzie's soul to inhabit and control. In essence, the current Lizzie was the adept of this unique container crafted from dark power by Lucifer, but she wielded not light, but dark energy purified and controlled by him. When Gumin inquired as to why they could not engage in a battle of transformation, Lucifer's consciousness, through Lizzie, retorted irately, transform? As if it's that simple. Maintaining this basic form already consumes considerable energy, which is actually quite minimal. Transforming for battle? You expect me to provide the energy for that? I am as broke as a drum. Where am I to find surplus dark energy for her to play dress up? Simply having a body to breathe is a blessing. Such demands. Having unraveled all of this, Gumin's expression shifted from sheer shock to a state of dumbfoundedness, ultimately transforming into a complex emotion difficult to articulate. He gazed at this terrifying giant, whose exterior was fearsome yet bore the soul of his beloved, feeling as though his worldview had been profoundly shaken. This scenario was 100 times more ludicrous and bizarre than facing an aberrant beast. Yet, no matter the circumstances, Lizzie remained present, able to communicate with him, which seemed to be an unexpected stroke of fortune amidst the misfortune. Suddenly, Lizzie, or primarily Lucifer, who was guiding her, recalled something important. Almost forgetting their pressing matter while explaining to him, Jungu was still unconscious. Lucifer, controlling the Dark Faust body that Lizzie inhabited, pointed toward the unconscious Himiya Jun. Gumin, quickly retrieve the energy blast gun from Junji's possession and hand it to me. Though Gumin was puzzled, he immediately complied, carefully extracting the familiar white firearm from Himiya Jun's outer jacket pocket and presenting it to the miniature yet ominously charged Faust before him. Lucifer grasped the energy blast gun with the Faust form and aimed it skyward, pulling the trigger. With a sharp whoosh, a beam of white energy shot into the night sky, like a signal. Almost as soon as the energy beam dissipated, a familiar silver light, resembling a wing of stone, swiftly pierced through the air and silently hovered above them. Just as the stone wing began to cast its light to guide Himiya Jun, Lucifer, his tone turning serious, quickly instructed Gumin through Lizzie. Gumin, a rather unsettling individual, was observing us from the distant woods, although it seems they have departed now. You must remain vigilant. Furthermore, Lizzie's current state must not be exposed. We must return to Junji's consciousness space to avoid attracting the attention of any hidden malefactors. Gumin nodded solemnly, understanding the gravity of the situation. I comprehend. Please return safely, and take care. Yes, we shall depart now. Take care of yourself, Gumin-kun. Lizzie's voice gently admonished. Subsequently, The dark Faust body, standing the same height as a human, began to disintegrate, transforming into a dense stream of dark energy that swiftly surged back into the evolution trust held by Himiya Jun, vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, the light of the stone wing enveloped Himiya Jun, his body dissipating into particles of light, drawn into the interior of the stone wing. Soon after, the stone wing quietly faded into the night sky, disappearing from view. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling clearing in the forest was left with only Gyumin Ihue. He took a deep breath of the cold night air, his gaze unwaveringly resolute. He cast one last look at this land, which had endured so many battles and upheavals, before turning and striding purposefully toward the parking area. There was an urgent task awaiting him. He must return to the Free Bastion immediately. He would employ every possible means to uncover the truth behind the murder of Lizi's family and expose the perpetrator lurking within TLT, disguised in the night raid uniform. Chapter 58. Gyumin, I have yet to begin, yet it has already concluded. Gyumin Ihue, burdened by a heavy heart and a sense of urgency, hastened back to the Free Bastion base. Upon entering the information center, he keenly sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off. Captain Wakara stood before the main screen, his brows furrowed and his expression grave. Hirakawa Shirori and Ishihara Mitsuhiko sat at the control seats, silent, the air thick with a sense of oppression and defeat. Clearly, the earlier incident with Kamiyuki Masaya still weighed heavily on everyone's spirits. However, Vice Captain Seijo Nagi was the first to notice Gyumin's return. She swiftly turned, her sharp gaze scanning Gyumin from head to toe, seemingly confirming his well-being. Despite her expression remaining stern, a subtle hint of concern colored her tone as she inquired, "Gyumin, you're back. Are you all right? Did you encounter anything unusual?" Her inquiry was direct and concise, adhering to her usual style, yet during this moment of collective despondency, her timely concern for the safety of her team member stood out remarkably. Gyumin felt a warmth in his heart at the vice captain's concern, only to be swiftly engulfed by heavier emotions. He shook his head, striving to maintain a steady voice. "Thank you for your concern, Vice Captain. I am fine." However, he hesitated, uncertain whether to reveal the matters regarding Lizi and the potential internal traitor at that moment. The prevailing low pressure and latent trust issues made him feel that the timing might not be right. Seijo Nagi seemed to perceive his hesitation but refrained from pressing further. Merely nodding, "As long as you are fine." Captain Wakara broke the oppressive silence, his voice low yet resolute. "All right, let us put past mistakes aside for now. Moving forward, we will focus on how to address and thoroughly resolve the threat posed by Kamiyuki Masaya." Kamiyuki Masaya? Gyumin Ihue echoed the unfamiliar name instinctively, a look of confusion crossing his face. Who is he? Why must we deal with him? Upon hearing the mention of Gyumin, the expressions of those present grew increasingly grim, their eyes exchanging complex and weighty glances, momentarily at a loss for how to convey the shameful past and painful betrayal to the new team member. Ultimately, it was the vice captain, Shi Qiaona, who took a deep breath and accepted this arduous task. Her voice was frigid, as though each word was laced with shards of ice. "Golomu Jinye is a defector from TLT and was once the vice captain of our night raid team. A complete traitor." "A traitor? The former vice captain?" Gyumin was taken aback by this revelation. Shi Qiaona did not delve into the specifics of Golomu's betrayal, as it entailed too much pain and unspeakable history. She merely continued to state the facts in her icy tone. That individual, for reasons unknown, betrayed his oath, abandoned his comrades, and plunged into darkness. Moreover, it appears he has acquired some unusual powers from that darkness. She recalled not long ago at the dam, Golomu Jinye effortlessly unleashed a formidable dark attack with a peculiar object resembling a relay baton, forcing her back. Furthermore, Shi Qiaona's piercing gaze turned towards Gyumin, stating that the threatening message you received, indicating you would lose your most cherished person, has been traced back to him. Boom. Shi Qiaona's final statement struck Gyumin's mind like a bolt of lightning, instantly clarifying all the chaotic threads of thought. The enemy is within the night raid team, formerly. There is a traitor. The murderer of Lizi wears the night raid uniform. The one who sent me the threatening message is this traitor. He can wield dark powers. All the pieces fit together perfectly. There is no escape. The killer has been identified. It is this scoundrel named Golomu Jinye. Gyumin's heart reached a conclusion in an instant. It is highly probable that the individual secretly observing me and Jia Xinxing in the forest today was also this guy. Understanding all this, Gyumin felt an uncontrollable surge of fury rising to his head, his teeth grinding and fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly embedded into his flesh. It turns out that behind all the tragedies and suffering lies the shadow of this traitor. The others, observing the unabashed fury radiating from Gyumin's face, were initially taken aback, but soon felt a sense of inexplicable relief. Captain Hukong thought it seems Gyumin has a strong sense of belonging and honor towards the organization. To hear of such a vile traitor and react with such outrage, Pingmu Shiji thought Gyumin is truly filled with a sense of justice. Shi Tiaona thought a commendable reaction, indicating a high level of loyalty to the team. Shihua Guangiko thought a promising recruit indeed. They had no idea that Gyumin's overwhelming anger stemmed not only from the betrayal itself, but also from the possibility that this traitor might very well be the perpetrator behind the murder of his beloved. Suppressing the anger within, Gyumin Ihue turned to Captain Hukong, requesting in as calm a tone as possible. Captain, I wish to learn more about Golumu Jinya. For instance, his combat style, common tactics, or potential hiding places. Captain Hukong, upon hearing this, exhibited a flicker of barely perceptible doubt in his eyes. He found it curious that Gyumin would take such an interest in a defector long gone, even desiring to delve deeper. This was not typically a concern for a new recruit. However, he did not inquire directly, merely shook his head and replied in a serious tone. Specific information regarding Golumu Jinya is considered highly taboo within TLT. The higher-ups have explicitly ordered that no one is to discuss or share any materials related to him. His file has long been encrypted or destroyed. All we know is the fact of his betrayal and that he is now our enemy. Gyumin felt a wave of disappointment and helplessness at this response, but could only acquiesce for the time being. I understand, Captain. He then shifted his focus to report on the events of the day, of course, in a truncated version. He recounted how he discovered his girlfriend, Zhaitian Lizi, was being manipulated by a mysterious force, transforming her into a dark Faustian puppet, and how they had attacked Naxeosi Outman alongside the otherworldly beast Nuosify, ultimately leading to a fierce battle where Naxeosi successfully defeated them. He omitted the crucial detail that Lizi's soul was saved by Lucifer and is still alive. The expressions of the others grew even more solemn as they listened to Gyumin's account. Just as expected, Captain Hukong slammed his fist against the console. The fabricated signal from the otherworldly beast today was undoubtedly the work of Golumu Jinya. His intent was to distract us, allowing the Dark Faust and the otherworldly beast to launch an uninterrupted assault on the Outman. A truly despicable tactic. Pingmu Shiji exclaimed in anger. Shi Tiaona's gaze turned ice-cold. To manipulate the deceased and toy with life, his descent is far more complete and vile than we imagined. Shihua Guangiko silently recorded the data, adding, this also confirms that he indeed possesses the ability to control otherworldly beasts and even to create units similar to dark giants. The threat level must be reassessed. The atmosphere within the information center grew increasingly tense. The perceived threat of Golumu Jinya had escalated to unprecedented heights in everyone's minds. Meanwhile, Gyumin silently clenched his fists, resolutely determined to find evidence and avenge Lizi. Chapter 59. Lucifer's Day of Indulgence inside Shiji, a warm and tranquil space of light. Lucifer's soul was gleefully enlightening the curious Zhaitian Lizi. Therefore, I am now inextricably linked with this artifact known as the Evolution Trust. Impressive, right? Zhaitian Lizi floated nearby, her large eyes blinking as she struggled to comprehend. So, you mean, Lu Kuan, you are actually trapped within this Evolution Trust transformation device? Trapped? How could that be? Lucifer immediately responded as if his tail had been stepped on, his voice rising an octave, desperately attempting to maintain his dignity. How could that be called trapped? This is a strategic symbiosis, a sophisticated operation. If I were truly trapped, how would you have seen me using Faust's body to take you out today? He would never admit that he had merely projected a fragment of his consciousness, while his main soul remained bound within the Evolution Trust and Jia Zhuan's relationship. Such a disgraceful truth was simply unacceptable. Oh, so that's how it is. Zhaitian Lizi nodded, somewhat understanding, her face illuminating with admiration. Lu Kuan is so amazing. You know so much. Seeing Lizi's innocent and adoring expression, Lucifer's vanity was greatly satisfied, as he proudly swayed in the consciousness space. Humph, of course. I am quite formidable. However, Zhaitian Lizi's true thoughts. Lu Kuan seems rather easy to please. Just a little praise makes him so happy. Nearby, Jia Zhuan, who was absorbing the energy of Shiji to heal, was fully aware. Listening to Lucifer boasting and charming the girl, making being trapped in the transformation device sound as if he had voluntarily chosen a luxurious VIP suite. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth, internally berating Jia Zhuan's thoughts, clearly locked in by the power of light, yet he calls it strategic symbiosis to deceive a child? This guy's audacity is thicker than the shell of an otherworldly beast. He wanted to expose Lucifer's bluster, but thought better of it. After all, Lucifer had indeed come to the rescue, and Lizia's current state also required stability, so he decided to let him maintain his pitiful facade for a while longer. Thus, Ji Yezhuan chose to continue resting with his eyes closed, pretending he had heard nothing. The efficient light energy treatment from Shiji has finally concluded, stabilizing Ji Yezhuan's internal injuries and energy depletion temporarily. However, this relief was swiftly replaced by an even more intense, instinctual hunger. He immediately communicated with Shiji through his thoughts, requesting to be transported to a nearby, secluded alley behind a restaurant. In a flash of light, Ji Yezhuan found himself in a dimly lit alley, with the back door of an operating restaurant just ahead, the tantalizing aroma of food wafting through the air. He sprinted towards it, quickly ordering a generous amount of high-calorie food, then settled into a corner with simple tables and chairs, commencing a fierce battle against his hunger. Within the realm of consciousness, Lucifer and Shida Riko's souls could perceive the external scene through Ji Yezhuan's senses. Lucifer had grown accustomed to such sights, even becoming somewhat apathetic. He languidly remarked, "TSK, here we go again. Brother Zhuan's gluttonous display is always striking." To Riko, he added, "Just get used to it." Meanwhile, Shida Riko, witnessing this for the first time, was utterly astonished. She observed Ji Yezhuan devouring plate after plate of food at an astonishing pace. His focused and vigorous demeanor suggesting not enjoyment, but a serious survival mission. Riko's inner thoughts raced. "Oh my, Mr. Ji Yezhuan eats so quickly. And the quantity. Is this truly within human capability? He doesn't even appear that robust. Where does all the food go? Will he not burst?" Unable to contain herself, she quietly asked Lucifer. "Oh, Lucifer, has Mr. Ji always been this voracious?" Lucifer chuckled derisively. "What is the big deal? You haven't seen him truly indulge. That's a spectacle. Considering the severity of his injuries today, his body requires considerable nourishment for recovery. Just understand." Despite Lucifer's explanation, Riko remained in awe of Ji Yezhuan's terrifying eating speed, her small soul displaying disbelief. This undoubtedly marked yet another worldview-shattering experience since her transformation. After barely satisfying his insatiable light-filled hunger, Ji Yezhuan returned to his humble dormitory, his body exhausted from 2 consecutive high-intensity battles, compounded by energy depletion and injuries. The moment his head touched the pillow, overwhelming drowsiness washed over him like a tide, and he quickly succumbed to deep slumber. In the consciousness space, observing Ji Yezhuan's rest, Lucifer began to tend to his own matters. He gathered the pure dark energy absorbed from the dark Faust and Nosferu before him, savoring it like fine wine, converting it to repair and nourish his soul's essence. The flavor is acceptable, though Nosferu's energy is a bit mixed, akin to sand. However, Faust's energy is quite pure. Let me see if there are any hidden treasures within, like fragments of that guy's memories or secrets from the puppet master. He attempted a deeper analysis of Faust's dark energy, hoping to uncover valuable clues. Meanwhile, Shida Riko appeared somewhat bored. With Ji Yezhuan asleep, the consciousness space was left with just her, Lucifer, and a plethora of light. She floated curiously, initially fascinated by this extraordinary space composed entirely of light. However, as time passed, she grew weary of the monotonous soft glow devoid of color or sound. Nothing existed apart from herself and Lucifer, who was still eating. "Ugh, how boring," Riko murmured to herself, attempting to touch the flowing beams of light with her fingers, only for them to pass through without any sensation. Sighing, she continued to drift aimlessly, akin to a canary confined in a splendid yet empty cage, yearning for the vibrant, albeit perilous, world outside. Lucifer cast her a sidelong glance, muttering to himself, "Women are troublesome. Can't they stay quiet?" Chapter 60. The lonely man who lost his girlfriend feels joyful days have passed since the night Shida Riko's soul was rescued from Faust's captivity by Ji Yezhuan and Lucifer. Out of extreme caution regarding the puppet master, Gumiro Makoto, and to safeguard the secret of Riko's soul, Kogen Ichihiro suppressed his longing and worry, refraining from reaching out to Ji Yezhuan or seeking him in places they might appear, fearful that his actions would alert Gumiro, thus endangering Riko and Mr. G. He buried this anxiety deep within. Within the ranks of the night raid team, members observed Kogen Ichihiro's sorrow due to his girlfriend Shida Riko's misfortune, believing she had perished alongside Faust, blaming it on the likely traitor Gumiro Makoto, and they felt deep sympathy for him. Thus, whenever Kogen requested leave or an outing due to his poor mood, from Captain Wakura to other team members, they readily granted his wishes, providing him understanding and space. They believed Kogen needed time to process the grief of losing his beloved and to cope with the malice from the betrayer. This allowed Kogain more time for solitary actions. He utilized this time to cautiously investigate any leads related to Gumiro Makoto while also reflecting and recalling each word in detail from that fateful night involving Mr. G and Faust, Riko, worrying about whether Riko was adapting to her light-filled space, while desperately hoping to find a comprehensive solution to their predicament. This torment of knowing that important people still existed while pretending to have lost them and being unable to meet intensified Kogain's resolve to eradicate the menace that was Gumiro Makoto. Today, Kogain Ichihiro, as he had for the past few days, requested leave and ventured alone to the familiar zoo, a place filled with beautiful memories of dates with Riko. He strolled along paths they once walked together, gazing at the animals they had fed and painted, memories of Riko's gentle smile and her focused profile while drawing flooding his mind. If it weren't for that bastard Gumiro, I should be here on a date with Riko now, Kogain mused, imagining buying her favorite drink and sitting on that long bench, watching her draw and listening to her share amusing discoveries about little animals. Thinking of such a simple yet happy scene, a faint smile appeared on Kogain's lips, radiating warmth and nostalgia. This smile arose from the reminiscence of beautiful past moments and a deep yearning for the day he could reclaim this happiness. However, this incongruous smile puzzled the two memory police, MP, officers assigned to monitor him, who exchanged bewildered glances nearby. MP Officer A, whispering through a tiny communicator, "Hey, is that kid actually smiling?" MP Officer B, equally confused, "It seems so, but didn't T his girlfriend just die? Shouldn't he be sad in this place filled with memories?" MP Officer A, stroking his chin, attempting to comprehend this is baffling. They say a man's promotion, wealth, and a wife's death are three major joys, but he hasn't gained either wealth or promotion, has he? Could he be overstimulated, mentally unwell? MP Member B, with a cautious demeanor, advised, "Do not speculate unnecessarily, continue to observe. Note any behaviors that do not align with expected sorrowful reactions, as further assessment is required." Perhaps this is merely his way of regulating emotions. The two MP members were utterly incapable of comprehending the intricate emotional state of Gyumin Ihue at that moment, attributing his smile to some form of aberrant reaction, thus watching him even more closely. Meanwhile, Gyumin, perhaps sensing the surveillance or perhaps entirely absorbed in his own thoughts, remained oblivious to their scrutiny, continuing along the familiar path, lost in reminiscence and hopeful anticipation. As Gyumin indulged in his beautiful visions of the future, a burst of joyous laughter captured his attention. He looked up to see a family of four standing not far away, delightfully observing monkeys. The parents wore radiant smiles of happiness, while the two children excitedly pointed at the monkeys, their chatter filling the air with warmth and joy. Witnessing this idyllic scene, Gyumin's thoughts began to wander. Once everything is settled, how many children will we have after marrying Lizzie? 2 might suffice. One could be gentle and artistic like Lizzie, and perhaps another could join TLT like I do, protecting everyone. As he wore a foolish grin, lost in fanciful daydreams, the father of the family noticed Gyumin and approached him with a camera in hand, politely requesting, "Excuse me, sir, could you please help us take a family photo?" This familiar scene struck a deep chord within Gyumin's heart. He suddenly recalled the first time he met Mr. Jun at the zoo, mustering the courage to ask that seemingly lonely man to capture a moment with him and Lizzie. Memories intertwined with reality, evoking a profound sense of fate. Gyumin's smile grew more genuine and warm as he accepted the camera, nodding enthusiastically, of course. Skillfully adjusting the angle, he focused on the joyful family, observing the radiant smiles of each member through the lens, softly stating, "All right, 1, 2, 3, cheese." Click. The camera immortalized this heartwarming moment. "Thank you so much," the family exclaimed as they gathered around to view the photo, expressing their gratitude profusely. "Not at all. The picture turned out splendidly," Gyumin replied with a smile, returning the camera. As he watched their cheerful figures fade into the distance, a semblance of gloom in his heart seemed to dissipate. He inhaled deeply, as if drawing strength from this fleeting warmth, then turned to continue his journey. The two MP members, still confounded, meticulously documented the emotional fluctuations they observed, which oscillated between sadness and joy. Hidden in the shadows not far away, Gulumuzhin stood like a ghost, his indifferent gaze fixated on Gyumin Ihue. He scrutinized Gyumin's every move, his brow slightly furrowed, a hint of doubt creeping into his mind. Something felt amiss. Logically, this young man, having witnessed his girlfriend devoured by the dark giant, at least in his belief, and learning of the tragic demise of her family, should be enveloped in profound grief and rage. Yet, over the past few days, while he occasionally displayed sorrowful expressions, there seemed to be an odd sense of nostalgia and yearning instead. Just moments ago, he had even taken a picture for a stranger, smiling so naturally. This unexpected response puzzled Gulamusion. What heightened his wariness was that the dark power he had secretly implanted within Gyumin to catalyze his negative emotions and draw him into darkness was now completely undetectable. It felt as if some force had utterly erased it, rendering it non-existent. Disappeared? Gulamusion's gaze sharpened instantly. The dark mark I left, though faint, should be imperceptible to ordinary individuals. His eyes seemed to penetrate the very fabric of space, searching into the unknown, as an answer began to form within him. I underestimated you, Light Adept Jia Jun. Have you discovered and eradicated my dark influence? It seems you are more perceptive than I imagined. Or perhaps there is something unknown lurking by your side. Gyumin's unusual reactions and the vanishing of the dark power prompted Gulamusion to discard some of his previous disdain. He recognized that this game aimed at the Light Inheritor and those around him had become more intriguing and required greater caution due to the involvement of that adept. A cold smirk graced his lips as he silently melded back into the shadows, continuing his observations and schemes. Chapter 61. Gyumin Ihue lures Gulamusion. After capturing the photograph for the blissful family, Gyumin returned to the bench, appearing vacant yet maintaining a heightened vigilance within. Like a patient hunter, he awaited his prey. Moments later, he feigned casualness, turning his gaze toward the trees on his right. In the next instant, his pupils dilated, and a look of sheer astonishment and disbelief crossed his face. He saw Zitian Lizzie standing in the shadows of the trees, quietly gazing at him. Lizzie, what is she doing here? Wasn't she supposed to be with Lucifer and Mr. Jia? Did they come to find me? This thought immediately fell away. No, if Mr. Jia were seeking me, he would certainly notify me in advance, never allowing Lizzie to appear so recklessly, especially under the possibility of being watched. Having ruled out this possibility, the only remaining explanation made Gyumin's heart race, filling him not with fear, but with a thrilling focus and excitement. If this is not the real Lizzie, then there is only one possibility. My role as the melancholic boyfriend bait has not been in vain. The puppet master, Gulamusion, can no longer contain himself and is ready to make his move. Since realizing Gulamusion might be the culprit behind Lizzie's demise and had turned his attention toward him, Gyumin had relentlessly sought him. Yet, the adversary was deeply concealed, and actively searching was akin to looking for a needle in a haystack. Thus, he decided to reverse his approach, utilizing his state of sorrow over losing his girlfriend to frequently appear in places filled with shared memories of Lizzie, oscillating between sadness and peculiarity, merely to pique Gulu's curiosity and draw him out. He was confident that the adversary would not overlook any opportunity to strike at him, even attempting to pull him into darkness. Suppressing the excitement swelling within, Gyumin maintained a shocked expression, gazing intently at the figure resembling Lizzie while discreetly slipping his left hand into his pocket. He deftly pressed the emergency button on the miniature signal transmitter hidden within, a secret device he had requested from Captain Hatsong during the planning stages of this perilous scheme. Intended to send real-time location and distress signals to the base upon detecting anomalies. Having stealthily completed this task, Gyumin suddenly sprang from the bench. His gaze locked onto the direction of Lizzie, his face filled with disbelief and dazed wonder, murmuring softly yet audibly enough for the nearby observers to hear. Is that really Lizzie? How can this be? His apparition of shock indeed startled the two MP officers monitoring him, who immediately turned tense, following his gaze. However, to their eyes, the grove appeared utterly empty, devoid of anything. The two MP members exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting the same thought. Could this young man be so overcome with grief that he is hallucinating? Or has he genuinely lost his sanity? As they hesitated over whether to approach and inquire, Gyumin seemed to be inexplicably drawn by an invisible force, suddenly stumbling towards the empty woods where Lizzie had just appeared. Hey, Gyumin! Two members of the MP team, momentarily abandoning their concealment, whispered urgently as they quickly followed him. Their mission was to observe and ensure that Gyumin remained safe. Although they found his behavior peculiar, they could not simply watch him run off or encounter unforeseen dangers. Maintaining a cautious distance, the two followed closely, ready to respond to any sudden developments. Ahead, Gyumin obsessively chased the elusive phantom, yet his mind remained remarkably calm. The bait was set, the fish was hooked, and now it was up to the captain and the others to act swiftly. Go Lu Mu Zhenyi, this time I shall catch you. Meanwhile, within the TLT's base, the Free Fortress, the atmosphere in the Night Raid Team's information center was relatively relaxed, as no signals of the Yi Sung Sob had been detected. Team members were engaged in their own tasks, awaiting any potential orders or missions. Ping Mu Shiji leisurely painted her nails with a vibrant hue, casually asking without lifting her gaze, "Captain, do you think Gu Min has been the melancholic bait for several days now, reporting daily to the zoo? Will that cunning Go Lu Mu Jun Yi truly take the bait?" Captain He Tsong Ying Fu, resting his chin on his crossed hands, pondered momentarily. "I'm not certain. Go Lu Mu is more cunning and cautious than the Yi Sung So. However," he shifted his tone, "it may be akin to treating a dead horse as a live one. At least it provides Gu Min with something to focus on, rather than wallowing in the sorrow of losing his girlfriend. This is both a tactic and a form of care for his team member. He will appear," a cold and assertive voice interjected. Deputy Captain Shi Tiaona Gi had not participated in the idle chatter, her sharp gaze fixed on the data monitoring displayed on the main screen. But her tone carried an undeniable certainty. That man revels in manipulation and mockery. He will not allow his game to pause for long, especially not with Gu Min, a pawn he perceives as full of potential and amusement. Shi Tiaona Gi's understanding of Go Lu Mu Jun Yi far surpassed that of others. Her judgment rooted in a profound comprehension of the traitor's twisted psyche. Beside her, Sherpa Guang Yin tapped away at the keyboard. Adjusting his glasses as he remarked in a flat tone, the deputy captain remained steadfast in her intuition. However, given Go Lu Mu Jun Yi's behavioral patterns, such a possibility indeed exists. It remains unknown, though, when and how he will choose to appear. Just as Sherpo's words fell, a piercing alarm suddenly erupted within the information center. It was not a warning of the Yi Shung So, but rather an urgent signal from Gu Min's emergency transmitter. The main screen instantly displayed a flashing dot marking the location in the zoo. The faces of everyone instantly shifted, the relaxed atmosphere evaporated. Captain He Tsong sprang to his feet. It's Gu Min's distress signal. He may have found his target. Shi Tiaona Gi's eyes sharpened, immediately operating the control panel. Prepare the Chester aircraft for immediate deployment. Ping Mu Shiji quickly stowed away her nail polish, her expression now serious as she rose. Sherpa Guang Yin swiftly typed on the keyboard, pulling up detailed maps and real-time surveillance of the zoo's surroundings. The signal source is stable, tracking Gu Min's real-time location. The prophecy had come true. The hunt was on. Chapter 62. The night raid team comes to check the water meter. Gu Min Yihui desperately ran to the spot where Li Zi had appeared, only to find it utterly empty. The phantom had vanished. He immediately feigned anxiety and confusion, scanning his surroundings while loudly calling for Li Zi, fully immersing himself in the performance. At that moment, a man clad in a black coat, exuding a chilling aura, emerged silently from behind a large tree, blocking Gu Min's path. If Lucifer were present, he might exclaim, "Wow, Wu Yanzu, you've crossed over to become the villain." Upon seeing this man, Gu Min's heart felt as though it were gripped by a cold hand. Though they had never met, an instinctual loathing and intuition told him this was the one. This was the traitor of the night raid team, the murderer of Li Zi, the mastermind behind her transformation into a puppet, the former deputy captain. Go Lu Mu Jinyi. Rage surged within him, overwhelming his reason. Gu Min nearly lost control, ready to pounce and tear the man apart. Yet, he forcibly suppressed the impulse, deliberately adopting a vigilant and bewildered demeanor, demanding, "Who are you? Were you the one who orchestrated this?" Go Lu Mu Jun Yi regarded Gu Min's clumsy pretense, and the hatred barely contained in his eyes with a faint, almost mocking smile, stating bluntly, "I am Go Lu Mu Jinyi." He paused, his tone flat, yet piercing like a poisoned needle into Gu Min's heart. "I am the one who killed your girlfriend and turned her into a puppet." Boom. These words ignited a fuse, obliterating Gu Min's last semblance of rationality. "Bastard!" Gu Min let out a beast-like roar, casting aside all pretense and plans. His mind consumed with a singular thought, to kill this man, to avenge Li Zi. He charged recklessly at Go Lu Mu Jinyi, fists raised to strike. However, ideals are often grand, while reality is stark. As the former deputy captain of the night raid team, Go Lu Mu Jinyi's combat skills far surpassed those of the novice Gu Min. He merely sidestepped, blocking and countering with elegant efficiency, quickly overpowering Gu Min, landing a final, crushing blow to his abdomen that left him doubled over in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Go Lu Mu Jinyi grasped Gu Min by the collar, forcing him to meet his gaze directly. Gu Min struggled furiously, but as he looked into Go Lu Mu Jinyi's deep, eerie eyes, which seemed to harbor an endless whirlpool of darkness, his consciousness wavered momentarily. He could almost see Li Zi's figure flickering within those eyes, causing his actions to involuntarily stall for an instant. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Go Lu Mu Jinyi's lips curled into a triumphant smirk, his other hand tracing a sinister dark symbol in the air. In the next instant, The space beneath their feet warped like a disturbed water surface, forming a brief portal of darkness. Without hesitation, Go Lu Mu Junyi leaped into it, dragging Gu Min along. Swish! Their figures vanished in an instant, and the dark portal swiftly closed, as though it had never existed. Moments later, the two panting MP officers arrived at the scene. They cautiously surveyed their surroundings, only to find the woods eerily empty. Where was Gu Min Hui? Where is he? We clearly saw him run in here. The MP members expressed their bewilderment. Search. Search thoroughly. An MP officer immediately commanded. Yet, despite their frantic searches, no trace could be found. A living person had vanished before their very eyes. Report. Target Gu Min Hui is missing. Repeat. Target is missing. Requesting instructions. The MP officers quickly understood the gravity of the situation and hastily reported to their superiors. A chill crept up their spines. Gu Min Hui's consciousness felt ensnared in a nightmare from which he could not awaken. He was uncertain of his whereabouts, only remembering glimpsing Li Zi before drowsily following her. The scenery shifted, and he found himself in a cozy living room, where Li Zi smiled at him, and beside her sat her parents, who should have perished long ago. They appeared warm and inviting, urging him to sit down for tea. Go Minjin, you have arrived? Please, take a seat, Li Zi's mother greeted warmly. How have uncle and aunt been lately? Li Zi's father inquired with a smile. This eerie yet heartwarming scene sent shivers down Gu Min's spine, yet his formidable willpower forced him to suppress the fear and anger surging within. In that instant, he comprehended that he had been ensnared by Go Lu Mu Junyi, and everything before him was undoubtedly an illusion or some form of mental manipulation conjured by that scoundrel. He must remain calm. Gu Min fervently reminded himself that the captain and the others must have received the signal and were on their way. I need to buy time to endure until rescue arrives. Resolute in his decision, Gu Min immediately commenced his performance. He forced a gentle and affectionate smile upon his face, gazing at Li Zi, his voice imbued with love. Li Zi, it is truly wonderful to see you again. I love you. His eyes sparkled with sincerity, as if capable of melting the snow. He then turned towards her amiable parents, bowing politely and greeting them. Hello, uncle and aunt. I hope I am not intruding. His demeanor was impeccable, embodying the archetype of a perfect son-in-law. Go Lu Mu Junyi seemed quite satisfied with Gu Min's immersive reaction, and thus the illusion morphed. Suddenly, the cozy living room vanished, replaced by searing flames, shattered furniture, and the horrific roars of otherworldly beasts. Before his eyes, Li Zi was struck by a terrifying assault, collapsing amidst a pool of blood. While her parents met a similar fate, Gu Min sneered inwardly, aware that Go Lu Mu was intentionally provoking his negative emotions. Yet, outwardly, he appeared to shatter instantly, collapsing beside Li Zi's lifeless body, weeping inconsolably, tears streaming down his face, his voice filled with despair and anguish, his performance so poignant it could earn an Oscar. Li Zi, no, do not leave me. Uncle, aunt, Concealed in the shadows, Go Lu Mu Junyi observed Gu Min's profoundly authentic display of grief with satisfaction. He could sense the dark energy within Gu Min beginning to fester due to the overwhelming sorrow and rage. Excellent, a remarkably perfect reaction. Go Lu Mu smirked internally, reveling in the unfolding pain and despair. Soon, you shall reunite with your beloved girlfriend in another form. Another exquisite puppet is soon to be born. He intensified the mental control, preparing to drag Gu Min into an abyss of unending darkness. Unaware that behind Gu Min's cries lay an unwavering will and a rescue signal silently counting down. Within the illusion, the scene once more distorted and transformed. Gu Min Hui found himself in the information center of the Free Bastion, yet the atmosphere was chillingly frigid. Surrounded by Captain Hezhuang, Vice Captain Shi Jiaonagi, Hiraki Shirori, and Ishihori Mitsuhiko, all his comrades bore expressions devoid of the usual trust and camaraderie, replaced instead with disdain, disappointment, and icy reproach. Gu Min Hui, you are truly worthless. Hiraki Shiori's voice was sharp and acerbic. You cannot even protect your beloved woman. What use are you? Ishihori Mitsuhiko's tone was frigid. You do not deserve to wear this uniform. You are unworthy of being called a member of the Night Raid. Captain Hezhuang's words struck like a hammer. Shi Jiaonagi regarded him with a gaze akin to that of discarded refuse. Your very existence is a failure. Gu Min endured all these accusations in agony, cradling his head in his hands, crouching on the ground, his body trembling violently from the immense sorrow and self-reproach, emitting suppressed, despairing whimpers, his performance utterly immersive, embodying the image of a man whose spirit had crumbled. Secretly, however, he was acutely attuned to the movements of the outside world, calculating the time. Go Lu Jinya admired Gu Min's flawless breakdown, relishing the ever-growing dark emotions. Sensing that the moment was ripe, he prepared to take the final step, fully dragging Gu Min's consciousness into darkness, completing the transformation. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The dark space they inhabited shattered as if struck by a powerful external force. Akin to glass, blinding light, and the familiar roar of engines surged forth. Instantly, several figures burst in like divine soldiers. It was Captain Hezhuang, Shijiao Nagi, Hiraki Shirori, and Ishihori Mitsuhiko. They wielded oversized Douai guns, their barrels all aimed at the bewildered Go Limu Jinya. "Your game is over, Go Limu Jinya." Captain Hezhuang's voice boomed like thunder, filled with undeniable authority. What shocked Go Limu Jinya even more was that Gu Min Ihui, who had just been crouching on the ground, weeping in apparent despair, had somehow stealthily appeared beside the members of the night raid. There was not a trace of tears or breakdown on his face, only cold fury and the sharp glimmer of a scheme realized. Go Limu Jinya suddenly understood everything. The expression he had maintained with indifference and arrogance twisted into evident distortion and rage for the first time. Damn it! He nearly spat the curse through clenched teeth. His gaze fixed on Gu Min, who bore a face of feigned innocence mixed with mockery. "You little brat, are you playing me? You have been awake all along. You were acting just to lure the night raid team here." He felt like a clown, toyed with. As all his plans and sense of superiority crumbled in that instant due to Gu Min and the night raid team's sudden appearance. Gu Min offered no reply, merely demonstrating through action as he swiftly seized a spare oversized Douai gun from his comrade, joining the others in firmly locking onto him. Chapter 63. Go Limu Jinya strikes back, gazing at his former comrades, who now aimed cold guns at him. Go Limu Jinya displayed not a shred of fear. Instead, he appeared as though he had encountered an old friend after a long separation, a nearly nostalgic, enigmatic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "What a nostalgic scene," he remarked softly, his tone as flat as if commenting on the weather. "Go Liumu, surrender immediately," Captain Hezhuang commanded sternly, his voice resonating with authority amidst the echoes of the shattered space. "Otherwise, we will open fire." Shijiao Nagi's gun was as steady as a rock, her gaze sharp as a hawk, unwavering. In the face of their warnings and pointed weapons, Go Limu Jinya merely chuckled lightly, as if he had heard an amusing joke. Suddenly, he raised the peculiar relay stick in hand, and without warning unleashed a rapid barrage of dangerous dark energy projectiles toward them. "Scatter! Counterattack!" Captain Hezhuang ordered immediately. The night raid team members reacted swiftly, darting to the sides as their oversized Douai guns belched flames, energy beams accurately targeting Go Limu Jinya. However, it seemed Go Limu Jinya had been prepared. He skillfully dodged the attacks while using his dark energy shield to deflect the shots, simultaneously slicing open a twisted, ominous portal in the dark space behind him with the dark relay stick. "The game is not over yet, everyone. We shall meet again next time." He tossed out this provocative statement, retreating just before the night raid's firepower could reach him, merging into the darkness. The portal swiftly closed, vanishing without a trace, leaving only a few dissipating strands of dark energy and the night raid team's furious gazes. "Damn it, he escaped again." Hiraki Shirori stomped her foot in frustration. Such a golden opportunity. Ishihori Mitsuhiko frowned tightly. Captain Hezhuang, his expression grave, holstered his gun. A cunning fellow like him will not fall for the same trap twice. It will be difficult to capture him next time. With feelings of resentment and vigilance, the group returned to the information center of the Free Bastion. Upon returning to the base, Gu Min Ihui immediately recounted his experiences in the illusion, particularly how Go Limu Jinya manipulated emotions through the realistic mirage, attempting to draw him into darkness. The team listened with a mix of astonishment and dread. The use of illusions to attack the most vulnerable aspects of one's psyche is indeed a formidable tactic, echoed Captain He Tsong with a somber tone. It was unexpected that he not only gained dark powers, but also mastered such an eerie ability to toy with human emotions. Xiang Jiaona's gaze turned even colder, her assessment of Go Limu's danger escalating further. "We must urgently find a way to counter this form of mental assault." Sherpa Guang, he had already begun adding relevant information to the database. The newly displayed abilities of Go Limu Jinya instilled unprecedented pressure and challenges upon the night raid team. In the following days, the atmosphere in the information center of the night raid team was tense and focused. In light of the threat posed by Go Limu Jinya and the increasingly powerful Yi Sheng-sok, the TLT technical department urgently developed and delivered new operational plans. The training ground was filled with the relentless roar of engines, The entire night raid team was engrossed in high-intensity training, familiarizing themselves with the new combined combat mode, the Million Cannon Chester. This mode still utilized the Chromium Chester, Alpha, Beta, and Gamma aircraft as its foundation, but the merging procedures underwent substantial modifications and optimizations, accompanied by precise commands and fluid controls. The three aircraft executed a series of intricate transformations and docking maneuvers in the sky. The final formation was no longer a fighter jet, but a formidable tank-like entity, exuding an overwhelming presence akin to a moving fortress. Its massive tracked chassis provided a stable platform, and the heavy armor gleamed with a chilling metallic luster. Most striking were the two gigantic, elongated, and intricately structured million cannon launchers mounted atop, resembling the fangs of a colossal beast, radiating an ominous aura of destruction. Million Cannon Chester, fusion complete, reported Xiang Jiaona, who was in charge of the main control. Target locked. Million Cannon, unleash light fire, commanded Captain Heat Song. Instantly, the two massive cannon muzzles gathered a dazzling ultra-high energy, then unleashed two thick, intertwined beams of golden spiral light. This beam contained unfathomable destructive power, piercing through the simulated Yi Sung-Sob armor in the distance with ease. The ground shook with a thunderous explosion, completely obliterating the target in a radiant flash, leaving no trace behind. Power confirmed. One-shot annihilation. Shi Peguang gazed at the data report, a hint of awe in his tone. Standing in the observation area, Gu Min Hui watched the terrifying destructive power displayed on the screen and the imposing tank form, feeling a surge of excitement and shock within. He could distinctly sense the determination and strength embodied in this new weapon, capable of safeguarding many more lives. No more tragedies like Li Zs shall recur. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with hope for the future and unwavering conviction. Just as Gu Min was still immersed in the shock and hope brought by the new weapon, the piercing alert of Yi Sung-So within the Free Fortress suddenly blared. Emergency. All personnel, assemble at the information center immediately. Captain Heat Song's voice echoed through the broadcast. The night raid team rushed to the information center with utmost speed. Upon arrival, they found the virtual image of the seer, Ji Liang Zheyu, projected on the main console, his countenance graver than ever. As everyone quickly took their seats, the seer skipped the pleasantries and delved straight into the matter. 10 minutes ago, an Yi Sung-So attack occurred in the suburban K3 area. A family was assaulted while driving home. Due to the rapid appearance and disappearance of the Yi Sung-So, the residual vibration waves were faint and quickly dissipated, making effective tracking impossible. He paused before continuing. The response team has already arrived at the scene for handling and intelligence gathering. Your task is to remain at the information center, analyzing all data transmitted back by the response team in real time, attempting to uncover the traces or behavioral patterns of the Yi Sung-So. With the mission swiftly relayed, the seer's image vanished as quietly as it had appeared. Understood. Everyone responded promptly, immersing themselves in their tasks. Various data, scene photographs, and energy residue analysis reports began streaming in from the response team. Gu Min Hui focused intently on sifting through the information, and when he saw the license plate number of the victim's vehicle along with several process scene photographs, his heart sank, and his face turned pale. That car, that shattered toy, those familiar fragments of clothing, impossible. How could it be them? Gu Min muttered, his fist involuntarily striking the console with a dull thud. Gu Min? What's wrong? Captain Heat Song immediately noticed his distress. Gu Min looked up, his eyes filled with anger and anguish, his voice trembling with agitation. Captain, the victims are the family of four I helped photograph at the zoo just a few days ago. This revelation sent a chill down everyone's spine. This was no mere coincidence. It must be that bastard Go Lu Mu Zhen's doing. Gu Min gritted his teeth. He is seeking revenge. Revenge for my last ambush against him. Revenge against a family I had contact with. Just then, Shi Peguang, who had been analyzing the data, suddenly spoke up, delivering even worse news. Captain, according to the latest life signal scan report from the response team, 2 adult victims have been confirmed dead. However, the life signals of the 2 child survivors have vanished, not dead, but taken away. What? The children have been taken? Ping Mu Shiji exclaimed. The vice captain, Xiang Jiaona, immediately assessed the situation with icy resolve, declaring, the target of Go Lu Mu Zhen's hostage-taking is likely not merely revenge. He intends to use the children as leverage, or worse, he seeks to extend his dark claws towards the innocent children. The atmosphere within the information center plummeted to freezing levels. Anger, worry, and revulsion towards Go Lu Mu Zhen's utterly shameless actions filled everyone's hearts. The cruelty and cunning of their adversary had once again exceeded their expectations. Saving the children is of utmost urgency. Chapter 64. Gumin, the vice captain wants to drag me down. After several days without the appearance of Yi Sheng-sok, the rare moments of tranquility allowed Ji Yejun's life to become exceptionally regular, filled only with eating and enduring the hellish training devised by Lucifer, aimed at digesting the horrific food intake and maintaining optimal combat readiness. However, perhaps due to the sumptuous meals or the ample post-exercise replenishment, Ji Yejun gazed into the mirror, faintly sensing that his cheeks seemed a bit rounder, and the outline of his abdominal muscles appeared less defined than before. In the realm of consciousness, Lucifer unreservedly launched a sharp critique. Wow, Junbro, look at the fruits of your bliss. At this rate, forget about battling Yi Sheng-sok. I fear you might even jam up when transforming into a trustworthy. Hurry and burn off those excess calories. Otherwise, when Miss Sakuta K sees you next time, will she still fancy your rounder appearance? Uft. Ji Yejun, who was drinking water, nearly spat it out, a trace of barely perceptible embarrassment flashing across his face. He feigned calmness and retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Miss Sakuta K and I are merely ordinary friends. What liking or disliking, it has nothing to do with us." Yet, his rebuttal appeared utterly feeble. In the realm of consciousness, Lucifer exchanged a knowing glance with Sai Tian Li Zi, both of their faces inscribed with disbelief. Lucifer counted on his fingers if he had any ordinary friends. Ordinary friends might consistently inquire at dawn, noon, and dusk, "Have you eaten? Is work arduous? Make sure to rest early tonight." Such a frequency of concern is more punctual than an alarm clock. Zhai Tian Li Zi softly and kindly added, "Mr. Jia, Miss Sakuta truly cares about you. I have yet to witness any ordinary friend so unwavering." The two harmonized, leaving Jia momentarily speechless, his ears slightly flushed. He wished to argue, yet found all their statements to be irrefutable. Sakuta Megumi indeed sent her daily messages of concern, rendering him incapable of retort. Enough. Focus on your training. Jia ultimately had no choice but to conclude the topic in a fit of flustered indignation, channeling all his frustration into the ensuing training, amplifying the intensity of his movements, as if shedding both excess energy and embarrassment. In the realm of consciousness, Lucifer and Lizzie exchanged clandestine high-fives, in thought, snickering at having successfully pricked Jia once more. This minor interlude amidst tranquil days alleviated some of the impending shadows of battle. Meanwhile, within the Night Raid Team's information center, the precognizant Kirizawa Yu's virtual imagery appeared, his voice clear and composed. "We have detected extremely faint vibrations from the alien beasts in the suburban forest area. The signal source is unstable and intermittent. To exercise caution and prevent further interference from false signals, we will prioritize sending a small unit for reconnaissance. Kudo Ikahira and Vice Captain Seijo Nagi, you two will pilot the Chester Alpha and proceed immediately to the target area for investigation." Understood. Kudo and Seijo Nagi promptly rose, hastening toward the hangar. Settling into the cockpit of the Chester Alpha, with Kudo at the helm and Seijo Nagi as the weapons operator, the aircraft swiftly emerged from the secret exit of the Free Fortress, soaring into the sky and activating its optical camouflage, vanishing against the azure horizon. During the flight, the atmosphere within the cockpit fell silent for a moment. Vice Captain Seijo Nagi suddenly spoke, her voice as always cold yet imbued with undeniable resolve. "Kudo, concentrate. If it is confirmed to be an alien beast, remember to channel all your grief and hatred for the tragedy that befell Miss Zhai Tian Lizi upon those monsters. Let them pay the price. This is the essence of our battle and the best tribute we can offer her." Kudo Ikahira felt a wave of helplessness and complexity wash over him upon hearing her words. Vice Captain, she isn't actually dead, he thought, though he could not voice it aloud. Nevertheless, he did not falter, his gaze sharpened as he looked ahead, responding with unwavering conviction. "Yes. Vice Captain, I understand. Regardless of whether the opponent is an alien beast or something else, I will not allow them to harm the innocent again, especially children." The images of the missing children and Ko Lu Mu Zhanya's twisted, icy smile flooded his mind. He knew that this incident was most likely orchestrated by that scoundrel. Regardless of whether it was a trap, he had to go. Seijo Nagi seemed satisfied with Kudo's reaction, refraining from further words and concentrating on piloting the aircraft at high speed towards the forest where the signal originated. The Chester Alpha engaged its stealth mode, silently slicing through the sky, heading straight for the target area. In the suburbs, within a secluded residence, the atmosphere was eerie and oppressive. In the dining room, a simple meal lay untouched upon the table. The young siblings, abducted from the Night Raid Team, curled up in a corner on a chair, their faces pale. Wide eyes brimming with unspeakable fear and tears, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Their gaze was fixed on their parents, the two figures they should have relied on most. However, the current state of those parents was chilling. Their eyes were vacant, movements stiff as if they were marionettes, and most horrifyingly, a rough and bizarre keratin layer, reminiscent of alien beasts, surfaced on their exposed arms, as if something was eroding and transforming them from within. Go Lu Mu Jun Yi stood outside the room like a specter, coldly observing the familial tragedy he had orchestrated. He watched the pure fear in the children's eyes and the gradual dehumanization of the couple, his face devoid of any compassion, replaced instead by a twisted satisfaction akin to artistic creation. His low and chilling voice echoed in the silent room, like the hiss of a venomous snake. I hope you will appreciate this gift of mine. As nightfall descended silently, the city illuminated with vibrant lights. Ji had just concluded his dinner at a nearby eatery and returned to his modest dormitory, preparing for a brief respite. Suddenly, the Evolution Trust in his arms emitted a faint yet urgent glow without warning, accompanied by subtle vibrations that only he could perceive. Something was amiss. Ji instantly shook off his drowsiness, his expression hardening. The Evolution Trust would not signal without cause. It must have sensed the energy fluctuations of an alien beast or related dark forces. Without hesitation, he snatched his coat from the door and hastily donned it. Bursting through the dormitory door, his figure darting into the night like a leaping cheetah. The Evolution Trust continued to flicker in his hand, guiding him like a precise compass towards the source of the energy fluctuations. Jiya's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, swiftly navigating through the neon lights and shadows of the city, racing towards the location of the alien beast energy. A new battle was on the brink of igniting. Chapter 65. Go Lu Mu Junyi. It's thrilling to act tough in front of a girl. The Chester Alpha descended silently to a concealed location not far from the target house in the suburbs. Seijo Nagi and Kudo Ikahira swiftly exited the cockpit, armed with D-weight pistols, cautiously approaching the house. Initiate life signal scanning, Seijo Nagi commanded softly. Kudo promptly operated the small communicator on his wrist, aiming it at the house for scanning. However, the signals returned on the screen caused their hearts to sink. Two faint human life signals, along with two clear and fluctuating alien beast vibration signals. They were intertwined, seemingly cohabiting the same space. It's the alien beast's signal response. It's inside the house. Seijo Nagi's complexion shifted dramatically. The children were in danger. Quick, break in. She immediately shut down the scan to avoid alerting the enemy, accelerating their approach towards the house. Just then, an explosion erupted from the distant forest. The two spun around, glancing toward the source of the blast, their expressions growing graver. Is it a diversion? Or another attack? Kudo inquired urgently. Seijo Nagi decisively responded without hesitation. The situation is unclear. We cannot afford to ignore it. Kudo, continue investigating the house and prioritize ensuring the children's safety. I will check the explosion site. Maintain communication. Understood. Vice Captain, be careful. Kudo nodded, pivoting back towards the house. Seijo Nagi, without hesitation, sped towards the direction of the explosion in the forest. Meanwhile, among the trees, Jiya was swiftly navigating according to the guidance of the Evolution Trust when, without warning, a dark red energy projectile surged from the side. With a swift instinct honed for battle, Jiya rolled to the side just in time, the projectile narrowly grazing him before striking a large tree behind him, exploding into a shower of splinters. Jiya quickly took cover behind a sturdy trunk, as more energy projectiles rained down like a deluge, striking the tree with resounding thuds, sending debris flying. The adversary's firepower was fierce, yet it seemed aimed at suppression rather than precise elimination. Ji Yajun skillfully utilized the cover of the trees to constantly shift positions, calmly observing the source of the attacks. At last, the onslaught paused momentarily. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows of the forest. Clad in a black coat, he wielded a uniquely shaped dark relay baton, from which the earlier light projectiles had emanated. A hint of a mocking and frigid smile adorned his face. It was none other than Go Lu Mu Jinya, the one who had been forced to retreat by the Gyuman and the night raid team. We meet again, the Able of Light. Go Lu Mu Jinya's voice echoed through the silent forest. I hope you will appreciate this gift. Clearly, the explosions and assaults in the forest were traps he had devised to lure Ji Yajun, and perhaps the approaching Shi Jiaona, away from the house. The true conspiracy lay within that building, harboring signals from children and otherworldly beasts. Go Lu Mu Jinya advanced step by step towards Ji Yajun, his voice imbued with a chilling allure, as if it could penetrate the deepest fears of the heart. Immerse yourself in the anguish of losing someone dear. This solitude and despair no one can truly comprehend. Even those children you are so eager to save will never grasp even a fraction of what you endure. Ji Yajun merely regarded him coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Although he was uncertain why this unfamiliar man recognized him or why he uttered such cryptic words, the animosity radiating from him and the dense aura of darkness surrounding him spoke volumes. This was an enemy, a foe that had to be vanquished. In the realm of consciousness, Zitian Riko's soul recoiled as she beheld Go Lu Mu Jinye's visage, as if ensnared by a frigid serpent, causing her to shudder in fear and loathing. She urgently called out to Ji Yajun, "Mr. Ji Yajun, it is him, this man. He is the one who killed me, who transformed me into that horrific state." Upon hearing Riko's identification, Ji Yajun's fury ignited instantaneously. The man before him was the very architect of Miss Riko's tragedy, the one who toyed with lives and conjured the Dark Faust, a callous manipulator of life. Ji Yajun's voice was deep and oppressive as he slowly stepped out from behind the tree, the evolution trust firmly in hand. "I shall not let you escape." At that moment, Lucifer in the realm of consciousness also voiced his bewilderment. "Huh, wait a moment, Brother June, this guy is rather peculiar." His tone carried an air of inquiry and confusion. The texture of the dark power he possesses feels remarkably akin to that of the previous Dark Faust. It seems to share a common origin, yet it appears more refined, more immense, resembling a true essence. He paused, posing a critical question, strangely. If Faust was a puppet he created, then the power should derive from him. Why did I not sense such a clear connection before with Faust? It seemed almost autonomous. Yet now, observing him directly, the nature of the power is undeniably the same. This is rather perplexing. Lucifer's discovery hinted that the relationship between Go Lu Mu Jinye and the Dark Faust was potentially more intricate and bizarre than they had previously surmised. Go Lu Mu Jinye seemingly remained oblivious to the scrutiny directed towards him, his gaze fixated on Ji Yajun as he drew forth the evolution trust, his smile twisting further. At that moment, Vice Captain Shi Jiaona, utilizing her exceptional stealth skills, silently arrived at the scene of the confrontation in the forest. Spotting Ji Yajun facing off against Go Lu Mu Jinye, she swiftly concealed herself behind a sturdy tree, holding her breath, aiming her weapon, poised for action. However, her presence had already been detected by the perceptive Go Lu Mu Jinye. Yet, he chose not to reveal it, instead allowing a barely perceptible, sly smile to play at the corners of his lips. In the midst of the standoff, Ji Yajun stood resolute against Go Lu Mu Jinye's temptations and provocations. His gaze unwavering, he calmly yet firmly declared, "I have never sought salvation through the understanding of others. I merely follow the convictions of my heart, doing what I believe must be done, to protect what can be protected, to fight when necessary. This is the meaning behind the light I have attained." A dull persistence. Go Lu Mu Jinye scoffed with derision, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. He ceased his words and slowly raised the peculiar dark relay baton in his hand. Out of the corner of his eye, he discreetly scanned the direction where Shi Jiaona was hidden, silently murmuring, "Watch closely, nah. This is the power I have acquired by forsaking everything, one that transcends the light." As the dark relay baton was lifted high, an intense wave of dark energy surged forth, coalescing rapidly before Go Lu Mu Jinye, twisting and morphing. A mirror, composed of pure dark energy, with edges that fractured and reformed, suddenly materialized. Moments later, the mirror shattered explosively. Amidst the countless shards of darkness, a colossal, grotesque figure emerged, exuding an aura of extreme malevolence and foreboding, accompanied by a disconcerting tearing sound and a heavy thud as it descended upon the forest cloaked in night. This dark giant was enveloped in oppressive black and a dark crimson hue that resembled congealed blood, with silver accents appearing perilously on the chest armor, face, and underarms. Its head bore two sharp, upward-curving horns akin to a demon, and the overall visage projected a skeletal horror, perfectly embodying its role as a harbinger of evil and death. Towering shoulder spikes and an armor-clad back that resembled exposed, twisted dark ribs emanated a suffocating aura of darkness, evil, and terror. This was the dark giant form of Go Lu Mu Jinye, Dark Mephisto. The immense pressure radiating from its presence engulfed the entire forest, causing Shi Jiaona, hidden behind a tree, to widen her pupils in shock as she beheld this unimaginable dark entity. Ji Yajun's expression also shifted to one of grave seriousness, the evolution trust in his hand pulsating with an even more urgent luminescence. Chapter 66. Demon Mephisto witnessing Go Lu Mu Jinye transform into the fearsome dark giant, Dark Mephisto. Ji Yajun no longer hesitated and resolutely drew forth the evolution trust. Nexus. A brilliant light soared into the sky, instantly dispelling the surrounding darkness. The silver gray giant. Nexus, in its juvenile form, stood steadfast before Dark Mephisto, radiating a determined and sacred aura. Light and darkness, two colossal titans confronted one another within the forest, their invisible forces colliding, pressing down upon the trees, which seemed to mourn in anguish. Hiding behind the tree, Vice Captain Shi Jiao-na was utterly stunned, her mind nearly ceasing to function. She watched in disbelief as Go Lu Mu Jinya, having betrayed the night raid team and embraced darkness, transformed into a dark giant exuding an aura of ultimate malevolence. On the other hand, the enigmatic man she had been pursuing, who seemed somehow linked to Ultraman, stood before her, transformed into the very Nexus Ultraman she had been striving to comprehend, even with hostility. What on earth is happening? Go Lu Mu has become a dark giant, and that man is Ultraman. Is the world I see today merely an elaborate jest? A torrent of information overwhelmed her understanding, rendering her momentarily unable to accept it. Yet, the instinct of a warrior swiftly overcame her shock. Observing the two towering figures, poised for a cataclysmic battle, she immediately realized that this place was about to transform into a dreadful battlefield, one no mere human could remain in. Without hesitation, she swiftly stowed away the Dai Wei Te pistol and, utilizing the cover provided by the trees, retreated silently towards the outskirts of the forest at the utmost speed. It was imperative for her to report everything that had transpired here, especially the astonishing revelation that Go Lu Mu Jun had transformed into the dark giant, to her comrades. Behind her, the atmosphere within the forest had become taut to the breaking point, as the second direct confrontation between light and darkness was on the verge of erupting. Gong Min Ihui cautiously infiltrated the house. However, as soon as he stepped into the living room, he was immediately detected by his parents, who had been infected by the alien beast cells and whose senses had long since been altered. They emitted inhuman howls while moving with astonishing speed. The man tightly held the little girl in front of him, while his other hand morphed into a sharp claw pressed against her throat. The woman roughly seized the little boy, using him as a shield, and both parents hastily retreated towards the back door of the house. "Let them go," Gong Min shouted fiercely, raising his gun. Yet, he was reluctant to fire, fearing for the children's safety, and could only nervously follow them. Upon bursting through the back door into an open space behind the house, the parents continued to retreat while holding their children captive. Gong Min pursued relentlessly, seeking an opportunity for rescue. Suddenly, the female infected hurled the little boy towards Gong Min with great force. The boy cried out as he fell towards Gong Min. Instinctively, Gong Min reached out to catch the boy, while simultaneously realizing this was his chance. He immediately aimed his gun at the female infected, who seemed to have temporarily lost her hostage, and pulled the trigger. The energy bullet from the Dai Wei Te pistol shot forth. However, the female infected reacted with remarkable speed, raising her arms, now covered in the alien beastess keratin, to cross them defensively in front of her. The energy beam struck her arms, producing a shower of sparks but failing to inflict any significant damage. "Don't hurt my mom." The little boy, realizing Gong Min was attacking his mother, summoned an unexpected bravery and rushed to cling to Gong Min's arm. "Let go. It's dangerous," Gong Min exclaimed in frustration and anger, torn between the fear of harming the child and being hindered in his movements, making it difficult to aim. In this brief stalemate, the female infected let out an even more terrifying shriek. The degree of alien transformation on her arms escalated dramatically, her skin tearing apart as monstrous, grotesque claws akin to those of the alien beast Nosfer were birthed. She leaped into the air, propelled by a fierce wind, and aimed those terrifying claws directly at Gong Min's head. "Watch out." Gong Min's pupils dilated as he desperately tried to shake off the boy, but was cautious not to do so too forcefully, instinctively raising his left arm to block. The horrifying claws raked mercilessly against Gong Min's left arm, where his communicator was located. Sparks flew as the communicator was instantly destroyed, falling from his arm to the ground. Immediately after, the female infected landed and, without pause, delivered a heavy kick that struck Gong Min in the abdomen. He gasped as an immense force surged through him, sending him careening like a severed kite, crashing against the trunk of a nearby tree with a muffled thud before crumpling to the ground, pain and shock rendering him momentarily incapacitated, his vision beginning to blur. The infected parents showed no signs of slowing down. The man continued to clutch the struggling, crying little girl, while the woman roughly yanked the still-dazed little boy, quickly vanishing into the dark woods behind the house. "Brother, save me, brother." The little girl's desperate cries grew fainter. The little boy seemed to finally comprehend the situation, shouting his sister's name, Lizzie, stumbling in pursuit of his parents' retreating figures, soon disappearing into the darkness as well. Only Gong Min, Yihui remained, agonizingly sprawled on the ground, his left arm injured, his communicator destroyed, utterly severed from contact with the base, helplessly witnessing the victims being taken away. His heart filled with a profound sense of powerlessness and rage. Almost simultaneously with the confrontation between the Dark Mephisto and Nikisi in the forest, the information center of the Freedom Fortress detected a sudden and extraordinarily potent energy reaction on the main screen. The virtual image of the seer Kira Zayu appeared instantly. His gaze fixated on the new, ominously dark giant, the Dark Mephisto, radiating a sinister aura. A rare look of disdain flickered across his usually placid face as he muttered to himself, "What a repugnant sight." The demon Mephisto. It was evident that he harbored a strong aversion towards this dark giant. An urgent alarm resonated throughout the information center. High energy reaction detected. Confirmation of the appearance of the dark giant and Nikisi Ultraman in the C7 forest area. Energy levels surpassing previous encounters. The system's rapid reports echoed through the room. Captain Heat Song, along with Mu Shiji and Shi Paguangyan, exchanged alarmed glances. Another dark giant. Captain Heat Song sprang to his feet. "This energy reaction is incredibly strong," Mu Shiji exclaimed. "Captain, the signals of the vice captain and Gong Min have disappeared nearby. They are likely in danger." Shi Paguangyan quickly delivered the disheartening news. "We can't wait any longer. Mobilize immediately," Captain Heat Song commanded decisively. "Shiji, Guangyan, you will pilot the Gamma. I will pilot the Beta. Destination, C7 Forest, to support the vice captain and Gong Min and assist Ultraman in combating the dark giant." "Understood," they both replied in unison. The trio dashed towards the hangar, swiftly boarding the Chester Beta and Chester Gamma. The engines roared to life as the two aircraft shot forth like arrows from the Freedom Fortress, slicing through the night sky at maximum speed towards the energy explosion on the forest battlefield. Chapter 67, Lucifer. "Hey June, did you poke the nest of the dark giants or something?" On the forest battlefield, the skeletal visage of Dark Mephisto, with its deep-set eyes, was fixated on Nikisi, emanating a low, malicious laughter. The weaponized part of its right arm writhed and morphed, suddenly extending into a razor-sharp blade that glimmered ominously with a dark red hue. The signature weapon known as the Mephisto Claw. With a roar, Mephisto launched the first attack, accompanied by a shriek that tore through the air. As the Mephisto Claw lunged at Nikisi, Nikisi immediately assumed a defensive stance, adopting a cautious approach to counter the eerie and perilous claws. He relied more on agility to dodge and deflect, striving to avoid a direct confrontation with those terrifying claws, rendering him somewhat reactive in this encounter. In the realm of consciousness, Lucifer observed the emergence of yet another fearsome-looking dark giant, appearing even more formidable than the last, and could not help but voice his exasperation. "Hey June, did you really poke the nest of the dark giants, or what? This seems never-ending." After dealing with one Faust, another, even more formidable one appears. "Do you have some vendetta against them from a past life or something, attracting dark giants to trouble you?" Struggling to withstand Mephisto's fierce onslaught, Ji Yejun felt a wave of helplessness wash over him upon hearing Lucifer's complaints. He replied with irritation in his mind. "Can you say something positive for once? This isn't my fault. They are the enemies of light, lurking in the shadows of the human world. No matter who inherits this power of light, they will ultimately become their target and must be eliminated." While deftly deflecting a cunning attack from the Mephisto Claw, he continued to explain, "This trouble isn't of my own making. It's a clash of stances and essences. How can you say I poked the nest of the dark giants? It is the darkness that has come knocking on my door." Lucifer curled his lips in a sardonic smile and remarked, all right, you have a point. It is indeed the darkness that lacks understanding and insists on finding fault with your radiant light. But why do I sense that you particularly attract such formidable beings? Could it be that your light is exceptionally alluring?" Ji Yejun retorted, "Silence. Focus on helping me uncover its flaws." He resolved to cease engaging in idle chatter with this meddlesome observer and dedicated himself fully to confronting the formidable adversary before him. The pressure brought forth by Mephisto was far greater than that posed by Faust earlier. Meanwhile, Gu Min Yihui endured excruciating pain as he struggled to rise from the ground. He gazed up at the colossal figures engaged in a fierce battle at the heart of the forest, the giant of light and the giant of darkness, his heart swelling with an indescribable excitement, yet simultaneously fraught with anxiety. For reasons unknown, He harbored a profound intuition that the malevolent giant of darkness was none other than Go Lu Mu Jinyi. Observing the titanic clash that shook the very earth, Gu Min fell into a contemplative silence, pondering how to navigate the perilous situation. Gu Min team, a familiar, crisp voice pierced through the air behind him. He swiftly turned to see Vice Captain Xiang Xiao Na hastening toward him. Vice Captain, Gu Min immediately responded. Xiang Xiao Na approached him, urgency lacing her tone. Why have you not responded to communications? Without uttering a word, Gu Min raised his left arm, revealing the severely damaged Beilage communicator, which still flickered with faint electrical sparks. Upon seeing the ruined device, Xiang Xiao Na furrowed her brow but quickly grasped the situation. She wasted no time and said, "This place is too dangerous. We must return to the Chester Alpha immediately." "But, Vice Captain, the children," Gu Min began, but before he could finish, the urgent voice of Captain Heat Song resonated through their headsets. "This is Heat Song. All team members, please note, return to Chester Alpha immediately for regrouping. Repeat, return to Alpha for regrouping. Beta and Gamma have already arrived in the battlefield airspace." Gu Min and Xiang Xiao Na exchanged glances, their hesitation evaporating as they hurried toward the concealed location of Alpha. Almost simultaneously with their arrival, the familiar roar of engines reverberated through the night sky. The Chester Beta and Chester Gamma fighter jets soared through the clouds like guardian deities, hovering above the battlefield. From the cockpit of Gamma, Ping Mu Shiji gazed down at the giant of darkness fiercely battling with Nai Kasisi, exclaiming in disbelief, "This giant of darkness? How is it still alive? Was it not destroyed by Ultraman a week ago?" She referred to Dark Faust. In the rear seat of Beta, Sherpa Guang Yin immediately began analyzing the situation, his tone grave as he replied, "No, look closely. The appearance, energy, and characteristics of this giant of darkness are entirely different from the previous one. It is a different entity." Captain Heat Song of the other aircraft, Beta, observed the more fearsome, seemingly more powerful giant of darkness below with a furrowed brow, equally puzzled and troubled. At that moment, the voice of Xiang Xiao Na, who had returned to Alpha, echoed through the communication channel, her tone cold and clear as she delivered a shocking revelation. "Captain, this is Xiang Xiao. Confirming intelligence. The giant of darkness engaged in battle with Nai Kasisi is indeed Go Lu Mu Jinyi." "What? Go Lu Mu?" Captain Heat Song was momentarily stunned by this revelation but quickly regained composure as all clues converged in his mind. Go Lu Mu had transformed into a giant of darkness? This news sent a chill down the spines of all team members. The traitor had not only acquired power, but had also metamorphosed into such a terrifying form. "All units, attention. 3 aircraft, regroup. Prepare for battle." Captain Heat Song suppressed his shock and immediately issued the command. In the sky, the Chester Alpha, Beta, and Gamma swiftly adjusted their positions, completing their formation as their cold gun muzzles aligned with the dark May feast below. The stakes of the battle had escalated once more. On another front, the parents, fully consumed by the alien cells, moved like puppets, dragging the screaming and struggling little girl, Rico, stumbling toward the edge of the forest where the two giants clashed. Behind them, her brother pursued them recklessly. Nai Kasisi keenly noticed the innocent intruders on the battlefield, particularly the girl, in imminent peril. He immediately sought to disengage from May Feast to render assistance. "Humph. Want to save someone?" Dark May Feast scoffed mockingly, intensifying his assault as he ensnared Nai Kasisi with claws that embodied the power to rend all. "Do not think of disrupting my game. Watch closely, messenger of light. This is the taste of despair." Ji Yazhuan felt a surge of urgency in his heart. He could not bear to witness the child being taken away. Yet, May Feast's entrapment rendered him unable to extricate himself. In the realm of consciousness, "Lu, is there any way to save those 2 children?" Ji Yazhuan implored anxiously. But Lucifer suddenly laughed, his tone brimming with eagerness. "Fear not, Brother Zhuan. It is but a trifling matter. Watch my performance with Miss Li Zi. However, you must first draw that bothersome May Feast away, keep your distance, and ensure he does not sense our movements." "Understood." Ji Yazhuan agreed, without hesitation. Chapter 68. Nuasi Fei Air. Where's my hostage? Nai Kusisi abruptly altered his strategy, no longer attempting to breach to save the children, but instead unleashed a battle cry, launching a more ferocious assault against May Feast, deliberately steering the battlefield away from the children. Believing Nai Kusisi had abandoned the rescue and was solely focused on their confrontation, May Feast followed suit with a sinister grin, and the thunderous sounds of their battle gradually receded into the distance. In that fleeting moment of battlefield diversion, an extremely subtle, almost indistinguishable dark energy, blending seamlessly with the night, detached from Nai Kasisi like an arrow shot from a bow, swiftly darting toward the ground. The entire process transpired in the blink of an eye, the energy fluctuations cleverly concealed beneath the energy torrent of the main battlefield, unnoticed by any observer. This dark energy manifested right before the infected parents and the little girl, rapidly coalescing into the form of Dark Faust. The sudden appearance of the dark giant elicited terrified screams from the parents, now reduced to mere instinct. Rico, still clutched tightly, and her brother, who had just caught up, stood frozen in shock, their minds blank. Without hesitation, Faust crossed his arms, instantly conjuring two crescent-shaped dark red light blades, dark particle feathers. Swish, swish. The two light blades struck their targets with unerring precision, hitting the infected parents. The dark energy surged into their bodies, already overtaken by alien cells, dismantling their structure from within, obliterating them. There was no dramatic explosion. The two simply vanished as if erased by an eraser, dissolving into countless black particles that dissipated in the air, leaving not a trace behind. Subsequently, Faust extended his hand, a gentle wave of dark energy brushing over the two stunned children. The siblings' eyelids drooped heavily, and they instantly lost consciousness. Faust scooped up the unconscious children, whisking them away at remarkable speed to a secure location far from the battlefield. He then unleashed a meticulous dark energy, carefully erasing their memories of the traumatic ordeal, ensuring they would believe they had simply fallen asleep after getting lost in the forest. Having completed this task, Faust's form rapidly disintegrated, transforming once more into an almost imperceptible stream of dark energy that swiftly returned to Nai Kasisi, who was engaged in fierce combat with Mephisto, rejoining Lucifer's control. In the realm of consciousness, Lu, it's done. The voice of Jai Tian Lizzie carried a hint of ease and joy at having completed her task. Well done, Miss Lizzie. A perfect rescue. Lucifer praised without reservation, and immediately notified Jia Jun. June, the situation has been resolved. The two children are safe, and their memories have been processed, ensuring no future repercussions. You can concentrate on dealing with that skeletal figure now. Upon learning of the children's safety, Jia Jun felt the weight in his heart lift, and his fighting spirit surged instantly, his gaze towards the dark Mephisto sharpening and solidifying with newfound determination. Now, he could proceed to eradicate the root cause of all this without any lingering concerns. Meanwhile, deep within the earth, the aberrant beast Nosfer awaited its prey, the children held hostage, with growing impatience. However, no signs of the target's approach could be sensed. At that moment, it received a mental directive from the above, the dark Mephisto, Go Lu Mu Zhenyi, filled with dissatisfaction and urgency. Nosfer emitted a low, reluctant growl. Although the hostages had not arrived, it had no choice but to obey its superior's orders. Relinquishing the weight, it chose to advance. With a thunderous roar, the earth shook violently once more, even more ferociously than before. The ground at the battlefield's edge where Nikesis and Mephisto clashed erupted, sending dirt and debris skyward. Amidst the swirling dust, the enormous, grotesque, aberrant beast Nosfer re-emerged, letting out a deafening roar, appearing on this already chaotic forest battlefield. What? In the Chester aircraft? Gumin Ihui was so startled by the sight of Nosfer that he nearly leaped from his seat, exclaiming, "This creature? Wasn't it eliminated by Nikesis a week ago? How is it alive again?" In the back seat, Shirihori Mitsuhiko swiftly operated the control panel for analysis, explaining gravely, "It's likely that Nosfer's cellular activity exceeded expectations. As long as some cells remain, nourished by sufficient dark energy, it can regenerate quickly and may even become stronger than before." Captain Hazong's expression darkened considerably. Dealing with one dark Mephisto is already challenging. The addition of a regenerated, enhanced Nosfer places us in an extremely precarious situation. On the battlefield, the revived Nosfer immediately locked its multifaceted eyes onto Nikesis, who was engaged in combat with Mephisto, letting out a roar filled with hatred and ferocity. It took heavy steps, causing the ground to tremble, and relentlessly joined the fray, forming a pincer attack alongside the dark Mephisto, preparing to assault Nikesis. The absolute disadvantage of two against one pressed down heavily upon Nikesis' shoulders. Witnessing the familiar and fearsome figure of Nosfer join the fray with heavy strides, Lucifer in the realm of consciousness couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this guy is remarkably resilient. Survived your core pulse blast. Is it some sort of cockroach? This regeneration ability is quite absurd." He quickly provided his own answer. "Well, it's likely that residual cellular tissue remained hidden away, and somehow, nourished by dark energy, it has stealthily grown back. Quite troublesome indeed." After venting his frustration regarding Nosfer, Lucifer's focus shifted towards Ji Jun, his tone laced with jest. By the way, June, do you possess some innate ability to summon dark giants? Buy one, get one free, or a special constitution that compels 1 against 2? I can't help but feel that every time you transform, your opponents feel embarrassed if they don't bring at least 2 to greet you. From Beige Bazoon Faust to Lephilia Faust, and now with Mephisto and Nosfer, your performance is exceedingly stable. As Ji Jun struggled to fend off the combined onslaught of the 2 formidable foes while listening to Lucifer's mocking comments, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, if giants had expressions. Internally, he retorted with irritation. Do you think I want this? The dark side has numbers and organization. What can I do? Should I expect them to adhere to some code of honor and duel me one-on-one? Dodging Mephisto's claw strikes while bracing against Nosfer's heavy paws, he continued to complain. Besides, I didn't provoke the second one. They always just appear out of nowhere. It's bad enough that no one helps me rally support. And you're here throwing sarcastic remarks. Lucifer chuckled. I am merely offering you mental support. And to be honest, it's fortunate that you've been training rigorously lately. Your strength has indeed increased. If it were the you from before you started training, you'd have likely been flattened by these too, your body crumbling from the strain. At least now, you can hold out a little longer while those 3 aircraft above figure something out. Ji Jun decided to ignore Lucifer, focusing all his energy on the fierce battle before him. Although the situation was exceedingly grim, as Lucifer noted, he had indeed gained the capability to maneuver and endure in this 1-against-2 predicament due to his rigorous training. All that remained was to trust the Night Raid team and seek an opportunity for a counterattack. Chapter 69. Gumin, what is it about me that captivates you, making you unable to forget me? As the aberrant beast Nosfer approached with heavy steps, the dark Mephisto, Go Lu Mu Zhenyi, immediately utilized mental sensing to scan it, only to be astonished to find no trace of any human children on Nosfer. Where are the hostages? Mephisto demanded sternly through their mental link. Nosfer, feeling wronged and irritable, responded with a growl and mental wave. Hostages? What hostages? I've been waiting in the underground for your signal. No one has come. Mephisto immediately felt a sense of frustration as his plan slipped from his grasp once more. How could the hostages just vanish? Could it be the doing of that light adaptation user? Or had some other accident occurred? However, Nikesis would not afford him time for philosophical musings. Observing the opponent's momentary hesitation due to the unforeseen circumstances, Nikesis seized the opportunity, roaring as he charged forward, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks upon Mephisto, leaving him flustered. At that moment, the 3 Chester aircraft in the sky received a directive from the base's foresight specialist, Kira Zoayu, Night Raid team. Priority target has changed. Rather than the dark giant that is difficult to eliminate in a short time, prioritize the annihilation of the confirmed regenerating aberrant beast Nosfer. This is an excellent opportunity to test new equipment and formations. Immediately combine and use the Million Cannon Chester for a single strike to eliminate it. Received. Captain Hazong responded promptly, then commanded, all units, take note. Commence combination procedure. Target, Million Cannon Chester. Understood. The 3 aircraft immediately began a series of complex and precise transformations and alignments in the air. With engines roaring, their mechanical structures interlocked tightly in a brief moment. The massive, heavy mobile fortress, Million Cannon Chester, tank form, was successfully formed. It slowly descended, its heavy treads crushing the trees below, landing steadily in the forest with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Sure, Hori, report the relative distance and angle to target Nosfer. Captain Hazong inquired from the main control seat. 200 meters to the right front. The target is on the move. Sure, Hori Mitsuhiko swiftly relayed the data. The enormous body of Million Cannon Chester began to slowly turn and adjust, the 2 fearsome Million Cannon launchers above locking onto the approaching Nosfer. Energy is beginning to charge. Sure, Hori reported. The cannon mouths began to gather a horrifying energy that sent chills down their spines, emitting a deep and powerful hum. Energy fully charged. At this moment, Nuasi Fei Air seemed to sense a life-threatening danger, emitting a restless roar as it turned away from Nai Kasi and charged towards the formidable Million Cannon Chester. As he gazed at the grotesque and tragic creature on the screen, the memories of Li Zi's demise and the gruesome fate of the infected couple flashed through Gu Min Yi Hui's mind. Anger ignited within him, and he could not help but roar. This creature shall never be forgiven. The moment the targeting reticle aligned perfectly with Nuasi Fei Air's core, the calm Vice Captain Sai Tiao Najiai, responsible for the main cannon, declared now. Gu Min nodded emphatically, his gaze sharp, and pressed the launch button with determination. Boom. Two enormous, robust golden spiral beams of light converged and erupted from the cannon's muzzle. With unstoppable force, it precisely struck the oncoming Nuwa-Si-Fei air in an instant. Nuwa-Si-Fei air did not even have time to scream before its massive body was utterly pierced by the beam, which contained immense destructive power. Thunderous explosions followed. Nuwa-Si-Fei air's form was obliterated, shattered into fragments amid the swelling fire and energy. Success. Inside the cockpit, Gumin, Sai Tiaonaji, and their comrades, Sherpa and Pingmu Shiji, could not contain their cheers. The new weapon's power exceeded all expectations. Meanwhile, the Dark Mi-Fei Si-Te, who was being overwhelmed by Nai Kusi-Si, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration upon witnessing this scene. Another plan had failed. Initially, he intended to use the little girl as a hostage, hoping that Gumin would mistakenly kill her while attacking Nuwa-Si-Fei air, allowing the boy to witness the hero slaying his own sister, thereby driving the boy to condemn Gumin and shatter his faith, plunging him into darkness. But now, the hostage had inexplicably vanished. Even the crucial piece Nuwa-Si-Fei air had been completely eradicated. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. And seeing the situation was beyond salvage, the Dark Mi-Fei Si-Te lost all will to fight. With a sudden burst of strength, he clashed with Nai Kusi-Si, leveraging the impact to leap back a distance, as a strange green glow flickered around him. Humph, this ends here. We shall meet again, inheritor of light. Leaving behind this ominous remark, the massive figure of the Dark Mi-Fei Si-Te rapidly became transparent, eventually disappearing entirely into the shadows of the forest. Nai Kusi-Si, upon witnessing this, did not pursue. He cast one last glance towards the direction of the night raid team, as red light enveloped him, and his colossal form dissipated into particles of light. At this moment, the horizon began to brighten with the first light of dawn. The members of the night raid team emerged from the Million Cannon Chester, commencing their search for the two missing children. Soon, they located the unconscious siblings at the edge of the battlefield. Upon examination, it was found that they were merely frightened with some minor scrapes, appearing to be simply asleep. Shortly after, the Memory Police, MP, and the reaction team arrived. The Memory Police took custody of the children to handle subsequent memory processing and psychological counseling, while the reaction team dealt with the shattered remains of Nuwa-Si-Fei air. The night raid team then piloted their disassembled aircraft back to the Free Fortress base. Weary and drained, Ji Yejun finally returned to his modest dormitory. With the last vestiges of his strength, he locked the door behind him and collapsed onto the not-so-soft bed, burying his face in the pillow, releasing a long sigh that blended extreme fatigue with profound relief. After a considerable time, he slightly turned his head as if addressing the air, or perhaps speaking to himself, and murmured, "I truly owe you all for today." In the realm of consciousness, Lu Shifa immediately responded with a smug huff, his ethereal form seemingly swelling with pride. "Of course. Just look at who orchestrated this. With just a slight maneuver, I managed to arrange those two little rascals perfectly. What do you think, Jun? In critical moments, you still rely on me, right?" The voice of Sai Tiaoli also resounded gently, tinged with shyness. "I am very glad to assist Mr. Jia and Gu Minkuan. However, I still feel a bit frightened when I see that man, Go Lu Mu." Ji Yejun listened to their words, managing a faint smile as he replied, "If it weren't for your timely intervention in saving the children and handling the situation so adeptly, Go Lu Mu's vile plan might have succeeded, with unimaginable consequences." He recalled the dreadful scheme to have Gu Min unwittingly kill a hostage, thereby utterly shattering his spirit. Such manipulation of hearts and trampling of hope sent chills down his spine. "So truly, thank you." His voice dwindled, laden with weariness. "Now, let me rest for a while." Before he could finish, his heavy eyelids finally closed, and the sheer exhaustion of body and spirit plunged him into a profound sleep, with not even a moment to change his clothes. In the realm of consciousness, Lu Shifa observed the instantly asleep Ji Yejun, clicking his tongue. "TSK, already asleep? How dull." However, he fell silent, settling down to slowly digest the scant energy he had absorbed that day. Sai Tiaoli remained quietly in the corner of the realm of light, gazing at the slumbering Ji Yejun, her eyes brimming with gratitude and a hint of compassion. Being able to assist someone important and possess a new form of existence was, for her, a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. In the dormitory, only the steady and deep breaths of Ji Yejun echoed. Outside, the dawn sunlight was striving to penetrate the clouds, heralding the beginning of a new day, while the battle was far from over. Chapter 70. Lu Shifa, Gu Min spends for love. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the mist, illuminating the city. Following Ji Yajun's earlier phone instructions, Gu Min Yihui, filled with excitement and anticipation, arrived at a place of profound significance to him, the apartment previously rented by Sai Tiao Li Zi. This residence had been quietly purchased by Gu Min using his savings and part of his compensation. It was not only where Li Zi had once lived, but also brimming with their memories, and it was relatively concealed, away from TLT's regular surveillance. From now on, this would serve as their secret meeting point for the three of them, perhaps even including Lu Shifa, to discuss matters. Taking a deep breath, he unlocked the door with the key. Upon entering, a faint fruity fragrance wafted into his nostrils. He saw Sai Tiao Li Zi, her back turned to him, carefully placing a fresh fruit platter on the small coffee table in the living room. The fruits were vibrantly colored, evidently chosen with great care. Hearing the door open, Li Zi turned around, her face adorned with a gentle, yet slightly bashful smile. Gu Min quickly closed the door behind him, shutting out the outside world. As he beheld the living, breathing Li Zi before him, no longer just a phantom or a memory, his heart raced with excitement, almost blurted out, Li Zi. Li Zi looked back at him, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions, joy, nostalgia, and a trace of barely perceptible sorrow, as she softly replied, Gu Min Kun. This simple call transcended the chasm between life and death, imbued with the preciousness of reunion. They exchanged smiles, and although the future remained fraught with uncertainty and challenges, at least in this moment, within this memory-laden little room, they had rediscovered each other. Meanwhile, Ji Yajun stood quietly by the window, observing the scene with a subtle expression of contentment. The three settled onto the somewhat worn sofa in the living room, and the atmosphere turned momentarily silent. Yet it was not awkward. Rather, it bore a sense of tranquility after survival. Gu Min Yihui was the first to speak, his expression grave as he addressed Ji Yajun. Mr. Jia, we have uncovered the identity of that dark giant, Go Lu Mu Zhenyi. He was once the vice-captain of our night raid team. Upon hearing this, Ji Yazhan's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. Yet he swiftly regained his composure and nodded. So that's it. No wonder he is so well acquainted with your operational patterns and weaknesses. He paused, his tone growing more serious. From the very beginning, his target was you, Gumin. Ji Yazhan gradually unveiled the sinister plot of Go Luin. He kidnapped children, deliberately left flaws, and may even have manipulated Nuasi Fayer into a posture of attack, all to lure you or compel the night raid team to launch their strongest assault. His true objective was to incite you into accidentally harming or even directly killing that little girl who served as a hostage during your attack on Nuasi Fayer. What? Gumin gasped, his complexion paling instantly. Ji Yazhan continued to observe him. Once you mistakenly kill a hostage, especially in front of that little girl's brother, the immense shock, guilt, and despair would serve as the perfect sustenance for darkness. He would easily ignite the darkness within you, drawing you into his camp. At this moment, Zaiqian Li Zi softly interjected. Fortunately, Lu Jun reminded me last night, allowing us to arrive just in time to save those two children. Otherwise, it would have been too perilous. Upon hearing this, Gumin felt a chill surge from his feet to the top of his head, nearly trembling with fear. He had never anticipated that Go Luin's schemes could be so malicious and far-reaching. Had he opened fire yesterday without knowledge of the situation? Had Li Zi and Lucifer not rescued the little girl named Rico in time, she would have perished because of him, and that little boy would have witnessed everything. Merely imagining that scene made Gumin feel a wave of intense nausea and palpitations. The overwhelming guilt, even if only hypothetical, threatened to engulf him. He feared he would indeed carry that guilt for a lifetime, completely breaking down, possibly falling into darkness as Go Luin desired. That scoundrel. Gumin couldn't help but curse under his breath, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. His hatred for Go Luin reached unprecedented heights. Why is this guy so fixated on me? Gumin felt a mix of anger and confusion. It seemed that from Li Zi to the current children, he was particularly eager to destroy the people and things he cherished. Could it be that this man is truly a psychological deviant, a killer targeting couples? Though this thought was absurd, it lingered in Gumin's mind, deepening his vigilance and aversion towards Go Luin. He understood that the struggle against this twisted and formidable foe was far from over. Protecting Li Zi and ensuring no innocent suffered harm due to him would be his most crucial mission moving forward. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy, with everyone feeling anger and fear towards Go Luin's conspiracy, a faint yet clear buzzing sound suddenly emanated from Ji Yazhan's coat pocket. It was the Evolution Trust. The conversation among the three was abruptly interrupted, their gazes converging on Ji Yazhan. Ji Yazhan swiftly retrieved the Evolution Trust, which pulsed with rhythmic light and vibrated continuously, a clear signal indicating the detection of energy fluctuations from aberrant creatures nearby. There's a situation. Ji Yasin's expression hardened, and he immediately stood up. Without further ado, the trio instantly fell into a combat-ready stance. Zaiqian Lizi's face flashed with concern, but she quickly transformed it into determination. Mr. Jia, Guimankuen, be careful. With that, her figure swiftly blurred, morphing into a dense stream of dark energy. Akin to a swallow returning to its nest, rapidly flowing back into the evolution trust in Ji Yasin's hand, returning to the realm of consciousness. As Lizi vanished, Guiman felt a pang of reluctance, but more so a sense of urgency. He promptly addressed Ji Yasin. Mr. Jia, you head to the scene first. I must return to the Freedom Fortress immediately to check if the base has also detected the signal and prepare for an assault. Understood. Stay in contact and proceed with caution. Ji Yasin nodded, unhesitatingly turning to dash towards the door. Guiman also swiftly took out his phone, hastening out of the apartment while contacting the base to confirm the situation. The once heavy atmosphere of the secretive chamber instantly transformed into an empty space, with only the untouched plate of fruit on the coffee table signaling that a new round of battle had unexpectedly commenced. Ji Yasin's figure melded into the alleyways, following the light's guidance, while Guiman drove towards the dam base with great speed, both sharing the common goal of swiftly eliminating the aberrant creature that had emerged and protecting the city. Chapter 71. Lucifer. Did Go Luin's love turn to hatred? Guiman Iki hastened back to the Freedom Fortress at full speed. Just as he entered the information center, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the entire space, as if it had been long awaited. The virtual image of the Oracle, Kira Zayu, appeared on the main screen. His voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable sense of urgency. Emergency situation. Following a thorough energy scan, it has been confirmed that the aberrant creature Nuasi Fayer has not been completely eradicated. Its residual cellular vibrations persist in a specific frequency range, currently extremely weak, suggesting it is in the early stages of a severely weakened rebirth. This is the optimal moment to eliminate it entirely. Night Raid Team, deploy immediately. Board the Chester aircraft and proceed to the location of the signal. It is imperative to eradicate it before it fully recovers. What? Nuasi Fayer is still alive? Hiraki Shirori exclaimed in disbelief. How is that possible? The power of the Million Cannon and Captain Zong frowned. Though shocked, the team moved without hesitation, rushing towards the equipment area to don their combat suits and gear. As Guiman skillfully donned his combat suit, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath. This creature's vitality is utterly absurd. Why does it feel 100 times more resilient than a cockroach? No matter how hard we hit it, it just keeps coming back. Standing beside him, Vice Captain Saicho Nagi, who was organizing her equipment, overheard his complaint and replied without lifting her head, her tone as cold as ever. Allow me to correct your understanding, Guiman. The vitality of aberrant creatures, particularly certain specific species' regenerative abilities, far exceed even your most resilient cockroach. Comparing them to insects is a gross underestimation of the threat posed by aberrant creatures. Her words were devoid of emotion, yet they sent chills down Guiman and the other team members' spines. This simple statement served as a stark reminder of the peculiar and troublesome adversaries they were about to face. Attention, board the aircraft. Captain Zhang's command shattered the brief silence as the Night Raid team members swiftly made their way to the hangar, boarding the Chester aircraft once more. The engines roared to life, and one by one, the aircraft surged out of the base, racing towards the lair of the relentless Nuasi Fayer. This time, they had to ensure its complete annihilation, leaving no room for future troubles. Guided by the Evolution Trust, Ji Yasin dashed forward, finally arriving at an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. The rusted factory, shattered windows, and eerily silent surroundings exuded a sense of desolation and strangeness. The Evolution Trust in his hand vibrated, clearly indicating that the aberrant creature was hiding deep within this area. He cautiously infiltrated the factory, vigilantly observing his surroundings. In the realm of consciousness, Lucifer's voice, tinged with evident disdain and disbelief, suddenly rang out. Wait. Hold on. Junji, don't move. What's wrong? Ji Yasin immediately halted, inquiring within his mind. This scent, this residual dark energy fluctuation. Lucifer seemed to be discerning something with increasing peculiarity. Why does it smell so much like that Nuasi Fayer that the Night Raid team obliterated with that cannon last night? Nuasi Fayer? Ji Yasin was taken aback as well. Had it not been completely eradicated by the Night Raid team? That should be the case indeed. The energy purity of that entity is remarkably high. Logically, it should have been obliterated at the molecular level. Lucifer's voice was laden with perplexity. Yet this feeble yet tenacious wave pattern could undeniably be identified as Nuasifaer. Is this creature akin to a sticky toffee, impossible to extricate once ensnared? Even after being vanquished twice, it still persists? Its regenerative abilities seem rather excessive. Although Lucifer's lamentations were exaggerated, they plunged Ji Yazhuan's heart into despair. If Nuasifaer were to revive once more, even in a state of extreme weakness, it would signify a significant threat. It is imperative to eradicate it thoroughly before it regains its strength. Can we ascertain its precise location and condition? Ji Yazhuan inquired calmly, simultaneously concealing his presence with greater caution. The energy is exceedingly faint, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, yet the core fluctuations remain unchanged. It is likely hiding in the forest ahead, having just attacked the workers in this factory to siphon dark energy for its restoration. Lucifer strained to perceive, Zhuangge. Take advantage of its weakness to eliminate it. Let us not allow it to escape this time. Ji Yazhuan's gaze sharpened, gripping the evolution reliant. Prepared to advance in the direction indicated by Lucifer. He must resolve this troublesome adversary before the next round of battle ensues. Just as Ji Yazhuan focused intently on locating and obliterating the weakened Nuasifaer, a familiar voice, low, cold, and imbued with malice and mockery, suddenly echoed through the desolate factory, seemingly penetrating directly into one's mind. Ji Yazhuan, even if you arrive here now, attempting to thwart me or save that naive boy is utterly futile. Ji Yazhuan's heart raced. He swiftly turned, adopting a defensive stance, his gaze piercing as it scanned the shadows from whence the voice emerged. There, Go Lu Mu Zhany's figure sauntered forth from behind a colossal, rusted support beam, adorned with a disconcertingly smug smile that exuded a sense of control. Go Lu Mu? Ji Yazhuan's voice turned icy, uttering the opponent's name. Go Lu Mu Zhanyi seemed to revel in Ji Yazhuan's defensive demeanor, continuing in a tone as if stating an undeniable fact. Just remain here and watch. Witness the complete collapse of Gu Min Yi Hui, his faith shattered, ultimately plunging into the boundless darkness. It will be a most exquisite sight. His words slithered like a venomous serpent, not only proclaiming that his scheme against Gu Min continued unabated, but also attempting to destabilize Ji Yazhuan's resolve. Clearly, he had lured Ji Yazhuan here, using Nuasifaer as bait, with the true intent of ensnaring Ji Yazhuan, preventing him from providing timely support or warnings to Gu Min, thereby ensuring the successful execution of his dark plans. The atmosphere within the factory grew tense, as the forces of light and darkness collided anew. As Ji Yazhuan faced off against Go Lu Mu Zhanyi, the air thick with an invisible tension. In the realm of consciousness, Lucifer observed the two men gazing intently at each other from his perspective and could not resist nudging beside him the ethereal form of Zhai Tian Li Zi, whispering in a conspiratorial tone only they could hear, "Hey, Li Zi, think carefully and confirm whether this madman named Go Lu Mu Zhanyi outside is truly not some hidden romantic rival of yours, or perhaps harbors ulterior motives concerning Gu Min." Zhai Tian Li Zi, taken aback by this sudden inquiry, shook her head emphatically. "No, Rujun. I have never known him. And Gu Min has never mentioned this person." "How peculiar," Lucifer mused, stroking his chin, utterly baffled. "If he is not your rival, then why does he obsessively fixate on Gu Min? He even intends to murder you, the most legitimate and official girlfriend, to fashion you into a puppet." Suddenly, he smacked his thigh, an epiphany dawning upon him. This plot seems increasingly familiar. It is akin to the melodramatic dramas I was compelled to endure before my transmigration. Such narratives often feature a malicious female antagonist, like this man outside, who harbors an obsessive infatuation for the male lead, Gu Min. Yet the male lead's heart belongs solely to the female lead, you, Li Zi. Thus, the antagonist, consumed by love turned hatred, succumbs to darkness, eliminating the female lead, and crafting her into a specimen to present to the male lead, provoking him, ultimately imprisoning the mentally shattered male lead and forcing him into a shameful, unrestrained existence. As Lucifer elaborated, he became increasingly convinced of his own reasoning, his tone growing animated. Everything aligns perfectly. No wonder he constantly troubles Gu Min. The root of it lies here. It is love turned to hatred. In the external world, while Ji Yazhuan remained on high alert against Go Lu Mu, he nearly faltered, almost losing his combat stance upon hearing Lucifer's absurd narrative analysis within the realm of consciousness, an instant torrent of frustration washing over him. Even Zhai Tian Li Zi appeared momentarily distracted by Lucifer's outrageous speculation, her face adorned with bewilderment and shock as she instinctively murmured, "Could it be, as Rujun suggested?" Does Go Lu Muzhen harbor feelings for Gumin? Sensing that Li Zi's thoughts were spiraling into absurdity, Ji Yizhuan swiftly interjected, annoyance lacing his voice. Miss Li Zi, please do not heed Lucifer's nonsensical ramblings. He indulges in all manner of ridiculous fantasies. He then turned to Lucifer, his tone fierce. Lucifer, should you dare to spread rumors about Gumin again, the next time we meet, I shall relay every word you just uttered to him, verbatim. Let us see if he does not seek retribution upon you. Within the realm of consciousness, Lucifer recoiled, envisioning the potential wrath of Gumin upon discovering he was a victim of love turned to hatred, and he quickly chuckled nervously. Ahem, I was merely joking. Attempting to lighten the mood. Zhuan Gu, do not take it seriously, and do not tell that boy about this. Let us pretend I said nothing. He hastily fell silent, feigning the demeanor of a tranquil spirit. Zhai Tian Li Zi stifled a giggle, the tension in the atmosphere dissipating somewhat. Ji Yizhuan sighed in exasperation, redirecting his full attention to the true adversary before him, Go Lu Muzhen. Confronting this individual would be far more troublesome than dealing with the whims of the peculiar being in his consciousness. Chapter 72. Lucifer. Ever since the demise of Dark Faust, I feel as if I have returned home. Thus, Ji Yizhuan's voice trembled slightly with fury as he fixed his gaze upon Go Lu Muzhen, enunciating each word with conviction. You, in your quest to plunge Gumin into darkness, have callously murdered his girlfriend, transforming her body into a tragic puppet. You then assaulted that innocent family, abducting a child, seeking to manipulate Gumin into unknowingly killing the girl named Li Zi. Is this your game? In response to Ji Yizhuan's accusations, Go Lu Muzhen's expression bore no hint of remorse. Instead, a more twisted and delighted smile graced his features as he brazenly admitted, indeed, although I am uncertain what went awry causing the hostage to vanish, this game I meticulously orchestrated for him shall not cease. Gumin Hui will inevitably descend into darkness. This outcome has long been predestined. You fiend. Ji Yizhuan was thoroughly incensed, each of the opponent's words rife with extreme indifference and contempt for life. What do you perceive human life as? Mere toys to be manipulated and destroyed at will. In a surge of righteous anger, Ji Yizhuan resolutely drew forth the evolution reliant. Humph, such tiresome rage. Go Lu Muzhen scoffed, simultaneously unsheathing his dark transformation device. An ominous crimson glow engulfed Go Lu Muzhen's form, as the colossal dark titan, Dark Mephisto, descended upon the abandoned factory with a terrifying presence, shattering the ceiling above. In a flash, Mephisit raised his right arm, the menacing Mephisit claw, and plunged it violently into the earth. A hum resonated as dense dark energy radiated from the claw, spreading rapidly like a virus, eroding, enveloping, and transforming the entire space. The factory's visage faded like a withered oil painting, replaced by an oppressive silence within a dark realm filled with distorted shadows. At that moment, the radiant form of Nikisizi in his youthful state descended from above, landing heavily upon the ground of the dark domain, stirring up a cloud of energy dust. He swiftly assumed a combat stance, his milky white eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance, only to discover that the Mephisit, who had been so close moments before, had vanished, seemingly merging with the darkness itself. Within the realm of consciousness, contrasting starkly with the tense atmosphere outside, Lucifer was on the verge of ecstatic madness. Ah, here it comes. Here it comes. That familiar and delectable dark energy. Ever since Faust, that power bank, disappeared, I've been yearning for this for so long. Lucifer's soul was practically dancing with excitement, feeling as if he had returned home. How delightful. So delightful. I shall feast. He unabashedly began to absorb the pure dark energy that pervaded the domain, like a parched traveler encountering refreshing rain, his very essence rejoicing. On the side, Zhai Tian Li Zi watched Lucifer's exaggerated consumption with astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief. Oh, Lord, are you absorbing the dark power here? How impressive. Although she felt fear in this realm, witnessing Lucifer's enjoyment and his ability to harness the enemy's power filled her with wonder. It's nothing, nothing at all, Lucifer replied with a smug chuckle. Miss Li Zi, you haven't seen me at my peak. In any case, Mephist's foolishness in creating this domain is merely providing us with supplies. Come on, don't hold back. Let's clobber him. There's plenty of energy to go around. Inside Nikisizi, a mad energy thief resided, allowing him to experience no sense of suppression in this dark domain, which should have weakened the power of light. The balance of battle seemed to subtly tilt due to this unexpected glutton. Nikisizi, in his youthful form, cautiously moved through the dim and oppressive darkness, searching for Mephist's traces. Suddenly, The shadow above twisted, and Mephazit leaped out like a specter, his claw howling as it tore through the darkness, aiming straight for Nikesizi's back. Nikesizi's combat instincts were sharp. At the critical moment, he rolled forward. The Mephazit claw grazed his back perilously, embedding itself into the hard ground and erupting into a burst of dark energy sparks. With the attack missing, Mephazit attempted to withdraw his claw, but Nikesizi seized the fleeting opportunity. He swung his left arm across his energy core, a ripple of luminescence flashing, enveloping him in vibrant red light. In the dazzling brilliance, his form grew taller, the colors transforming into a more powerful red and silver Nikesizi in his youthful form. With a triumphant shout, Nikesizi, now transformed, engaged in fierce close combat with the withdrawing Mephazit. Fists and feet collided, the sound of energy clashes echoing throughout the dark realm. Having faced Faust, Leaflia, and even Mephazit before, Ji Yejun's combat awareness and techniques had evolved significantly, showcasing a more adept and efficient use of his power. No longer relying solely on brute force, he focused on timing, angles, and precise control of strength. Although Mephazit's attacks remained ferocious, Nikesizi adeptly countered with clever blocks and evasions, always ready to exploit the slightest openings left by Mephazit's strikes. Bang, bang, crack. Nikesizi delivered a precise knife hand strike that shattered Mephazit's defense, followed by a heavy elbow strike to his ribs. Finally, seizing on Mephazit's overexertion as he lunged forward, Nikesizi spun and executed a powerful roundhouse kick directly to Mephazit's chest. The force of this kick exceeded Mephazit's expectations, erupting in a violent shower of sparks from his chest as he emitted a pained groan. His massive form was propelled away from the ground, crashing heavily onto the distant earth, causing the entire dark domain to tremble. Impossible. Mephazit gasped, struggling to rise. Disbelief etched in his voice. Here, in my dark domain, your power of light should be severely suppressed. Why? Why are you stronger than outside? He could not comprehend why. In this space that should have been his dominion, Nikesizi not only remained unweakened but showcased even greater combat prowess. This was utterly contrary to reason. In the realm of consciousness, Lucifer, still wildly absorbing dark energy, chuckled triumphantly. Surprised, are you? Dark Mephazit, did you not anticipate this? The dark domain you created is an all-you-can-eat buffet for me. The dark energy that suppresses light has become my sustenance. Surprised, are you? Are you angry? Just asking if you're angry. Ahaha. Lucifer, you should tone it down. You now resemble a villain more than Dark Mephazit, Lizzie remarked from the side. Nikesizi, of course, offered no explanation. He simply landed steadily, his energy core still radiant, adopting a posture of continued aggression, conveying through action that Mephazit's domain was ineffective against him. Chapter 73. Lucifer, I never expected you, Mephazit, to be this kind of person. Within the realm of consciousness, Lucifer urged, June, hurry, constrain him. Let me investigate what this dark energy truly is. It resembles Faust's, but seems more advanced, more pure. Without hesitation, Ji Yejun charged forward once more. Nikesizi and Mephazit clashed again in a flurry of fists and feet, igniting bursts of energy sparks. Both sides exchanged attacks and defenses. Suddenly, Nikesizi capitalized on a slight opening after Mephazit's attack. His left arm glowed with Nikesizi's power, delivering a swift knife hand strike directly to Mephazit's chest. Bang! Sparks flew. Mephazit grimaced in pain, involuntarily stumbling backward. Now, Nikesizi surged forward, his powerful arms locking tightly around Mephazit's arms and shoulders, securing him firmly. Let go of me. Mephazit shouted in surprise and fury, struggling fiercely as dark energy surged violently. But for the moment, he could not escape Nikesizi's grasp. In the realm of consciousness, a golden opportunity, Lucifer exclaimed, controlling an incredibly pure and fully manageable dark energy, like the most delicate probe, silently infiltrating Mephazit's body through the point of contact with Nikesizi. Mephazit shuddered violently. He distinctly sensed an external, highly sophisticated, and bizarre dark energy entering his being. This power seemed to share a source with his own darkness, yet was entirely different, imbued with a chilling, analytical essence. He attempted to mobilize his power to expel or consume this foreign energy, but was horrified to discover he could not control it. It circled within his energy cycle, seemingly recording and analyzing something, before swiftly retreating like a receding tide, vanishing without a trace. What just happened? Mephazit was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired moments before. At the moment he was momentarily distracted by this bizarre interlude. Nikesizi exerted a sudden force to push him away, immediately following up with a heavy kick that struck him squarely in the abdomen. Bang! Mei Fei Site was sent flying once again. Seizing this opportunity, Nai Kasi crossed his arms before the colorful timer, channeling an overwhelming surge of light energy towards the unique Y-shaped energy core. The dazzling brilliance threatened to tear apart the surrounding darkness. Corpuscles, a blue destructive beam, heated to the utmost and infused with the formidable light energy of Nai Kasi's youthful red form, erupted forth like a spear of judgment, precisely striking the freshly grounded Mei Fei Site. Boom! The violent explosion engulfed Mei Fei Site, who screamed as he was blasted away, crashing heavily to the ground. Cracks appeared on the dark shell encasing his chest, and he struggled several times before laboriously rising, his energy fluctuations becoming extremely unstable. His skeletal visage seemed to contort in realization, and he roared. So this is the reason why the Dark Faust cannot triumph over you within this domain. You are not suppressed by my dark realm at all. Yet he quickly followed with a sinister chuckle. But it matters not. As long as this domain continues to enhance my power, it suffices. Light Adept, when we meet again, the outcome will be quite different from today. With that, before Nai Kasi could launch another attack, Mei Fei Site's body flickered with an eerie green light, his massive form swiftly becoming transparent, ethereal, and ultimately vanishing entirely into the gradually fading dark realm. As Mei Fei Site departed, the dark realm began to rapidly disintegrate, the surrounding scenery returning to the forsaken factory's nocturnal visage like fading ink. In the realm of consciousness, Lucifer gazed at the swiftly dissipating delectable dark energy, filled with profound anguish, and let out a desperate cry. Wait, I haven't absorbed enough yet. Don't go. Dark Mei Fei Site, you miser. Come back. Just a little longer. Your dark energy is of such high purity. Don't run away. However, no matter how he called out within his consciousness, Mei Fei Site could not return, and the dark realm vanished entirely. Lucifer could only click his tongue in frustration, reminiscing about the brief self-service banquet, lamenting the fleeting nature of good times. With the complete dissolution of the dark realm, the imposing figure of Nai Kasi in his youthful red form stood tall amidst the ruins of the factory. Yet, almost the moment Mei Fei Site disappeared, ding dong ding dong ding dong, the once resplendent timer upon his chest abruptly flickered with urgent red light, issuing a clear alarm. In the realm of consciousness, Lucifer, still sulking over the premature closure of the buffet, upon hearing the alarm, could not help but retort. Hey, Jungu, your delay is far too excessive, isn't it? The enemy has fled, and now you sound the alarm? This reflex arc could circle the earth 3 times. What use is it now? Are you intending to announce that the danger has been averted? Or is it purely to enhance the atmosphere post-battle? His tone dripped with mockery, as though he were ridiculing a sluggish alarm clock. Ji Yejun paid no heed to Lucifer's jibes, mainly because he lacked the energy to retort, feeling waves of fatigue wash over him. This battle, despite not being suppressed within the dark realm, had consumed a tremendous amount of energy, and he was indeed running on empty. The flickering of the timer was a genuine warning. He no longer hesitated, focusing his remaining strength. The massive body of Nai Kasi began to emit a soft red glow, gradually becoming transparent and ultimately dissolving into innumerable particles of light carried away by the night breeze. The factory ruins fell silent once more, leaving only the cold moonlight and the remnants of the battle as proof of the fierce clash that had transpired. Ji Yejun's silhouette appeared in the shadows, leaning against a wall to catch his breath, needing a moment to regain his strength. Meanwhile, in the realm of consciousness, Lucifer continued to murmur nostalgically about the brief feast of dark energy. Ji Yejun, dragging his weary body, swiftly departed the abandoned factory area under the cover of night, seeking a relatively safe corner to rest. As he calmed his breathing, he pondered within, Xiao Lu, did you manage to glean anything from Mei Fei Site's energy while you had the chance? His power is so reminiscent of Faust's. What could be the connection? In the realm of consciousness, upon hearing the inquiry, Lucifer immediately perked up, his tone shifting to one of solemnity and intrigue. I've discerned something, and it's a monumental discovery. Jungu, Miss Li Zi, do you realize? I have grave suspicions that this seemingly formidable dark Mei Fei Site, akin to the previous Dark Faust, is fundamentally a puppet. What? A puppet? Lucifer's declaration fell like a thunderous bombshell, leaving Ji Yejun and Zhai Tian Li Zi in stunned silence. Li Zi gasped in disbelief. Lu Jun, are you suggesting it's a puppet controlled like I was? But Go Lu Muzhinyi appeared to act entirely on his own. Ji Yejun furrowed his brow, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. If even the dark Mei Fei Site who exhibited such immense power and clear will, is merely a puppet, then the strength and intentions of the puppet master behind him are unfathomably terrifying. Precisely. Lucifer's tone was unwavering. I meticulously analyzed the essence of his energy core. Its flavor is highly akin to Faust's, yet more refined, resembling a complete version or a superior unit. However, he emphasized, deep within this power lies a very subtle trace of manipulation. Like a marionette, it can move on its own, yet the strings are held by another. This puppeteer possesses exceptional skill, nearly perfecting the concealment of this fact, to the extent that even Mei-Fei-Site himself may not have realized. Moreover, Lucifer proceeded to propose an even more astonishing hypothesis. I suspect that both Faust and Mei-Fei-Site, these puppets, derive their power from the same source. That true mastermind may have, through some means, segmented or replicated their dark power, creating these various models of agents. This revelation was too shocking, plunging Ji Yajun and Li Zi into a brief stupor. They had initially believed Go Lu Mu Zhenyi to be the ultimate culprit, only to discover that he might merely be a pawn, perhaps even unaware of being manipulated. The true enemy remains hidden deeper within the shadows, obscured by an even darker mist. Chapter 74. Night Raid Team and Nosfer's game of hide and seek in the depths of the forest, far from the factory. The moonlight struggled to pierce the dense foliage, casting dappled patches of light. Go Lu Mu Zhenyi, or rather the earthly manifestation of dark Mei-Fei-Site, leaned awkwardly against a rugged tree trunk, breathing heavily. Having endured Nai Cassisi's full-force core pulse, even with the enhancement of the Dark Realm and his own formidable defenses, he had sustained unprecedented damage. The dark energy within him was in disarray, and each breath tore at him with excruciating pain. His expression was so grim it seemed it could drip water, as images of the recent battle replayed in his mind. Particularly the two perplexing questions he could not comprehend. Why? Why was Nai Cassisi's light hardly suppressed within my dark realm? In fact, it seemed stronger than outside. This utterly contravenes the fundamental principles of the dark realm. Could it be that his light possesses some unique quality? This question pierced his heart like a venomous thorn. The realm of darkness was initially meant to be his greatest advantage, an absolute domain where he could manipulate the inheritors of light. Yet, it now appeared to have lost its potency, leaving him engulfed in profound unease and frustration. Even more unsettling was another matter. What precisely was the dark energy that had surged into his being? He vividly recalled that external, cold, and pure dark force, akin to the most skilled thief, effortlessly penetrating his defenses, swirling within his energy cycle before vanishing silently. He attempted to seize and control it, only to discover that its power was of an exalted tier, subtly exerting a sense of suppression and scrutiny over his primal strength, rendering him utterly powerless. That was not the light of Nikisi, but a darkness he could not command. Where had it originated? What was its purpose? Everything had unraveled beyond his scripted expectations. He had once believed that everything was within his grasp. The downfall of Gyuman Ihue and the demise of Nikisi were merely matters of time. Yet now, not only were his plans repeatedly thwarted, but he himself seemed ensnared in a far grander, inscrutable labyrinth. This sensation of losing control, this premonition of being observed and intervened upon by a higher power, loomed over Golemujin's heart like a heavy and frigid haze. For the first time, he harbored an almost imperceptible doubt and fear regarding the path he had chosen and the powers he possessed. The forest lay in eerie silence, save for his heavy breaths and the tumult of unease within. Meanwhile, in another section of the factory, in the forest initially detected by the signals, another fierce battle raged amidst the night and fog. Members of the Night Raid Team, along with Captain Waka, Shichiao Nagi, Pingmu Shizaki, Gyuman Ihue, and Shipui Guangi, dispersed, armed with oversized Daiwei weapons, cautiously searching through the dense mist with the aid of night vision and thermal sensing devices mounted on their helmets. Their target was the creature known as Nucify, which the seers indicated was in an extremely weakened regenerative state. Stay alert. That creature is lurking within this fog. Captain Waka's voice crackled through the comms. Nucify, evidently aware of its precarious condition, avoided direct confrontation and instead utilized the naturally occurring fog and its residual strength to create diversions, flitting between the trees like a cunning specter, occasionally lunging from the mist with swift, treacherous strikes. Suddenly, a shadow lunged from the fog beside Pingmu Shizaki. To the left, Shichiao Nagi warned sharply, raising her weapon to fire. The energy beam grazed the shadow, forcing it to retreat. "Thanks, Vice Captain," Pingmu Shizaki exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat. The members of the Night Raid team were not merely passive targets. They utilized various specialized devices designed to combat aberrant beasts, such as sonic detectors and energy residue trackers, intricately collaborating to gradually compress Nucify's operational space, slowly tightening the encirclement. The encirclement is forming. It has nowhere to escape. Captain Waka observed the signals converging on the tactical panel, his voice grave. However, just as the encirclement was on the verge of completion, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Shipui Guanyi was intently focused on the detection screen, attempting to pinpoint Nucify's precise location. Suddenly, the mist behind him billowed ominously, and Nucify's grotesque maw emerged silently, its clawed appendage slashing toward his back. Shipui, watch out behind you. Guman Ihue, positioned in that direction, immediately recognized the danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his weapon and aimed. Two energy beams struck accurately at Nucify's claws and head. Sparks erupted upon contact with its skin, although it failed to inflict severe damage. The sudden assault disrupted its stealth attack, eliciting a pained shriek and momentarily halting its advance. Shipui Guanyi, realizing the peril, dove forward just in time. But the tips of Nucify's claws still grazed his arm, tearing through his combat suit and leaving a crimson mark. Ugh, he grunted. Are you all right, Shipui? Guman immediately moved to shield him from Nucify, inquiring anxiously. In that fleeting moment of rescue and chaos, Nucify seized the opportunity to escape. Knowing it would face certain death if trapped again, it charged recklessly toward the gap created by the rescue. Don't let it get away. Shichiao Nagi and Captain Waka fired at it, but Nucify, leveraging its remaining strength and the cover of fog, stubbornly absorbed several energy beams, dragging its injured body as it staggered out of the impending encirclement, vanishing once more into the depths of the dense mist. Damn it, it escaped again, Pingmu Shizaki lamented. Captain Waka's expression hardened. First, assess Shipui's injuries. The pursuit mission is temporarily halted. It's wounded, so it shouldn't be able to travel far. We must re-strategize. Guman helped Shipui Guanyi to his feet, gazing toward the direction where Nucify had vanished, filled with frustration and reluctance, while simultaneously growing increasingly wary of the creature's cunning and resilience, far exceeding their expectations. Within the Freedom Fortress Information Center, the tense atmosphere that had accompanied the battle began to ease. Shipui Guanyi sat on a chair, having removed half of his combat suit to reveal the wound inflicted by Nucify's claws. Pingmu Shizaki, holding a medical kit, was not particularly gentle as she cleaned and bandaged his injury. Are you all right, Shipui? Thankfully, the wound isn't too deep, she remarked, habitually tightening the bandage with a firm knot. Ouch, that hurts. Can't you be a bit gentler? Shipui Guanyi winced, grimacing as he clutched his bandaged arm. This is a work-related injury. After his complaints, he turned to Guman Ihue, a sincere smile gracing his face. Thank you so much, Guman. If it weren't for your quick response, I might be facing something far worse than just an injured arm. I owe you my life. At that moment, the ever-observant Shinigami manager approached, wearing an expression of approval. Indeed, this time it was thanks to Guman's swift reaction and decisive handling. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. His tone carried a hint of satisfaction, as Guman Ihue was someone he had personally recruited into the Night Raid, and witnessing his growth brought him joy. Captain Waka nodded in agreement, speaking with steady composure. Yes, Guman is no longer the novice he once was. Calm, decisive, and ever vigilant for his teammates. You have become a highly competent and reliable member of the Night Raid. Vice Captain Shichiao Nagi turned to Guman, stating, It seems you have successfully channeled your anger and hatred towards aberrant beasts into the power to protect your comrades and vanquish foes. This direction is indeed correct. You've taken my words to heart and executed them excellently. Hearing the continuous praises and affirmations from his captain, vice captain, manager, and teammates, Guman Ihue felt a wave of bashfulness wash over him, his cheeks slightly flushing. He instinctively scratched his head and humbly replied, And no, I merely did what I was supposed to do. Protecting my teammates is paramount, and besides, Nucify still escaped. Though he feigned modesty, the recognition from his peers, particularly the commendation from the strict vice captain and Shinigami manager, warmed and inspired Guman's heart. This strengthened his resolve to safeguard his comrades and eradicate the aberrant beasts and darkness entirely. Yet, the haunting images of Rizi's demise and Golamusion's schemes flickered through his mind, revealing that the origins of this hatred ran far deeper and more complex than his companions could ever imagine. Chapter 75, The Isolated Gate. This fiend must perish on the following day, within the information center of the Night Raid team. The members reconvened after a night of rest and analysis. A virtual projection of the seer Kirazio illuminated the main screen, as he elucidated the remarkably tenacious regenerative capabilities of the aberrant creature Nosfer. Following an in-depth analysis of Nosfer's numerous appearances and the residual energy it left behind, the seer's voice was steady and clear. It was confirmed that the key to its ability to resurrect even after enduring the Ultraman's lethal beams and the onslaught of 1,000,000 cannonballs lies within a unique biological organ situated deep within its oral cavity. A structural cross-section of Nosfer's head appeared on the screen, highlighting a peculiar, writhing gland located in its throat. This organ was tentatively named the regeneration core. The seer continued to explain that whenever Nosfer's corporeal form ceased to function due to a fatal blow, this regeneration core would instantly activate. It would draw upon residual cellular tissue as a foundation, extracting dark energy from the environment to initiate an exceedingly rapid cloning and regeneration process. This, indeed, was the true reason behind its repeated resurrection. After listening to this explanation, the Night Raid team members finally grasped the situation. Haimu Shirori, with a look of resignation, raised her hands in exasperation. So, you mean to say that all our desperate efforts with beams and heavy artillery were misguided? To utterly vanquish this seemingly indestructible cockroach, we must precisely destroy that cursed resurrection organ before delivering the final blow? Otherwise, no matter how many times we slay it, it can simply reload from that backup? Essentially, this understanding was confirmed by the seer. The precise destruction of the regeneration core was the only method to completely eradicate Nosfer. Isolated man Ikki clenched his fists, his gaze unwavering and resolute. He declared in a low voice, even if we cannot find a way to eliminate it for good, as long as it dares to show itself, we must attack. Time and again we shall repel it. I will not let Nosfer escape my wrath. His voice was laced with suppressed fury, not merely because Nosfer was an aberrant creature, but also due to the fact that just days prior, it had nearly become a tool for Go Leimu's sinister machinations, almost leading to a grave error on his part. If it were not for the timely intervention that prevented him from uttering the names of Lu Shifa and Lizi, he would have inadvertently harmed those innocent siblings. Ikki's voice carried a hint of dread, yet it was overshadowed by a fierce determination. Thus, I shall never allow it another opportunity to harm anyone. His resolve resonated with everyone present. They understood that facing an enemy endowed with such uncanny regenerative abilities would render their battle more arduous and protracted. Yet retreat was not an option. Protecting the populace and eradicating aberrant creatures remained the Night Raid team's unwavering mission. Simultaneously, in a corner of the city, the freelance journalist Nung Lai Shinzo found Saku Decay, who was troubled about Hikiya Jun employing his customary incendiary rhetoric. He sought to instill his version of the truth in Saku Decay once more. Miss Sakuda, are you still worried about that suddenly disappearing and reappearing Hikiya Jun? He whispered conspiratorially, feigning mystery. Let me tell you, during the time he vanished, it was certainly not spent recuperating or idling. He has been investigating in the shadows, investigating the government and the terrifying truths it conceals, including those incidents of unexpected deaths that have been covered up. He deliberately emphasized the word unexpected and casually slipped a newspaper from a few days prior into Saku Decay's hand, which prominently featured the news of a family of 4 in the suburbs tragically killed by a rare beast attack, accompanied by an image of the isolated house that had been cordoned off. Look at this report, which claims the scene was horrific, yet the official narrative remains vague. Hikiya had previously shown particular interest in such events. Do you think there might be a connection? Nung Lai Shinzo's words were akin to a devil's whisper, skillfully exploiting Saku Decay's concern for Hikiya Jun and the journalist's instinct to seek the truth. Gazing at the heart-wrenching article, Saku Decay recalled Hikiya Jun's recent peculiar behavior, his weariness, and the weighty emotions he occasionally revealed regarding certain matters. Nung Lai Shinzo's words took root in her heart like seeds. A blend of worry, curiosity, and an impulse to assist Hikiya Jun, perhaps uncovering the clues he was investigating, compelled her. Clutching the newspaper, she followed the address it contained, venturing alone to the desolate, tragic house in the suburbs. As she stood before the silent structure, shrouded in an ominous aura, unease filled her heart. With a mixture of apprehension and a determination to uncover the truth, Saku Decay cautiously entered the silent forest surrounding the sinister abode. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy in fragmented rays, casting the woods into dimness, while the air was thick with the scent of earth and decaying leaves, creating an atmosphere stiflingly quiet. She held a bag containing food and fruits she had intentionally purchased to bring to Hikiya Jun, as if this gesture might alleviate her inner turmoil. However, she could not have foreseen that within this seemingly tranquil forest lurked a terrifying predator, the aberrant creature Nosfer, which had only just escaped a siege by the night raid team and was now in a state of extreme weakness, yet heightened wariness and danger. Nosfer's residual instincts rendered it hostile to any living being that approached its hiding place. It lurked silently in the shadows, fixating its gaze upon the unsuspecting female. Just as Sakudake tread cautiously along the forest path, a sudden rustle erupted from the nearby underbrush. Instantly, a massive, grotesque head exuding a putrid and sanguine scent emerged from the shadows. Its eyes locked onto her, drool dripping from its gaping maw. Sakudake was paralyzed by the unexpected, unimaginable terror, emitting a short, sharp scream. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, the bag slipping from her grasp. The apples, rice balls, and beverages spilled onto the earth, becoming encrusted with dirt and leaves. Trembling, her face as pale as a sheet, her mind blank from sheer terror. She lacked the strength to flee, helplessly watching as the nightmarish creature slowly advanced towards her, its massive shadow engulfing her entirely. Nosfer emitted a low, threatening growl. Seemingly intrigued by the unwelcome intruder, particularly by the scent of fear that enveloped her, it extended its enormous, filthy claws towards the trembling Sakudake on the ground. The shadow of death loomed, descending in an instant. Chapter 76, Lucifer and Lizzie. This is love. Just as Nosfer's sinister claws were about to make contact with Sakudake, a swift blue energy beam, akin to a precise sniper shot, surged from the nearby woods, striking Nosfer's outstretched limb with force. Bang! The energy erupted, scattering sparks. Grr! Nosfer let out a roar of pain, filled with both rage and fear. It immediately recognized the energy signature of that light adept. In its current weakened state, it dared not confront the source of the attack. Without a moment's hesitation, Nosfer abandoned its intended prey, retreating swiftly into the shadows with an agility that belied its size, accompanied by the sound of rustling foliage as it fled the scene, vanishing once more. Having narrowly escaped, Sakudake turned, trembling, to gaze in the direction from which the beam had emanated. A familiar figure emerged swiftly from the thicket, wielding an unusual firearm. It was none other than the person she had been anxiously worrying about. Ji Yajun. Miss Sakurada, are you all right? Ji Yajun's face bore an uncommon urgency and concern as he rushed to her side, crouching down to gently support her shoulder, aiding her to stand. With Ji Yajun's strength, Sakurada managed to rise, her legs still slightly trembling, unconsciously leaning against his sturdy arm and shoulder. Feeling the warmth and strength radiating from him, and inhaling the faint, mixed scent of sweat and gunpowder, an indescribable sense of safety and excitement instantly dispelled the lingering fear she had just experienced. Her heart raced, yet the reason seemed to have subtly shifted. He has come. He has saved me. At the same moment this thought crossed her mind, another bolder, even somewhat absurd thought uncontrollably surfaced. If such danger could summon him to appear just in time, perhaps facing it again wouldn't be so bad. Startled by her own notion, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she quickly lowered her head to conceal her fluster, murmuring, "And no, I'm fine, thank you, Ji Yajun. I've troubled you again." Unaware of the complex turmoil inside her, Ji Yajun sighed with relief only after confirming she was indeed unharmed, though his tone remained serious. "This place is far too dangerous. You should not venture here alone." His gaze swept over the scattered food on the ground, his brow furrowing slightly, seemingly grasping part of the reason for her presence. A surge of mixed emotions flooding his heart, gratitude intertwined with deeper concern. Upon hearing Ji Yajun's detached admonishment, Sakurada's expression dimmed slightly, lowering her head. Her voice laced with a barely perceptible hint of grievance and resolve. "I merely heard something had happened here and grew concerned, hoping I could assist you in some way." As she spoke, she hurriedly crouched down, flustered as she began to gather the scattered food, as if attempting to mask her inner disappointment and the awkwardness of the moment through her busyness. Apples rolled into the mud, while the packaging of rice balls lay torn apart, creating a scene of chaos. Ji Yajun observed her silently tidying up, a complex emotion flickering in his heart. Ultimately, he could not bear to leave her alone and silently crouched down to help her collect the items. In the realm of consciousness, Lucifer and Shida Riko witnessed this subtle scene unfold. They exchanged glances, and Lucifer, breaking the silence with exaggerated melodrama, proclaimed, "Oh, is this the legendary power of love? Knowing there are tigers in the mountains, yet bravely heading towards them, for the one they cherish. Willing to step into the unknown dangers. What tremendous courage and deep affection." Shida Riko cupped her hands around her heart, her eyes shimmering with emotion as she chimed in with envy. "Indeed, Miss Sakurada is truly brave and gentle. This must be true love." Akin to what I feel for Gamen-kun. Lucifer nodded vigorously. Exactly. This is love. Miss Riko, your insights are astute. Unconcerned for her own safety. Merely wishing to do something for the other. How moving. Meanwhile, Ji Yajun, who was crouched down picking up apples, heard every word of their commentary without missing a beat. His movements froze in an instant, his ears turning a visible shade of red, creeping all the way to his neck. He felt a wave of heat rush to his head, wishing fervently to bury himself in the ground to escape the embarrassment. Ji Yajun's inner tumult. Will you two just be quiet? Who asked you to interpret this situation? It's not love or anything of the sort. I want to drag these two out of the realm of consciousness and give them a good beating. Yet, he had to maintain his composure on the surface. Suppressing the embarrassment and anger, hastening his movements, eager to finish tidying up and promptly leave this place that had rendered him socially mortified. Ji Yajun assisted Sakurada-ke in gathering the scattered items, and they walked silently to the edge of the forest. This is where I shall leave you. Ji Yajun halted, his tone retaining a sense of distance, albeit softened slightly. Miss Sakurada, please do not come to such places alone again. It is quite unsafe. Sakurada-ke recalled the terrifying visage of the monstrous creature, evidently no ordinary beast, and shuddered at the memory. She understood that remaining here would not be of any help. Rather, she could become a burden. Nodding, she silently offered him the bag containing the dirted food, her voice barely above a whisper. Please take this. Although it is a bit soiled, just be careful. Ji Yajun regarded the bag of food, then her worried yet determined gaze, pausing for a moment before ultimately accepting it. Thank you. You should head back. Sakurada-ke replied softly, turning away and slowly walking towards the main road. After taking several steps, she could not resist glancing back, seeing Ji Yajun still standing in place, his silhouette cast in shadows among the trees, seemingly watching her depart. Noticing her glance, Ji Yajun slightly stirred before turning swiftly, re-entering the perilous forest, vanishing from her sight. Sakurada-ke gazed at the direction of his disappearance, her heart brimming with mixed emotions, fear, worry, and an indescribable sense of loss. She turned again, leaving the place that had brought her fear and complex feelings, glancing back thrice. Deep within the forest, Ji Yajun clenched the bag tightly, continuing his solitary and perilous mission. Chapter 77. Lucifer. This is no ordinary otherworldly beast. Deep in the forest. After confirming that Sakurada-ke had safely departed, Ji Yajun found a relatively concealed stump to sit upon. He stared at the bag of food in his hand. Despite its disheveled state, he retrieved a somewhat cleaner rice ball and began to eat quietly. The simple food, once tasted, released a strange, long-forgotten warmth and satisfaction that spread throughout his heart. He suddenly realized that he was no longer truly fighting alone. Though the journey remained arduous and fraught with danger, he had unknowingly gathered individuals around him who were willing to help and care for him. The boisterous yet reliable Lucifer, the kind and resilient Gamaniki, the tender-hearted Riko, and the brave Sakurada-ke, who had just ventured forth, clumsily expressing her concern. Reflecting on the last name, Ji Yajun paused in his chewing, his ears flushing once again. A mix of gratitude and embarrassment surging within him. In the realm of consciousness, Lucifer, observing Ji Yajun's somewhat foolish grin, instinctively teased, "How does it feel, Brother Jun, to eat food sent by a lovely lady?" But as soon as he spoke, Ji Yajun shot him a warning glance that conveyed a gentle but firm caution. Quickly switching to a tone of righteous indignation, he proclaimed loudly, "Brother Jun, that Norsefer must be utterly reckless. How dare it lay a hand on the sister of the light giant's wielder? This is no ordinary otherworldly beast." Lucifer, not wishing to draw Ji Yajun's fierce gaze due to an ill-chosen word, cleverly modified his phrasing from sister of the light giant to sister of the light giant's wielder. The result was Ji Yajun's death glare that communicated, "If you keep talking nonsense, I might just have to discuss this with Gamen." Shida Riko, sensing Lucifer's discomfort, although unsure of why his words were so convoluted, also felt anger at Norsefer's actions, nodding vigorously in agreement. Exactly. The type of harm that targets the innocent and instills terror through the Yisheng Sog, Yishingshu, is utterly unforgivable. A forceful response is imperative. Mr. Jia, we must completely eradicate it. As Jia listened to the fervent denunciations resonating in his consciousness, he swallowed the last morsel of food, and the gentleness in his gaze was gradually supplanted by a sharp intensity. He rose, casting his eyes toward the direction from which Nusify had fled. "Ah, indeed," he murmured softly, as if replying to Lucifer and Lizzie, or perhaps speaking to himself. "It is time to resolve this trouble once and for all. Whether to protect the innocent populace or for those who care for him, he must swiftly locate and eliminate that haunting Yi Sung Sok." just as Jiezhu resolved to thoroughly address Nusify. The piercing alarm within the Freehold Information Center shattered the brief tranquility once more. Anomalous vibrational waves detected. The signal source bears a striking resemblance to Nusify's characteristics. Location, Area C Forest, overlapping significantly with the previous signal disappearance zone. The system's alarm urgently reported. It has reappeared. Captain Hukong sprang to his feet, his expression grave. This time, it must not be allowed to escape. The image of the seer Jiliangzhou appeared at the opportune moment, his tone commanding. Night Raid Team, mobilize immediately. Target Nusify, prioritize the destruction of its regeneration core. Carry specialized high-explosive armor-piercing warheads, ensuring a single strike to obliterate its regenerative organs and permanently eradicate the threat. Understood. The entire team responded in unison, their expressions resolute. They rushed toward the hangar, boarding the fully prepared Chester fighter jets. This time, the munitions bay housed not conventional energy ammunition, but specially developed high-explosive armor-piercing warheads tailored to Nusify's regeneration core characteristics. Alpha, take off. Beta, take off. Gamma, take off. The three aircraft soared forth like arrows released from a bow, roaring engines propelling them swiftly toward the forest airspace where Nusify had resurfaced. The cold metallic fuselage reflected the sunlight, infused with a lethal intent. Guman Ihue gripped the control stick tightly, his gaze sharp and focused ahead. He recalled the siblings who nearly fell victim due to him, thought of Lizi's suffering, and the calamities Nusify had repeatedly wrought. This time, he would not hesitate. He would not grant this Yi Sung Sob any opportunity. Captain Hukong's steady voice resonated through the communication channel. Attention, all units. Based on the coordinates provided by the seer for the regeneration core, lock onto the target and engage without waiting for commands. Employ specialized warheads for a guaranteed kill. Understood. The members of the Night Raid team were filled with an intense resolve, vowing to send this relentless Yi Sung Sob, which had caused untold suffering, straight to hell. Above the forest, the shadows of the aircraft swept over the treetops, signaling the commencement of a deadly hunt. This time, they bore the weapons of finality. The three Chester fighter jets reached the target forest at astonishing speed, rapidly descending to choose a relatively flat clearing among the trees for an emergency landing. The hatches opened, and Captain Hukong, Vice Captain Shijiao-Nagi, Hiraki Shiori, and Guman Ihue leapt from the aircraft. Armed with the oversized Daiwei tactical gun, now switched to high-explosive armor-piercing mode. They remained vigilant and agile in their movements. Maintain a triangular search formation. Ensure mutual cover. Prioritize locating Nusify's regeneration core weakness. Captain Hukong commanded in a subdued tone, his sharp eyes scanning the dense foliage around them. Understood. The trio responded softly, immediately dispersing according to tactical formation, cautiously advancing. Their helmet displays flickered with energy detection data and thermal imaging simulations of potential Nusify regeneration core locations provided by the seer. Shihue Guanyue remained in the Gamma's cockpit, his arm still bandaged. He was tasked with monitoring the aircraft, utilizing its powerful detection systems for extensive scanning while providing remote support and communication relay, ready to report any anomalies or offer fire guidance to ground team members. Captain, a faint anomalous thermal response has been detected at the 10 o'clock direction, but it cannot be confirmed whether it originates from Nusify's physical form. Shihue's voice came through the earpiece. Received. Proceed slowly toward the 10 o'clock direction, maintaining vigilance. Captain Hukong promptly adjusted their course. The forest was eerily silent, interrupted only by the rustling of leaves in the wind and the cautious footsteps of the team members. Each person held their breath, acutely aware that the cunning and dangerous Yi Sung Sob could be lurking just beyond the next shadow. Guman Ihue was especially focused, his finger steady on the trigger, mentally reviewing the regeneration core schematic provided by the seer, resolute in seizing the opportunity to end this nightmare once and for all. The tense search operation quietly unfolded amidst the perilous forest. Chapter 78. Lizi, Guman, so you were here marrying an impostor. Just as the four advanced cautiously in their tactical formation through the trees, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A thick, almost impenetrable milky white fog suddenly surged from the depths of the forest, rapidly engulfing their vision like a living entity. Be cautious. This fog poses a threat. Captain Hukong issued a warning at once, instinctively moving closer to his teammates. However, the fog arrived with such swiftness and ferocity that visibility was almost instantly obliterated. Within mere seconds, the range of sight plummeted to less than 1 meter. Maintain your positions. Do not panic. Report your status. Captain Hukong forced himself to remain composed, attempting to stabilize the team through the communicator. Captain, I am approximately 3 meters behind you to your left. Shijiao Nagi's voice promptly came through, still relatively clear. Hiraki Shiori responded, I am, uncertain of my exact position, but should be close. Hiraki's tone carried a hint of tension. Gumin team member? Report your location. Gumin Ihue. Captain Hakong immediately called out. Silence filled the communicator. There was no response. Gumin team member? If you hear me, please respond. Captain Hakong called again. A sense of foreboding rising within him. Shijiao Nagi and Hiraki Shiori simultaneously attempted to call out, Gumin. Gumin team member. Still, there was no reply. Gumin Ihue's communication channel fell silent, devoid of even a hint of static. This is bad. Captain Hakong's expression shifted, realizing that Gumin might be in trouble. Gather around me. Lock onto his signal. Shihue, can you locate Gumin's life signal or communicator position? The anxious Shihue Guangyue worked frantically at the control panel. Captain, the fog exhibits strong energy interference. I am unable to precisely lock onto Gumin team member's position. His signal has vanished. The dense mist not only obscured their sight, but also seemed to block Gumin's communications. He had disappeared without a trace amidst the eerie fog, right beside his teammates. Damn it! Captain Hakong cursed under his breath, anxiety gnawing at him. He understood that this was no natural phenomenon. It was likely a trap set by Nusify, or perhaps a more terrifying enemy. And the target was likely Gumin. Shijiao, Hiraki, gather around me. We cannot afford to scatter. We must locate Gumin swiftly. Captain Hakong suppressed his inner turmoil and decisively ordered. The three formed a back-to-back formation, cautiously navigating through the disorienting fog, striving to find traces of their missing teammate. Having finished his meal and taken a brief respite, Jie Zhu re-engaged in the pursuit of Nusify. He tracked the faint energy residue deeper into the forest. However, what awaited him was not the frail Yisheng Sob, but an old adversary. The silhouette of Galamujin also emerged like a specter from behind a sturdy ancient tree, standing directly in Jie Zhu's path. He wore a mocking smile that suggested he had everything under control, clearly not a chance encounter, but rather a long-awaited meeting. What tightened Jie Zhuan's heart even more was that not far from Go Lu Mu's side, in the mist, Gumin Yihui stood dazed. His eyes hollow and devoid of life, as if he had fallen into a deep state of hypnosis or illusion. Opposite him, a shadow, identical to Zhai Tianli Zi but composed of dark energy, gazed at him with deep affection, reaching out a phantom hand as if to caress his cheek. Gumin, Jie Zhuan shouted, attempting to awaken him. In the realm of consciousness, the real Zhai Tianli Zi, witnessing Gumin's state and the counterfeit version of herself, felt an urgent mix of anxiety and anger. Gumin Kuan, that is fake. Wake up quickly. She yearned to rush out and expose the imposter. Lucifer, while keeping an eye on Go Lu Mu, observed Gumin's condition and suddenly voiced his confusion. Wait a moment, Zhuanji, something feels off. It seems the light surrounding that kid Gumin is growing stronger, and the fluctuations are quite intense. What on earth is that bastard Go Lu Mu trying to accomplish? Is this illusion meant to torment him or recharge him? I can't make sense of it. Go Lu Mu's maneuvering always carries a sense of bizarre contradiction. Out in the external world, Go Lu Mu remained indifferent to Jie Zhuan's shouts, merely casting a cold glance at him, his tone laced with impatience. Don't meddle. You always cause chaos. Enraged, Jie Zhuan ceased to waste words, fully aware that defeating him was the only way to rescue Gumin. He let out a low growl and charged directly at Go Lu Mu. Unyielding, Go Lu Mu sneered and met him head-on. The two immediately erupted into a fierce close-quarters combat, the sound of their fists and feet clashing resonating sharply through the silent forest. Meanwhile, Gumin Yihui, ensnared in the illusion, remained oblivious to the battle unfolding beside him. He was wholly immersed in the incredibly realistic illusion meticulously woven by Go Lu Mu. No one knew what he was experiencing within that illusion. They could only see the fluctuations of light around him becoming increasingly unstable and intense, as if he were accumulating something or struggling against something. Lucifer watched in fascination within the realm of consciousness, further perplexed by Go Lu Mu's enigmatic operations. Inside the illusion, the scene was arranged to be sacred and warm. Gumin Yihui stood under a floral archway, donned in a crisp suit, facing Zhai Tianli Zi, who wore a pristine white wedding dress and beamed with joy. The officiant was delivering blessings, and the surrounding area seemed filled with well-wishing guests, though their faces were somewhat blurred. I know this is fake, Gumin thought, acutely aware that the happiness before him was merely a cruel illusion crafted by Go Lu Mu. Yet, the sight of Li Zi smiling like this, standing beside her even if only as a phantom, was overwhelming. His rationality struggled, but his emotions felt ensnared, as if caught in quicksand, difficult to extricate. Go Lu Mu understood him all too well, precisely hitting the deepest desires and vulnerabilities within him. He knew he should break free. Yet his feet felt as heavy as lead, and he unconsciously raised his hand as if to place the illusory ring on Li Zi's finger. In the external world, Ji Yazhuan saw Gu Min's expression becoming increasingly dazed, even breaking into a phantom smile of happiness. Alarmed, he couldn't help but shout, "No, Gu Min, wake up. That's not real. Don't let the darkness trap you." At that very moment of distraction, Go Lu Mu seized the opportunity, delivering a brutal blow to Ji Yazhuan's abdomen. Ji Yazhuan grunted, his body uncontrollably flying backward to crash against a large tree trunk before sliding down. Go Lu Mu swiftly closed in, pressing his arm tightly against Ji Yazhuan's neck, pinning him against the tree. A cruel smile on his face as he whispered, "Don't disturb him. Let him sink deeper into this bliss. Soon, he will become my most loyal, completely controlled dark puppet, just like the previous Zhai Tian Li Zi. You bastard." Ji Yazhuan's eyes widened in fury as he struggled desperately, but found it difficult to break free. Meanwhile, in the illusion, Gu Min trembled. His hand poised to place the ring on Li Zi's finger when a chilling, discontented, and mocking female voice suddenly rang out from the front row of the audience. "So, Gu Min-kun, you've been reluctant to wake up because you're playing a wedding game with this imposter?" The voice belonged to Li Zi, but it was frigid and laced with sarcasm. Gu Min's body jolted, his movements freezing in disbelief. He turned his head in the direction of the voice and saw another Zhai Tian Li Zi seated among the guests. Yet this Li Zi wore a flowing black dress, her arms crossed and legs crossed, a smile on her face that he had never seen before, exuding an air of malicious delight. Looking at him as if he were trash. In the realm of consciousness, Lucifer beamed with pride. "What do you think, Miss Li Zi? The line and expression I taught you were spot on, right? Guaranteed to leave a lasting impression." "Li Zi, softly Lu Kun, is this really okay?" Gu Min-kun looks frightened. "Lucifer, don't worry. For someone lost in an illusion, a strong dose of reality is necessary." Gu Min's mind went blank, utterly bewildered. "Why is there another Li Zi? And why does this one look so terrifying?" The black-dressed Li Zi slowly rose and stepped forward, pointing at the wedding-dressed Li Zi beside Gu Min. She coldly mocked, "How delightful, Gu Min-kun. I never expected you to be this kind of person, ignoring your genuine soul partner to indulge in a counterfeit here." TSK. Gu Min. A wave of immense embarrassment, shame, and the absurdity of being caught in a lie swept over him, instantly shattering the illusion's allure. The blissful scene before him began to tremble violently, flickering like a malfunctioning television screen. "No, it's not like this. Li Zi, let me explain." Gu Min instinctively shouted at the black-dressed Li Zi, his hand recoiling from the illusory Li Zi's grasp as if burned. The illusion intricately woven by Go Lu Mu began to fracture due to Lucifer's mischief and Li Zi's unexpected intervention. Chapter 79. Go Lu Mu. Gu Min Hui is a heartless man. Under the gaze filled with kindness and mockery from the black-dressed Li Zi, Gu Min Hui's embarrassment and shame overwhelmed the temptation of the illusion, a tremendous psychological shock jolting him awake from the illusion. The wedding scene shattered like broken glass. Disappearing completely, he found himself still standing in the forest, tightly gripping the DYT giant gun, while ahead, Ji Yazhuan was engaged in a fierce close-quarters battle with Go Lu Mu. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Min immediately raised his gun, aiming steadily at the shocked and bewildered Go Lu Mu, who had been caught off guard by the sudden disruption of the illusion. Just then, Ji Yazhuan, entangled with Go Lu Mu, shouted loudly to Gu Min, "Gu Min, don't worry about this. Hurry and support your teammates." Gu Min paused, finally noticing the distant sounds of roaring and explosions. He quickly looked up to see, on the other side of the forest, the monstrous Nuasi Fei air had grown huge, wildly swinging its claws and mandibles, fiercely battling 3 Chester fighter jets circling above. It turned out that during the time Ji Yazhuan faced off against Go Lu Mu and Gu Min was trapped in the illusion. The weakened Nuasi Fei air sensed a threat and forcefully expanded, attempting one last desperate stand. Upon discovering the appearance and magnification of Nuosifier, the other members of the Yi Xie team immediately returned to their aircraft to engage in battle. However, the information provided by the seer was accurate. Nuosifier's regeneration core was indeed located deep within its oral cavity. Although the conventional beams and missiles launched by the aircraft could inflict damage upon its surface, precisely striking that constantly shifting and heavily guarded fatal weak point proved to be exceedingly difficult. The combat had reached a stalemate, rendering them somewhat passive. Hurry, urged Ji Yinjuan, as he exerted himself to fend off a strike from Go Lumu. Leave this to me. Nuosifire must be utterly eradicated. Gyumin Shunkai instantly grasped the urgency of the situation. He glared fiercely at Go Lumu, unhesitatingly turned around, and sprinted at full speed towards the aircraft. He understood that resolving Nuosifire swiftly to prevent further tragedies was far more crucial than entangling himself with Go Lumu. Gyumin Ihue's figure swiftly vanished amongst the trees, rushing to assist his teammates who were engaged in a fierce struggle with Nuosifire. Meanwhile, Ji Yinjuan and Go Lumu engaged in another fierce clash before Ji Yinjuan leveraged the momentum to leap backward, temporarily creating some distance. Go Lumu did not immediately pursue, but stood still, watching the direction in which Gyumin had departed, his face contorting into a twisted expression that appeared to be a mix of regret and mockery. He shook his head. I never expected that I could be so mistaken. To think that Gyumin Ihue is such a heartless person. His tone dripped with feigned lamentation, revealing his disdain for Gyumin's apparent lack of emotion. His beloved girlfriend, Saito, had only recently passed, and yet he could so easily forget that grief, showing no attachment to my illusion? How pathetic and laughable. He attempted to provoke Ji Yinjuan with his words, seeking a plausible explanation for his plan's failure. However, Ji Yinjuan merely regarded him coldly, showing no desire to respond. While others might have been misled by Go Lumu's words, Ji Yinjuan was acutely aware of Gyumin's true feelings. He understood that Gyumin was well aware that the real Riko still existed in a spiritual form, and he had likely just experienced some form of interaction with her. How could he possibly be lost in a deceptive illusion? In the realm of consciousness, the true Saito Riko, upon hearing Go Lumu's words, felt her spirit surge with indignation. Disregarding her fear as she could not help but retort loudly, "You are the one who is dead. Go Lumu, you wicked villain." Nonsense. Gyumin-kun is not that kind of person. He has always cared about me. You are the one causing all the destruction. Lucifer quickly interjected. Hey, Riko-chan, calm down. It's not worth getting angry with a psychological deviant like him. He relishes seeing others lose their composure. Let's not stoop to his level. Be good. Yet, he privately mused. But on another note, Gyumin's performance in the illusion did seem a bit like that of a scoundrel, hesitating so long before the counterfeit. If we hadn't arrived in time, who knows what might have happened? This is certainly something to jest about later. Ignoring the commotion within the consciousness realm and the slanders from the outside world, Ji Yinjuan merely assumed a posture of continued combat, coldly stating, "Have you finished your meaningless chatter, Go Lumu?" His demeanor clearly indicated that the battle was far from over. Go Lumu's attempts at provocation were utterly ineffective against him. Recognizing Gyumin's departure from the illusion to provide assistance, and realizing that his plan to destabilize Gyumin's psyche using hostages and illusions had completely failed, coupled with the fact that his previous injuries from the Naxxas core had yet to heal, Go Lumu understood that persisting in this skirmish would be detrimental to him. He let out a cold snort and ceased his engagement with Ji Yinjuan, retreating gracefully into the dense shadows of the forest, leaving behind a lingering remark filled with reluctance and foreboding. This time, it ends here. When we meet again, the outcome will not be as it is today, light adaptable. As his words faded, his presence vanished entirely. Once Ji Yinjuan confirmed Go Lumu's departure, he wasted no time and immediately turned, sprinting at full speed towards the battlefield where Nuosifire was clashing with the Yi Xie team. Simultaneously, Gyumin Ihue, while running, re-established contact with the team's communication channel. "Gyumin, where have you been? Why couldn't we reach you? What happened?" The urgent and reproachful voice of Vice Captain Saiju Nagi resonated through the communicator, clearly indicating the team's anxiety over his sudden disappearance. "Vice Captain, I was ambushed by Go Lumu and pulled into the illusion he created, completely cut off from any external information." Gyumin quickly explained, his tone tinged with fear and anger. "Go Lumu." The communication channel erupted with gasps. Captain Hazawa's voice turned grave. "It's him again, that persistent fiend." Upon realizing that the mastermind had reappeared and directly targeted the team, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on everyone, intensifying their assault on Nuosifire. "Gyumin, report your location." Saiju Nagi immediately commanded. Gyumin swiftly relayed his coordinates. "Stay put and remain vigilant. The Chester Alpha will be above you shortly." After issuing the command, Saiju Nagi deftly maneuvered the Chester Alpha into a skillful dive, temporarily disengaging from Nuosifire to race towards Gyumin's position. Before long, the Alpha descended, hovering above Gyumin. As the hatch opened, Gyumin grasped the descending rope and was quickly pulled into the cabin. "Secure yourself." Saiju Nagi wasted no time. As soon as Gyumin was settled, he ascended the aircraft, executing a graceful maneuver to rejoin the assault on Nuocifier. With the entire Yi Xie team assembled, they were resolute in their determination to obliterate the monstrous being that Go Lumu had so callously manipulated, along with its accursed regeneration core, once and for all. Chapter 80. Human Nuocifier is exceedingly cunning. In the night sky, 3 Chester aircraft glided like agile falcons, circling the massive being Nuocifier incessantly. Cannons and high-energy laser beams cascaded upon Nuocifier's skin like a torrential downpour, igniting a continuous shower of sparks. Aim for its mouth. Wait for it to open. Captain Hazawa's command echoed through the communication channel. However, Nuocifier seemed instinctively aware of its vulnerabilities. Although it occasionally opened its colossal maw to unleash deafening roars of agony and fury, each opening was fleeting and often accompanied by violent head movements. Whoosh! A high-energy laser beam accurately targeted Nuocifier's recently opened mouth, but it abruptly whipped its head, causing the beam to graze its lips, leaving only a singed mark on its exterior. Damn it! So close! Hirakubo Shirori exclaimed in frustration. Its mouth closes too quickly, and the movements are too erratic, making it impossible to accurately lock onto the regeneration core deep within. Ishibori Mitsuhiko analyzed the data from the rear, his voice tinged with urgency. Most attacks merely struck Nuocifier's robust neck or hard-shelled head, inflicting damage that elicited pained roars, but failing to deliver a fatal blow. Nuocifier's tenacious regenerative abilities were gradually mending these superficial wounds. The battle had reached a stalemate. The Yi Xie team lacked an effective means to keep Nuocifier's massive mouth open for an extended period or to directly damage its regeneration core from within. This cannot continue. Our ammunition and energy are limited. Captain Hazawa's expression was grave. We must devise a way to create an opportunity. Everyone's minds raced, seeking a breakthrough. Just as the Yi Xie team exerted themselves to find an opening for attack, an unexpected turn of events occurred. In a state of relentless assault, the creature, known as Nuocifier, appeared utterly enraged. Seizing an opportunity, it opened its cavernous maw, and a remarkably swift, viscous, and powerful tongue shot forth like a cannonball. This unexpected onslaught exceeded the evasion capabilities of the aircraft. Bang! Bang! The resounding thuds echoed almost simultaneously. The Che Site Jia Ma and Beta aircraft were caught off guard, instantly struck by the colossal tongue. The planes trembled violently, alarms blared frantically, and thick black smoke trailed from their tails as they spiraled uncontrollably towards the dense forest below. Captain, Ping Mu team member, Sherpa team member, Gu Men, witnessing this scene aboard the Alpha aircraft, felt his heart nearly leap from his chest as he urgently called into the communicator. Initially, there was a cacophony of violent collision sounds and electrical crackles, but after a suffocating few seconds, the voice of Captain Heatsong emerged, somewhat weak, yet still composed. Cough. This is Heatsong. We are safe. The Jiama aircraft has successfully made an emergency landing. Structural damage occurred, but personnel are secure. Soon after, the voices of Ping Mu Shiji and Sherpa Guang Yin came through, confirming their safety, albeit temporarily trapped within the downed aircraft. Captain Heatsong swiftly assessed the situation and issued new orders. Shi Zhao, Gu Men, you two continue to maneuver in the air, searching for an opportunity to strike. The three of us will use the wreckage of the aircraft and the forest terrain as cover for ground attacks, diverting its attention to create opportunities for you. Understood. Shi Zhao now responded without hesitation, executing a sharp turn in the Alpha aircraft to evade Nuocifier's incoming claw strike. Got it. Captain, be careful. Gu Men replied immediately, gripping the weapon control stick tightly, his gaze fixed on the rampaging Nuocifier below. In the sky, Shi Zhao Na and Gu Men piloted the remaining Che Site Alpha aircraft, akin to proud silver eagles, continuously circling and diving, utilizing their maneuverability to seek the moment of vulnerability when Nuocifier would open its maw. On the ground, Captain Heatsong, Ping Mu Shiji, and Sherpa Guang Yin took shelter behind the wreckage of the downed aircraft and sturdy trees, valiantly employing the DYT oversized gun to unleash a barrage of fire. Although they could not inflict lethal damage, their precise shots consistently harassed the creature's eyes and joints, successfully drawing a significant amount of its attention and creating opportunities for their airborne allies. Now, it has turned. Gu Men shouted as he noticed Nuocifier's irritation from the ground attacks. Without hesitation, Shi Zhao Na piloted the Alpha aircraft into a rapid dive, aiming the cannon at the creature's gaping maw, seemingly about to roar. However, at that critical moment, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Nuocifier's eyes. It suddenly pivoted, appearing to respond to the ground disturbances, but its dreadful tongue shot forth once more like lightning. This time, however, the target was not the Alpha aircraft, but instead slammed into the ground in front of the trio. Boom! The immense force and shockwave erupted violently, akin to an earthquake, sending Captain Heatsong and his companions crashing to the ground, the DYT oversized gun flying from their grasp. The trio sustained significant injuries. Struggling to rise, Captain Gumin exclaimed in alarm. Nuasi Fei Air emitted a triumphant shriek, raising its massive claws to strike down upon the incapacitated trio. Damn it! Shi Zhao Na, seeing this, acted swiftly, abandoning the opportunity for attack, and maneuvered the Alpha aircraft towards Nuasi Fei Air, attempting to force it to defend and rescue the grounded teammates. However, this played directly into Nuasi Fei Air's hands. Just as the Alpha aircraft approached at high speed, poised to enter the optimal firing angle, Nuasi Fei Air's claw, which seemed poised to strike the ground, suddenly swung upward at an incredible angle. This feint and counterattack were as swift as lightning. Its true target had been the last remaining and most powerful aircraft from the very beginning. The trio on the ground was merely bait in its meticulously laid trap. It understood that the threat posed by a single aircraft outweighed the nuisance of 3 individual weapons. Not good. It's a trap. Shi Zhao Na's pupils dilated as she pulled the controls with all her might to evade, but it was already too late. Swoosh! Nuasi Fei Air's razor-sharp claws tore through the Alpha aircraft's wing and part of its engine. The Alpha aircraft shook violently, alarms blared piercingly, and its tail erupted in thick smoke as it lost balance and spiraled towards the ground. Hold on. Shi Zhao Na exerted every ounce of skill to control the out-of-control aircraft, ultimately executing an emergency landing in a relatively open glade among the trees. Accompanied by the screech of metal scraping and intense vibrations, the Alpha aircraft skidded for a considerable distance before finally coming to a halt. But it was evident it had lost the ability to take off again. Thus, the Night Raid team's entire combat capability was annihilated. Nuasi Fei Air let out a victorious roar, its heavy footsteps advancing towards the recently downed Alpha aircraft's location, the situation perilously dire.